Saw basically what happens when Twisted Minds gets pressured. What happens when some of these other teams are starting to feel some pressure, right? How do you perform? And I think we got a good look at that in North America. But to me, it was also the great story of VP was another team that really showcased that they deserve a little bit of respect. We went into some of those final games, and unlike EU, it was like, we're like, VP, they basically just got to play defense. They go into the last game. It's like, okay, if they have a bad game, there's a chance. No, they come into that last solid game, like up 20 kills halfway through the map, and just don't allow any opportunity for anyone to get back into the mix.
No, but that shadow of a doubt, I love that we're bringing up the VP story, but also, of course, Gen G, they're a team that have now grown online, and a lot of disappointment inside of Birmingham. You will, of course, see them start to come into this tournament looking a little bit more like the team we all thought they would be on paper. Of course, for fun, that's an interesting roster, right? They're playing around that turbine drop that I was calling one of the worst locations on the entire map at one point, but they're making it work. They're putting on out there. They're finding a hell of a lot of kills, so they will have a contest, though, today to really figure out just how good they can be on that map where they're trying to strip away a hell of a lot of points.
In a region scary for sure all the way through. Gingy also ended up doing decently well. Gingy, a team that I'm incredibly excited to be watching, especially going into tomorrow's competition. You know, there's been a lot of talk, though, about who is going to be the best, at least here on land. But from North America's sake, I mean, this is, at least as of now, the hardest region in the world.
Yeah, I mean, this has been very, very close. I'm glad that you bring up Gen G, because as opposed to Birmingham, they make a roster change, get Gabe Kuhn on in, they swap up some of the roles. Lennon's now an anchor, and they finally start to look like the team that we really expected them to be. Obviously, towards that top, being able to be here in Atlanta. Don't got to play through the open. You're already in for tomorrow. G2, Twisted Minds, and of course, Virtus Pro, like we mentioned. But there's a couple other big names on this list that I'm very excited to have to see play through the open here today. I'm looking at like Vitality, FaZe, UJC, BRS. These are all big, heavy hitter teams that I think when we talk about an open-like lobby, they're going to be able to actually play up and maybe play more in their element.
That's the hope anyways. You know, I know we look at the scoreboard, top 5 ended up clearing it by at least 22 points. However, it was very close and quite literally came down to the very last game. I know we were looking at, what, like 3 or 4 different teams that could very well have broken to top 5. Ultimately, the top 5 fell as they ended up doing so. For those teams that ended up finishing outside, well, some of them are here competing in the open to try and make it to tomorrow's competition for the finals and ultimately EWC. Let's take a look at a list of those teams from Group A. So many talented players. First off, I want to shout out Berserker, top 9. That's Reflames. He comes from a different title. I've been supporting him all the way, baby, playing with Casio as well as Eisend. That's going to be my squad that I'm hoping makes it through. However, Enigma, who else are we looking at?
I think I'm going to be taking a quick look at AG Global here, the team at the very top of the list. This is Scummin, FIFA Kill, and Prodigy. Now, this is a team that has faced a lot of challenges so far throughout the WRS season. They go into Split 1. It just didn't feel like they ever really saw eye to eye with one another. They take out, I forget who their third was, but they take him out, bring Prodigy back in from Ninjas in Pajamas. These are players that have worked with each other recently, and you end up in a spot where, okay, let's try and lock down places like Turbine. They will be contested, of course, through today, but over in Europe, they've done a fantastic job of anchoring in there. And it's a case of, all right, what's your ceiling look like? We know you've raised your floor. You're now more consistently involved in the conversation, but can you see Prodigy and Scummin come online and really start to take over these lobbies?
Well, and that's a huge thing, because we did a listen into the qualifiers coming up to this, and it was FIFA Kill saying, boys, I don't care what you do, I just need you to do it together. And that, to me, is, I think, going to be the linchpin of success for this team, to be able to make it out of the open, but also be a competitive team in that finals lobby. If Scummin and Prodigy can work together, play off of each other, find those kills, it's going to be a really good time. Because we've seen with FIFA Kill, he's a fantastic anchor, right? We watched it last year alongside Echo and Lennon, and his ability to just play his life and stay alive. But also another player who has to go huge today, Enigma, is going to be Prodigy. He's got to really lean into that support role. Fly on up, help Scummin, back on up to FIFA Kill when he needs to.
No, but that shadow of a doubt, it's a case of there's a different playstyle between the two. Scummin is a much more NA playstyle fragger type. He's going to headbutt everything, mash at everything. He doesn't care about kill death. He just cares about getting points on the board. Prodigy's always been a bit systematic. He's always been a case of, I'm going to prod and poke and find ways to open up these teams. They've got to find a way to come online. Doesn't matter how this comes about. All that matters is that you two walk away with a hell of a lot of points together. FIFA Kill can't be doing his anchoring, can't be trying to give yourself an opportunity to build your way into the map and then watching the two boys around him die. So yeah, I'm looking at Afro Biffle here to really get online, do something special, and help his boys not only through to this evening, but through to tomorrow.
Afro Biffle, there's AG on your screen. Prodigy, the Afro man himself, hanging out and getting ready to play. Scummin is vibing off in the distance. What's the win condition? You mentioned teamwork for AG Global. What did they do today to make it through opens?
Fry, baby.
Is that it? I mean, is it really that simple.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, right? I mean, you're looking at the two different lobbies that they're playing, and you just kind of look at their drop spots. And like we said earlier, you're going to have like a lot of these big teams you normally have to butt heads up against. They're not going to be there, right? They're not going to be on the map. You might be able to have a little bit more free rotations, flex on out, find some kills that you normally don't get to.
Yeah, I mean, for AG Global, the reverse strategy, again, I don't mind it. You're going to go play Turbine. That's going to be a big contest against 4Fun. That might be very 50-50. So I think for me, it comes to the Haven's Hollow strategy. They have like 3 different landing spots. They've got to really hone in on when to utilize those.
Well, boys, it's about time. Let's get game 1 started. We've got Group A. Boys, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Taylor. We are good. Guess what? We got to get some points, though. We got to talk about how do we get those points if we want to try and make it to that finals lobby. You can see here, we're going to have 28 squads dropping in both Lobby A and Lobby B. You're going to be getting 1 point per kill, and then also those placement multipliers that we know and love. First place nets you 1.6 times the multiplier. But guess what? We're here on LAN. We're playing through these lobbies. You saw it online. We're doing the same here. It is, of course, we're playing both Haven's Hollow and Rebirth Island.
Yeah, an incredibly important storyline this, and we can exemplify it with a team like Virtus.pro. Split 1, they were great on Haven's Hollow. Split 2, not so much. Very glad that Rebirth Island has come into the mix because they're ripping all of their points away at Control Center, often on 20 kills, while other teams are barely scraping double digits. If it hadn't been for Rebirth Island coming in, they likely wouldn't be in the position that they are right now in terms of coming into Atlanta. So yeah, another example of that could be Novo. They very much have followed the same scripts over in Europe, and it's going to be a constant back and forth through the day, even towards the top end. Twisted Minds, we're talking about a lot of victories for them at Rebirth. The Falcons, they dominate Havens.
Yeah, no, it's going to be really fun to see what teams are able to get their points because we are only playing 5 drops here in this first lobby. You're going to get 2 on Havens, 2 on Rebirth, and then 1 more shot at Havens. What that means, you have to make every single map count. You cannot have any bad maps, right? So I'm looking at these. If you maybe are one of those teams that favors one map over the other, if you have those 2 games on the map that you don't super favor, at the very least, you can say, let's create a floor of our points. If you can walk away, let's say Rebirth Island isn't your type of map, the fact that you can be able to walk away from Rebirth with maybe at least 13 to 15 points might be enough in order to keep you. Reminder, folks, we've got 14 squads in the lobby. Top 8 is what we are looking for to make it to our finals lobby. That'll be later today.
Yeah, absolutely. In top 8, it's going to feel very achievable for a lot of these teams, but reminder, every time we get to land, big team misses out, a surprise force runs through. You think of Lotus 8 and the growth that they showed inside of Birmingham, no one had them making it through to land finals, and you see players like Havoc step up and deliver. He flew out to Saudi Arabia recently to play in the Saudi E-League, finishes in 2nd with the Falcons, so third with the Falcons, so a great performance from him there. That's going to give him more land experience. They could grow ever more so here. Haven's Hollow, you're talking about a map that is often dominated from north to south by the best teams, and that's an important point to talk about as well. All the drop spots, everything that we usually come into here and talk about in the different ways in which these teams are going to play, that all changes in the opens. Mansion suddenly becomes wide open, boats available, and as such, you're trying to take a hold of the stronghold positions that so many of these top teams claim and rip away all that loot for yourself.
Well, it's really kind of a double-edged sword, right? If you make it through the open off of a maybe a different drop spot, is it going to be the same for you here once you maybe get to those final lobbies? But we got to drop on in. Quick little look at where we are going to see some of these drops as we're looking across. Looks like a couple of contests over at Research, and maybe bowling is also potentially an area as well. Barn is going to be wide on open, a little bit of a scuffle at Mansion, and already starting to see some of the battle going on through.
BRS going to operate in that typical bar location, as you said, for Team JTM. This is definitely one of our underdog rosters. They've landed over at Train. Going to be up against B-Mark and Khan. Going to be cut on down. Durkio up over the top. He's going to need to back off here after losing Marks in the original. I don't think Durkio's got long for this world. No, he will drop. So the anchor keeping them in the mix-up. That's going to be Jig. He's going to have to back off towards Chapel. Not that you've got much space. Team 1, which I believe is AG Global, not far away.
Starting to move around Barn. We know that AG Global love kind of playing this Barn Church area. And I feel like they just haven't really figured out how to play out of it. This could be a nice little warm-up for them, where maybe if they can make it to that tougher lobby, exactly how they're going to do so. Reminder, folks, who's getting ready to hop into the feed, I want to call out something great because we have it here today. It is, of course, our global kill feed is working. Should hopefully be able to give us a nice lay of the land when some of your favorite teams get knocked out. Back on going over towards that chapel area. Of course, we can see AG Global. They're trying to be able to stay alive here. FIFA, he's getting tagged on up. Plates ripped off. You got to back on up. You can see this squad number 5. They're trying to get some of those shots from range, but 12, they're starting to make their way on through.
JDG, number 5, putting you under pressure right now. Scumming takes a quick look, decides to back off instead towards bowling. Very isolated if you are FIFA right now, feeling that pressure. Reminder, AG Global expected to march through the open, at least at this stage, and down in towards the latest this afternoon. Scumming's going to find one. Damage comes through. He's going to get the confirm. He's actually going to back the other team off. Molotov into the stairwell. He's able to drop away from that, reset that fight. Great work.
Huge lucky moment there from Scumming. He was almost about to be just 2v1, of course, through that little bit of a corridor, but it's some quick thinking. I think they see 2 different kills in the feed very quickly and go, wait, these are 2 teams. We need to back on up. I'm watching that kill feed, though, and 4Fun is going crazy against Leviathan. You can see Amir still here. He has no cash to his name, very little damage, no kills at all. Down here at the lumber mill, you're going to have to regain. A tough start for Leviathan, a great start for 4Fun.
Without a shadow of a doubt, but if there's any team that has shown incredible consistency through this year, it is Leviathan. Able to overcome all odds, it seems. Berserker Clan, this is going to be one of those LATAM rosters that didn't manage to make it to the Esports World Cup last week in their regional qualifiers. Finished 7th in the end, so you're looking to get yourself over the line this weekend. And we've got our first team wiped out here. It's going to be Toph, Quay, and Co. A squad that we saw as an underdog really in this lobby, and unfortunately off to a slow start.
Been around Warzone for a while. It's kind of the fun of the Warzone Resurgence series and these opens, right? You get some of these teams that maybe we've seen online time and time again. They finally get a chance to maybe, play on lands, prove that they have what it takes. Unfortunately here in map number 1 for that roster, that will not be the case. But for that first team that is getting eliminated, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board so we can get a nice little look at Main Street and where some of these teams are playing. Mark 78 from Scumming going to be in play. We've seen that gun come online in the meta as well, but you're starting to butt up against 4Fun here, Enigma. You're trying to get some of these shots building to building. It's a nice little split here for 4Fun. I like where Flanked and Juju are playing. My only worry is if one of you gets ISO'd, all of a sudden it's just going to be one of you alive.
Certainly will be, but your anchor is currently propped up on boat. That will be bubble. So if you do fall, well, you've got yourself the Resurgence window ready and waiting. Prodigy looked like he was under pressure just as we panned away. Take a look at BRS. Recently won that $40,000 PCL season. Came out from behind of everybody. We know the ceiling that they have. It's about whether or not they can reach it consistently in a lobby like this. They're going to want to show us a hell of a lot. And Ungby shooting early, has 3 kills, going to crack 2, looking to apply pressure to this team inside Chapel.
Had a lot to say after that PCL win. Fantastic interview. Scopes has a lot of eyes on him now. You did great online, my man, but here is land. Here's a chance to back up everything that you said online. You have to be able to fire. You have to be able to keep shooting. Go ahead.
Figuring it out if you are these teams right now. Very much all trying to get yourself over the line. Squad's going to reposition. Of course, plenty of jockeying for position at this stage of the tournament. Just trying to make sure you don't make early mistakes. See yourselves wiped off the board. Reminder, at this point, you're only getting a 1x multiplier.
Yes.
Every kill that you basically get is 1 point. And as such, you won't be giving yourself a lot of freebies that over 5 lobbies can all add up.
No, definitely. It's all about that placement. We've seen it time and time again where basically if you can get to that 1.4 solid number of kills on the line, you're going to be able to at least net some solid points. And you don't have to win the game. It's not always about winning the game. It's just about being able to have kills that you need and getting to those placement multipliers.
Currently still only 1 team knocked out here. Couple of squads walking wounded, trying to figure out exactly where they need to be. Rotating in. That circle looks like it's going to be pulling somewhere between main and mansion. But Millsy and Cole talked about him. Looked great inside of Birmingham. Havoc himself came really online. Will be lacking a play currently. Feels like this team's on a little bit of a regame. Those are some straight shots out of Millsy. Does well to back down 1. This is PBJ looking to roll up on this. They've been an inconsistent roster. Honestly, an underwhelming roster online. But have the opportunity to really squeeze Millsy out. Up against the gas. Isolate him. Cut him down.
Praise up over the top. You're at least going to try and get 1. The knock is there. You won't be able to confirm that. Great job from Millsy. Havoc, though, might have a little bit of a look over here from that side of research down into Cole. Now, obviously, if you are PBJ, you love to be able to control this Cole landmark. You can see Leviathan down there at Lumber Mill, not too far away, but Skinner Skinner looks like he was down there as well. So this Lotus 8 roster just getting thrown into the blender already. You gotta back on up though if you are Skinner. And Havoc, he's trying to be there, and he actually has such low HP. It's just one tick of gas that gets the knock.
Yeah, that's a misplay. Bills is going to have to rotate over here. I don't think there will be a confirmation from anyone that you've got an unlock, so they'll get away with it. Worrying moment for sure. PBJ, what can you do? Phrase, show us a little bit of why so many people are talking about you right now. Why you should be involved in any sort of rookie conversation. And loses to Criminal God. And that's what a rookie of the year contender looks like. Turns, burns, shuts him down, and helps his team start to apply pressure to this madness that's happening at Cole.
Lotus 8, they're going to hear all of these shots. They're starting to fly on forward. Millsy, he's not aware that Believe is tucked in the side. And now Havoc, he's just himself, and Criminal God still managing to come on out. Believe absolutely saving Leviathan in that moment. Seadark, he's been able to land back on him, but PBJ, they're starting to surround the rest of Leviathan. And we're going to get a confirmation. You got one player still alive. That's Amir down at Electrical.
Yeah, Amir decides to back out there. I love his positioning. He's just trying to watch from the outside wall, but when PBJ starts to surround, he can only help so much. These Crimean dogs start to be in trouble. All right, boys, don't worry. I'm going to go back to that buy that we secured earlier on at Lumber. It's why these drop spots are so important. Controlling your PRIs is so important. Going to get the boys back in. You'll regain go again. Quite a few kills on the board already. You're inside top 9. You're up to the 1.2 multiplier. And it's about just resetting yourself. You get plenty of time yet.
Still plenty of time. Talk about Latam, Castillo, Reflames, Izund. Still trying to stay alive here, down to the Main Street area. You have For Fun across the way. Looks like they've decided to land and control boat, and I really like it. Take a page out of the Falcons book to have a fantastic game number 1. For Reflames, he's already on 4, so not too bad of a start for them.
Fools and Co are going to be wiped off the board here. Another underdog roster. I will say I've seen BRS a hell of a lot in the kill feed, for good and for bad. Operating in the middle of the map, landing a bomb means you're going to be hit from all angles. They're happy to juggle all that and walk away with a lot of points. You're going to want to stay alive for at least 3 more players here, 3 more teams, sorry, to get yourself the max multiplier without winning. And Braxton's just going to continue to pound away with the Mark 78. You talked about it, come to the meta recently. Let your anchors in particular get involved, because the velocity on this thing means you're carrying bullets over range.
You are cross-mapping, as we like to say in Call of Duty. LMG, high bullet velocity. Sure, you lose a little bit of movement, but it doesn't matter when you're just trying to guns up and fire. Back on over, this godlike roster. Tekka's already on a 7 right now. You are getting gate kept, though. Gas at your back. You're a little bit of away from zone. Thankfully, if you can rotate to the left, you are on slow side, so that'll buy you a little bit of time. But with only 8 teams remaining, you know that they are looking at that, saying, if we can just hold on, we have solid kills, get to that 1.4 multiplier, this is a fantastic game number 1.
What a story that is, by the way. Intex, the man who is supposed to be the one they're looking to replace on this roster, starts lobby 1 with 7, and it might not be done yet. That being said, you're on the very edge of the gas, and as such, as you try and rotate, you're going to be spotted by BRS. Nate Dogg lost. So Intex and Trick got to figure it out themselves. You want to just slow this down, playing for your top 5 max multiplier. From there, start to pick away whatever moves.
This is such a tough position. You have JDG on one side, BRS on the other. I have no idea how Godlike gets out of this. Trick going to be knocked. FLS is going to get a little bit of information onto Intex. The only problem, Intex doesn't really have the cash to be able to go for any of these buybacks. So it's a wide wrap through the gas. You have to be able to try and get back on in. You have 1 stam. It'll put you up to about half HP. But BRS, they're still out here, and it doesn't matter. JD from range, they see Godlike. They wipe you off the map.
A lot of kills on the board at least, so that'll soften the blow of not getting the 1.4x. For Fun put themselves in a wonderful position. We talked about it. They took over boat with no Falcons in the lobby. 7 kills onto flanked. A PA in the pocket as well. A lot of cash should you need it. And the buy station in Main Street will just about be on the edge of circle, so there could be last second place, but right now just holding the height, looking to see who moves off this next circle pull. And importantly, this next circle pull is going to drag all 4 of those teams in a direction. You want to be either first or last out of there. But for Leviathan, you are continuing to lay claim to so much of the map. You'll wipe PBJ off the board down to just 6 rosters in this map.
A great regain from Leviathan. They're a little bit of a blender when we saw them earlier, but you can see Criminal God, he has a decent number of kills. For Fun, another team that's been doing so well. They need this top 5. You can see already flanked. He's currently sitting on 7. Juju had 6, so it's at least 13 for this roster. Reminder, folks, in Birmingham, this team ran the lobby. We're expecting a repeat performance there, given what we've seen so far. far. The only problem is, as you try and make this rotation, you are about to get squeezed in from two different teams. In front of you is Leviathan. Behind you is a Lotus 8. The problem is, as you are just trying to make this rotation, you have everybody shooting you from all different angles. Leviathan, they'll get the last laugh as they take down 4Fun. We're into the top 5.
Certainly are 4Fun missing out on those bonus points, but I think with the number of kills they have, they're going to be just fine. But speaking of kills, Scopes is on 11, baby. Continuing the run that he has put up recently online. We talked about it. Can this boy go from an inconsistent potential superstar to someone that really lights it up here inside the Warzone scene? In Lobby 1, he's going to be feeling real confident. Absolutely cooking. Castillo's going to be dropped by Criminal Guard. There's plenty of storylines lined up inside of that one. And Berserker Clan, well, they're going to have absolutely nothing left. Ison's going to do very well to find one, but cut down pretty much immediately after. You should have control of the buy station, so maybe that comes through if you are Leviathan, but Scopes has flown over. Leviathan out of here. He starts one across 2 teams.
Here you go. It's BRS. It's JDG. JDG, they've gained so many kills by just playing at range and just trying to fry where they can, but the high ground will go to Braxton and Ryda. Zone will pull back over to Barn, which looks like maybe a JDG special. Unfortunately, it's wide open space where they have to move from this building back on over to Barn. You can see Scopes. He's already made this wrap on over, so you could see a 1v1 happen over there. You're not waiting for this push. BRS, they are here. It is a 3v1. Melvin trying to stay alive. Ryda, he's going to be able to get the angle, but JDG Melvin, he is shooting. We know that he's one of those top fraggers. You're still here. Ryback immediately comes on in. Can Melvin pull off the impossible? I don't think he's going to be able to. BRS, game number 1, baby. They are going to go ahead. They're going to take that dub. And you can see it's all smiles. Brax, he's allowed in the kill feed as well. Man, really good stuff for the team that recently came out and had a lot to say on some interviews and on the timeline.
Yeah, talking about how there's several org-based teams paid players even. This may mix up my words there, but they are better than many of those out there, and well, proving that yet again. The performance inside of the Pulse Check League was very impressive, getting themselves obviously that win, but it's now a case of, okay, can you continue that onto LAN? Was that a burst from the blue? Was that a case of, okay, that's your peak? They're willing to make the claim, no, we've got so much more to give yet. We want to get through to the Esports World Cup and prove at the very highest level what we can do. And they can just control Barn very early, lock it down, have so many different teams to kind of hand off and fight around, and they're happy to just juggle that situation all the way through the day with Scopes leading that line. Yeah,
I love the high ground that BRS is able to hold here, but walk me through sort of what the thought process is from JDG, because it's kind of looking from this angle, they are locked down, they can't move.
Yeah, I don't think there is that much of a thought process in the sense of just surviving in the moment. I think they get caught out of position, they're trying to squeeze up on it. It looks like BRS have turned around and essentially pinned them in here. FLS gets knocked, Slappy just has nowhere to go as Ryder finds the route on top of Barn, sorry. Melvin, he's going to try and do his best, does find one at least to walk away with, and of course that's going to be worth an extra 1.4 points, but I don't know, if you are the JDG lineup, you're probably thinking we wish we could grab the hold of Barn early, maybe they control around that buy station, but hindsight's a beautiful thing, and in the end BRS with that height, as you said, over towards Brown, lock it all down.
Yeah, it feels like you get the zone pull until it doesn't, because you're like, I have to cross the street in order to get here, but look at the kills here, boys. 6 for Brax, 9 for Ryda. Scopes riding that high. Reminder, folks, this guy was getting off work, getting home, had 5 minutes to warm up, and he was top fragging some of these lobbies. Well, you get a little bit of vacation here in Atlanta, continues to do the same.
Make it happen, what, 30+ kills, which is incredible coming out from this crew. Brax, Scopes, Ryda making it happen, but it wasn't just them, was it? There was also Berserker, by the way, shouted them out with Reflame and co, right? They come out, I believe, 3rd or 4th place. Not bad from them. Don't know what their eliminations were looking like. However, still super proud they ended up making it that far. Let's go back in time, though, to 4Fun, because you guys said they had a great start. They finished in 6th place. That was one of the teams you guys were hot on. We're looking at Group A.
No, absolutely. This is a roster that should be walking on through to the, not only this evening, but realistically through to tomorrow. They managed it in Birmingham, got through to those finals. We all felt it was a little bit of a surprise then, but they've shown a lot more consistency online. To give us much more faith in the roster, the landing spot Turbine, they're winning that contest out there. It's havens for me. What are you going to do? And with no Falcons in the lobby, they go, we're going to walk away with Bolt because the best team in the world love to play there, and we want to kind of emulate that play style.
Well, let's start at least walking through some of the highlights. Clearly, there were a lot of great moments. As far as drop one results go, BRS 48. 48 is insane. More than double even Leviathan, who was on fire, finishing in 3rd place with 22.4. That is a massive game. And I got to ask, is it surprising they got such a big game to start?
Is it like no, but yes is what I want to say. I think what's more surprising to me is like we talked about for fun, and it's like, hey, you're playing out of boat. Great, you're trying to do what the Falcons do. That's not going to work later. BRS do that out of a POI that nobody plays out of, right? They're doing it from that barn area. This is the type of stuff that's going to help waylay them into either that later lobby or even into tomorrow.
Well, I think there's two wonderful things here. The first one is that BRS recognize this isn't match point format. This is simply a case of 5 drops. We want to get as many points on the board as quickly as possible to avoid pressure later. So we're happy to drop in the middle of the map and fight everything because we'll just start absolutely shredding some of these players. But also, a reminder, they're sticking to their same drop spot. They haven't changed it up. And so it's simply practice rounds on land for later on in the tournament.
AG Global, we highlighted them 13th. They only get away with 10. Not terrible, but also time is running short. After all, they only have 4 more games remaining.
Yeah, only 4 more games that's there. If you are any of these teams who did not have a good game number 1, you got to lock in for some of these future ones.
I'd argue one of the things for AG Global that I do like here at least, though, if this is your floor, if 10 points is your floor, then that's all right. You drop out the map incredibly early, of course, that's disappointing. But if you're getting 10 kills by that point, if you're staying alive in the later games, you're talking maybe 15 or 20 should you see the later stages of the map. So that's better from them. We've seen a couple of duds recently, right? We've seen a lot of 0-point games coming through, so it's much more like it. Just got to stay alive to those later stages.
JD Gaming, want to highlight them. Melvin, Slappy, FLS. A wonderful game coming out. Melvin nearly clutching up. Honestly, he was looking good. I thought from top barn, he might have been able to clutch it, but you got to admit, he put up a fight.
He did put up a fight. I actually thought they had way more kills. I was seeing a lot in the kill feed. They were setting themselves in a great position. The fact that they end that map with kind of only 11 is solid, but I thought it'd be more that's there. I'm also looking at Leviathan down right below them.
All smiles.
Who were able to have it. Yeah, they're all smiles. Like, they're happy about that one. So, and watching Criminal God do what he was doing in that first map here on land.
You know, one of the things we highlighted there in the EU qualifiers for Ravens, there was 0 pressure. They already qualified for EWC. They were just looking to make a little extra money. Same thing for Leviathan here, right? I mean, Leviathan already for Latin America, they qualified for EWC, 3rd place over at Birmingham. This team is here just trying to make, again, some additional money.
Yeah, without shadow of a doubt. And also it's practice reps, right?
That's it, yeah.
The LATAM region don't get to play in through the online qualifier stages, so this for them is the perfect opportunity to find out what they look like when it comes to the Esports World Cup. This is going to be, you know, they've already qualified, they know they're going to be there, so it's a case of, all right, well, if we have any issues on land, we're going to iron out those kinks now, turn ourselves into the best possible force to represent that LATAM region once we get there.
14 teams, 2 less than we're used to seeing. Did we notice that change anything up?
I don't know if it necessarily changed anything up. I think you're just, as a player, going to feel like the map is a lot less, sort of constricted, right?
Sure.
Normally where we see those extra teams is places like Research, like Main Street, Lumber Mill. These are sort of the bigger POIs. You start to see more and more teams. So I feel like if you're one of those squads who likes to play out of there, you might notice it's a little bit less contested, so maybe it does allow for you to rotate out if you need to. And I think that's kind of what we saw from Leviathan, right? Was their ability to, they land Lumber Mill, they kind of realized, well, nobody's really here. Okay, great. We can make our way out of there. And that's something that we've seen them do, right? You were mentioning it earlier. They have multiple drop spots. We saw them contest the Gentlemates not too long ago at it. So they're playing out of a comfortability spot, and obviously worked out pretty solid.
I love talking about Dave Samir. Let's talk Leviathan. After a wonderful game number 1, they look poised, ready, and comfortable at the moment. And 3rd place in Birmingham. This roster, again, incredibly exciting. Latin America loves to support this region, loves to support, this team in general. And Dave Samir has always been just such a figurehead in the Warzone competitive scene.
No, without a shadow of a doubt, always gets the job done. On land, he steps up. He's a big player and delivers in big moments at the biggest competitions. I think it was 4th World Series. He popped up in top 5 multiple times now. His average placing is pretty ridiculous. The one thing was the odd decision that he really had to make at the back end of last year. Obviously, he's been with Dolphin Castillo for so long. They're his brothers, they're his friends. They're the people that have rode through the lows and the highs all the way. Unfortunately, he has to say, look, I really want to continue to compete at the highest level. It's just not working for us recently. Sends Castillo on his way. Picks up Criminal God, who he had seen playing through the under-18 circuit. Said, I like this boy a lot. He's going to rock straight up into this team, play hand in hand with Dark, and he certainly delivered there.
Yeah, I really love this squad. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I love the same thing with you. Amir, he's just like the biggest smile. He's one of the nicest people you know. But traditionally, his teams have always been very big map teams. They haven't been great on Resurgence. And I think it's just this swap that we start to see where you get Dark a little bit more firepower in there. And especially in a map like this where you're trying to rack up as many kills as possible, finally, you're starting to see a little bit start to come together between them. Criminal God, he drops a 2.7 KD in Birmingham. He's absolutely doing crazy, leading the team in damage. He is shooting on all cylinders.
18 years old. So again, he's discovered throughout online competitions. They say, Criminal God, I want you and I believe in you. He comes in and he's now one of the most dominant slayers. Can't wait to see what they do in Game 2. Game 1 was already exciting, but a couple of teams definitely need to step it up. Boys, take it away for Game 2.
Hey, thank you so much, Taylor. Game number 2, Andy. It is going to be a very very, very fun time here. Already game number 1, I think delivering on some of our storylines, but also creating some new ones. We get a good idea of where some of these teams are starting to drop. Where do they want to play out of? How do they react to some of these zone pulls? Some of the top teams that we know to come love and expect are already doing such a great job of doing what they need to do.
No, certainly. I think sticking with the Leviathan conversation, I guess, it's been a case of you're not used to landing somewhere for free. They're very much so contested everywhere they go, and that's how they rack up a hell of a lot of their kills. So they're actually figuring out on land now, okay, well, what if we have all this space? How do we want to play it? Do we push 2 players out towards Cole? Do we push them over towards Main Street? I feel like Cole was the destination through a lot of that one. Mixed results, but that, again, is data that they can process and refine later on. The 4Fun roster, again, great performance out of them in map 1. AG Global, they are, again, it was not a fantastic map, but it's a better floor as long as that is their floor today. 10 points consistently with a couple of big maps. That'll get you through more than likely. You just can't afford for that to actually be one of your better performances today.
Yeah, that is really kind of what it comes down to, right? Is that you said it. 10 has to be your floor, cannot be your ceiling. So to be able to see them come on through map number 1, Haven's Hollow, 10 points, you have to do it something a little bit more. I wonder how much of it, though, was them trying to land at that church kind of type of area. And then we saw JD Gaming was right around. You have BRS at Barn, right? You have a couple of these big teams in this lobby who are right near and right around you. You're not going to get the opportunity to really flex out to some of these other POIs that you maybe are used to doing.
Yeah, I agree. It's a weird one for AG Global. You look at the roster and you think that in a lobby like this, they'd be happy to push out to other areas, maybe take over something like Mansion.
Just bully
Exactly.
anyone.
Instead, they decide to continue to invest in this chapel idea, and I don't think it's worked for them because you get squeezed between so many teams, especially when those teams are on rotation. The pathing is difficult to predict. So, yeah, the 3 of them gotta kind of figure that out, but they will, of course, have had a couple of moments here for conversation, really work on a few things, but we are off and underway into drop 2. The squad's got to slow starts, time to fix that. Those of you that are riding high, especially BRS, had a rinse and repeat, baby.
Yeah, so we already start to see this research area. This is where we saw, obviously, Lotus 8 was starting to play. We see a couple of those teams around here as well. Leviathan, this is interesting. Amir has a lumber mill for free, and you've sent 2 on over, of course, just into Main Street immediately. They're so confident that nobody's going to be there. Amir can just kind of play on an island. But let's take a look at this research fight. So we can see already 2 of these teams starting to try and battle it out. Lotus 8 is here. Team number 6 on your screen. It's, of course, going to be PBJ, Praise, Believe, Jay Vela, and Millsy, Molly in hand. Unfortunately, will get caught. That's there. Havoc as well. It's just going to be one last player alive. You see, they're playing on the anchor, but they're hunting. They're trying to find this player from down below.
Yeah, Millsy just about gets out in time. Skinner's going to prop himself up by the water tower, so the anchor is safe for PBJ. You have the overwhelming numbers. Speaking of being overwhelmed, God, like, not in a great spot right now. Seeing Intex just about stay up, but Trick and Nate are out of here. This would be an early elimination should you drop right now. Berserker kind of hunting you.
Intex, you have to stay alive. It's going to be hard, though. Castillo and Izund full sending at you.
Oh, my God.
Might be a little bit windy here in Atlanta. Finally, though, you will be able to find Intex, which is not before. The other 2 teammates are able to get back in. This Pond POI, we have seen it, Enigma, over the course of basically the Warzone Resurgence series, has become a lot more of a valuable POI. Teams, nobody loves like necessarily landing here, but it's becoming such a power spot. No surprise to see 2 teams like that battling it out already.
You know, one of the things is a lot of teams are starting to try and use it for regains, and as such, people are going to land there, mop them up. But we go to the boat fight. 4Fun up against Leviathan, flanked, going to drop Dark, and well, Criminal God will be there for a trade. Actually finds Juju as well. Is essentially 1v2'd in the moment. Where's Bobble in all of this? He's actually floating back in. Crimmy's taking over the boat entirely by himself. Bobble's going to hit the deck hard here and just slay in way. Get his boys back. Match up and Mark like a missile from the skies. Gets there. And is that a confirmed wipe? Looks like 4Fun are out of here.
Oh my God. Talk about Leviathan living up to their namesake. Says you want to hang out in the water? Z-Dark from the skies, fresh off of a Resurgence. He's more than happy to full fly in at you. What an insane pace of aggression from Leviathan.
And that's going to hand them so much space now. Already have Lumber Mill take over Bolt as well. That's going to give you so much of a platform to just push in forward with this circle. Godlike trying to recover backside of Mansion, knock initially onto Chris. Going to try and look over K5 here. Izund also in the stairwell, so potential pinch situation coming through. Nate Duck's actually going to receive a couple of bullets from above. So you slow it down, reset your positioning. Berserker Clan in the mix, of course. Main Street, JD Gaming in here, as are BRS, our map 1 winners and dominators. But it looks like they're on a little bit of a recovery game right now.
Yeah, what if they got like a bit of a download that JDG is kind of playing down here, and they're saying, hey, if we can take out JDG, this kind of opens up the space for us a lot. And I think you're just kind of maybe begging for any type of information that's here. You see Slappy already making his way up towards that rooftop. They want to play that high ground. I don't know if they make this read. The Scopes is starting to move on over. So that battle's going to continue to go, but look at Pod. It's still just a bloodbath up here. Castillo's going to be able to find Kizzy, but that's not before the trade comes on through. B-Mark last alive. He's got to play in gas. The only problem is other two members of this Berserk roster, they're down at that pond buy. They know that you got to be up here somewhere, but it's not going to be asked for free because you have that Team 10. It's going to be Panda and co. They're kind of on the outskirts looking on in, so if you're not careful here, you could get rolled up on.
Yeah, reminder that all of these LATAM region teams, your Berserker clan, your Panda, if you didn't get through EWC qualifiers last week and both of those teams didn't, this is your last opportunity to make the Esports World Cup. So odds stacked against you, must run the gauntlet. BRS trying to rotate out. Looks like Scopes gets caught by JDG, who now have God Eddie. And we'll just control the team on side. Braxton, the anchor, on 1 kills, is to be expected from him. He's going to facilitate both Ryder and Scopes. AG Global, on the other hand, they are still seeing trouble. FIFA kill, trying to recover inside of servers. Looks like he's going to get a couple of recons, go on a couple of contracts, build that money pile. You have plenty. The problem is servers doesn't have a buy station. She's going to have to go and earn one.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do here? Do you rotate down to Cole? Do you kind of maybe go up, maybe try and do something at research? I have no idea. But all I do know is a FIFA kill, AG Global, they decide to try and land Mini, maybe thinking that they can do the classic sort of VP, flex on over, try and get on into research. Maybe you can third party. It's just not going to be enough. It's just not going to work. Thrown into a blender already here in game number 2. You need a little bit more than your 10 points from map number 1. So they need to come online. The zone is starting to pull more towards this western side of the map. So they're going to have to move if they want to make it happen. Only missing 1 team so far as we get to the end of zone number 2. Still a lot of opportunity to find these kills on the map.
Someone's going to slow it down here at Mansion. Calm before the inevitable storm. Reflame looking for an angle. He's going to get gunshots on the roof. That's actually going to be a player trying to land it. It's going to be Marksy. Reflame should run straight into him and, well, likely find one in the kill feed real soon. And there you go. Okay. On the board. Berserker continuing to chip away, but that's their presence revealed. A lot of other teams can try and third party that.
This is where BRS, they're going to start to hear some of these gunshots. They move on over. I love that. Scopes gets the knock, and he hears the self starting to go off, and immediately turns around and says, no, I'm going to try and get that full. I absolutely have to. Brax will be able to find Melvin. So BRS doing such a great job of controlling this barn area. They're flexing all between sort of the 3 different tips of this barn POI.
I think what we saw correctly about how good Ryder and Scopes are, I think Braxton has turned himself incredibly valuable anchor for them because at moments like that, he is able to find his kills. He's able to win his 1-3 position well. It's going to buy so much space as well for those 2 boys to just operate in. So great stuff so far. AG Global have figured out recovery. They have set themselves up in Cole. Hell of a lot of cash now. Looking to stack some of this into UAVs. Of course, have their loadouts already. Potentially precision airstrike or something to open up the next rotation. Sniper bullet whizzed by FIFA kills head there. By the way, someone's got their number. So keep yourself hunkered down, gentlemen. But it's back off to Mansion. We have 3 different rosters in the mix here. Potentially 4, actually, looking at that map. But the circle is going to pull very central. A lot of teams are going to have to figure out rotation incredibly soon.
Castillo, he tries to just kind of shoulder out, wants to hit that buy station, get the boys back on in, or maybe just get a UAV for them, because they're on the roof, actually. Reflame's been able to find 1, but you're just not aware of where any of these teams are. Godlike, though, they're going to hold up in here. Aizu, he gets 1 for free. Trick dropped, but that's not before you lose Reflame. That's there. All of this action happening, we lose squad 12 in the mix. Another one deleted. Only 1 more team needs to drop to put you to that 1.2 multiplier in top 10. Very easily could be one of these teams at Mansion.
Well, certainly could. It's all about timing. I mentioned the phrase earlier. You want to be first out or last out. If you're first, you've got the opportunity to cut down teams trying to get out behind you. The problem is, you might be looked over. If you're last, you might get held. It's a high-risk, high-reward strategy. Got time incredibly well. Speaking of which, AG Global got a lot to do. Scumman's going to turn. Does manage to get Dog Tomahawk to finish it off, but that is AG Global out of here incredibly early. Again, no, it's a false confirm. You will just about make it in if you're Scummin. Going to head towards the deck and gets himself over the wall and into the parking lot, but you will have that Team 6 rotating over towards you. Likely not alive for long. It's actually FIFA kill here on our screens. Nameplate needed a second to catch up. Does have the 1 stim if you're Thief, trying to buy time.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, PBJ, they have a good idea. You see that trail come on through as, well, it's FIFA kill, hitting the deck, grabbing the loadout. And then he's going to be able to stay alive for now. Okay. You can already start to see Resurgence still here. Gonna go ahead, knocks on out. But Scummin gets his feet on the ground, unfortunately has security. PBJ continuing to farm AG Global. You're into the top 10, fantastic, but I'm watching FIFA Kill with 1 kill and less than 200 damage as we've already lost 4 teams. We get to the end of Zone 3.
Yeah, if you're a fan of this team, of which we know there are many, it is a tough ride so far. 10 kills, but 13th place in Lobby 1. Maybe a top 10, sure, but as you said, a lack of kills here in Lobby 2. FIFA Kill won't get the blessing of the circle. Gonna have to find his way up and out, but has likely bought a resurgence for his boys. Godlike, they're in this matching contest. Nate Dogg has been knocked by Havoc, but does land favorably. Bullets are gonna rip out. BRS is taking a look at this as well from Bond. Again, this Mark 78 allows you to dish out damage at range, and that's what you're suffering from right now if you are this roster.
Yeah, it's not only BRS, it's also Lotus 8 playing over from 10. So they're just looking at this, they're just here, and finally, well, we get some kills in the kill feed, and I think maybe actually this time we start to see AG Global get eliminated. Looks like it is in that top 10 though. Hopefully Prod and Scummin were able to rack up the kills, because last time we checked in on FIFA, he didn't have them. So hopefully a little bit more than that 10, but we gotta focus on
something that can happen here. Nate Dogg does have a cluster in hand, could drop that onto the roof to allow you a free rotation out, would force Berserker to back off. It's all about timings again. One of your players is currently isolated off towards the courtyard, might be smothered in a minute by BRS. Berserker, they're setting up for this rotation and have a cluster of their own though, so can play cuts off so they wish.
It's tough though. You're playing from this high ground, you have to try and get on up. Havoc though, Millsy, Skinner from Lotus 8, they might have just turned their attention away. This could be your opening to get out of here if you are Berserker. JDG, they've migrated out of Main Street. They're down here, but Leviathan, they are on the hunt, starting to swarm their prey. You lose Sea-Dark, though, in this initial engagement because you have a team rolling up on your back. Can you manage to get on out of here? And I think you actually make that read. You're going to let these two teams battle on out. This is PBJ rolling up on a JDG. FLS, he's going to be able to find one in the back. You were able to get one knock. Slappy, he's going to be able to swing wide. Can you find one more? You can. PBJ out in 8th here in drop number 2. You thought you were fighting Leviathan. You get a different team roll on up. Next thing you know, it's wipes.
Yeah, Melvin delivering there. FLS made a little bit of a mess of it, but Melvin was brought into this roster to find kills, and that he does. Criminal God's going to survive inside of tin. Clearing out Havoc, Fragger on Fragger battle. Berserker decides to drop down. They want every bit of Godlike. Reflame those going to get overextensive, and Nate Dogg does the damage. Turns, burns. Berserker clan out of here. Eyes and Castillo, we'll see you in Lobby 3, gentlemen.
Only one more team needs to be eliminated. Put us into the top 5. Get that 1.4 times multiplier. Marcy and Turkio still alive here on this mansion side. You have all three members of Godlike actually also playing down below. Take a look at BRS though. We come back on over. Scopes, he's still shooting, baby. Still 10 kills to his name. Rida will claim a 4th as we find Amir. BRS at least want to get into this top 5. Take advantage of that 1.4.
They actually have a wonderful positioning. Should you be able to clear out Godlike here, the circle's going to squeeze you up against this courtyard wall. You're just going to be able to send bullets over the top of it, and everyone's going to be in a relative no man's land. Scopes though, he don't lose patience. He gets aggressive, and he's going to be able to help with Braxton and find the first. Nintex is going to be next, and there you go. Godlike sent down. BRS stood standing, and now find a second team amongst the mix as well. They got to be over 50 kills already.
Put the gauntlet on his hand. He's snapping, baby. Oh my God, Crimmy, he gets taken on out. Leviathan, it's another top 5 for them. JDG, BRS, still here, and you got Lotus 8 in the mix. Unfortunately, Skinner has been dropped. JDG, Melvin, a lot better game than last time here. He's gonna actually kind of match up with Scopes. FLS there as well. They've made it to the top 3. Are we gonna see a res come on through? It looks like we do. BRS, they're setting themselves up in a great position. Skinner's actually gonna be able, with the cluster, to be able to bring down Slappy up over the top. Braxton, he'll gonna get double push, but it's not forming off angle from Scopes. Scopes gets dropped. Where is Rida? Rida, you need to look over this. Melvin, he's getting active. They hear the shots coming on out. They're jumping up over the top, but Rida, he's going to be here. You get the armor crack. Are you ready for FLS? No, you are not. And that's going to be a JD Gaming game number 2 win. It was solid in game number 1. It was a lot of kills, but here we go in game number 2. They finally usurp the throne.
Certainly do. And again, Melvin brought into this roster earlier on this year to deliver on the slaying front. Eventually Slappy also dragged into the mix to help FLS, that IGL who's done so well inside the Europe, been a part of the most successful teams over the last 2 years, get the slaying power he wants in front of him. Certainly deliver there. Melvin Melvin, we saw him on double digits. I'm trying to take a quick look at that scoreboard. Looks like something in the low 20s. So it's a hell of a performance out of them. Much more like it. And a reminder, every single drop worth so much more here today because we only get the 5.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we saw BRS, JDG, they're taking advantage of every single map, but we also got to shout out that other team that was in third in Lotus 8. They came into Birmingham, surprised everybody. We saw Havoc absolutely shooting. We saw them get Mixie in that game. Obviously, getting up there into the third, they'll get that 1.4 multiplier, but the question was, how many kills were they able to have? Was it enough to be able to kind of put you in that upper echelon, give you a nice little buffer over against some of the other teams that as you get ready to head on into the last 3 maps, that maybe you're feeling A-okay.
Certainly a great performance from the roster on your screen. I'm curious as well about what the rest of the leaderboard looked like. Of course, we know the BRS put up a lot of kills. We're going to find out real shortly how some of these teams look. We know slow starts from map 1 needed a better map 2. Did they get that?
BRS might have already gotten there after 2 games. I mean, consistency is key, right? 40-plus points coming out from them from just game 1. Now game 2, who knows? But all I know is they've been incredible, to say the least. But it's not just them. JD Gaming also, right? Getting first place, getting second place last game. Also highly consistent. They're locked in. They're feeling good. For some others, though, starting to look a bit shaky. Again, I bring back the AG Global conversation. Research did not go well for them. They were getting farmed by PBJ. Granted, PBJ rotates out, gets in a bit of trouble themselves, also eliminated early. Now, boys, I want to focus the conversation to AG. We've seen them change up their drop spot throughout the qualifiers. They've gone from Research. I think they've gone Main Street a couple times. They've kind of been wishy-washy as to where they want to be. I think I ask you, for AG Global Research, is it working? You have only 3 games left. Granted, 2 of those are Rebirth Island.
The reason why you would land Research inside of Havens is because other teams land there and you're going to play the trade game over and over again and walk away with a hell of a lot of points. If other teams don't land there and you're trying to rotate out, it's a difficult crossing. Any team's going to be in call, they're going to be able to just kind of cut you down en route, and then you're going to end up in a situation where, okay, well, all that investment into the Research landing turns into nothing, and unfortunately for AG Global, I think you get one of those maps right there. Yeah, I mean, they have to come off to a better foot. Thankfully, we are getting ready to head to Rebirth Island, but for a lot of these other teams, this was very interesting. It was basically this just, I'm going to use a word from Goj, quagmire of Mansion. You had a couple of teams who they rotated on in, and then they just couldn't leave because it was just everybody putting each other into a blender over and over and over again. You're trying to be able to maybe find some more, and well, it's just you get kind of stuck here on the edge. And it was BRS. I think they realized that all of this action is happening. They slide on out. Ryda tries to do his best. It's unfortunate with that push there that he's not overlooking, because you saw Braxton on that wall. If Ryda's just kind of overlooking him, he's going to be able to find those kills. But it was great play from JD Gaming just to kind of see those shots fly on forward. Great amount of kills to end that map. It's funny as well because actually as Melvin and FLS were kind of rotating in, FLS mistimed his stim, which meant he had to wait a second to then get the second one in to get Melvin back on his feet. In that moment, Slappy dies. So if they'd have lost that match, Slappy's definitely volunteering. I don't know how happened there.
Melvin's been on fire. I mean, going back to game 1, he nearly clutches, as far as I'm concerned, on top of the barn roof. This time with 12 total kills. I mean, is he on par with what we were expecting from Melvin?
I think so, yeah, because the thing is with Melvin as well, I'm very glad he's getting this limelight moment now because he's largely been stuck in that German pigeonhole for a while, and he didn't really get some of the teammates that he was looking for. He's had mixed results, honestly, underwhelming results, but now stepping up alongside Slappy and FLS, you're going to see a lot more consistency coming out of him, and, well, drop 2, you certainly get yourself a hell of a lot of kills.
Yeah, JD Gaming, 36.8 total score. That's going to be huge. BRS, again, just so consistent. I mean, what, now 70-something? They for sure should qualify. It's only going to get better from here. Go down to AG Global. They did manage to pick up another 10. They're averaging 10 per game. I don't know if that's going to be enough.
No, it's not. But I'm also looking at, I had a question on Lotus 8, right? They're able to get, of course, 17 kills at 1.4, 23.8. PBJ, they also are able to rack up 17. Godlike, Berserker Clan, a lot of those teams that were kind of finding themselves in that Mansion area, kind of everybody just trading kills. So it's a little bit of a nice little, I don't know, I guess, rising tide of points for all of those teams.
What about For Fun? 14th place. Great game 1. Rocky game 2.
I mean, I've got one word for you. Criminal guard, baby. He took over that boat and absolutely put you to the sword, destroyed you up there. And the problem is, you now look at that boat line and you think, okay, well, do we want that to be our game plan, considering Leviathan seems so comfortable to come and contest that immediately?
So overall, BRS in first place definitively. JD, Leviathan, as well as Lotus 8. Berserker Clan, glad that you guys highlighted them in 5th place. Not doing too bad, but it's still relatively close outside of first place on down.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're doing a great job if you are any of these teams up there, but I'm also looking at the teams that are on your list right now. Some of these, maybe, you know, no offense, but we maybe could could have come into this and been like, okay, you got to prove yourself a little bit. When we're looking at 9th through 14th, I don't expect to see AG Global if that's there. So for any of these teams that are on the top, reminder, folks, top 8 do advance to round 2. So while For Fun didn't have a great map number 2, they still have a nice little buffer. As long as you have a solid 3 last games, you should be A-okay to be there.
So as we transition now into Rebirth Island, we look at our kill leaders. Do we expect any of these kill leaders to maybe elevate themselves up even more? I mean, Scopes has been tearing it up. Criminal God has been a constant conversation alongside that of Melvin. Who else on this list starts to perform even better going into a fresh map?
Oh, I don't know about better. I think it's interesting we're going to head over to Rebirth because all the drop spots changed. The way in which a lot of these players kind of operate is different. Melvin might get a lot more space at Chem because he's no longer having to contest the Falcons. That might help him step up even more. I think the surprising player on this list is going to be Reflames. I know that he's a fan favorite of yours, but just stepping out of LATAM where you've not had a great time, didn't qualify for EWC, going out into this lobby, you know you're under a hell of a lot of pressure. 11 kills in 2 maps, that's a hell of a start.
I mean, I also want to kind of shout out PBJ, just rocking 13th, 14th, 15th, all with 9 kills. It's just the consistency. It's just you're playing together as a 3, and it kind of is good to see, right? It's kind of mirrors, maybe usually more towards the top end, where we see some of the top teams will have all 3 players within the top 10 kill leaders. Obviously, we've only played 2 maps, but PBJ being there, I think bodes well.
I love you talking about PBJ as well, because they operate in a very different style as compared to a lot of other teams that try and have that more traditional anchor. None of those 3 kind of do. We were talking about the roles and the way in which it's split through the PCL earlier on this year. Believe was like this top slaying anchor by a mile. I was like, well, this boy doesn't play as an anchor. He just kind of deathball everything as a 3, and clearly profiting off of that. It's 27 kills across the board just in those 2 maps alone. I will say that I'm a little bit worried about where AG Global's players sit.
Yeah, I mean, also, we got to shout out BRS, obviously leading the top of the leaderboard. Brax, normally a kind of lower kill anchor that's there. Brother, he's 5th. He's got 11. You got Ryda right above him with 15. Scopes leading the lobby with 26. If you're wondering how BRS is probably on top of the leaderboard, there's your answer.
Prodigy in 20th, though. You know, we highlighted him. Maybe a good Slayer this time around. Dropping the ball a little bit. Still early. I say that. My goodness, we only have 3 maps left. But Rebirth Island, I know. Rebirth Island. I think we're going to be all right for a couple of teams who didn't perform necessarily well in Haven Solid. Just plays different. And for those OG teams that are used to playing on Rebirth, which is pretty much all of them, but I mean in a LAN setting, I think they're going to be fine. AG, I'm looking at you. Iridescent hair for what at this point? Come on, FIFA. I know you got it, baby. Let's start running through some of these teams, though. And again, I want to go back to For Fun. Interesting talking point. First, or Jimmy, really great game 1. Game 2, very, very shaky. What do we expect from them moving forward, especially heading into Rebirth?
Yeah, I mean, especially heading into Rebirth, we kind of highlighted at the top of the show. It's going to be all about Turbine, right? We know that there's this contest. They love to play out of it. They're actually, I think, one of the better teams that have kind of figured out how to play around Turbine. One thing that will happen is sometimes Bubble will go over to what we call kind of no name, which is right to the left of it, right? It's the sort of 2-story building. And he'll actually kind of anchor from there rather than in the building, because a lot of teams will sometimes try and flex on over, and that's a big kind of maze of a POI. Juju and Flank, they're more than happy to get lost in it, somehow bait somebody towards that outer edge, and then be able to shoot down in. But what it also does is it gives Bubble some eyes. If you have any of these teams who decide to maybe be in industries and they want to get as part of the action, he can be there and give them some of those comms saying, hey, we got people moving over from industries. You guys just need to bail on out of there. Come back over to me. Go into the water. That's right there. Figure out how you can get out of there.
But as far as this trio goes, what would it mean to them to once again compete at EWC? Because they've been around a long time. I know Juju, we've been talking about him and highlighting him. Flanked especially, right? I mean, he's been an OG when it comes to COD. This trio, making it out of opens, competing, going to EWC, what would it mean to you guys personally, I guess, Enigma, right? For them to make it.
I think I'd love to see Bubble get there, because the only time he's been there previously was as a coach. As a coach, an opportunity for him to actually play. For Flanks, he always elevates on LAN, and so for him to also get there, where that roster could go, I don't know. And for Juju, of course, this is a man that we all love in the space, the biggest smile in the scene. We'd love to see him get across the threshold.
Big teddy bear. Big teddy bear. Always coming up, giving hugs.
Wouldn't want to be on the wrong side of it, though.
That is right. That is 100% right, man. Hey, he would even dwarf Dandra over here.
He would.
Let's talk the #1 team, though, who has been on fire. That's BRS coming in. Stellar job already, reaching 70 points. Game 1 win. Top 3 or second place, I think, in game number 2. Just doing incredibly well. Obviously, Scopes, Brax, and Ryda. What do we think about them? What's the history history of this team,
Sure.
how are they looking on Rebirth?
Yeah, I mean, well, they're looking really good, I think, just overall. I'm not going to lie to you. Brax and Ryda, they're kind of been this duo for a while, right? They obviously play earlier this year with Claptic. It just isn't working out. They say we need a little bit more firepower that's there. So Scopes has been in the scene for a long time, just always because of just work commitments, life commitments, hasn't had the time to really be able to commit to competing, but they're able to get Scopes on in. He says, you know what, boys, I like this team. This is a team I think we can really go far with. Starts investing the time, starts playing all these tournaments. Like I said earlier, he's getting off work 5 minutes later, he's playing against some of the best in the world, right? And that's what's so fun about him, is that, like, he's not one of these grinders who's playing ranked 18 hours a day.
Right.
He's not some big streamer. Right. He's a guy who comes on in, joins on up, has the passion, and is now one of the best fraggers that we have in Warzone total.
I want to say, I love that story because when you think about working a job, you might like, you might not. I don't know if Scopes does. Hey, I'm not calling but I'm just saying, you know, when you work a normal job and your dream is to play esports professionally, right, and make a living from that, so it really does light a fire under you to go to that job, grind it out, and it makes you even hungrier, right? When you get to stages like this, it could be a large reason why Scopes is playing as well as he is. I mean, we have $1.2 million guaranteed. We already gave 100,000 out over at Birmingham, another 100,000 for this qualifier, then of course $1 million over at EWC. Beautiful story coming out from Scopes, and the way that they are playing, you can clearly tell Scopes wants to make this dream come true. That was BRS, but PBJ, what about them, man? How well have they been doing today, and do we think it's realistic for them to make it out of this Group A?
This Group A, yeah, I think this is a team that they can definitely get out of that. The worrying thing for me is sometimes they can have dud performances. We can see them drop out very early. You avoid some of those from this point on, you will get through completely fine. The reason they have those dud performances every now and again is because they play in more of a death ball system than a lot of our other teams. There's a lot of 3 players on top of each other. It's why you see a lot of kills from Believe, but sometimes that also then means all 3 of them fall the exact same time. You don't get that resurgence window back in. If I was these 3, honestly, right now, I may consider letting Believe sit off a little bit more. You've already put yourself in a solid spot. You don't need any pop-off games from this point. You just need to be consistent.
Yeah, I think that's really the key thing here is they are consistency. This is one of those teams that maybe hasn't always been top of the leaderboard. It doesn't get a lot of the limelight, but they are always doing such a great job of just kind of, I'm going to say this with the best part of my heart, they're just annoying, right? Like, you're trying to make a rotation and all of a sudden it's Buh in a corner that you're not expecting him to be in, and that is it. You know what that comes from? That comes from, like, this guy being an S&D superstar, right? You don't get to play a credit corner if you're not a master at S&D. So I love that he's been able to pick up these 2 young guns in Praise and Jay Vela, and it's kind of been working, right? And so they're finding a lot of success. I'm glad to see them here at the Open and doing well.
And I know you're not lying when you say he's annoying with love. You say I'm annoying all the time, which means you must really love me.
He's super annoying.
He loves me. I mean, what can you say? Hey, great team for sure. Godlike, though. I love the name. Are they playing Godlike enough, though, in order to make it out of Group A?
Well, there's a lot of drama in this roster right now, and if you're not up to date with it in the scene, basically the rest of the roster wanted to make a change, right? Trick and Nate Dogg say to Intex, look, man, it's not working. We kind of don't really fancy you playing in this spot right now. Intex says, just give me one LAN. Just give me the opportunity to perform once on LAN. So you see Intex come out frying in map 1. I think that's him just knowing that basically this might be his last opportunity this season to get himself into a top team. And so, you know, his back's against the wall. You've got to come out swinging. Certainly did. Again, I think it's a weird one to talk about what their ceiling of floor is right now, because we just haven't had much of an opportunity to see it. After all, Intex didn't get to play in Birmingham.
Yeah, I mean, and it really with this team, I mean, I saw them walking around. They were being happy. They were joking. So I think it's kind of one of those things like, hey, we'd rather lock in and have a good, you know, DreamHack Atlanta performance than necessarily try and have this animosity there. But I'm also looking at Trick, who's on the end. Trick, he's been around forever. He's always had this great stock of being a great fragger. This is the year that Trick has leveled up. This guy is pulling out, I would call him Houdini, because sometimes he's in these impossible situations, and you're like, Trick just 1v3'd out of nowhere, and you're just like, okay, and we know it's possible, but this is where we're starting to see him, I think, maybe have some confidence. He's starting to feel himself a little bit, put himself in those situations where he's more than happy to just try and, you know, be that top fragger. I think that no matter what happens with this roster, Trick at least individually has pulled a lot of eyes, and if not this year, kind of looking forward to next year, wouldn't be surprised to see him on some of those top rosters.
Sure, Trick. We've been talking about him, like you said, for a long, long time, but we're still waiting for him to reach the upper echelon. This is just one of those steps. Godlike, that's a big name. When you're going to choose a name like that, especially, you got to perform well. But a great org indeed. Berserker, though, big fan of this roster. Again, I'm always highlighting Reflame. Reflame is a guy that has been a competitor for a long, long time in a different title at the highest level. So I'm always going to support him. I love that he transitioned over into into Warzone, and he has had some great success. Let's not forget he was playing at the World Series of Warzone Global Finals last year in Vegas.
Yep.
So he does have the LAN experience, not only in a different title, but also this title as well. I expect him to really carry the torch for this team, and he has been doing so. Let's face it, Berserker playing incredibly well, having a good performance, but it's not only Reflame, is it? It's also Castillo and Isaac.
Yeah, certainly, and those other names you will certainly know. Castillo was the long-standing partner of Amir and Dog for a very long time, has incredible placings in his history. Unfortunately, towards the back end of that roster's lifespan, he just wasn't really hitting the slaying figures that Dog needed. He wasn't really that support player that he required, and you've got the option to upgrade to Criminal God, Leviathan, take it. So for Castillo, it's a case of building himself a new roster. Now, with Reflames and Eisen inside of the LATAM North region, it's been difficult for them. It's been inconsistencies. This is, again, your last chance to really make it across the lines. You've got to just throw the kitchen sink at it. Every single thing you have built through this year rests on this weekend.
Well, it's also kind of been the case for a lot of these LATAM teams, right? As they come into these global competitions, and sometimes they can just play so aggro and at a pace that you're just not expecting. They can catch a lot of people by surprise. When you look at these three players on this roster, that's exactly what I think they need to do if they want to be competitive. You know, they're looking really good right now. Wouldn't be surprised to see them make it, you know, of course, onto our Sunday. That's there. But I mean, for them to be able to get to that type of lobby and just continue to have that level of consistency, keep playing at that aggression, they could obviously maybe upset some of these other squads that are there. Maybe. I'm with them. I would love it.
Yeah, I'm completely for it. I mean, we want more LATAM North representation. We, of course, get that with Amir and Dog getting themselves to it.
Big LATAM
Criminal
fans.
God. And yeah, they have an incredibly passionate fan base. They only get the 3 spots inside of their region through EWC qualifiers. So if you're going to get a couple of extra names through the board, you just got to do it this way. You got to run the gauntlet. And yeah, it would be lovely to see them make that happen. That being said, they will be considered an underdog if they do manage to make it through to tomorrow.
Well, let's take a look at our underdogs as it currently stands. I mean, we've had 2 great maps. Haven's Hollow out of the way. You'll see it in map 5, but we have 2 back-to-back Rebirth Islands. Currently, it's going to be BRS already in first place. They've been dominating, playing incredibly well, especially when you look down to 4th place, right? They have an over 40-point lead over that of Lotus 8, so they're very, very comfortable. JD Game and Leviathan also very comfortable indeed, but let's focus now on those teams 4th and down, starting with Lotus 8.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus 8, like we said, in the middle of it. They kind of came out, they played the Birmingham Open, and, you know, obviously these are 3 players that we've known about. Okay, great, cool. Would anybody have expected them to come out and shoot like they did? I don't think so. Havoc kind of reminds everybody who he is. And of course, you have Skinner and Millsy as well. And we even saw it online. Like, they were kind of starting to put together a little bit of a comeback almost through the qualifiers. And they were just like, all it takes is one. This is where it starts now. Like, this is the comeback. And so I think they're just a lot of passion players, right? Like, they love this. They're coming, of course, from that EU region, flying across the pond in order to compete is no easy feat. So I love that even that here they are. It's a new area. It's in Atlanta. They're still finding some success.
Yeah, without doubt. It's 3 players that have kind of sat on the outside looking in for a bit.
Yeah.
It's like they've kind of not been part of the conversation or the party for a long time. And weirdly, they're kind of 3 players that become a greater sum of their parts. There's a lot of roster players here that are going to be in this bottom half. They're not bad individual players, but whatever it is, the system isn't working. These 2 have kind of come together and gone, actually, we feel real pretty good together. It's gone, make it work. I love to see it. But of course, looking down the list, we've already talked a bit about Berserker, Believe, Godlike, For Fun, sat on the very precipice there. Again, we look at them and we think you should be doing a lot more here. Definitely want to give themselves some breathing room after Rebirth.
Any teams in the top 5 that we might expect to potentially cannibalize each other going into Rebirth?
Ooh, it's hard because the drops are going to change.
Yeah.
The drops are going to change. It's a case of, are they going to land in their normal spots? Do they consider, okay, well, actually, Falcons aren't going to be in. JD Gaming are going to have Chem for free. So do Leviathan go, actually, we don't really fancy playing our Stronghold or Fire, which they might actually get for free this time as well. But it's like, okay, well, let's go over it and try and actually contest JD Gaming. It depends on the circle as well. A couple of these teams might have different drop spots lined up depending. So it's, yeah, it's going to be a tough one to kind of figure that out. BRS, they're probably going to stick to some sort of central landing spot and just fry. Because they recognize that right now it's just about points and they're in a lobby where they feel incredibly comfortable.
Yeah. No, I mean, when I'm kind of looking at any of these teams, I'm right there with you. These open lobbies feel a lot more to me. You have to be a little bit more reactive than proactive, right? React to what's going on around you, read some of the teams, some of the map, and then just make your changes within the game as well. I don't think you're going to have nearly as prep as you would going into some of the more established lobbies, like you said, with some of the top teams that you're used to playing out of certain POIs.
So if we do make it, let's say Group A, Group B are fully done, we go into the finals, at least, right, the finals for today. Yes. Who's the teams that you expect to make it out from both groups? I mean, obviously we're watching Group A at the moment. I know Group B is about to come up, but who looks the scariest today in your guys' opinion?
You go.
BRS, right?
Yeah,
I mean, right now, I think that they're looking pretty
pretty untouchable, and I'm expecting them to look really good. But I think that you know, when we talk about Group B, I'm really curious to see what version of Vitality we get. We are either going to get a team that kind of pops off, takes over, or a team that doesn't exist.
We got Tracer packs out there. Haptic Rain, Mastercraft. You know we love our Tracer packs. Get it, get it, get it. Go ahead and hit that scan if you haven't already. Matter of fact, I don't even know where my phone's at. Someone scan it for me, if you please. Can. It is pretty. It is pretty. I knew that Tracer.
Is that a sentry gun like skin? I love that. That is sick.
It actually is, and I'm not gonna. I'm gonna rage if I see that in my games, but I'm also gonna be using it myself. Make sure you check out the Haptic Rain Mastercraft. We got the Tracer packs available now. I think I've got 4,400 COD points ready to. Yeah, I know.
How do I get that?
Man, I tell you what. You know who has the most though? Tiff. And I got to talk to Tiff. She's got to come off some of those COD points, man. She's already been hooking it up though. But hey, we also have our 2026 League Pack available. The CDL ongoing now. I'm sure you boys have already looked into this, maybe even picked it up yourselves.
Well, I would no, because I bought a team pack personally. I have my favorite teams that I like to go ahead and support. But
Likewise.
you know what I will say? We obviously got to work the CDL Pro-Am yesterday.
Yes.
It was really cool seeing all the challenger teams rock this pack. It was really kind of fun, right, to be able to see just obviously that going on out.
Here we go.
I love being able to see the
Now you
sport.
speaking my language. The Ninja Diffused. Hey, look, back in the OG days, I remember content pieces non-stop about Ninja Diffusing. It still happens from time to time, and I gotta admit, I've got a couple over in Black Ops 7. But if you're a fan of Ninja, it's absolutely true, and I don't care. Ninja Diffused, pick it up. Tracer pack now. It's available now. Again, I've got to figure out now. We've thrown out what 3 things. I'm like, I've got 4,400 COD points. I don't think that's gonna buy all of them. So now I've got to choose, and now I've really got to choose. We got the team packs. Dandra, you got yours. I already know who it was. I'm pretty sure. It's a team that creates a lot of heartbreak, I think. But you've been a fan since the beginning.
That's a sore moment right there. How they suffered yesterday, man. And the hands of my team as well, ladies and gentlemen, baby, all that.
You know
day.
what?
Of course, I've got the team pack rolling on. Get that equipped. The only thing I will say, next year, gentlemen, can we just turn the pink down a little bit? I'm getting spotted no matter where I go. Of course, got to represent your team.
If you guys don't know, they are the most massive Genomates, Boston Breach fans, and they actually had to cast the elimination round, and that was definitely interesting between the two. But that's the team packs. Check it out. The point is, plenty of opportunities to get kitted out and look fresh out there on the battlefield with whatever game mode you're playing, whether it be multiplayer, whether it be, of course, Resurgence, big map. You've got options. That's the point that we are getting at. Great day so far over here in the open. It's been wonderful to just turn around and actually see the competitors sitting there, standing up. And for Juju, you know, you can't miss him. I mean, he's definitely out there. Is you know, definitely one of the biggest guys, but one of the most cuddly guys, I guess you could say. It's like a big teddy bear out there. Dandra, you should give me more hugs. That's all I'm saying. But I'm annoying. It is what it is. Hey, good day though. It really is. We got 2 rebirths about to come up in Haven's Hollow. Only 5 maps being played. So if your favorite team is on the struggle bus, they got to step it up. I think, honestly, one more bad game could definitely put you already out. I mean, bottom line, period. So as far as I'm concerned, those bottom teams, Dandro, 3 games, they've got to be flawless.
Yeah, if you haven't had a good game yet, you can't have another bad one. Yeah, you have to be flawless through these 3 maps. Absolutely. There's just no shot that you drop another 10-point game that's there.
There it is. All right, well, it's Rebirth Island, game number 3. Let's continue the open bracket.
Yes, sir. Very much so looking forward to this one. You said it yourself, there's a lot of moments where we're talking about those lower-end teams where you kind of got to come online. If you've had 2 bad games, you can't afford for your third to be a struggle. Now, we know there's a lot of underdog teams riding down there, but I know both you and me looking at AG Global to really come online, and even Forefront, they sit right on the precipice right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge game for so many teams. You are down there sort of in that 8th spot, you know, you're kind of right on the edge. This is your moment. This is your marker where all of a sudden you play from behind, you get the kills that you need, you get that solid placement. That's all you need. For some of these teams, it's not about doing what BRS is doing. It's not about dropping 20 kills and a 1.6 with a win. It's just about getting those, hey, maybe get 10 or 12. Maybe go ahead, get that 1.4, get it rolling. You're going to be A-okay. That's there. Drop number 3, Rebirth Island. It's been a little bit of a break. These players, they've had a chance to breathe, probably had a chance to converse, reset the mental if it hasn't been a great first 2. I hope so for some of these teams. Chance to reset the mental, feel good. I'm seeing some fist bumps going out. I love it. Hey, we're in the pit, baby. No, there's no better place in the pit to drop some fist bumps.
No, absolutely, and I like the comment about you've had a break now. You've got the opportunity to kind of sit down, talk, who are your leaders inside the team. You've got to wrap your arms around one another and go, look, we are under a lot of pressure, under the spotlights here inside of Atlanta. Every mistake will be punished. If you want to stand on the wall of champions or even an opportunity to do so at the Esports World Cup, if you're off to a bad start, it has got to all come online right now.
Maybe a little bit of inspiration as you look up towards Prison and see the Twisted Minds roster of last year. So maybe saying, hey, maybe I can shoot like Aiden. Maybe I can come out frying in this Rebirth Island to get ourselves back on into it. I do that. I do that when I'm playing Rebirth Island. Doesn't work, but I try. It's there. The first map here, of course, of the Warzone Resurgence series at DreamHack Atlanta being played on Rebirth Island. This is a very good opportunity to see how do some of these teams play. Like you mentioned, what are some of the drop spots? It's a chance to get comfortable on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take an early look here at the drops as the third set of droppers will roll through the skies and everyone heads on down. It will be relatively central if you are BRS. It looks like Toff and Co have gone over towards Control Center, but it's a madness for JDG, and they get, well, pretty much every part of Berserker Clan. Not a wipe coming through, but Castillo diving into the water to keep his team in the fight.
Already, guns are hot. We're firing here. Action happening at Chem, continuing to happen on this side. Leviathan, you had a great first two maps at Haven's Hollow. I don't know if it's going to be a good map here on Rebirth Island. Crimmy, he gets dropped. He stays alive just long enough for Z-Dark to come back in on Resurgence. The problem is, I think PBJ realized Dark is flying back on in. He's going to try and hit this window. You're going to take a little bit of a tag up flying in down here at Stronghold, but hot off the drop. Leviathan already in a blender.
Yeah, Dark's going to do well if he walks away with one and get absolutely no praise. Cleans out Amir onto the top. Of course, pings go out every time you find a kill, so they'll know Amir is lurking nearby. It's about hitting this together. Praise going to take the complete top side. Keeping out that kill feed. We'll come back to it for fun. Up against Berserker. At Bioweapons. Bubble has the look over the top. That's Eisend and Castillo even going to be again floating out towards the water. That team in a hellish situation early. For fun, they had a really strong map one. Here, map two, sit on the very edge. This is better here, getting themselves a foundation to play out the rest of this one.
It's going to be so important. Let's take a little bit of a look at Prison. Some of these trades going back and forth between BRS and Lotus 8. You called it yourself. You said, hey, if you're BRS, maybe just try and take control of Prison and turn your eyes all the way around you. Just see what kind of kills you can go ahead and pick up. Can you roam? Might not be as easy, though, if Lotus 8 are going to get mixy this fast on you. But it looks like the trades are there. You're going to be A-okay. Get your feet underneath you. Get that loadout on that courtyard side if possible. Maybe make Lotus 8 rethink landing here in that next map.
Scopes on the hunt in through the courtyard. Let's take a look at B-Mark and Co. They're up against Durkio's roster over at Harborside. You find the first in Marksy. Durkio doesn't see Skizzy coming and drops. Their roster's anchor will be off into the waters again. Actually, B-Mark's not going to try and give him the chance to getting shot and will just about gets away with his life. Otherwise, we would have had a second team wiped off the board. One already gone through this lobby. Trying to figure out who that is. Berserker still in hell. And look at this circle, by the way. This is hard dragging towards the south, so a lot of teams now going to be pulled in the direction of Chem, Factory, Harbour. Anything to lock down now, try and set yourself up on those rooftops and control everyone rotating in.
Well, someone who's going to be more than happy to stay on the southern side of the map. It's for fun. You can see JDG. They've already started to move on over. It's Melvin just trying to play these stairs. Slappy is just maybe trying to hit these stairs on the outside, play an angle. Find a trade, find a timing, hit a pinch. Slowly, you can see he sprints across and now he's just lurking. But I think Flanked maybe has read this, says, not too sure, gotta be careful. You have to be extra careful because Lotus 8, if they get a sense that there's a couple of teams wounded on this side of the map, they can easily fly in over from Industries, start to get active. Bubble, the anchor for fun, flies on in, will drop in on that bottom floor. And here you're gonna start to see some shots go on out as the fight just kind of stalls for a moment. Slappy slides on in, finds Bubble, but the trades are there from Juju. FLS trying to do his best, maybe get some of these wall bangs on in, just not going to be available.
Now FLS's positioning means that you have the numbers disadvantage, but the overall in the fight because your anchor, sorry, is going to be completely safe, but someone who isn't is, well, supposed to be Melvin. How he walks away with at least one kill there. Incredibly impressive stuff from the German. FLS, though, does have company in Lotus 8, so needs the boys to get back in and prioritize controlling Chem for now.
Sliding on in, Scumming. He's decided to maybe flex on over, see if he can pick up some of these kills. Not going to be able to. Bubble, the anchor, 3 kills to his name. You're outside of zone, but at least it's a clear path into Industries if you want to decide to play there. Eyes towards the skies. You're going to see JDG flying back in over at Chem. Gas at your back, slowly move forward. Control center, this is going to be a great question. Who decides to try and battle for control? Vitality, not in this lobby. This is going to be wide open. It looks like it's going to be Team Hardstuck. They're the ones that want to control it, but I'm looking at a couple of Leviathan members. They are around you. They could decide to strike here in a moment.
Melvin's already on 7, by the way. Gets a knock, but instantly cleaned out by Millsy. Holt's going to go out, pick up a couple of targets nearby. Forfun starting to threaten now. FLS and Slappy will need to reposition. Hope Melvin can get back into the fight and arrive in time to support them in the engagement. A 2-on-2 with your anchor involved, that's a terrifying situation to be in. Could see you wiped off the board.
Kind of slow down for the moment. Forfun figuring out how they can maybe take this fight. The thing about this rooftop, there's really only kind of 1 or 2 ways into it. It's through the stairs in the middle or you hit that outside area. Slappy, maybe just trying to lay on his back. Maybe catch a timing. You are just, yet again, still waiting. Melvin on the outside roof, though. He's going to fire shots across. Maybe, hopefully, drop Bubble as an anchor, relieve some of that pressure. All 3 members of JDG are here. If they're smart, they can hit Flank and Judo together. A quick, easy 2 kills, but more importantly, you still maintain that side of the map. Down at Factory. This is where Lotus 8 starting to hang on out. Never mind, let's go back to Chem, because this fight starting to break on out. Slappy here. He's trying to finesse Juju. It's a little bit of a bunny hop around the corner. And Braxton, BRS, they're actually going to get engaged in this. They're hearing all these shots going out. They are rolling up.
Yeah, Melvin's doing the right thing to disengage from this. Forfun, BRS starting to roll in. He's going to squeeze you, going to pinch you. Bubble's going to decide to make his rotation at some point. I don't know if he saw Melvin head off towards the shores, but Bubble's going to basically join him there. Scopes and Ryder, they're approaching from the tunnel side. Their anchor's in a safe spot over towards the water tower. So they've got free reigns and a free life for this fight.
Bubble will be able to find Scopes. You can see a Leviathan. It's Amir. Sort of a 1v1 here on the boat. Regain Central, slides on out, and Amir's going to lose it against Stu. Maybe thought that was going to be an easy fight, but Stu makes the read. Easy kill there. Krimi, Z-Dark, they'll get their feet on the ground, but losing Amir there, it's going to be a little bit tough.
Roster is looking a little more central than I initially expected. You are getting that pull towards that more southwestern corner, but teams actually towards prison are going to be set up pretty well here. So BRS in the great spot. Slappy baits one in. Juju, he's looking great inside of this lobby, doing a hell of a lot of work to just shut this team down, taking control of Chem. You've got to be aware again. BRS considering whether to push this fight in, and as a player spawns back into the skies, those 2 bodies, those 2 boys will happily fight this over and over again.
Yeah, you'll take that all day long. A lot of these sort of pocket of fights happening across the map. Living Quarters going to be one of them. You can see there's this fight in green between Panda and Leviathan is what it looks like. Lotus 8, they're not too far away either. You have Delu and Dapita going to be sitting in there. A couple of sharks circling. Looks like Slappy finds Durkio, but you got to be careful here. Forfun, they can't go into the water. They can't try and hunt this down because BRS is looking down from above them. And well, you're gonna have Squad 13 playing top red. They're doing the same as well. You are just trying to stay alive. It's not gonna be possible. Melvin, he's trying to start to activate. Will get caught there, flanked. Bubble, they line on up, they find Melvin, they find Scopes. BRS losing a couple players in this fight very quickly. It could just be FLS alive.
Still 12 teams in this, so despite all the kills that you have, if you are Melvin, they don't really count for much right now. FLS is going to be found by FIFA Kill. The boys get back in just in time. Speaking of which, HG Global been through a little bit of a blender themselves. They've stabilized. Prodigy and Scummy now finding plenty of space. Melvin's going to head straight down towards this buy station's cracked on the roof. Does manage to drag FLS back into the party. Slappy's knocked elsewhere, so how big that buy could be. But HG Global, they are swarming. Melvin will be eventually cleaned up.
But you can't see here, folks, there is a fire sale rocking right now. That's why these players are absolutely flying at these buy stations. This is your only opportunity if your team's in a blender to get them back in for free. JDG, somehow, some way, while landing control with no one else there, a strong opportunity for them to regain here. Other side, though, on the rotation, Forfun, still managing to find kills. They're still stabilizing, still being able to stay here, and they are still ripping. Juju, he's feeling himself. The guns are hot. We know he could be a top fragger. We're starting to see the form now.
You are sat on the very edge of the cliff. Got to start to lift yourself away from peril. How they have lit themselves into what feels like about 15 kills at this point, and well, squad 13, see you later. Jig and Co, they will be knocked out. It'll be our third team removed from this lobby. You'd think that would buy you a little bit of space, but this circle now will start to squeeze everybody towards that prison direction. And as such, now teams looking to rotate out, and BMark are paying for fun. They want to find a little bit of clearance here, and as such, back beam down on that rooftop.
This is where you finally start to see, you know, obviously these teams are dropping. When we get to these thresholds, everybody kind of really slows down for a minute. So with obviously only a couple teams left, it's there, but let's go ahead. AG Global, they're starting to heat on up. Let's do a listen-in with the boys.
I'm running at you from army. Where's the kids? My always first. They should be left there. I'm waiting for you. Right. Nice. Alright, come back and back street. Come back and back street. Yeah. I need to load you, alright? I'm gonna buy a PA. You guys need that armor box. I need that armor box. I need that armor box. Yeah. Put down. We play tunnel here, yeah? Yeah. I got a mortar. I'm buying a PA. We can hold a single. Pop a single? Yeah. No. We can hold a single. Wait, actually, yeah, let's come on, pop it quick. Okay, well. Give me your money. Yeah, drop. Yo, control's gonna be pushing in too. We need to be careful of that. Yeah, look, he's pushed up. Okay, I'm gonna...
Big fan of the comms, honestly, out of AG Global. I've talked about this a little bit. FIFA Kill's way of going about being an IGL is to just interject here and there. He's not going to try and smother his teammates. And in the moment when you see Prodigy and Scum and clear out space and white PBJ just, boys, reminder, let's play it for streaks here. Set ourselves up for this next rotation. I love it. Now it's all about execution.
We're starting to see some of those streaks come in useful. You're going to need them. But unfortunately, Lotus 8 from top prison. They're looking down at this. They're trying to catch AG Global on rotation. You lose Scum and you lose FIFA. It's just Prodigy for the time being. He's made his way into the showers, but he's not the only player playing around here. You can see BRS also going to be in that area. Quay, Toph, lurking as well. JDG on the roof. Prison is about to become a hotbed of activity. For fun, though, they're starting to lurk their way on up, and you have to kind of make a decision here and now. Do we try and maybe jump on up, play through prison, or do we maybe wrap through this bottom factory side, got to head up through Grandma's, and maybe try and bang out headquarters? Is that a possibility? It's going to have to be a gas play if you want to make it happen. It looks like for fun, that's going to be the decision.
I don't mind the idea on the rotation. You're going to be incredibly weak, though, when you get there. Stims are available. Got to time them to absolute perfection. Rolling up onto squad 3 here. And unfortunately for Bobble, you just really haven't found the route just yet. And there might be an ongoing gunfight for Beam and Co. So you might be able to third-party that situation, but actually Flanked and Jude are going to find their way into Grandma safely.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge. I don't love the Bubble as maybe ISO'd in headquarters by himself, but I guess we're going to try and make something happen. This is the opportunity. You can see through that lobby side, for fun, starting to make their way on through. They do find scopes in the mix of that, so it's a little bit of a third party. Looks like Leviathan maybe out in 9th. As obviously the gas continues to constrict. Not a lot of opportunity, not a lot of space left in this prison side, but Zone will pull on over. Maybe an opportunity here to stay alive. Huge nade from Brax.
Sim goes in. Unfortunately, for fun have rolled up to clean this all out and do the damage to shut down the current leaders of this lobby. Flanked on 7. We talked about what Juju was doing earlier. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised. This squad are already pushing 20 kills, and there are still 5 other teams to lay claim to. But it turns into layer cake action. Everyone on top of one another. There's going to be a lot of third parties, so you're hoping that everyone else engages, and you simply play clean up. Lotus 8, they're going to hold height, trying to stop JDG playing out of this doorway.
Look at Godlike. This actually could be huge. They want to play this low ground. Any of these prison teams, if this pulls even more off prison, Godlike are going to be in such a good spot. For Lotus 8, they're going to maintain that high ground. They're looking down. They're looking out into the gas. You see, B-Mark, Fools, Kizzy, they're trying to make this wrap. You're not going to allow that to happen. Let's go ahead.
If you are Skinner, just try and hold the line. See if anyone's going to try and make a late flank play. Team 12, Quaker, they are out of here. And well, Melvin tries to make a last-ditch effort play. Comes to absolutely not. Leaving it for us to rotate by himself.
Here you go, Cluster Strike coming in up over the top. Trying to lay waste against some of these teams. JDG, they decided to take a little bit of this low ground. Shots on Godlike across, but I don't think they want to stay here for fun. They're starting to make their way out of prison. Juju slides on out. Melvin gets dropped, but Havoc from the top. He's there for the trade. You're going to take the gondola, and you're going to be rewarded for this fun little rotation. But Godlike like, I don't know if they make this raid, you're at least going to be able to find Nate Dogg. Havoc, he's on 11. He was the slayer of the Birmingham Open. He's continuing that trend here. Intex, Trick, they'll finally turn their eyes around. It's a PA that'll help you as well. Final two teams. It's Godlike. It's for fun. Both of these squads that needed a solid game here on Rebirth Island. I think you've done that. It's just all about putting the linchpin in here. It's a 2v2. Trick, Intex, they're on the low ground. Bubble, flanked. They're gonna hold up here. Tekka's going for a wrap. If you're not careful, we could see a 2x1 here, but it's some of the shots from the left. Intex, he will line them on up. It's a nice little two-piece. Godlike take map number 3.
Yeah, beautiful work from Intex there at the end. Again, so much pressure on him, so many conversations that include his name, but whether he should even be on this roster. Makes the play, calls out to Trick. Look, just stay alive for a moment. I think I can reposition this and can essentially counter the lack of hype that you had in the engagement. Activates at the right time, cuts down for fun, who looked to be in an unassailable position initially, and gives you the map victory. And it feels like a lot of kills as well, although I don't know if you have as many as for fun. They were putting belt all the way through that one. And well, right now, if you are this godlike roster, this is much more like it. This is the team that we wanted to see back in Birmingham.
Yeah, I mean, really this end game is kind of where it all starts, right? I mean, you see we have these last 3 teams. It's for fun. They want to kind of be able to push out of prison, and Godlike make the right play here. I was very worried about once you get into this spot, like when we kind of watch Intex make this wide wrap, I was really worried about if Flanked and Juju just hop over this wall together, you find Trick, and then all of a sudden it's just 2v1s. But Intex, he does a great job. He waits for them to try and engage that fight against Trick, and the next thing you know, he lets it rip. Beautiful stuff from a veteran, and also for somebody trying to earn their spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of faith and trust. Again, there's been a lot of drama involved in this roster, but Trick heeds the call. He's like, okay, I'll back up, I'll wait for you, I'll go on your button. And doesn't even need to be involved in the end, but just shows what this team can do when they are all on a wavelength, when they are all on in sync. I feel like 3 solid maps. That one lifting yourself even higher. It feels like they're relatively already through to the afternoon session, but it's all for them about getting these reps in. Again, they didn't get to play and land in Birmingham together. This is their first chance to do so. So it's trying from this point to kind of assess, okay, what's our ceiling look like? What kind of kinks do we have? How do we iron them out?
16 kills, 1.6. Not a bad way to ensure you're in that top 8, of course, that we need there. You can see them, everybody, just kind of trying to maybe take a breather after that map. We kind of were wondering, how is this first Rebirth Island going to go ahead and play out? And well, for Godlike, obviously plays out very, very well.
Getting the tweets out, the boys letting everybody know, hey, just one map 3 in case you weren't tuning in on the broadcast. Gotta make sure everyone knows. But yeah, great stuff out of them, and just hoping that they can continue on in that vein through the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, good to see Godlike performing as well as they did. Also, for fun, 33 points unofficially. Walk away with that like 20-something eliminations, 20-something kills. Very nice coming out from them, especially after a lackluster game number 2. You can only afford to maybe have 1 bad, maybe 2 bad games throughout the 5 before you start really running into the trouble. But for fun, they clean up the wreck and do another great job. First Rebirth Island. Any big surprises landing-wise?
I think the fact that JD Gaming were contested by the Berserker roster, didn't see that one coming. I think Berserker maybe see a chink in the armor there and think, all right, JD Gaming, they've been struggling against the Falcons. Maybe we can try to replicate that. There's levels there, though, right? You're trying to replicate the best team in the world, and they found out very quickly that was an awful idea. Spend the vast majority of the opening part of that lobby in the water, especially if you are Castillo. So it's an opportunity for them to kind of go, all right, we'll probably not replicate that again, but after that, I don't know. Personally, I didn't see much of a change-up.
I didn't see much of a change-up. They were just like, it was weird to watch, obviously, Control be so wide open. We saw a regain happening at Control, and I'm like, what do you mean there's nobody here? Granted, that zone does pull off of Control, so you're not going to be there, but at that moment, it was still on in. But we saw a lot of action around Prison. I think that was also another thing. We normally have a couple of teams that land there. No surprises there, but just to see like how much everybody was just trying to rotate on through, it just wasn't enough. But also, for fun to be able to land Bio and then basically just make this rotation from one end of the map to the other was really special.
JD Gaming, we just witnessed a little bit ago. They had another great game, too. 2. That's going to be a total of 25 points unofficially, which puts them pretty comfortably in second place, you would have to assume. But Havoc really stole the show, especially with the gondola play towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, this boy gets better on land. That's quite simply what it is. He's fine online. He's a consistent performer, leads the line for that Lotus 8 roster. But we saw in Birmingham, he really thrives in this environment when the pressure's on. He's a player who's going to come out and prove who he is. So a great job there as we take a look at the drop 3 results. And most points are going to come from that 4-fun roster. 33.6 after 24 kills. We saw them get hot very early. They rotated on through Chem and cut everybody down on the way down towards Harbour. Great stuff from them despite the second place.
KFB have a great game. I felt like we talked about them a little bit throughout games 1 and 2, but this is by far their best.
Oh, absolutely, this is by far their best, and this is maybe just enough to kind of give you that momentum through these last 2 maps that are there. B-Mark has been very hot and cold, to be quite honest with you. He's been on some rosters where this has been lackadaisical. On other rosters, absolutely shooting. So I love to be able to see him be able to finding some success here. I'm looking in 8th, AG Global 13.2. I don't know if that's still enough. BRS, they get 14, 16.8 in that one. And this kind of goes to what Enigma and I were saying. Some people, they love Havens. It's where they get most of their point. Rebirth Island, this is where other teams get most of their points, right? So basically, we can see Godlike, 4Fun, and Lotus 8 really taking advantage of being on Rebirth.
Now, Leviathan, they've already qualified for EWC, but they have not the best game. Therefore, they drop down to 4th place. Now, 3 games down, 2 more games to go. Let's start talking about our top 3, because top 3 is where you need to be to move to the next stage. It's Lotus 8, JD Gaming, and BRS. Top 8.
Yeah, top 8 move on forward to the afternoon session, and it will be a
Top
case
8.
of...
So, my bad, I apologize. So KFB, they jump up there. I don't know what I'm on right now. Top 3. Before fun, I want to look at top 3 anyways. Lotus 8, JD Gaming, and BRS up at the top, absolutely dominating the competition. They should be just fine. But if we hone towards the bottom, KFB barely sneaking through, there's a lot of teams that can catch up to them.
Well, it's one thing to talk about KFB being through. It's the fact that AG Global and Berserker Clan have now dropped out that I suddenly noticed. Their logos have gone off the board. An awful landing for Berserker, of course, on that Rebirth map. They end up then basically getting 2 points because they're in the water so much. AG Global, they kind of have the same map over and over again. Yeah. It's like 10 points, 10 points, 12 points. We're talking about, okay, where's your floor? Is that their current ceiling? They've got to find one of these 20, 30-point games. We might not even see them through this afternoon, and that's quite frankly unthinkable for a roster of that quality.
Well, that's, I think the unfortunate thing is that we're getting ready to head into this second Rebirth Island, and it's looking like a battle for 8th, because you're seeing just these kind of gaps get created. You have 3 teams who are all within just 4 points of each other here in 8th. I mean, if they're 3 like very good teams at that. I mean, for Berserker Clan and AG Global, these are spots that we expected to just kind of be very, at least mid-pack, be very comfortable here. The fact that they're not is a little bit surprising.
Yeah, my worry, though, is obviously Rebirth was a little bit better for AG, but I mean, Haven's Hollow has been rough, okay? So AG could run the risk of not qualifying. Berserker Clan, honestly, in my opinion, has the best chance. I mean, they've been more consistent, and with Haven's Hollow being the last map, I think they're going to have the strongest chance. But I don't know, hard stuck. Funny enough, even though they've been towards the very bottom, they also still have a chance. I mean, 5 points isn't a high bar.
No, it certainly isn't. It's one that they are going to have to continue to find a lot of points in these last 2 games. And it can't be a similar situation as AG here, where you're basically walking away with an average of 10. You've got to find one of those games where you a hell of a lot of kills early, then play around for that placement multiplier later on. Again, the bar seems to be, if you're getting around 20-point kill games, you're going to be safely through to this afternoon. If you're getting around 10, 15, currently you're missing that cut.
Yeah, it's risky, isn't it? Let's look at our kill leaderboard, see if things changed up a little bit. Melvin was towards the very top last time we had a chance to check it out. Will Melvin still be up there? And he is. He's going to be still in second. Scopes elevates himself just a little bit more, up there at 31. Nice to see Criminal God, though. Got young gun, 18 years old, picked up for the Latin American region, still performing incredibly well.
Yeah, I mean, this is arguably why you're seeing Leviathan kind of be in the position that they are. Z-Dark also down there, teammate in 17th with 12. So we're now starting to see some new names, though, make their way on up, right? We have Trick finally joining our top 10 with being with 17. We're starting to see Flanked up there as well. As we watch some of these teams be able to be here, they're not starting to be there, but PBJ, they're also starting to continue to find those kills.
An interesting one here, and I'm going to have to double check if these numbers are correct for Lotus 8, is is that Millsy and Skinner are inside your top 10. Havoc has 12. I swear we saw him with 11 in that last lobby alone. So
you only have one before?
Wow, that would be insane. I mean, obviously Havoc has a ridiculously high ceiling, maybe getting picked off because I know that sometimes Millsy and Skinner can play more together and let Havoc go out by himself, potentially a part of the problem there. Havoc, obviously, having a great rebirth island. We're going to rebirth on drop 4 as well, so looking to see him rinse and repeat, essentially, and put himself back amongst those top figures that he so often has appeared in this year.
Looking at Lotus 8 at the moment, currently top 3, very healthy when it comes to the standings, very comfortably top 8, which means we'll most likely be watching them later on today when we see our finals heading into finals. Havoc, again, stealing the show on Rebirth Island, and that's what I love about the multiple maps, right? We've got 2 maps, Haven's Hollow, Rebirth Island. Some players are just more comfortable on one map versus the other. In this case, clearly Havoc. It might have been happenstance, but obviously you introduce Rebirth Island, Havoc starts to step it up, and this roster starts to look a lot more successful. They've already been incredible today as a whole, but I love that they're well-rounded. Skinner, Millsy also hanging up there. Lotus 8, again, a lot of talk from them during the online stage down like qualifiers. Now that they're on land, looking great.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing for them is sticking to a game plan. When it starts to unravel for them is when they start to lose faith in each other a little bit. Skinner's going to lead those comms a lot. Mills is going to try and kind of balance between where he sits with Havoc and Skinner. And so for them, when they really start to see issues, it's a case of we go into a map, we know exactly what we want to do, and then Havoc essentially runs off on his own play to try and hunt out a couple of kills, and it destabilizes what it is that they intended all along. So for them, it's just keep going about what you're doing. That consistency will come through. And again, if you hit the ceiling that we saw in Birmingham, we could well see you make that qualification spot for EWC by the end of this weekend.
Which would be incredible. Again, $1 million on the line, a chance to compete at the highest stage when it comes to Resurgence. A wonderful opportunity, then that's what this all is about, right? I mean, $1.2 million guaranteed. Birmingham, we've already seen it. This is Atlanta. We'll have some online stages. I do want to focus, though, there is one team that will be competing today. It's their last chance, their last dance to make it to EWC. Who is that team?
Ooh, I mean, I think right now you're probably looking at not the team overall, but maybe the players inside of it. Vitality. If you don't get an EWC qualification spot here, considering that the roster itself believes that they should be in the spot to win the EWC, do you make a change? Because although you might get through the NA qualifiers, you're then basically in behind 8 or 9 other teams. You're not even close to being in the position you're supposed to be in. So I think if you don't make it through Atlanta here, you've got to make something happen. Otherwise, you're just not the team you expected to be on paper.
Well, it's also like basically, I think it's that Berserker roster too. Like being from LATAM, they've already played their EWC qualifiers, right? So next thing you know, it's just like obviously they have to be able to win here today if they want that chance to play at the Esports World Cup, right? So you've already had your EWC quals, you didn't make it. Right. So now you're here in Atlanta. You're playing through the Open. You're playing against arguably way tougher teams. You're playing against some of the best in the world here on the land. If there's a time to make your name known as a trio, this would be one hell of a story and one way to do it.
And Enigma, I mean, Berserker, I mean, they're right on the edge. KFB is just above them, but we're talking, what, like 3 or so points. Yeah. Berserker Clan, last chance, and they're just 3 points away from top 8 with 2 maps to go. Scary, scary territory.
I'd expect them to change their drop spot. Again, going back to that map 3, you try and contest JD, you lose that out. Maybe that was an initial plan as a gamble, and then they go back to maybe home comfort in their drop 4. And so for me, I mean, Berserker, you get a solid 2 Havens, so we know you have the ability to put up kills, put up a couple of points, but you've got to then not want to rely on that last map. Yes, we will go to Havens, but you don't want to be in a case of everything relies on this.
By the way, Leviathan is the reason why we're putting so much of a storyline on Berserker, because they've already qualified from the Latin American region. Team Falcons, Twisted Minds, we know how well they have played in Ravens Esports Virtus Pro. These are your qualified teams for EWC. Yes, you will be seeing them throughout today and tomorrow's competition, but they have already qualified, which opens up more spots. Those TBD spots, we still got plenty of them left.
That's what's going to be so fun about tomorrow, man, is that if we end up with a scoreboard that looks similar to Birmingham, a lot of these teams might be at the top. So now we're starting to shift our attention to that like 6th through 10th on the overall, just to see who will claim some of these spots. So that's why for some of these teams, as we get ready to talk about it, like a Vitality, like you mentioned, where sure, maybe they're sitting in like a 6th or 7th. Well, they're still happy about that. Obviously, you want the prize money for being here at DreamHack Atlanta, but you'll love getting a qualification spot from EWC.
No, 100%. When you think think about the teams that were in those locations, 6th through 10th in Birmingham, yes, you had your Gentlemates, your T1, but you also had teams like For Fun propping up that list. Vitality would have made it through, and all of a sudden, a lot of these rosters, Lotus 8 were one of the others. It's a case of Lotus 8, we would never have expected to see them make it through at the start of the year, but they've been phenomenal all the way. But of course, another team that have stood up and delivered all the way through this year and continue to do so today. Leviathan. We've got a lot of love for Amir, Criminal God, Z-Dark here. Criminal God leading that line with some force. And I think that if you're Z-Dark right now, you're kind of looking across onto your right a little bit. You're thinking, I got lucky with this guy.
Yeah, I mean, it was really great to be able to see them be able to qualify at Birmingham, so they don't even have to worry about really anything else for the rest of the year.
So the only thing they have to worry about at the moment, though, is going to be map number 4, another Rebirth Island. 2 more maps to remain. Boys, let's get it started.
Whew, all right, thank you, Taylor. Map number 4, second Rebirth Island here, my friend. I feel like we were a little bit surprised with some of the things we saw from Rebirth on our first one here today. Are we going to see maybe some similar things, or are you hoping that some of these teams make some changes from that last drop?
Yeah, I mentioned Berserker. I'm not going to go over too much, but they've got to change their drop spot. They didn't win that at all. I would be surprised if Leviathan decides to change despite their struggles inside of that map. It's just losing the stronghold content. It happens every now and again. They've had that back and forth with T1 pretty much all year. I think that anyone that's landing over towards Bio right now, you've got to be terrified about what For Fun are doing. They're roaming that map and picking off players pretty much at will. So yeah, I don't know if there's going to be too many change in terms of drops, but if anyone has managed in our break here to look back and do a little bit of odd review, it's a case of maybe drop control, but if not, at least Resurgence control, because that thing was wide open in that last drop.
Yeah, that was a really great point. That's why I'm thinking like some of these teams like Leviathan who realize, wait, is control wide open here? Can we actually land a play out of that? If you're looking at where the zone is pulling, you might say, hey, wait, we have an opportunity here. We can go ahead. We can play on out of it. Because we've seen time and time again a POI like control be so powerful, especially if you're getting those zones. One thing you bring up is obviously like Berserker Clan, change a drop spot, go somewhere else on the map. For JD Gaming, who's also landing in that same area, right? We saw them kind of trying to get in the mix over at Bio. If they're not feeling the pressure, they now might be able to kind of get let off the leash a little bit and start floating up to Prison or over to Bio to kind of get more mixy and be a little bit safer in there if they're not feeling that early game pressure.
Yeah, I think the factor that rolls through there in that fight and why you become a little bit unstuck if you are JD, BRS, they put themselves in that spot by helipad and just start chipping away, just threatening, prodding, probing, and as such you're trying to juggle too many things and you end up eventually losing the fights to For Fun. I think if that hadn't happened, you had that locked down pretty well over by Chem. Either way, all of these players now, you know the stakes, you know where you stand. If you are sitting towards the top of the leaderboard, maybe practice runs for some of the lobbies that you're going to have later on through today. If you are sitting towards the bottom, it's almost last chance saloon. If you're right on the edge, gotta bring it up, cook it up, get yourself one of those 20-point games. Saying we'll give you that safety blanket.
Yeah, reminder, folks, this is going to be your last time to play Rebirth Island in this group, because after this map number 4, we make our way back to Haven's Hollow. So if maybe you weren't the best Haven's Hollow team, like Enigma mentioned, this is your last opportunity to really try and put points on the board. Map number 4, going to be a pivotal map for so many teams. AG Global being one of them, right? They're right on the cusp. Some of those. One thing that we didn't get to say when looking at that overall is, I'm like, even some of the teams that are below them, this is still a possibility. You drop 20 in a win, have a nice little banger map, all of a sudden that overall squad just gets a little bit different. But let's get ready. Let's hop on in. Map number 4. Players are here, and I'm seeing Nate Dogg start to flow over control. Yeah, we were wondering. You asked for it, Enigma. Berserker, they're actually going to try and take control here.
Certainly will. And we got a couple of repeated landings, but Prison incredibly busy here. At least 3 teams on top of one another. But let's go to Stronghold. PBJ, they're going to press up again against Leviathan. Won it out last time. And Praise, a player that everyone keeps telling me is one to watch through this year. I want him to show me something. And probably not being back down in the gunfight to Criminal God, but you do stay up past a 3, just about. If you are this roster, be trapped in the stairwell against Squeeze from all sides.
Diving in and out of this fight. You're trying to be able to find the angle. Z-Dark will be the first to fall from Leviathan. Puts you into the 2v3. Can Praise find the timing? Wall up into the mantle. Crimmy, he's been able to dodge that. Makes his way back on down. The only problem with Stronghold, this thing is a maze. Jay Vela, though, he's going to be able to find Crimmy on that rotation. Praise, Jay Vela, they do a great job of squeezing you on in. Praise immediately turns his eyes towards the satellite. You see the trail. You know somebody's got to be down here into the guns. And you find Z-Dark. Amir, he's here. One more. Armor crack in Amir. He's able to get the full. That has to be enough, even though he gets traded out. Leviathan still flying on in.
Vella's going to go for something special. Won't get there. Does trade Criminal God down to the ground, though. So now, 3v2. Then again, if you are PBJ, one of your boys is essentially recovering, so you probably have a better loadout, you probably have a better situation in terms of loot, but Dark and Criminal God will fight you with anything they so possess. Lotus A trying to contest the boat here against KFB, the team that just squeezed inside of our top 8, would currently qualify. Skinner sniffed out. Got to assume that that is Millsy backing off towards school here. Havoc as well, trying to regain from the sky, so Lotus A not in a great place. You see Chris and Cole, they claim to godlike, but, well, Nate Dogg's up in that tower. It'd take quite a bit to get him out of it, and the flashbang, although it doesn't connect with anything, that's intel. Player isn't going to be there. You can focus on elsewhere. Take my time. Let the boys get back in.
What year is it? Nate Dogg sitting in control tower? Is it 2025 or 2026, man? Nice little semtext down below. You're trying to be able to maybe just waylay some of those teams back on over at Chem for fun. This is what I was worried about. With JDG, they're not feeling that pressure hot off the drop. They decide, hey, let's go ahead. Let's maybe try and farm for fun a little bit. They're going to have to move at some point. And you can already see here, they've gained control of the bio, but AG Global, they're starting to move on over. Scummin and Prod, playing at a no-name, maybe trying to see what they can get into. Looks like a loadout will be on the roof of bio, though, and Juju immediately cut down. A bubble is found as well. It's just going to be flanked in Industries. I think if you are for fun, you're feeling thankful that JD, they've maybe turned their eyes on over to AG Global, but look who's moving on in. BRS, Scopes, and Ryda 2x2. They want to clean this up.
Yeah, hearing a hell of a lot of gunfire, and that means that they've got the opportunity to third-party that situation. I mean, they're going to call in the cluster, just try and back believe down. Does have the sniper. And so does Criminal God here as well. That bullet just sails over by a millimeter, however. Praise hits the back buildings. That means it must be J-Fella, relatively close. There will be Panda involved in the mix as well. The problem you have here, if you're Criminal God, you've got players looking over from Panda's roster at green. They could chip away on your back if you engage this fight at the wrong time. Panda's going to have this closed door. Crimmy's got to be very careful about how he pushes this.
Yeah.
And Dark and Amir are under pressure already.
We're not hearing crates getting opened right now. Panda, he had to have heard that. And look at that. Great use of the tacticals here if you are Criminal God. Nades up over the top. Do you get the second? It doesn't even matter, though. J-Fella, Praise, they're going to be able to take down two. Criminal God, Amir, dropped. It's going to be C-Dark back over here at the gun. You can see on the hunt. They are looking for him. The shots are there. 1 HP. He has to stay alive. Not going to happen. Our first team wiped is none other than Leviathan.
Tough times so far, 2 stronghold landings and lost both to that PBJ roster. Not how it has played out before we got to land, but well, when the stakes are high, as you're seeing a step up from that roster. AG Global in trouble yet again, and by God, how they need points. FIFAKill has just the one anchoring in for dear life, being chased down by one player and likely swimming into a couple more. BRS up over the top of this, gonna get up and out, and like a dolphin sends himself back down into the deck. It's for fun. It's BRS scrambling over Turbine, and Stu's just gonna hide underneath and beg that he doesn't get spotted.
FIFAKill send a fruit basket to BRS for their move over. They take away the ire of for fun, and you're able to stay alive for just a little bit longer. You can see Prodigy Scum, they get back on in. A lot of aggression coming out here in map number 4. Back on over down towards this factory side. JDG, this is where they've decided to start to get active. It's a pinstripe kill feed all the way through here, as it is just trades on trades. The only really people coming on out, it's KFB. They're finding the kills. They're still alive. B-Mark, Kizzy, can you bring down Slappy? Looks like you will. You got a couple teams rotate on over. KFB, they find some much-needed kills.
And they found themselves inside of that top 8 already. Would be an underdog roster coming through should they make it.
Absolutely.
Getting the job done. Speaking of which, godlike, impressive from them so far today. Nate Dogg in his tower, and while godlike go about cleaning up the rest of the map, let's jump into a listen and see what Intex and Trick have up their sleeve.
Yo, 2 laning over here on the harbor. On the bio.
Okay.
On the bio.
I'm gonna drop my utility. I'm gonna drop it for you. You can hold it or throw it if you want.
Can you drop it at me, bottom tower?
You
I can do
can
it.
bring it to him.
On the buy, on the buy. Fighting the buy.
I look, he kind of
Fighting
needed it.
living. You should fight living. You should fight living. You can throw
Okay.
it or something. I'll get it.
I'm
There's a kid in the
gonna.
buy. There's a kid in the buy room.
Okay, heard. I dropped my cash too. I dropped my cash.
So many kids tents right here and
Yo,
everywhere.
you have a util on the bottom of your thing,
There's a kid
okay?
on the tent trick. There's a kid on the tent. You can play this kid.
He's running mid. He's weak in mid. I'm running up.
On the loader. On the loader. One on the record. One back here.
I'm getting shot from green.
Okay. He's on
Yeah,
red.
green's age right now.
Okay, And controls with him.
I don't see him. I
No
don't
one
see
just
him.
trying to green.
That kid red crate should be there, so.
Okay.
I don't see him.
I'm gonna look prison side, bro. I don't want to keep looking at that. Make sure we don't get ran
Wait,
up.
where's that util, Trick?
It's under your tower. It's under your tower on the ladder. It'll despawn in a little bit, so.
Okay.
I love some of the comms that we are hearing coming out of Godlike. You can see Trick has made his way out of headquarters, want to get a little bit active. Unfortunately, takes a little bit too much damage in trying to make that rotation, but I think you are doing the right thing. Say, hey, headquarters, we kind of got this locked down. Nobody's able to move on up. Let's go ahead. Let's send Trick forward. See if you can just kind of be annoying. Get in the mix here. Find some of those kills. And look at the kill feed. Looks like he's been able to open it on up and to believe.
Yeah, certainly getting there in the end. Felt like he was trapped between about 3 teams at one point, so he's doing incredibly well. Toff and Quake gonna hunker down into the bottom of Turbine. This isn't loadout weaponry, so they're in a bit of a regain situation. Speaking of which, FIFA Kill, if he came out of the water right now, it's fair to say he'd be pretty pruned. He's been in there for a hell of a long time. Scummins led down on his belly, and Prodigy, well, he's going to get flamed by Reflames. But FIFA Kill's going to actually cover over somehow, get the knock from that distance, and gets a kill as well. So FIFA Kill, actually a shock on land, essentially.
More importantly, Reflame just 1v2'd both of them on that loadout. He's able to fly on in, and that is lucky if you are FIFA Kill for him to be able to get that. But that's not the only place. Action is brewing down here at the living quarters. BBJ out of green. They're trying to find some of those kills, and while that's happening, I'm looking at that kill feed. AG Global white looked like 11th team leaving this lobby. Still on here on the outside of school. JDG continuing to try and find these kills against KFB. You hit the buy station. You get the teammates back on in. You're diving in and on out. You almost make it happen. But KFB, Kizzy and Fools, they'll line up. They finally bring down Melvin. You gotta come on back here to Harbor. You gotta hit the buy. Good luck trying to get into zones.
Good lord, FNS there. Lays Jig one shot, and Slappy says, don't worry, brother, I'll finish that off for you. Ensure that your back is protected. You march in with the gas, relatively uncontested. The hardstock roster, very much so, living by their name, struggling so far through this afternoon. And Toff, desperately trying to swim to some sort of safety, does have the stim, but it's not exactly playing to any sort of comfort. Scopes is going to clear out Juju. That means that Toff has at least one less player to really contend with, but I think his plan right now is just to stay up, try and let his boys respawn in elsewhere. Bubble lands hard, splash landing. This team lacking kills. Bubble typically their anchor, so just 2 on him isn't necessarily alarm bells, but the fact that Juju's out right now and Flank's also diving into the water suggests to me they've been in the blender for a while.
Yeah, for fun. I think you're probably in that area where you say, hey, we might not have an opportunity to get any more kills this map. Let's just try and ride the lightning, get to top 5. That's really what we need. Back for Berserker Clan. We come on in, and well, we saw Reflame potentially 1v2 AG Global. He's got 10 to his name, control, giving them the game that they needed. But elsewhere, BRS, it was a lackluster first game on Rebirth, but here in game number 4, they're continuing to light it on up. Ryda himself, he's good with 9 to his name, riding this one on out. It's not enough for them just to be top of our squads here after Lobby A. They are doing their best. They'd say, we need an org. We're here to show you why.
Yeah, and this is reps, of course, for later on in the tournament, of which they are incredibly comfortable to make it on through to. Pushing 20 kills at the minute, that roster. As we get this Toff roster starts to regain inside of prison. Will be plenty of loot available, of course. PA is going to ripple over the top, just force everybody inside. Panda, Delu, Delpita, they're going to be rotating up from Harbor, making the mountain climb that is all of the ledges and bits and pieces. The problem is if any roster is looking over you, you're in big trouble. And Delpita, well, he throws a shoulder, spots 3, pushing down. Fools and Co are here, making light work. There will be a trade on top, but it is, and B-Mark finishes the deal. Lays claim to yet more. Another roster out of here, 9 left. KFB putting in great work to continue to surge up that leaderboard.
That's such a clean push from KFB. They were one of the teams right on the cusp. And I think this might be the game, Enigma. They got a solid kill, so if they can get to that top 5, this is where you start to separate yourself from the pack of some of those lower teams. Zone will pull on over to prison yet again. A little bit more closer towards that small side. And this is where you start to see the game kind of come to a crawl. How do we get from where we are into the zone? How do we manage to stay alive?
Pretty much everybody forced inside a prison for fun have stayed alive for now, stabilized at least into the later stages. They're on the outskirts looking in a little bit. Case of hope everyone else fights one another, find the gap, punch straight through it. Going to require patience, all of your experience, incredible timing. I think it's Berserker actually looking out the window towards you. And we know how much they've already lit up this leaderboard through the map. And yeah, you throw half a shoulder here. It's actually going to be just underneath where Reflame can see. So the crossing's there. You do have the stim for the movement, and shots over the top's actually going to back Reflame down. Great teamwork out of this roster.
Yeah, I mean, this is a nice, solid little moment where, as for fun, you go, hey, we have to take our time to get into zone here. Unfortunately, while you do that, it looks like Bubble, he's just one step behind, gets found by Intex. So you might have an opportunity to maybe hit that buy station that's in Courtyard if it's still available to you. If you have the cash that's there. On the inside of Prison, though, JDG, Slappy with 9. Definitely feeling A-okay. They can basically not play our 5th game, and they're making it onwards. But yet again, it's about getting the reps. It's about playing as a team. Figure out how you want to move through this. Ryda in the kill feed. He will be able to find Juju, so it's going to be just flank for the For Fun roster. You need to get into that top 5.
Gonna make a gas play here, try and get to this zone early. It's out in the open, little bits of wall here that provides you headies. Melvin's gonna arrive just in time. Over left, but Bubble's already on the tree line. And Bubble's gonna send JDG out of here, but you've not laid claim to all of this landmass just yet. You're in big trouble. BRS sent back in next. Bodies starting to fly through the air, raining down out the skies. Flanks still alive though, on top of Prison, trying to get in through the back of Intex, who has the height.
It looked like Bubble, he was able to hit the buy station, get flanked back on in it. He is still alive. I said they just needed to hold on until that top 5. He tries to do it, but Intex for the top. He's going to be able to finally find flank, bring them on out. 4 teams remaining. KFB, they needed to have a huge game. They are here. You've done what you need to do. It's get to that top 5. Trick is straight up full pushing them. Can KFB manage to punish you? It looks like they are, but Nate Dogg, Intex, they're here. They're going to look on over it. It's a top 3 scenario. Are you going to be able to get this res off? It looks like you are. Both teams resing against each other. Izund from Berserker Clan, another team that needed to have a good game. He was on 10. We saw Reflames on 10 earlier. They've made it into the 1.4 as well. All 3 teams who needed to have great games are here. Izund out of prison. He's going to be able to find Tekka. Stim is there. He's in the zone. He's going to be able to reset. He doesn't even need to. Mark 78 pulls it on up, starts backing down KFB.
Has a bit of work to do to get inside, but my God, has he done it. Izund just waiting for Skizzy and Cole to step out. Skizzy and Falls, they were worried when Nate Dogg could trick it initially. Third party kind of arrives in the situation. You get caught rushing forward. Trick finds Skizzy in the end. Falls just going to try and cover over, but it's godlike in the perfect spot until Izund gets involved.
It's just a 3-person trade that goes all the way on through. Suddenly, Izund has played this beautifully. He brought it into a 1v1v1. Swings on out, finds Fools. It's a 1v1. Nate Dogg versus Izund. Can he manage to make it happen? It's a little windy here in Atlanta. Nate Dogg finally ends it there, but oh my God. Izund almost does the impossible.
Tell you what a play from him. Felt like he had no right to even be involved. Hunkering down. There's no more multiplier, really. He's just begging to death that the other 2 teams engage one another. I'll try and mop up from the back. Says to hell with it. You know what? I'll pop a stim. I'll push forward, see what I can get. Picks off Intex on that wall. He's probably thinking he had the game controlled from there, much like that previous drop. Instead, you end up with this situation. Of course, we'll get that last stand in a moment to really take a look at things. And all this kicks off on the right-hand side of your screen. You're thinking Intex has got the perfect position. Falls and Skizzy here on top of Red. They're in big trouble. Just have to keep backing down. The one thing they have, zone pulls in their direction, but really don't have the height. Nate Dogg's going to try and pick Trick back up. Falls is trying to scoop Skizzy. B-Mog doesn't know where he wants to look, but that guy top right, all the way up there in the distance, Izund, he's the guy who has everything to say in the incoming fight.
I'm not going to lie. That might be one of like the best individual performances in an endgame we've seen this year. Like, Izund able to play out of prison, finds Tekka there, and it's like, he does exactly what we beg so many people to do in this situation. It's let the other 2 teams fight. He hears these shots going on. He goes, nobody's firing at me. I got wide open scenario. Let me go ahead. Let's drop on down. KFB, they're so worried about Godlike. They're probably coming. It's a solo and a duo and a solo and a duo. And it's just right there where Izund, he's waiting on that outside wall, and he just basically finds Kizzy. And just like that, it's a 1v1v1. Nate Dogg here, it's probably those couple of shots that lets him know he's going to have the info, gives him the ability just to kind of guns up. And this is where maybe a little bit of nerves come in there. The shots get a little bit shaky for both players, but it's a little bit of a wall hop from Nate Dogg to secure it. Godlike. Second win, right?
Yeah, it certainly is. They've looked great all the way through this afternoon. Again, there's a lot of pressure on this roster. We've talked about it. Trick, a frag who's really stepped up this year, improved himself when he subbed in for Twisted Minds at different portions. A lot of people maybe eyeing him up as a fragger to scoop into their team. Obviously, Nate Dogg and Intex want to keep him. There was a whole conversation about whether Nate and Trick were going to try and drop Intex. Intex says, look, lads, give me one land. Let me prove myself. And has come out firing inside Lobby A. So great stuff out of them. And yeah, I think you're right about that end engagement. I think Eisen's maybe read the headlines before he's closed the deal. But beautiful work. And I think you're right. A fantastic end game performance. Nate Dogg just about gets it over the line. But you can see very relaxed right now. These boys know that they're through. It's all about, okay, what was wrong with Avon's Aloe earlier on? How do we make it better in map 5 and remind everyone who we are?
That's a great point. We're going back to Havens in this next map. One last opportunity to maybe fix those mistakes that are there, as Godlike will continue to show some great form. But I think the one thing that we have to talk about that's going to be really fantastic, it's those other two teams that were there, right? KFB was a squad that we were trying to keep our eyes on. Berserker, they were also a team that we needed to keep our eyes on, see how they did on points. Both did very, very good. AG Global, unfortunately, was the other one we need to keep our eyes on, and they didn't do well either. So Taylor, I mean, this is going to be a wild leaderboard.
It is. Well, first and foremost, I've been taking a peek at it. You guys have no idea what's in store, but we can make an educated guess. Berserker elevates themselves up. Coming into this game number 4, right, with one more game remaining, the story was on AG Global, who was in 10th. You had Berserker, who was in 9th, and then KFB, who was in 8th, all right? And we're focused on top 8 naturally because that's who moves on to the next stage after Group B plays. AG drops very early. They are now in desperation mode. I believe they need 20-plus points even to catch up to top 8, and that's not counting the score that they're going to get, you know, the other teams are trying to catch up to in game number 5. Berserker goes absolutely nuts. Eisen puts up one of the best showings we have seen yet. Boys, you casted that incredibly well. You were losing your mind. If the shots weren't windy, as you said, if they weren't, Eisen would have won that and would have been spectacular. The point is the job is done. I believe they break into top 5 unofficially. But now the story once again goes back to AG, who needs a miracle run. KFB, who was just skating by in top 8, might have just dropped down a little bit, right? Now it's a focus on Leviathan for fun. And let's throw Lotus 8 in there as well. So you've got 5 teams in contention for the 8th place spot, but that's pretty much all that's up for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, which is really all you have to focus on, right? For some of these teams, it's really just about, you know, obviously you want to do well. You want to feel confident in your abilities. But if, hey, through this first lobby, if all you can focus on is getting top 8, that's what matters. And that's where you just need to put your focus. But this game, man, I mean, this is where I feel like sometimes in Warzone, we get to these spots where the pressure, you can literally feel it in the game, where some of these teams are starting to feel it, and it's starting to heat on up.
Leviathan on your screen, an earlier exit than they wanted. They were a team that was very comfortable early on. Now they are just in 8th place, barely skating by.
Yeah, it's a weird one because they've played Stronghold both times and lost that drop, and they've actually done a better job online against teams that you would consider far bigger than PBJ. They also have an alternate drop in bioweapons, and it's a case of them going, okay, well, 2 teams are starting to scrap over there. We don't really been involved in the whole 4-fun BRS situation. There's also starting to third-party that. So we're going to reinvest again in Stronghold. Feels like they didn't really learn their lesson. Again, just kind of overstaying into engagements, a little bit of a split push onto the PBJ roster, and they snapped that up. They look very different today, in fact. I know the whole Leviathan conversation's there to be had, but flowers where they're due, PBJ were great.
Into our top 3, Enigma, it's Eisen tearing up the competition.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, he's absolutely poke bell on here. This was incredible stuff. Again, reminding us who he is a little bit. This guy has stood on big stages, but this roster now, if they don't qualify through this week, they're out of here. That's their season basically done. So it's a case of, guys, I can perform at the top level. Let me remind you, 2026.
42 points for Berserker Clan. Godlike also doing exactly what they needed. They haven't slowed down. Wow. But let's go down the list. Who else stands out, Dandro?
I mean, I'm also looking at PBJ, Praise Javel and Believe, 21 and a 1.4. That's a solid 29.4 game. BRS, even though they go out in only the 1.2 multiplier, they still have 19 kills. It's still 22 that's there. And that's the exact type of game you kind of need from some of these teams. If you're going to go down to the 1.2, have some kills to match it up. You can see JD Gaming still doing that same thing as well. But I'm right there with you, man. I'm looking at 11th through 14th. Our 1X. These are single kills, single-digit games that you're getting for any of these teams. All of them desperately needed those points.
AG, what is going on? They've been averaging, what, about 10 points per game. This time they only get 7. They've got a Hail Mary attempt going into the final game. Iridescent hair, FIFA, you need to come out big, baby. Something needs to happen because right now you guys are in trouble. But speaking of trouble, For Fun as well, they walk away with 9.6 despite a top 6 performance.
Yeah, it's just not getting off to a very good start in the drop there. They're going to land, they're going to lose a lot of that contest, and then it's basically a case of, all right, we've managed to get to the later stages of the map. But it's more in that blender. We see them late on trying to play in through courtyard, rotate around the outside of the prison, and even still, they don't really make it. It looked like great teamwork, in the moment, but Godlike were covering over the top, found a couple of kills, and left them with nothing for the end game.
I mean, dude, look at this overall, though, as we get ready to head on into our last game of the day. Obviously, BRS sitting very good, but I'm just going to immediately go down to 8th place there. Leviathan with 62.4. For Fun, only just 2.2 points above them in 7th.
Scary.
I'm very curious, what's the difference between 8th and some of the teams down below?
Yeah.
It's like 10 or 20 points, man.
Yeah, well, KFB, the only realistic shot at the moment who doesn't have to throw a Hail Mary like AG Global, they just need about 4 points to clear top 8. That's going to be where Leviathan is currently at. So KFB, very realistic. AG Global, again, that is going to be your miracle run. Everybody else, I just don't see in the running.
Well, I think the problem is for a lot of these lower teams is the teams towards the bottom half of our qualified rosters here, your 5th through 8th. Berserker Clan, of course, they look great on Rebirth, but for Lotus 8, For Fun, Leviathan, they look best on Hallows Haven. That's where we're going back to right now. So you'd expect all of those teams to find a hard chunk of points. AG Global already need to find 21 plus to even tie up. It's going to need to be an absolute nuclear game to even stand a chance of making it back in. KFB, they weren't great in the first 2, so you kind of look at this and go, all right, we've really got to figure out what our issues were right now. But looking at the overall leaderboard when it comes to kills, Scope's still leading that way. That man is still delivering, proving to everybody that he belongs to be in those S-tier fragments.
Absolutely, Scopes has been on fire. Melvin as well, just below him. We kind of mentioned some newcomers. Do we have any newcomers going into our final game?
I'm looking at this. I mean, I feel like Reflames was on that list already, but he's kind of made his way up just a little bit more. Praise kind of elevates himself. Ryda also now making his way up that leaderboard. So I don't know so much as newcomers, as we're just seeing, I think, some more of the people who maybe started that were kind of down towards 8th and 10th. Yeah. Now as you get ready to head into the last game, definitely kind of finding their footing and bringing themselves up.
I think I'm really glad to see Praise on here. Now, the community have been trying to convince me for a while that this guy belonged in the Rookie of the Year conversation. Now, of course, the people at the top of that are Criminal God and Spam, in my opinion. I think there's a chasm between anyone else at that point. But everyone's been saying, look, Praise is the point of view that you really want to tune into. The fact that this team are in such a comfortable position to march on through to this afternoon is wonderful stuff. And it comes from the fact that Praise, Believe, and Jay Bella are running over a squad like Leviathan at Stronghold. And he's leading that line very well.
Looking at Scopes, our kill leader from BRS, also leading the pack. They have dominated today. They are the only team so far to break 100 points. An impressive stat line, given the fact we've only had 4 games, about to head into game number 5. BRS, one to keep your eyes on when we do head into the finals. They are guaranteed to make it at this point, being in first. So again, we go back to KFB, Leviathan, For Fun. Let's throw AG into the mix. Heading back to Havens Hollow, you kind of started this conversation. Some teams are good on Reverse, some teams are on Havens Hollow. So I'm going to put direct question, AG, KFB, Leviathan, who comes out ahead there when it comes to Havens?
It's really difficult for me to not say Leviathan, considering how good they've already looked there, but it has to be AG. Otherwise, this is the end of their tournament, and how we never really wrote that script. KFB, they struggled in those first 2, so I don't think it's that. Yeah, Leviathan come out ahead without question for me.
Well, if it is AG, then I mean, obviously they're on the chopping block, and this is a big roster. A lot of fans out there, big fan base as a whole, who have been struggling right throughout the entirety of the qualifiers. Birmingham, they've tried everything they possibly can, and they have been getting dominated. Changing up a landing spot too risky in Game 5, it's not working. They've got to do something.
I don't know it's a landing spot issue. That's the problem.
It's a team issue.
I think it's just a little bit of a team issue. They have multiple landing spots. They're landing Bard. They're landing Mini over by Research, and they haven't been able to figure out either of those. Those are 2 very good POIs that you can sort of kind of play out of, right? No matter where the zone is starting to pull. So the only sort of rabbit out of the hat they might be able to pull a Twisted Minds, go Mansion. You know there's probably at least one team there. You can start to farm. If you need to flex on over to pond, you can. If you want to try and look down towards tin and maybe then kind of hit research late, you could. The only problem is like when you change a drop spot like that, you might not have the information of what teams are in that area, who are you going to encounter on that rotation, things like that.
FIFA traditionally has been the anchor. Is he still acting as the anchor? And is Prodigy and Scumman just not picking up the kills where FIFA is holding his ground?
Yeah, in my opinion, this is a Prodigy Scumman issue, and it's been a problem all the way through this stage, essentially. And I feel for them because what a penny I'd give for the thoughts of these boys right now, because they, there's been a lot of talk about maybe replacing Prodigy on this roster. You come into a tournament like this with that hanging over your head. Some players will feel that and come out swinging. It feels very much so like instead they might be crumbling.
Well, they might be crumbling or they might be thriving. There's only one more map to find out. Map number 5, back to Havens Hollow. Let's see what our top 8 will be.
Whew, all right, let's get it started, boys. One last map to end Group A before we get Group B hot in the seats. Would love to be able to see some of these teams. We are begging to have a good map, be able to come out, fire on all cylinders here back on Havens Hollow, and really impress us. I agree with you, Enigma, that Leviathan, obviously, through those first 2 maps, looked absolutely phenomenal on Havens Hollow, and with us going back after some lackluster games on Rebirth Island, they should feel pretty confident.
The question for me is whether or not, if you are KFB or AG Global, do you land Lumber? Do you just try and fight them on the drop or try and destabilize Leviathan? You know the amount of kills they're going to pick up if they get that for free, so it's a Hail Mary play, sure, but there must be a reason, first of all, why Leviathan are playing very well out of there. If you lay claim to it, you could walk away with a hell of a lot of kills, but also it's then just about upsetting them. Can we force them into their lowest performance on Havens so far today? If you do, that gives you your best chance to get through.
It's a great conversation. It's one we've been having in Warzone for many years. If you're one of these teams that kind of needs to take things into your own hands, do you do it? Do you land on somebody else just to try and manage to make it happen? I don't, listen, if I'm AG Global, these are 3, very reminder, these are 3 talented players. They could go ahead and say, all right, we're challenging, have fun, we're landing Lumber, we're going to try and get Leviathan out of here, and then steamroll that into a game from there.
Well, AG don't even really have a drop spot, so to speak. They kind of just go with the flow. Now, Chapel has kind of defaulted to that drop spot, but when you ask them, when you talk to them, Browning, the man who is their manager, he's often saying that it's not necessarily home for us, and to be fair, it's a tiny area, so why would it be?
Yeah.
Go and contest. Go and force Leviathan to an awful game. At least if you don't get it through, off the back of that, you said you left everything on the table.
I'm going to say something a little rogue. It can't get worse than what you're already doing.
That is true.
Hey,
true.
at least if you're going to go out trying to chow a team, give us a little spice here in game number 5. We'd love to be able to see it. But here we go. Players flying on in. The planes have left Appalachia as we are getting ready for game number 5. Do or die for some heavy hitter squads. And we look, and where's AG going? Well, it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a contest at Research. So going to feel good about this, but look at this, KFB, they've actually decided to land Mini. So an area that you're maybe okay with, you're not going to be as comfortable to flex back on into. Hopefully you can play as a squad, run together as a duo, find these early kills you so desperately need.
Yeah, that's the win condition, essentially, for AG Global. There's a lot of players here. You've got to walk away with a hell of a lot of kills and then play for that placement multiplier and hope it does something for you if you're leaving Leviathan to do their own job. Low to say, going to be tucked in nearby. Trick decides to get active. It's a little bit shaky out of Prodigy, but you get there in the end, and Mills is going to try and activate off the back of it.
Yeah, my apologies. This was godlike, not KFB. Which actually makes this even more interesting. It's a little bit more firepower over here in this research area. But Prodigy does well. Plays a little bit of a heady on this AC vent. And you kind of can see it's just going to be PBJ. But let's go ahead. Let's do a listening. Let's see how these teams are feeling early on in game number 5.
It's only one guy PC, by the way, please. Nah, it's two. Trick line it back. They're working for me now. They're playing for me. Yeah, they're running at me.
Look over him. Look over him.
Yeah. He's on that hill. Why you half out? One on the hill. One's on the out left, bro. They're trying to work me hard. Hard work. Almost to the far left. Almost to up in page. The other one's on my close right. Yeah. I'm looking. I can't see him. But yeah, he's like on the wall. He's one shot. I'm sliding. Literally, I'm hitting him down. Only one in PC if you want to run away. Contact, son. Down to my left. And under you. Yeah. Oh, wait. You got PA'd. Okay. That's two teams. Yep. I got no play so. No, we can try and retake PC and just pull Lodi back there. Yeah, we can push. Play for coast.
Last chance for AG Global. They're getting mixy. They're getting active on that outside. FIFA kill on an island, but they're still finding the kills.
Big fan of the way FIFA kill plays that. Not only the way he finds 2 kills, but the conversation he has. Let's give it a minute though, because Prodigy's got company. Finds Havoc, gets the crack, doesn't turn quickly enough. Knife comes out. Probably not what you wanted to do if you were Prod. But coming back to FIFA and that listening. Boys, I'm in trouble here. I need you to help me. He does get that out of Prod and Scummin. They look over, provide the coverage, and it lets FIFA pop off in the moment. Again, just interjecting with comms as and when he needs to, not necessarily smothering his teammates, kind of letting them be a bit freer out there, but for Scummin and Prod, it's just not working right now.
I love the way that they were kind of able to ISO some of those godlike members. FIFA Killer just doing a great job playing an angle, staying alive. But let's take a look at Mansion. We've seen a couple of these battles all day here. Berserker, fantastic last game on Rebirth. They looked okay on Havens earlier in the day. Can they make it happen here in this last final game? AG Global still kind of stuck in this research area. FIFA is just in such a weird spot right here. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody play that high ground corner. So he's a little bit stuck. Gotta let the teammates come on in. Down at Main Street, KFB. It's a huge game needed for them. They're gonna start to try and bring it to JDG. Kizzy in the stairs. He's gonna be able to kickstart that one. You're able to find Melvin. Already then start to see a couple of these teams about to butt heads down at the boat. It's for fun. It's Leviathan. Crimmy jumps on down. You're going to need some help from Z-Dark. You'll line on up to find Juju. And it's not looking like a great scenario here for fun. You got one more out in the water. That's flanked. It's got to be Bubble in from the skies. Spot protection will keep you alive for now. But Amir, he might be in a solid position. He's going to know exactly where Bubble has landed. Or early enough, Resurgence might be able to happen. But as that's going on, look at this KFB. They've been put into a little bit of a blender.
I'd be curious to know how Bubble's doing, by the way, because if 4Fun go out there, they might well fall out. And actually, no, he's going to clean up Amir in the end. Killfeed gives us our answers. So just about stays up, and while Crimmy will trade that on out, likely the 4Fun stay alive in the moment. Take a look back to Berserker comfortably through. Trying to figure out exactly what it was that went wrong in the early maps of Havens Hollow. Stepping up for what they will have to do later on in this tournament. PRS getting active on what we say in the kill feed. And for Berserkers just trying to get across the riverway, never an easy route to make. Reflame does enough to get to Tin, now trying to cover his boys out, but godlike, they see them and they want to hunt them down.
Keep an eye out on that kill feed. I'm trying to see every time I see a 4Fun come on up. We mentioned it, Leviathan, they were on the cut. They're already finding some good kills against another team that was just above them in 4Fun. If you're able to maybe get that early squad wipe, this could open up the map and really ensure that you're doing okay. Back on over here with AG Global. We mentioned he's a huge map, and already Scummin's on 3. It's not a bad way to start. You're going to work together alongside Prodigy. You land, you find Fools. You're able to take control of Mini yet again. It's still in zone as well. You and I talk about this all the time. You want to play this map north to south, so I'm not surprised to see them put so much energy on trying to control that research area.
Patience. The play from Juju means that Kizzy must be nearby. And just trying to anchor in for a moment for the roster, as Bubble is going to be pretty much center zone, likely just hunkering into electrical without his loadout and hoping for the very best. Got to find flanks back in. Juju's going to want to sail off into the distance there. How he wishes he could join him. Ooh, but you have company. Force is arriving.
You're going to hear some of these footsteps stomping around if you are Juju. You heard the parachute not too far away either. Fools is right on the south side. If Fools busts open this door, it's going to be tough, but it's going to be a 2x2 from KFB. Juju, he's going to go prone. In hand, lights up, finds one, and not going to be able to get the full or even try and get some tags in on the second. All 3 players from KFB are there flanked. He's playing these loadouts as a little bit of a heady, thinking that maybe he can get some shots onto one, but it's all 3 members. Bubble's still here on the other side, but flanked, he's got to be careful.
Yeah, the problem is if they take this rooftop, it doesn't even have a rotation out, and looking at that kill feed, there's yet more trouble to be had for his teammates. As Amir and Co lane way flanked us incredibly well to Dolphin Dive and hit the stim at the same time. That's going to keep him in the fight for now.
No.
Not for much longer, likely though, but long enough for Juju to spawn back in. Just trying to hold, praying to the gods. But one's going to arrive for you. It's Grimmy up over the top and cleans you out. So 4Fun continue to be in a blender here, hanging on for dear life.
Juju will be able to get his feet underneath him there at the lumber mill. As Leviathan, they understand, hey, we gotta fry out this game and get the placement, so they're continuing to move everywhere. JDG, it's been a great day for them so far, but you're already kind of put into a little bit of a mix-up. 4 already for FLS. Slappy gonna land on in. Oh, they are just gonna chow. Why not?
See you later.
Give me that loot. He's able to grab it. That's for fun. They've been able to regain.
It's top 10 now, so every kill becomes worth just a little bit more. Go from the 1x to the 1.2. For fun, somehow still alive in this and actually have control over the mill with a buy station.
Yes.
Not much money in the pocket, but certainly the opportunity to stabilize at least. Bubba will have a Voyak to play with, so that's at least something godlike out of here. PBJ laying the sword. Criminal God going to send another team out of this. Toff and Co. Likely the end of your afternoon. Cheers for showing up in Atlanta, gentlemen. And you still have complete control over lumber and stacks, 2 buy stations, a hell of a lot of space, and a great place to not only make it through to this afternoon, but to make a statement here on Havens.
Hey, Leviathan, they're making it happen. Criminal God only with 9 was crazy. We said they needed the kills. You see KFB. They're just trying to maybe stay alive. And as we look on over, B-Mark's only got 1. You need more. Take it down for fun. Might be a little bit of your path into that top 8. But it is a huge ask. We do have Fools on 5. You see they're kind of trying to set up a little bit of a cross here. But for fun, I think they're more than happy to wait down below. But Leviathan start to move in.
B-Mark's going to have the height to look over this, but does he expect Leviathan to shoot him in the back? And I think he's been forced inbound. Certainly a calm before the storm. B-Mark's up and over. You will have heard that. If you are for fun, actually looks over to see Criminal God, cracks him, then being shot in the back, just about gets down in time. Fools, Kizzy, laying low, begging anyone to step out and give them a freebie.
Anybody going to do so? Zone will pull away from this mill area. All of these teams have to find a way on in. Fools down through the stairs. Bubble flank to Juju. They'll line on up. You take down Kizzy and Fools. B-Mark at least going to be able to get the full, but he's not going to be able to stay alive for long. Flanked will cut you down, but JDG, here's all these gunshots happening. They know there's got to be a team over here. Only 2 more squads need to drop. For fun would love to be able to make it to the top 5. You lose flanked at the hands of FLS. It's now just Juju. He's alive. He's playing his life. You just gotta hang on.
It'd be wise to not shoot at anything for a moment here, to simply pause, allow that top 5 to come through. But does line up a snipe collapse action in the back. But that's giving away your position now. They're going to turn and face, and the problem is, if you wanted top 5, well, you got to hope that everyone else takes shots at each other. Braxton's found Amir, by the way, in the kill feed.
Yeah.
We'll get the confirm as well. So it's BRS in prime location. Dark all on his own, going to be swarmed. Riders on the outside right. Braxton's just trying to clock him into this corner. You will get out, but don't have anyone in support. And honestly, Leviathan, you more than likely march on through, considering the number of kills that you have, but it might be the end of your run right here.
Yeah, I mean, BRS, they're absolutely through. They don't have to worry about anything. Just about finding those kills. Z-Dark, though, he gets lost. Slides on out, finds Brax, but Reflame. He's moved on over into Cole. Leviathan out in 7th, not top 5. It's only a 1.2 multiplier for them. Guess who's still here? Juju. He doesn't have any stims to his name. He is 1 HP. He is begging one more team to fall, saying, I just need to get to that top 5. Let me do what I need to for my team. As he's there. But look who's still alive in there. AG Global is here.
The zone pull is awful for every team on the south. They're going to have to rotate across towards the north through no man's land. AG Global are waiting. The problem is there's a lack of kills here. So you just got to find everything in front of you right now. This is your last dance, your last chance to see yourself through this afternoon. You have top 6. You need one more team to die for the multiplier. But I tell you what, I'm looking at FIFA kills. 3 kills. You need so much more.
Oh, no.
In pocket, but getting back down from the rooftops of Research.
PBJ, they're on that top of Research. We saw them in the kill feed. And For Fun is wiped in 6th. They will not get the 1.4 multiplier. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, into the top 5. Game number 5. Ryder will get dropped. BRS wiped. Berserker Clan continuing to move on forward. You're in the gas. AG Global, they have the opportunity to kind of hold this, but Castillo, he rips Scummin on down. FIFAKill will slide on out. Stim will keep you on up. You get the trade. One last member still here, but FIFAKill, you're now stuck on the outside, but a PA will rip across. Looks like you get the knock onto Izund. That is there. AG Global, they have to win this if they want even a hell of a chance.
FLS fighting Izund over towards security. It's actually going to be PBJ and Berserker rotating in from Research. PBJ likely in your best position, but actually Reflame might find a route in through the back. And surprise FLS and send them out of here. JDG's done, but Reflame's about to arrive. Potentially spoil the party. No, J-Bella gets to confirm onto Izund. 2v2 then to close it out.
You need this if you're AG. Backs against the wall. Praise swings wide, finds Prodigy. It's just FIFAKill. Legacy on the line. It's a 1v2, but guess what? Praise J-Bella. They're not going to try and give you a series of 1v1s. FIFAKill does his best. It's not able to happen, and you get a little couple extra love taps right there at the end onto FIFAKill. PBJ win game number 5. And man, they might have just kind of let AG Global know what they think about them potentially not making it into our open finals.
No, for certain. I think if we were looking at the rosters that we were expecting to make it through this lobby, PBJ would have been towards the bottom end. We'd have thought they'd have been one of the teams
for sure,
scraping on through and just about getting themselves enough in the late stages, but a dominant showing on land, feeling very comfortable for AG Global. Unfortunately, we can't say the same. Now, of course, not official, but I think considering the number of kills that we saw there, it's incredibly unlikely.
Unless Scummin and Prod went nuclear and we just didn't see.
I don't think so, man. I don't think so. So unfortunately, despite your efforts here in the last stand, and it is great work, but it's just too little too late. You're playing through this no man's land. You haven't kept an eye on Cole for long enough. Scummin's pinned against the wall. You've been so worried about the player's top research. For me, the PA comes in a little late to get impact, sure, but I feel like you could have backed PBJ down earlier with that and given yourself a route to control the rest of the map.
No, listen, man, you're the best at breaking it down, and I agree with you, okay? AG Global, I think you said it best. It's a little too late. I love the ideas. I love their playing. I mean, they stood over here forever, but even just from the very beginning where they were getting those shots across, it looked great. I think the fact that basically Praise here towards the end gets this free just swing, and then the ability to take down Prod is kind of just where it happens, right? We get down to this 2v2. J-Velo just playing in security. Yeah, it's just Praise right here. It's just FIFAKill's not in it. Like, to me, FIFA needs to be a little bit wider there. Watch that swing, because they could easily take down Praise. And it's like, all right, it's just a 2v1 against J-Velo. All we have to do is just play trades. And it's just FIFAKill. He's just stuck on the low ground and no opportunity. He saw a couple little extra love taps come in there at the end. AG Global, they tried their best, but Praise, J-Velo, Believe, PBJ, they're going to take the win.
Great stuff from them. And again, a reminder of a little bit of why they belong here. It's like every scrim we've seen, they've been towards the bottom end of the board. Every single opportunity that they've had, they've not really taken it. Believe, he's been around for a long time now. He's played on the World Series of Warzone stage. I mean, goddamn, that's where that photo is from. So he and J-Vella, I mean, it's a case of, all right, well, we want to step up and deliver. But again, Praise, he's been brought up so often as the player they've really got to watch out for this year. I've kind of dismissed that for a while. All of a sudden, I'm going, all right, you're showing me a couple of things that are perking my ears. So this is great out of him. This is exactly what you want to see. Of course, nice and loose towards the end of this day. They knew they were through well before this, and closing out that map 5, a statement moment.
Young gun on land. That's what you like to see. Team having a little bit of confidence here. Ending, of course, Lobby A very comfortably. Love being able to see what they have that's there. Taylor, fantastic game number 5. I mean, I don't know. I can't wait to see what this leaderboard is going to look like.
You know, it's going to be a wild one, isn't it? I mean, coming into it, we had, what, 3-4 teams we were looking at. You know, you had starting in 10th place AG, then KFB, Leviathan, and then For Fun. All of those teams were knocking on the door of elimination, right? The battle was for that 8th place spot realistically, because everybody else was kind of already too far gone, looking forward to the finals. And really, this was just a bonus game to get additional confidence under their belts. Coming into it, AG has this massive battle like they typically do. They've got 2 teams that end up landing on them, and one of them was Godlike, who ended up having an incredible game and a wonderful finish.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, Godlike have, I will be honest with you, coming into this event, I really wasn't sure what version of Godlike we were going to see, purely because of the issues that they faced internally. I get a reminder that Intex realistically was expected to to be dropped from this roster and has just managed to get themselves through here. He's come out and had a great performance, but across the board, I think all three of those players standing up and delivering. So they've still got some work to do. Still a lot of Warzone to be played this weekend, but it'd be interesting conversations if they continue like this.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the fact that they come on in here, they play well, they win 2 games, like these are the type of things that you like to see for, like you said, a team that's coming in with some questions. Say, hey, we got the chem on lock there in lobby 1. Let's go ahead. You're gonna have a little bit of a break before you got to play later in the open finals. So we maybe do some research, prep a little bit there, figure out what you can be able to make on happen. Godlike looking very good.
At one point, we were asking Berserker Clan, would they do enough to even qualify top 8? Well, that last game comfortably put them in the running, and this game was honestly really good for them too. I think they're going to finish very comfortably within the top 8 for sure. JD Gaming as well, another knockout roster.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, look, JD Gaming, realistically, they're a team that, and we saw a real purple patch from them online, right? They're actually winning screaming lobbies. They included Falcons, Twisted Minds, and so on. They've been great throughout periods. Their ceiling is there. Sometimes their floor can really be their undoing. They've not allowed that to get the better of them here. And JD Gaming in particular, you know, you're looking at Melvin and Slappy to lead that line. We want to see that cohesion. We saw a little bit of it in the online stages, much better this time out. FLS, he's an anchor that gets involved at the right moments, but much more of a dictator throughout the opening stages. And I think that Melvin and Slappy are now finding themselves much more comfortably inside that setup.
Nice to see AG in the top 2 here anyways, but was it a little bit too late? I think so. Of course, we'll wait for the official tally with the scoreboard, but Team Believe did a great job getting first place here. Berserker as well, solidifying what they have. And for fun, by the way, big note on them, another roster that we were keeping our eyes out on. Coming into this game, they were in 7th place. Relatively lower scoring game, 19.2. KFB right behind them, 14.4. These were 2 teams in a running for top 8.
Yeah, I mean, if you were for fun after that lackluster Rebirth game, you had to have just a solid last Haven's Hollow game, and they're feeling very comfortable on this map, but just in that game, I don't know what happens. There's just a little bit too much aggression. You get flip-flopped, and it's only 9.6 points that's there. And I love that you bring up teams like Leviathan and KFB, who they were kind of battling with that set, because they actually have pretty solid games.
What about Lotus 8? Another not a good game, right, coming out. Map number 5, now leaving it up to chances to the other rosters, hopefully underperforming so they don't get passed up.
No, without a shadow of a doubt. As soon as the leaderboard started to roll down there, it was a little bit of a case of, hang on a minute, that's single-digit points. You weren't in a completely comfortable position, and as such, that does leave it out of your hands a little bit. You're kind of hoping to do the math. You're trying to do it yourself. Go around, check, hey, boys, how many kills did you get? Let me know. Because they are now going to break very nervously for this final leaderboard to find out if they are making that cut through. And Lotus 8 are a team that we're talking about in Birmingham. They got through to land finals. If they'd have placed in the same position here in Atlanta, there's a chance they make EWC. So what a disappointing performance it would be if they then fall out now.
It definitely would be. It would be heartbreaking, given how much we have hyped them up throughout the qualifiers. But after all, it's up to them to decide if they want to be top 8 or not. You know, it was 5 games, quick 5 games for some, especially if you're in the regain blender. It's hard to regain going from game to game to game as they did. 5 games, man. It is hard to regain, period.
Blink and you'll miss it. I feel like we just started like an hour ago, it feels like, you know, and it's like already, you know, like, and I think that's the reality. If you are one of these Lobby B teams who is sitting in the stands, I saw a couple people watching Lobby A, you have to realize, like, once you're in, it's going to go quick.
Right.
And you're not going to have a chance, like, hopefully your mental fortitude is on lock, because if you go down, that mental gets chalked early, it's going to be really tough to try and reset it.
I just want to say, by the way, side note, aside from the games, DreamHack has been absolutely wonderful. We're here in person, and the crowd has been electric, really. We've been having them pop by, checking them out, the games, screaming, supporting. But now they get a chance to do it again, because here's our Group A final leaderboard, and for fun, will skate by, along with Lotus 8 in 8th and 7th place.
Yeah, we talk about destiny out of your own hands. You can now breathe a sigh of relief, gentlemen, because you just about get over that line. Lotus 8, 4th on towards the bottom. Honestly, wouldn't have predicted that coming into today. BRS towards the top, sure, we all saw that coming, but Team Believe and Berserker Clan really upsetting the odds there in 3rd and 4th for me. Incredible performance from them. If they can continue that momentum in through to the evening session, they're teams that can definitely make it Sunday now.
Well, one team that is missing, however, we had a lot of questions, AG Global. They do not break into top 8. We knew, though, coming into the final game, they were going to have to pull off a miracle run. 2nd place was good, but the kills simply weren't. And for KFB, top 8 for the longest time, Dandro, but they fall short in the end.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of one of those situations. We said it. You can't have a bad game, and for KFB, it was just a little bit too much. I mean, they're just right behind for fun, right? A couple more kills. This is what I say all the time, right? When we have these 5-game series, and you're looking at how close it is, it's literally the difference of 1 or 2 kills
qualify or
over
anything, yeah.
5 games, or you get an additional multiplier. Exactly. I think if you're for fun, for example, you started off so great, you had those just absolute stinker games.
Sure.
You have to go back and figure it out, because
That's right.
I'm looking at that rebirth where you're getting just in a blender at Turbine. That happens too often for them. You cannot let that happen. You have to figure out maybe a little bit of a different strategy how you can hold the line.
So, Enigma, now looking at our top 8 teams, we'll be seeing them later on today. They've got 6 maps to try and qualify for EWC. What's the next step for them? Obviously, Dandra pointed out for some, it's back to the drawing board, figure some things out. For others, though, who have been dominating, maybe business as usual.
Yeah, I think you're right to talk about it in this way. It's got to be VOD review. You've got a couple of hours now if you are going to be. Oh, it doesn't matter which team you're. It doesn't matter if you're at the top. There's going to be things that you can fix, things you can prove on to march on through. Like BRS, yeah, you've had a great afternoon. Your rebirth wasn't as good. So go back and find out exactly why. If you are the teams towards the bottom 4 fund, I love that you bring it up. They're going to get that contest that they've so often lost at Turbine. I wonder though if you end up with a lobby that's not got anybody in it that's going to fight you there, because of AG Global now out of the picture, they might be able to build themselves back into things a little better. But even still, when you think about Havens, they've been playing out of bold, they're getting landed on by Leviathan. We know they will be in that later lobby, so they've got to go, okay, how do we counter this situation?
That's right. Good news is, though, this was only Group A, and we still have Group B to come. And for Group A, they're done now. So for those top 8 teams, sit back, relax, regain, but more importantly, research, because Group B is about to play, and Group A is going to be able to do some VOD review, which is absolutely wonderful. Incredible job coming out from the top 8 teams. For those that fell a bit short, maybe a secondary chance. As far as I know, Berserker was the only one who was at risk of not being able to qualify for EWC, period. Their chances are still alive. For the others, though, who didn't qualify, AG including Dandra, they still have a chance with the online qualifiers.
Yep, you still have some online qualifiers for North America and EU. So like you mentioned, for a couple of those rosters, if you didn't manage to make it happen here in Atlanta, you still have one more shot. And we talked about it even here. You're going to be missing a lot of the top teams from the region. Yep. We're qualifying a lot through Birmingham. We were going to qualify a lot here this weekend in Atlanta. There's a really strong opportunity for some of those mid-pack teams to still make it to the Esports World Cup.
Absolutely. Any big surprises? Obviously, teams, we've talked about that, but watching the players play on LAN, did you see a little bit of extra energy, extra trash talk? Did the LAN experience disappoint?
I think definitely not disappointing. No, it's absolutely wonderful to be here. Let's make that straight. I think I'm very surprised by just how comfortable BRS looked out here. Fantastic online, but we've talked about it. That doesn't necessarily translate. Come out, put up a huge game 1. They were looking comfy from there on out. And if I'm one of those teams waiting in Sunday's finals, or one of the teams in Group B, I'm kind of looking over and going, hang on a minute, I don't want to be fighting these guys. I'm going nowhere near them.
Wait, we got packs, though, all day long, and you have a chance to get kitted up out there in the game. Of course, we've already looked, I think, at 3 of them, still deciding on which one I truly want. This is one of those in the run. You want that because, of course, you want the turret. I know, you're a dirty turret player.
I am, man. All the way back since NW2, baby. We pop down a sentry gun. You can farm noobs with it, man, and now you can do it in style.
That's right. Helping hands, finishing move. That's what I'm about to do to you if you throw a turret down on the ground to me. I'm just saying, Haptic Rain Mastercraft, pick it up. It's available now. Tracer packs, we keep it going. We've got plenty more as well for you all out there to end up grabbing. Like I said, I got plenty of COD points, still deciding on which one I want. If you want to also support your Call of Duty teams, you have that ability as well. You've got the 2026 League pack. Wonderful. This was actually being used yesterday. We had a chance, all of us, to cast a little bit of the CDLC and D-Stream, which was wonderful, watching the home and away operators skins. You know, you got to love the supports. I mean, it never ends.
I'm a big fan of the league packs where they bring out like the I'm beaming cards, the hard carry, but also the nice try sprays. They do a great job of just kind of like, a lot of these like kind of like things that you would say in game and kind of and maybe rile up your opponents a little bit.
That's right. Ninja Diffused available now. We like our Ninja Diffusers, and it's all black. So I mean, you want to talk about stealthy? It's definitely stealthy.
This is a Rose 2.0 we're about to have. Maybe this could be a new skin to rock in Warzone. Sorry if I just unleashed that on the community. My apologies, but that's why I'm gonna pick up this one maybe because I like being stealthy a little bit. You know,
stealthy, man. It's Dandra, it's hard for you to be a little bit stealthy. I'd say that, but at least in game though, Ninja Diffused, you have that ability to do so. I'm picking up one of them. Which one's it going to be? We'll find out. A great day so far. Plenty more to come, obviously. Group B is about to come up, and I think it's time to get a little sneak peek as to who we could be expecting and who we are expecting to go all the way. Let's start it. Start anywhere you want. I'm going to start Vitality. Skullface, of course, because as soon as I saw that, I said, you know, I got to shout him out. You know I love Skullface. Been supporting him since the very beginning. But boys, let's run through it. Nick, we'll start with you.
I think there's a really interesting storyline to kick things off early here. Youngsters back from the grave. This guy's unretired for the 19th time now. Public joins up with one prospect, so hopefully FaZe can do something to get themselves over the line. But I think my main conversation here, as a European Geek Esports, Lays, Decky, Stukex, this has been a rough year for a roster that was so good last year. Gotta step it up now.
I think one that I'm really excited to watch play is actually Team. They're actually called Team Blatant, right? And Thomas Delirious and Cynics. I mean, that team has been kind of shooting a little bit, right?
I was about to say something else.
No. They have been shooting. I want to be very clear. Two rows there, shooting. I've been really, really good. But also, it's that NIP roster, man. War's getting moved to a coach. We're now bringing in Showstopper as well. I mean, this is so many different just changes happening between Birmingham and now. It's going to be very, very exciting to see how these teams can do in this lobby.
For the sake of swag, FaZe Esports, let's perform today. Let's do very well. All right? He's been doing his watch parties, and man, it is hard to see him get disappointed. Swag, I'm sure the boys are going to do just fine. There it is. Group A completely finished. Group B about to come by. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Lock in, load up, and let's make history.
Doggy from above, the shots are firing. Fights coming thick and fast and furious.
Today is about legacy.
Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying. Twisted Minds! They do it to the very end! It was patience all the way through!
It's media day here at World Series of Warzone. I'm Gojo, I'm going to be casting, but today I'm interviewing some folks. In this, though, we're going to be third-partying some players, catching them by surprise. So we're going to run around and see what they're doing and catch them in the act. Let's go. All right, we're about to go third party, the makeup room. I think somebody's getting makeup right now. I see players running into there. Let's just see what happens. Let's just come on. Oh, beautiful timing. We got people all over the place. Gentlemen, you're on camera. Look, we're third partying you in the makeup room. Let's start right here. We've got the wonderful Scum, and it's great to see you in person, by the way.
Everyone.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you liking media day so far?
You know, we just got in here. We're about to take photos, and I'm excited. I mean, I'm ready for tomorrow.
My question for you is this: are you guys winning?
Yeah.
Okay, here's another question for you. Are you top fragging?
Yeah.
Okay, another question for you. Are you shooting bodies?
Yeah, I'm getting toxic.
Okay, give me 2 names of people you're shooting bodies today.
Jukies and Destroy.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really know what to say off that, but okay, look forward to seeing me shoot some bodies back then.
Okay, bodies are being shot. All right, let's move over here. Jukies, I got a question for you, Jukes.
Yeah.
Whose body are you shooting?
His, of course, coming, of course, yeah, every time I kill him.
Okay, we got to keep moving. Best player here, worst player here. You are an analyst for World Series of Warzone. This will go everywhere. Who's the best player here and who's the worst player here? You don't even need to tell me why. You just pick.
Best player here, Hisoka. Has to be Hisoka. Guy's absolutely out of this world. Worst player here, goddamn, that is a difficult one. I'm just gonna say, Scummin.
Good answers. All right, I gotta run. We got more people to talk to, all right? You do your thing. Good luck with your interviews. You're gonna do great. Love you too. I see Hector, let's go. I got a camera crew, bro. I gotta ask you some questions.
What's up, man?
Okay, look, I heard you got an interview with the Falcons earlier.
I did.
How much trash were they talking?
Oh, listen, man, I'm gonna tell you, there wasn't just simple trash talk. These guys are gonna piss off the Warzone community, piss off the EU community, and most importantly, they're gonna piss off the CDL community. So let me tell you, there was a lot of trash talking.
Dude, I've gotta ask you, how many games are we playing day 2?
Oh, man, I'll be honest, it's one or the other. This is not going 5 games, 6 games. This is going, they're finishing it in 4, or this is going 10 games. No in between.
When the Falcons get to match point, I know you want your boys to win, but when they get to match point, what are your words to 21st all the way down to 40th?
Hey, man, we've been saying this for the last 6 months. If y'all are 20th, 21st through 40th, and you're not trying to chalk them in some way, what are we here for? You know what I'm saying? I love them, and we need this to be interesting. Like, people have been scared for the last 6 months. Now's the time.
$1 million on land. Hector, have a fun watch party, bro.
Appreciate it.
Much love. All right, I gotta go third party some more people. Cheers. Oh, shoot, wait. We got the gentleman. Gentlemen, it's Cloud9 time. Look, okay, I know you guys are doing tech stuff. I got cameras. I got some questions asked really quick. You guys can get set up in a second. Supermodel girlfriend, is she here?
She's really busy right now. She's in Turks and Caicos right now with some like low-tier rapper named Aubrey. But he's got a plane though, which is pretty cool.
Sure.
So it's like, it's fine. She's busy. And like, she has her own life. I got mine. But overall though, we're doing phenomenal.
Dude, I like that. Turks and Caicos sounds like a pastry. Speaking of pastry, my man, Bread, I've got a really important question for you. Are you going to snipe?
I'm glad there's 2 days for this event because I haven't been sniping recently, but at the same time, it's always something I could pull out, so I'm going to have a little doubt. We'll see.
You, my friend, do sometimes shoot bodies, and you sometimes get a little aggro, which I like, by the way. It makes great content. Who are you going after? I mean, it's Cloud9 versus the world, but is there a specific team that you're like, I'm shooting that body every time?
Yeah, Nate Dogg and Roll and Destroy. That team, it's every time. Every time I see them, it's on site.
Okay, I respect that play. Put them in the dirt, as they say, I guess. We're in the elevator. We're going up to the player lounge. We're going to try to get a couple more interviews here, see what's going on behind the scenes. Oh, shoot. This is a big one. I'm going off script. Almond, my man, you're representing the Falcons. Your story getting here is unbelievable. Did you think you'd be here at this moment playing with this team?
Well, I knew I was going to be in Vegas for Vegas.
Sure.
I didn't think I was going to be playing.
Yeah.
Somehow I ended up playing.
Unfortunately, Crims, we love him. Fantastic player, couldn't make it. And so they called on the energy of the Almond, I suppose. What do you think you're bringing to the table for this team? Kind of what's the strat going into this weekend?
Yeah, I'm just trying to bring that veteran leadership to the team. You know, I've played well on land so far. I'm trying to help these guys out, do the best we can.
All right, I'm gonna swap you out, Almond. Dude, it's great to see you always. All right, listen. It is great to have you on land, my man. How are you feeling playing in Vegas for the Falcons, but mostly for you? I mean, this is a big moment. Y'all qualify again, and then you pick up Almond. How are you feeling about your team?
I'm feeling great. Picking up our IGL. Almond is the best out there. That's why we picked him up.
You got your competition behind the cameras right now, the other Falcons. Now, I need you to be very clear. You can shout out an individual player. Whose body are you shooting when you kill them?
Man, it's probably Biffle.
Biffle, yeah, okay. Number one player in the world, you shoot his body when you kill him. This is perfect. This is how we're gonna end it, right here. We're in the player lounge, and I'm gonna be honest, there's some food up here. It smells really good, so I'm gonna have to get some lunch after this. Z Smith and DJ Moss with me. I need you to talk to me about why you are one of the best teams here, if not the best. I have you top 5. No bias.
I mean, you look at all the scrims and all the tournaments these past few weeks, we've started to mesh and blend really well together. Top 3 in almost every single one. You know, it takes time. We locked our roster right at roster locks, like literally the day of, and we just needed time to build the chemistry, and we've been cooking ever since.
What does this event mean to you, especially with the kind of lead up that you guys have going into this of being one of the best teams here?
Definitely means a lot. Like, we've been working for it for like a long time, so I mean, it is a little bit of pressure, but, you know, I think we're ready for it.
I love you both a ton. Last question I have for you. Been asking everybody, whose body are you shooting? You've got a lot to prove, a lot to finish. Whose body?
Panda. I might see him at market.
Same question. Last question.
Honestly, I'm going to go with Scummin.
Scummin was talking some trash earlier. I'm not going to lie. You got any words for Scummin?
He always does. I mean, I'll see him on the map.
Cheers. All right, folks. This has been incredible. All right, I've been third-partying people all day. Media Day has been a blast. We've got so much behind-the-scenes look, and it was so dang fun. These players are ready to rock, and I can tell they are focused on making sure they're the best players on the map and trying to get the win. Will the Falcons win? I don't know, but I'm having a great time seeing what all the players are thinking.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone here in Las Vegas. I'm here with Team FIFA Kill, and that is going to be, of course, FIFA Kill, Lennon, and Jukies. It's fair to say, lads, it's been a bit of a rocky road. Can you talk about why it's been a tough year?
I mean, we had a good start in the group stages with, I think, 4th place overall in Europe. And then an update came out, our buy station left, and we didn't know where to land anymore. So the rest of the story has just basically been trying to find a home for us.
I know that you are talking... Where's Liam gone?
Wait, what? He was literally
just
there. Not again.
We've got an interview. Oh, come on.
We'll come back for that on Sunday.
What are the real expectations for your team this week?
We're one of those teams that it can all come together on the day, so I think we have a very high ceiling. I think on our day we could definitely get a top 3 for sure. I mean, it's LAN. LAN and online is so different. We haven't really been able to play on equal ping. On the EU ones, we played a lot better, and we've all got experience on LAN, so I think that's going to play in our favor.
You two in particular, what does this guy bring to your team?
I think the most important thing he brings to the team is kills. He's usually our top fragger.
He's very good at breaking down a team, deciding strategically how we're going to do that, where we're going to get the opening knock, coordinating where we should be to break down a team.
Liam, you're not going to get away with just having your ego lifted here. I'm going to ask as well, what do your teammates bring to this trio?
Len brings an extra set of eyes, but I don't mean that. I mean, like, his vision is great in the team. I get my trade as well. Sometimes if I get full killed, he'll get the 2-piece, even if I don't get a knock. Len's very good at that, and FIFA's good at leading us around the map, you know. I'll pick the fights and maybe coordinate the fights, but like, wherever we fight, like what area we are, that's all on FIFA, and that obviously comes with a big part of his brain. I think he's one of the smartest players to ever grace the game, so I've got one of the best gunnies, one of the best brains with me, so that's what they bring.
So we've got one of the best slayers, one of the best supports, one of the best leaders, 3 great gentlemen of the space. I'm looking forward to watching you do something great this weekend, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that was Team FIFA Kill here at the World Series of Warzone Global Finals in Las Vegas.
All right, so the 3 of you here for World Series of Warzone. Let's go ahead and start with some introductions. Started with you, Joe.
Hi, I'm Joe. Warzone player, streamer, content creator, supermodel dating guy. I mean,
my name's Redman. I don't have the same accolades. I'm a better Warzone player, better supermodel dater. I do everything better.
I'm Limax. I'm from Australia, down under. I'm better than both of them.
Oh, also, while we're here, we do have a little surprise. I know we just got hot into this. Bredman has the most luxurious hair.
Oh,
and before we start talking about bucket hats and stuff, I want to see some action. So we're going to have Joe and Limax braid your hair.
Wait, what?
Limax, Joe, have you ever braided anyone's hair before?
I have not.
A couple ladies, you know, my mom. I just forgot right now, though.
Yeah.
I just forgot.
You forgot how to do it.
I've done it so much, it's like second nature. I just forgot it. Right now. Bro, bro, do you brush your hair?
Bro, I just got it brushed. Dude,
no, this is, dude, somebody just got it to the salon.
Brad, you are known for your bucket hats. We see them in the back of your stream. We know that you go through a process of picking them out prior to each and every competition. Which one is your favorite? Will you be wearing it tomorrow?
Okay, so my favorite bucket hat is the purple one that I wear, honestly, only because it fits on my headset really easily. I always wear the expensive buckies for tournaments for sure, especially a tournament like this. I mean, this is crazy.
All is right in the world. We have a bucket hat on the head of Bread. Now you have to go ahead and rate their braiding skills.
I don't even think you can put on a scale. It was so bad.
Yeah, good. You meant good.
Yeah.
It
was off the charts.
There's a different kind of slang term. You meant good.
Good to know. Well, thank you guys so much for being here. Completely good luck this weekend. Hopefully you guys do win, but do you guys have any last shouts before we leave here?
For all the people that are supporting us, thank you guys so much. It means the world. Obviously, there's like a ton of tweets and stuff. Obviously, it means a lot to us. So thank you so much for cheering us on, and we will bring it home for you guys for sure.
I don't think there's anything that I could say to beat what Joe just said, so I'd say the same thing. A nice little thank you to everyone again that's supporting us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you to everyone. That's it. And shout out the Signal 50.
Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. 32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now. Get yours. Get to Riyadh this summer and watch the greatest rise above.
It's time to find out who's going to get it done. It's about to get spicy. He is shooting beams right now. Your Call of Duty Warzone champions. Today, you show your opponents they don't stand a chance. We have the best players from around the world under one roof for the ultimate showdown. They are ready to prove themselves once again, so get loud and get ready. What is an LC-10 right into the face? He's got to stay alive. It's by the last skin of his teeth.
Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen, to the Warzone Resurgence series here at DreamHack Atlanta. It's the LAN Open, and this time we are going through Group B. Group A was electric, exciting. Group B, I'm sure, is going to be equally the same. It's been great here at DreamHack. The fans have been incredible and wonderful. In fact, they're already set up now to watch our Group B teams. Hey, I'm Taylor Reflections, and we're joined by Goj and Spider Tiff. Good to see the both of you. Goj, what's up?
Living the dream. I'm going to be honest. I love being in person for events like this. The fact that we're able to cast over the open, obviously Group A was a lot of fun to watch. Group B, I think, is going to be pretty hot as well. A lot of upsets. It's LAN, baby, man. Anything can happen. It's Call of Duty.
Upsets indeed. Already some heavy hitters. Unfortunately, not going to be EWC as of yet. Spider Tiff, what's up? You're looking great. Loving the style.
Hey, thank you. Sometimes you get to dabble in a little bit of a streetwear, but I'm feeling good. I'm happy to be here at DreamHack Atlanta, and of course, being so close to the players and hearing kind of the vibes that are coming off them. Maybe it's a bad game, maybe it's a sick game. I just want to get the banter going, you know?
Yeah, it's cool to look back and actually see the players and look at their screens sometimes, because like, how do they actually see the game? What am I doing? Nothing. Open schedule. Round one is where we currently are. We have 28 trios. They're dropping into 5 private lobbies. 2 groups total. A group has concluded. B group is about, or what we are about to hop into. Then that leads us into round 2. It'll be 16 trios, 6 private lobbies, and that will be the qualifier to tomorrow's finals. $100,000 on the line, but more importantly, the coveted spots to EWC to move to Saudi Arabia to potentially play for $1 million. A lot on the line here for the Open, and more importantly, I think for some, right, potentially their last chance, depending on how the rosters end up working out. Group A, again, was electric. 8th place spot is what it came down to. It was coveted. We had tons of team in the running going into the final game. It was AG, KFB, Leviathan, and 4Fun. And we know one of those rosters that didn't make it, but to highlight some of them that did, BRS, unstoppable.
Yeah, they were unstoppable, and frankly, I think to some people's expectations, they lived up to those expectations. It really didn't surprise folks. They kind of were like, no, in the Open, especially the group stages, we're going to slam. I mean, they've been looking in final form. They recently won the Pulse Check tournament that was like, what, a week ago? I mean, right now is a peak BRS viewer experience, and what they're able to do in Group A continue to prove that. Now, as things get a little mixy into qualifier finals, potentially in the next lobby, of course, we don't know what will happen after that.
Yeah, we had Leviathan performing very well, top 3, or should be top 6, and then Berserker was the big story. Team that representing Latin America, they obviously couldn't qualify through Latin America because Leviathan had already done that. So Berserker needed to have some big games. Tiff, they did so. They finished top 8.
Yeah, and exactly what they need to do. If you've got a great momentum-based performance, you just keep on moving through. Reflames, Castillo, Zun. Here's the deal. How many times have we cast over Castillo when he used to play alongside of me? Your dude's a fragger.
Well, look, to Taylor, to that point, too, Aizen had one of the, I think Dangerous had one of the greatest solo clips this season. I totally agree. It was unbelievable. I was losing it in the green room.
Yeah, Game 4 was incredible from Aizen. He tore up the competition. 4Fun made it. Unfortunately, KFB was in the running for the longest time top 8, but they fall short alongside the Titans of AG Global.
Yeah, that one hurts.
Man, Scum and FIFA, Prodigy, not able to make it happen.
I'm going to be honest. I just think they couldn't piece anything together. Everything they were trying to do was getting stuffed. I don't know if, I heard the casters talking about it. I don't know if it's their drop spot on Haven's Hollow where they just feel like they're in this quagmire. They can't get out of mid-map. They can't find the kills. They try to go research last map. Still didn't work out for them. Bummer.
Didn't
uncertain indeed, but hey, godlike. Leviathan, Lotus 8 for fun, also making it through, which is big for them. Granted, they haven't made it all the way through to tomorrow. They still have more work ahead of them, but the good news is they get to watch our Group B teams, which is about to be underway. Let's take a look at them, Spider Tip, and see who's looking serious and who you think could be carrying the torch.
Ooh, okay. Put me in, coach. S8UL. I'm going to go ahead. Raul, Knight, Clumsy. I hype them up all the time. You know, Knight and Clumsy, very good in that close quarter combat type of map when it comes to Resurgence, so I think they could be pretty vital here. Also, UCJ, J-Tech, Unrational, Clap, you can never count them out. Anytime you see Gary, aka Unrational, trying to get into one of these open qualifiers, I think they're going to do good. Plus, he hit a vending machine on the way here to get a couple cards and maybe test his luck, so maybe carry that luck moving forward.
That's right. FaZe looking pretty solid. Swag, I know you're looking out for your boys, but who else are we looking for, Ghost?
I mean, obviously, for that FaZe roster was actually what I was going to show off because Youngsters comes in and out of retirement every other day, and he's back out of retirement to compete here. This is an opportunity to stay in the game, man. Of course, I'll be paying attention to Devo, Jackal, and Tappa as well, but I have to talk about, it's kind of the elephant in the room in this conversation with this group. It's Team Vitality. There are only, well, there's a couple orgs down in this region, but Vitality is one that has been a roster. They haven't made any changes. They haven't been scrambling. They've been sticking to their guns, saying that we are one of the best teams out there. Talking about Vitality, though, when it came to NA Finals, really ended up struggling. They only averaged about 8.4 kills per map. Average placement was the killer, though. 10.3 was their average placement, about 10th place overall. And I think the big question with Vitality is, do they change anything up? There's people calling for them blowing their roster up. These are 3 individual players that are all extremely talented. They've been in the scene for a very long time. It isn't working as a unit. Now, they have changed up some of their roles a little bit. They're letting Skullface get a little more aggro and go out and fry. Who knows if that'll change things around this time around. You know, I'm looking at their map performances as well. Havens, they were 11th overall in NA Finals, and at Rebirth, they were 13th overall. But I want to remind you, Control was like triple and quadruple con over and over again. VP came in here and ruined their day. But to talk about Blast in particular, I think he's kind of moved into this anchor position. Now, this team's going to be scrambling nonstop if they continue to be con. I was talking to him outside of the venue during Group A when I was walking in here, and he said, listen, man, I don't care if there's 4 teams on us. Just trust us. We're going to be there. I promise you that. These guys are still very confident, regardless of what the haters say. If anything, they're saying it fuels them for their success going forward. Blast has some individual prowess in being able to stay alive, play his life really well. I think he could actually thrive in the anchor role for this team. So watch out for Blast hanging back this time around.
Tiff, how do you anchor if you're lending Control and you're getting triple, quadruple contested?
That's where you gotta play your life for
We gotta
real
bump the
well.
comms up, okay? That's the key, is comms have got to be impeccable. It's been a struggle for this team.
Sure, well, comms is always going to be an issue, but I do question who then would be the guy leading the comms. Like, who needs to put his foot down and say, this is what we're doing?
It needs to be the anchor, 100%.
It's got to be Blast. I mean, in the past, Skullface has done a decent bit of IGLing. I think there's a chance he could lead some of those comms. I don't know that Sage really is an IGL-type player. He's a very smart player. I don't think he's going to lead this team. Also, Blast just loves to yap. So I think it's got to be Blast. He's got to call. He's got to call his team into order, and they've got to play as a unit.
All right, well, there they are. A lot of talented players to go, including NIP. But check it out. Game 1 is already ready. Havens, Hollow. I'm ready to get Group B started, so let's do so. Ghost Tiff, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble. Well, Tiff, I'm really excited about this. Now, for the folks at home that maybe are just tuning in to DreamHack Atlanta and don't really know what's going on, we do want to describe it. We have 2 groups of 14 teams, not 16, playing for 1 point per kill. Talk me through those multipliers, though, and why they're so important.
They're incredibly important. Of course, you're going to get that 1 point per kill. That's pretty typical, right? But first place is going to net you a 1.6x multi. It's going to scale all the way down, where if you place 11th through 16th, you're not getting any multiplier for your skills, which is why we like to harp on our average placement for our teams, because if you're not making the most out of your kills, what are you doing? There's not that many maps to make that happen to get in the top 8.
No, it's 100% the case. And like I was talking about with Vitality, averaging over 10th place means they weren't averaging a multiplier. So definitely got to be top 10, ideally top 5, and of course that win win 1.6x multi is nice, but also with this new split, we actually have a map rotation. So we'll be swapping back and forth, starting with Havens, then going to Rebirth, and then back to Havens for a single map to finish things up for our 5 maps this time around. And of course, our qualifier finals that'll be happening in a little while from now. It's going to be 2-2-2, which will be fun. Or sorry, 2-2-1-1. So we'll get an even split as we get into that one. Play a little bit more Havens this time around. And it's always a big fun conversation for us as casters, Tiv, to talk about, hey, some of these teams do really well on one map and not the other. The teams that are going to be able to be consistent on both, obviously, huge value add as we see Vitality and Sage.
It's Sage, he's got to play the hype music. You got to get ready.
Popping champagne. I don't know what song that was. I can't move that quick.
You're not going to sing it for me?
No, I'm not going to sing that. But it's time for some Havens Hollow, folks. And again, it's group stages. You only have 5 maps. Tiff, you know what that means. We talk about consistency as a key factor for Warzone success. Today, shoot, you better be real consistent. The room for error is basically null. You're averaging 10, 11 points per game. That isn't enough. Tiff, our cutoff in Group A was for fun. They barely sneaked their way in at about 15 points per game, 14.84 to be exact. Look out for 15 points.
All right, so basically if you're getting mixy, you fight with one team, you farm them for a bit, you got 11 kills on the board, get the multiplier and you're there. But do that every single game. And let's say you drop one, you have a blunder. That's okay. Just make it up with a nice average win of north of 25 points. But it's here, guys. Group B, map number 1, Havens Hollow. Now, my curious thing is, where are we going? Good look at the map. We're heading towards the west. So anyone going Research Center, which is Team 9, they'll have a nice bit of time to loot up, get their loadout, and maybe go collapse on Mansion, because it's going to look nice and active there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And again, when you talk about drop position for some of these teams, they will change throughout the course of the competition. In this series, they will likely stay the same. We've got a lot of action up here at Mansion. It looks like a triple Chow, triple Con, everybody fighting and trading out their lives. But NIP in trouble. We saw FaZe alone, by the way, southeastern side of the map, and Vitality is getting chowed by the boys, Sukra, Elolam, and Jowzy.
Hey, this is what it is. Vision's going to play his life right now. Hold it down, keep it firing. Does enough to get King AJ and Showstopper back. Now, we didn't necessarily get to highlight Ninjas and Pajamas in the pre-show, but this is interesting, right? Wars now slotted into that coaching position and Showstopper in for the roster.
Yeah, and here's Vitality. This is what we were talking about. The boys challenging them over at Train. There's enough room for 2 teams, kind of. Once they grab some loot on the ground, they're going to start pushing the equation. It looks like going to trade out Skull, actually going to trade out Sage as well. Blast has got to be in a bit of trouble, and because of that, he's going to back out and head up to Pond. Based on our map feed, it does not look like there's anybody in Pond, and our free cam is confirming that. So we'll be able to regain in Pond, but not a great start for the Vitality boys. Should be able to regain. Let's see what Geekay is doing on the bottom left side of the map over at Gazebos. They are also in trouble as Stukex, their anchor, keeping things up.
Well, when you got Team Breezy on the other side of you trying to rip you apart, things can definitely be difficult. So we see a lot of people that dive off into the outskirts of the map, whether it's the water, going hunting for the one piece, whatever it is. So long as you get the teammates back in and keep tabs on where that roster is. I know you had a chance to talk to Hitman on Team Breezy as well about how they feel coming into this.
Big fight. We'll talk a little bit more about Hitman later if they can put up some decent numbers. But yes, a fun storyline as NIP continue to trade blows over here at Mansion. Mansion by far, folks, is the most hotly contested part of the map right now. With only 14 teams, there's a couple free spots on the map. Again, FaZe, we're going to swing over to them. I was about to say, they are chilling down here in Lumber. They land alone. And what are they doing? They're fighting 2 of the 3 members of Zepti's team, Team 10, in that lighter blue color that is hanging out in Riverboat. They have landed there uncontested as well. Even just 2 less teams on the map, Tiff, means a couple of these major POIs are not contested at all. This is great news if you're FaZe fans.
Yeah, it definitely is, and especially with the lobby remaining healthy, all 14 teams still in it. You can see Ninjas in Pajamas, Vision going massive. Now, when you think about King AJ and Vision on that Ninjas in Pajamas roster, they were putting up such massive numbers, but you come to Blatant, and we're in a bit of a pickle here.
Listen, what I love about Blatant is they do not care and they do not ask what your name is. They just full send. Now, that has come back to bite them quite a bit. There's a reason they're playing through the opens right now. They are not going to let go of Mansion, even if Twisted Minds is up there. They're not letting go with a bunch of other teams that I won't say what they would probably call those other teams.
Probably
so
a good idea not
we'll
to.
See what
Instead, we'll focus on FaZe and ISO.
Yeah, we'll see what Blatant can do a little bit later. It's going to be a big fight up in Mansion for a long time.
Okay, nice swing here. Immediately pushes in, and Prospect holds his own before getting yeeted spot. Youngstas in for the Chow to finish off the rest of ISO. Loving the angles that I'm witnessing. It gives Youngstas the time to get back up the stairs to apply that resistance that is needed.
Yeah, and obviously you can tell our zone is pulling up towards Pond Mansion area. So of course FaZe, who started in Lumber, are having to rotate. What do? They decided to go south because they feel like they can win these gunfights. They see Hixers, they see Zepti, and they say, we're feeling confident here. So a nice pickup on at least a couple kills and farming back and forth on this Hixers team. And Tap's actually going to get out of Dodge, head to Main Street, where he's going to find UJC on the other side. Sorry, UCJ on the other side with Clap on 7, by the way. They've been chilling in Main all day.
Hey, it's the way to go, especially when you got Riverboat that's going to be moving your way. Start farming those kills. You were looking for that average of 15 points per game. This is how you find success. There's Tap on the other side with FaZe just ahead of them. And Clap's like, come on, try it. We're going to anchor this off. We've got Semtex in the back pocket, and I am just poised and ready to not only get the cash to get on Rational back, but also take the kills and look for double digits.
Yeah, no, it's a good shout. And usually, by the way, we're very familiar with seeing SAUL play around this Main Street or Bankside area. You'll see them in the green. Clumsy, you can see just on screen now. That's team number 5. They were playing up at Barn and Chapel and just playing around exactly in the mid part of the map. Now, it didn't work for AG Global. We'll see if it works for SAUL as we swing over to Geekay, who have restabilized for the most part out of gazebos and now push in to Main Street as well. And, well, Hitman is behind a deployable cover.
Respectable.
What year is it? But, hey, a nice try.
It's Caldera
Nice try. By the way, Showstopper is out of here. I'm looking over to our feed. It does look like NIP is off the map, unfortunately, down quite early in 13th.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. You're not going to get a multiplier for all of your work there, but hopefully you racked up enough kills farming up at Mansion. Elsewhere you can see Blast, Youngstas still getting active, but SAUL on your screen. We chatted about them a bit. Some lower numbers here in terms of Clumsy, maybe Raul and Knight, but this is still such a healthy lobby. We're only 6 minutes into it. You have plenty of time.
Yeah, we'll see if fortune favors the bold here, trying to play upstairs. A bold move from Clumsy, but wants to take this fight on Rational. Peeks the corner, info gathered, gonna push the equation, has nobody to help him out. Actually, one behind J-Tech, immediately snipped out by Clumsy's teammate Raul. Well played, gentlemen. A 2v2 goes perfectly for the side of that SAUL roster.
Elsewhere, we had ISO full wiped off the map, down to 11 teams, but you were talking Tappa, Jackal, Devo. How many times did we see them on big map with exceptional prowess in terms of calling the skills, and now they find themselves still up on the outskirts of Mansion. Couple teams over here, but if we're going to work from the outside in, you can find some big moves onto that squad number 11.
Yeah, because the zone's pulling towards Mansion, these teams have been fighting up here since the hot drop. We're still on 11 out of 14. We don't have that multiplier yet, so teams need to be careful. If they've got some early kills, they can chill out a little bit and make sure that they secure their spot into the top 10 to at least get the 1.2. Our zone has pulled off of Mansion finally, moving down towards Pond, moving down towards Chapel. Here's a quick look at it. Thank you, production. It's going to be mid-map, so all those teams at Mansion are about to get really mixy. Either you got to go, I think Enigma said this last cast, you got to go either first or maybe you can go last. Everybody in the middle is going to get cut down or, I don't even know, trying to patch up whatever bleeding occurs. So we'll see what they're able to do and see who goes first here. But on the south side, you do see Geekay has moved into the zone. They're going to be hanging out for a while, and you did see Vitality hanging out in Pond alone since that early regain.
Well, let's see. Boys on your screen here, looking to get active. Couple teams around them as Vitality looks to rotate towards them. But if you're going to be dead center of zone, someone's going to likely look to chow this. So keep kind of gearing back up, peering on out. We see J-Tech across the way, just trying to kind of anchor down away from Geekay.
Yeah, and we do see Jowsy actually anchoring for this duo. So if you see Yellow 7, their anchor is in train alone, and it looks like the Vitality boys have sniffed that out. They are swinging toward the anchor, and I believe Alito's getting comms to come back and help. With a couple of traded blows with Sage going down, there is still an opportunity for the boys to spoil Vitality's chances, and especially on the cleanup here. This is a big fight against Blast. Alito trying to barrel stuff his opponent. Blast wins that gunfight. Down goes one, and Jowsy holding the opposite angle, but Blast doesn't overcommit. Very well done from Vitality to stay up.
And here we are, Sucre on your screen. You got Skullface just across the way. So if you're swarmed and pinched by Blast and Skull, Blast immediately sends the building and says, you are not getting out of here. Good luck trying to get that self-res off. It's a nice flurry of kills for Vitality.
Yeah, that was really clean, honestly. It looks like the comms look a lot better this time around, and you do see the boys full wipe, by the way. So Yellow 7, they won the early contest, but they lose the mid-game gunfight to go down in 11th. Let's listen into Blatant, who have been eco-challenging Mansion for a while.
Nice, good job. You're getting shot from where?
Like fucking church.
On my danger, can you see that?
No, you need to land safe, you need to land safe, you need to land safe.
Where can I land though?
I don't know.
Going to the buy right now from ponds.
Ah, fuck, I'm right here.
I'm with you, Tom. I'm landing church,
Yeah, I see him on the right. He's there glitching it.
You gotta watch out behind, Tom.
I know, I'm trying to hit this fucking... I'm in close in my pond.
Left or right?
My right.
We gotta be careful for Mansion.
I need to buy streets.
Mention's on the wall, He's OEing on the wall.
On my right, look.
Tom, look at Mansion if you can.
I can't, bro. They're literally right in front of me.
Tom, on your right is weak. Absolute, Tom. Nice. You should have pushed that.
There's a lot of things you can break down from that specific listen, and Tom's like, on my right. You've got Dale just trying to make sure he can push off GD and co, but he's not having a ton of luck, especially with Team Neto just behind you.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. It sounded like they were lost.
We're pinched. We're going through it.
I don't think they had the info that they thought they did, because was calling for like really hot at contests, and GD certainly was not good at Dave. Was not pushing anything. He was hanging out on the other side of the gazebo top in Pond. So we'll see what happens, but on the south side, this is where the action is going to be. This is going to be the Chapel side.
Ooh.
We'll see what we're able to do. Actually, we're going to swing back to Blatant because they are taking some shots on GD, Staley, and co. This team, by the way, you go to Dave as GD. They're going to come watch, and they said, well, it's about the same price to just play, so let's just go play. So who knows? Maybe there could be a huge underdog story, a fun member of the community out there in Warzone pickup team. But we'll swing over. Free Camp's going to show us what's going on the south side, because look how many teams are over here playing through Chapel. Going to have to work their way into zone. FaZe has been battling for the south the entirety of this map, and now, unfortunately, they're going to be battling with some stims against the gas, because they are getting held by 3 or 4 teams. Unfortunately, this is just how the cookie crumbles when you try to rotate south, and there's 7 teams still in Main Street trying to work their way through Chapel.
Last stim for Prospect on 5 kills, and this is not a multi that you're going to want. There's still 9 teams alive, but I do respect that. Get Youngsters back into the mix, and what do? Get a safe space for him to land, but there's so many teams here, you've got nowhere to go.
Yeah, they got the buyback. I mean, they can maybe float or try to find a safe spot with a little bit of intel over the top.
Not with this circle.
Youngsters just sending GD.
You know what? Land on top of them, cut the line of sight off, but then you're going to have the entire lobby looking at you, but this is where you need at least top 5.
SAUL out of here, by the way. That's night full wiped. They are off the map. We're still looking for top 5, and Youngsters has found the top of this gazebo and also found a kill on top of it. Staley's lost a teammate, so it's just going to be go to Dave versus Youngsters. Never thought I'd say that on a LAN environment, but Youngsters finds his 7th FaZe actually make a solid game out of a frustrating start. They were able to put together solid points as we get to our top 6.
Does not get the multi he wants, but takes some people down with him. And of course, Team Neto's on your screen with Vitality across the way, but they've entered and put the pressure on this little construct. Vitality's got them pinched exactly where they want them, and who's going to be the barrier frag? It's going to be Sage, making the presence known. Ooh. Oh, that nade, though?
There's a Tomahawk just bounced off the crate, but Vitality's still going to clean up. The problem is they get extremely weak and actually lose Blast in the engagement. This is a big signal flare in the sky that everybody else should look their way. 1 in the corner. Does he get punished? Yes, absolutely. Sage, Blast. They have 2 up. The problem is they are extremely weak, and with Sage down and Skullface last alive for his team, he's going to have to make a miracle happen. He does get a top 5, though. Huge multiplier. This is much better than NA Finals, albeit in a weaker lobby. Vitality look very strong right now, and winning R1, Skullface. Put him in a blender. See you later, Blatant. Top 3.
Oh, he's been such a stalwart of the scene for such a long time. Put him on 5. Now we have a 1v1v1 for the win.
Jackal finds Unrational in the corner, the third party.
Here it is.
And he's going to play off in the distance. Vitality should get a win here. They have zone. They've got position. Skulls on 5. Vitality strung together a great game, even after losing the hot contest. Skull still is going to have this priority in zone as well. As long as he doesn't scam here, should be okay.
Okay. You see Jackal forced the stim, had 2 of them. Skull picks up another one, so he's at 2, and there it is. Nice, clean, just plays the angles on the rooftop, and Vitality taking map number 1. Honestly, with ease.
Listen, this is a team that they've had their ups and downs, and frankly, recently it's been a lot more downs, but that was a much cleaner map from them. It didn't even all go their way. They didn't need to be uncontested to have a good map. They were contested by a team that they lost to. Regardless of what you think that team's strength is in this lobby, they lost them off drop, they regained in pond, and then worked their way back into the map. So taking a look at this last stand, I mean, some really crucial clutch ups to stay alive in this map. And it was a trading of blows here, but Blast actually gets cut down from the backside tip as Skull and Sage have to fly through bridge, and they're going to have to just play over the top. Now, they immediately know Netots is there. They see him rotating through, which is a huge spot. Otherwise, their entire tournament, or rather this entire map, could have been spoiled. But a big win there puts them in position to potentially play together. But Sage actually gets cut down in rotation, so it's all up to Skull to win his ones, and, well, he's pretty good at that.
I mean, you see this is where Unrational kind of skirts in. He's got some nice cover. Thomas is still over there with Skullface, so I think taking that fight right there is super impactful because Jackal's just laying low, and at that point he had 2 stims. He's just trying to play, what is that circle pop going to look like? Can I delay it? And then on Rational, even with this angle, I'm shocked he doesn't pick apart Skull there. So that timing for Skull's move is great.
Yeah, and Jackal did smartly, was just hanging out looking for a third party. Again, every kill in this final circle for these players is 1.4 points, which is the spread, by the way, of the difference of making it to the next stage or not oftentimes. So, you know, these are really important points, and so Jackal was smart, played for the third party, waited for them to shoot at each other, popped up, took the shots, and unfortunately didn't get the zone pull. Really, his only option, especially using the Muni and the different changes that have happened in Warzone recently, is stem as best you can and then just kind of lose. Unless he got really lucky on the zone and could have just played behind the wall. That was a Vitality win all day because Skullface won his ones. And frankly, this is a strong game from them. 1.6, 667. You can do the meme all you want, but that is a lot of points. That's 19 total kills and a 1.6x multi. That's a great day for them. That's a great drop for them.
I thought you were going to keep doing math. I was like, gosh, all right. Be my math teacher at this rate.
If I'm going to be honest, I think that's the best game I've seen them drop in a while.
Yeah, that's really impactful for their scoreline, considering in that NA finals online, what did they get? 14th, 15th?
Oh yeah, it was 15th.
Completely different lobby per se, but we'll get there, right? We'll talk about that tomorrow.
Yeah, well, and again, this is just instilling confidence in some of these top teams. Now, I did say that for Group A, and we see somebody like AG Global not qual, so you can't be
kind of scary,
you can't be too chill about it. But Vitality was going in, they're like, dude, you're gonna see us in finals. Don't worry about it. We're gonna do our job.
They were calm. Like, dude, I saw Ebates this morning. He was chill, feeling really good, just kind of walking around, enjoying it. And when you've got Sage, Blast, and Skull locked in, I saw them having dinner the other day, like at the restaurant, and they've just been vibing. It's been really cool to see them get together because there's something to be said about playing on LAN with your teammates by your side.
Yeah, great game number 1 anyways, especially for Vitality. Super happy to see them performing well. And you know what? You got to think, too, Sage's mom has to be ecstatic. She's here in the video. Had
She's
a chance
so
to see her.
sweet.
She is the sweetest mom you
So
could
sweet.
possibly imagine. Had a chance to give Sage a hug just a little bit earlier. Big game, what? It's got to be at least 30 or so points coming out.
About 30, yeah.
But also, not only from them, but FaZe, you know, they struggled in the online stages, had a decent game here, which puts them in a good spot if they stay consistent to at least making it to the next stage.
Yeah, I think it's actually an interesting conversation because when you have the 14 teams, I brought this up during the cast, when you have 14 teams, some of these big POIs are going to be uncontested. They had the entire southeastern side of the map alone. I'm talking Lumber and most of the top side of Cole, and nobody was even moving over from boat until Zephy's team was like, oh, there's nobody over here? Let's go check Lumber. And then they find FaZe there, right? So there was so much room to work with, Taylor, that I'm glad FaZe was actually able to come out with a decent amount of kills.
NIP eliminated early, but they do in fact get 10 kills, Tim.
Okay.
That's massive. I'll take that all day, and I would expect that from contesting Mansion. You'd be able to find a bunch of farmage, right? But it was also interesting because you have Showstopper stepping in lieu of Wars, right? Wars steps up to coach. Showstopper comes in, massively competes. I mean, he got 6 recently in the Saudi E-League, but this is a really large competition for him to step back into. And of course, it's Resurgence, not Big Map, so.
And we saw FaZe just a little bit earlier. Again, having a great game. Currently, they should be top 3, which is wonderful. They just have to remain consistent. UCJ, though, Goj, a wonderful game coming out from Irrational and his crew.
Yeah, I actually don't know how many kills they had, but they do make it to top 5. They're a top 3 team, right? So I was really impressed with them, able to play around through mid-map. They played through Main Street and worked their way up past SAUL, who are holding at Chapel early. Sure. Basically won that contest and then held everybody else rotating up to the north side. Yeah. So they were the reason that a lot of these teams weren't able to even make it to this new zone to get us to our top 5. Getting there, getting top 5, they get their nice multi. A great map for them.
There's Vitality holding the bridge and doing it very, very well. They ultimately end up taking it in the end, and you gotta be happy for Vitality. You know, they've gone through some struggles. However, they're still one of the most dominant teams out there. 30.4. That's going to be huge from them. UCJ 22.4 as well, and of course Nato's as well. You like it. 5th place, 18 points. Like some big names pulling some big games, much like FaZe and Ave.
It's exactly what you need to do, especially when the 74 mark is kind of that cutoff after our series to get you into the top 8 for where you can advance to the next series. So the teams down here, you've got FaZe Esports there with 8th, but it's 19.2 points. That's above that average of 15 that we were talking about to get you in that safe zone. And then it even gives you a buffer if the next game isn't so great.
Also, look, I was memeing on Youngsters. He put up 7 of their 16 in the first map and made a hero play to be a top 10 team to get at least some multi.
Passionate.
That's ahead of the margin for error. It's above the 15 points that we said you got to have.
That's it. 15 points definitely going to be where you want to be. 100%. Below that, you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. Already, though, not bad at all. Game 1 has concluded. I'm ready for another Havens Hollow. Let's hop into it.
Let's run it back. Players are ready to play some games today. I like it. Havens Hollow, we're right back into it, Tiff.
Yep.
Talk to me about what you saw at the very beginning. Obviously, Mansion, the most contested POI.
Well, I would say definitely the circle pull off initial is going to be that big deciding factor of it, right? Our pool looked like we were going straight out to the western side of things, which is where you're going to see a lot more of those contests. Ton of people go Mansion. So what does that leave open? I mentioned Research Center, which can be a hotbed of activity. It's going to be Team Jackal, Devo, Tapo that goes ahead, starts their early uncontested, similar to what you were talking about down by Lumber, getting the entire southeast. But they're going to feel really solid about that because what they can do is gear up to a position where they can grab intel and then go to third party, the outskirts of Mansion, which is where they walked into Team Neto.
Yeah, no, that's a good call. And I think with that zone pull too, they had to make that decision of where do we hear all the gunshots on the map, right? Where intel or otherwise, whether we had UAVs in the skies or otherwise, we hear the gunshots at Mansion. Let's go that way, which again opens up this giant side of the map for FaZe to rotate through, but they elect to go through boat, which works out well for them because they find kills along the way. Sometimes when you're alone like that, it's hard to actually find the kills, whether you're in zone or out of zone, doesn't really matter. If you're alone and you're not willing to get aggro, you're going to be in trouble in terms of our scoreboard. That's one of the issues with some of these teams that even if you get your zone pull, let's say it pulls pond and you drop pond, you still got to go frag out. It's Resurgence after all.
Well, I do love that Vitality, because that area pond wasn't too established, right? You see Blast kind of run off. He's totally good to regain out there, and it's incredibly open. Sometimes if Mansion isn't as hotly contested, which it usually is, right, you'll be able to get angles cross map straight into pond, and then it's a different story for Blast. But that mid regain was great.
Yeah, it's a good point. You know, with these 14 teams, you know, pond frankly isn't a good starting drop, which is why people don't usually drop there unless they absolutely
It's great for the long game and that circle pool, like, hey, they know.
With 14 teams, you know, there's room for other people other places. So nobody dropping pond means it's a great regain spot.
Not going to get away with it in the next series.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. We'll see what they're able to do. Havens Hollow, and then we are headed back to Rebirth Island. But folks, it's time to jump straight into the action. Thanks for hanging out with us, and it is looking like we are pulling to the west yet again. Good news, maybe, if you're a Vitality fan. They do start off hot against the boys and send one out into the drink. Well, they went out and trained immediately. A different story than map 1.
Yeah, this was a lot more quicker pace for them on this contest. It drug out about 2 to 3 minutes, and I'd imagine once that boys start to get their players back in, they could look to lay siege onto this. I do see a bit of changes when I think about it. As we look at our map, you can see Team Jackal over there on the right-hand side of things. But now, you know what? They've got a neighbor. Team 12, Team Bump decided they also want to go towards Research Center, and it actually pushes Team Jackal to more of that Cold Depot area.
Yeah, well, some of the teams that got Hork slammed off rip are like, well, where's 3 spots on the map? And you do see FaZe in that dark blue bottom right at Lumber by themselves. They're going to have to go through Zepti and Co. through boat if they want to rotate the exact same as last time. Very similar zone. This one should pull a little bit further west rather than hanging out around Chapel towards in-game. But hey, only time will tell. Let's jump right back into the action at Mansion because we still see 1, 2, 3, 4 teams at Mansion. All right, let's keep it going.
Big enough to house them all, right? What do we got, like 15 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, go wherever you need, but it's going to be Vita on the roof that gets absolutely collapsed upon by AJ from across the way. Now, mind you, Ninjas and Pajamas may have went out early from this contest, but they racked up 10 kills because of the high engagement. And you're going to see them continuously pursue Team Neto until they're forced to drop that cluster.
And Showstopper, like you said, onto the roster for the first time. It was a fun one to see. He's been around the scene for a very long time, actually. Been playing LANs all the way leading up to this series. Didn't compete in Birmingham, but joins the team here. Wars moving to a coaching position. Wars says, don't worry, I'll be back for big map. But
good.
Off screen, we do see FaZe pick up most of Devo and Jackal, hunting their third currently, while on screen, UJC, like I said, playing around Main Street. They're in a bit of trouble as well, as we do see Geek has moved up from gazebos to try to chow them.
Here's that fight. You were mentioning it. Jackal up here on the roof. FaZe moving in. They rotate from Lumber straight to Cole to hunt him down. It's an isolated fight that they were going to feel really comfortable with, considering how much frags they were able to secure in map number 1. Jackal on the ground. Devo trying to get back in. And so far, stalemate.
Unfortunately, while that was all going on and we have another fight on screen, we lost UJC. A great map 1. They got full wiped in that last contest right when we swapped off of them. Bummer timing, and unfortunately bummer timing for Lays as he kind of gets slammed a little bit. But we do have StukeX, our anchor, hanging out with 124 damage, just letting our 2 fraggers go to work. And they did a little bit of work. They got in there, ruined UJC's day, and a top team from map 1 probably dropped it 1 or 2 points total on this map. You only can afford one of those in a 5-map series, folks. UJC's got to lock in going forward.
Definitely okay. There's the boys from the Geek coming back on in. I love that StukeX brought in a streak to get some cover for the boys. Now back to Mansion. S8UL now here. Raul, Knight, Clumsy. Couple of kills strung across the members, and we do have some angles, but I love that we're being really cautious about how we approach these and not missing it.
Yeah, S8UL has elected to send their 2 fragger support up at Mansion to get involved in
nice little window check.
The craziness that is this building, where the anchor decides to hang out in Barn, or the Barn area, rather than trying to hunt south. We swing back over to DK, though, who are still hunting for more kills. Does look like Lays has got a couple, and then back to StukeX to show you that no worries, DK is doing exactly what you're supposed to do in Resurgence.
Somebody get this guy a lawn chair.
Yeah, unfortunately, lawn chair's got to be picked up. The waves are coming in. Our zone is moving, so he's going to have to creep his way into Main Street and not be quite as safe here in a moment.
Yeah, you do have multiple teams up in that Main Street, so we'll see once we get the homies back in, they'll feel perfectly fine. Elsewhere, that Main Street is still being definitely really active, considering you have Jackal, Devo, Tappa, they're in main. You also have squad number 10, ISO, and Ninjas and Pajamas remain in control, still alive, not the first team out here with Mansion. Vision on 2.
And you don't see S8UL over here anymore, by the way. They lost their fights, regained, and they're going to actually go take a look south. So we'll check back in with them later. We're going to do a quick listen in with Ninjas in Pajamas. A big one for them after only 10 in the first.
Careful. He's inside, he's inside. I'm going to watch my dip. He's on the heady in the back. Just go back. Don't go back. Let's control the roof, okay? There's people L2. People everywhere here still. I hear people below me, I think secret. Be careful on the zip. You could miss, you could miss the audio too, okay? One is L2. You run in L2. Look at this guy. 3, 2, 1. And I'm not taking any bullets. No protection. I'm reloading. One in. We should maybe, we can clear those, to be honest. Like, I knocked one down here. Look at the bomb, one shot. Flying in. One. Where? The barn? Oh, fuck, I didn't hear you. Okay, one more flying above us. One more flying right above us. Look. No protection.
All right, my biggest comm here is the control the roof. Yeah. There's so many teams below. Don't give up this high ground. But then they waste that and they go straight down after those initial engagements. You still have Blatant there. You do still have squad number 12, which is going to be strong. So keep tabs on that. But there's action everywhere as continuously we're rotating in.
Yes, extremely similar to map 1. We have the battle for the south, battle for the north. As per the usual with these types of zones, you basically have to battle through Main Street with how many buildings are in this position. There could be a rat in every single corner, got to breach and clear. Whereas on the north, it's just the battle over Mansion who decides to leave last. But for now, DK has restabilized, and now their anchor not quite as safe, but StukeX still alone for the most part. Finds one member of FaZe.
During this, we lose out on Ninjas in Pajamas right after Control the Roof listening. And now Geeke laying siege to FaZe here. Prospect going to be the first person they see and immediately dives back, wants to reunite with the team, set up for this building.
Stacked on top of each other here, FaZe.
Come on.
Maybe in a bit of trouble. Still 3v3. I don't think Lays knows he's up here, but oh god, timing at its finest. Vonbot trades one out at the very least, but Lays perfect time to get to the top, but unfortunately gets cut down from a distance. That Prospect that swings in and grabs the trade as well. Our anchor is still safe, but right on the edge of zone, and it looks like ISO tried to get in here. Tapulator, they've been fighting with FaZe for a while as well on the south. They tried to get in here and third party this, and I think they lost one in transition, so they're going to back off as well, and Prospect's going to put the pedal to the metal. We're going to hunt some more kills. FaZe actually looking pretty strong, battling through the south side of the map.
I mean, that's a great push for them to hold that down. The rotation should be nice. But you turn back to Mansion. It's been chaos here. And Blatant, who made it into that top 5 position at map number 1, are still inching towards at least the top 10. Can we take them down? Good angles.
Nice.
They're basically deathballing Mansion together.
Yeah, they finally went out in Mansion, especially as it's leaving zone. This is big for them. They know they're going to be last to leave. And that's Team Bump that just got fully eliminated, who had rotated all the way over from Research. And we continue to get this recap perspective of the battle between Geeke and FaZe that has been going on for the last 5-6 minutes. And it does look like Jackal, Tivo, and Tappa are going to join this party. The question is how late, as FaZe does win the gunfight and forces Stukax to continue doing what he's been doing this entire map.
Dude, I'm going to tell my grandkids about that fight.
Perfect timing from Jackal.
On 4, immediately pushes in, trying to find the last member of FaZe, puts the bullets in his back, and we are sprinting, we are running. You are doing the 5Ds of dodgeball. If he gets out of here?
No way. There's
Come on, Prospect.
There's no way he's
like
still alive.
2 more bullets, Tappa.
I'm watching our mini-map. I'm watching our map to see if we can see the floaters. Did he do enough? Timer is still active. No way, FaZe are still alive. That was unbelievable from Prospect, and both of the FaZe members are in the air now. I cannot believe that.
What a heroic save. I know Swag's over there on a watch party, probably screaming for the boys. Definitely. Blatant here moves into the same position we saw them in map number 1. This time different, right? Vitality elsewhere. Still down to a 2. We pick off 1, and Thomas is feeling much more confident. They seem disjointed in their comms in map 1, but maybe they've tightened it up because they do have more alive here.
And this zone is, again, nearly identical to the last map. We are right on Chapel, a hair further north. You're going to have more of Pond in this circle. We could see very easily a back-to-back play for a Vitality win if they're able to take down Blatant on the north side. We'll see what they're able to do. That's going to be that purple 2. Watch out for him. We see Jackal, Devo, and Tappa. They've decided to slow down because our Resurgence timer's closed. So as it's closed, we're going to hang out. Just relax. Stukax in deep trouble. Blast has sniffed him out, and he's outside in the outside of the zone with FaZe. On the inside, there's nowhere for him to run. There's nowhere for him to hide. And down goes Geeke. He can stim a couple times. He can self-revive all he wants. I cannot imagine he will make it in at this point if FaZe knows he's out here.
We just need a buy. We got 22,000. We are rich, but you're going to run right into the FaZe members. We get it?
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Oh, Stukax.
FaZe down. FaZe out. Not getting the top 5 multi. But we could see Geeke with SAUL wants to stomp that comeback straight down as they get to play the front of this. Plenty of high to low ground. I love the space they're controlling.
Yeah, unfortunately, FaZe just got caught between a rock and a hard place because they were actually so distracted by the team ahead of them that nobody knew Stukax actually made it out, because FaZe wasn't actually the team that knocked him. It was the backside of the Vitality team. So because of that, he's able to regain, wipe FaZe, and then make it to top 6. FaZe did not get the multiplier they wanted, but still a solid game. Should see them in a position in the top 8 to move on to the next round if they can keep this pace up. Now, we do not see UJC because they lost, they went out first. However, we see their counterparts that play around mid-map, this time in the late game, which is going to be Raul and Clumsy. That is SAUL. Otherwise, it's a very similar in-game.
Yeah, this is quite interesting, right? You got Jackal, Tappa, Devo, Team of 3, SAUL, you have Blatant, you have Vitality. These are your 4 rosters, and this will be the first fight as they try to just basically get into a playable situation. This is where SAUL just needs to shred them apart, but it's so hard to do when you have Team Blatant out on your right side, just holding the craziest of angles, and they can take all that space where they they've already laid an anchor into the next circle, too.
Yeah, Blatant is the only team in the new zone. The battle for the outside of the zone, they've all gotten to a top 5 position. They've all got the best multiplier they can get unless they win the map. Let's see who gets out alive after the third party on the outside of the map. It is trading at blows left, right, and center.
Wait.
A checkered board, and Vitality is still up, but they lose Skull Face this time around. Looking for an angle, Delirious finds it on the backside. Blatant in a really good position, taking down one remaining member of Vitality. They were in zone. They had the whole control of the north side of the map. Everybody else was fighting. Vitality's out of here. This is going to be a Blatant win. Winning the north was key to their success.
3v1v1. We just have to clean it up, and they have the space. Don't scam here. Raul immediately approaches from the west-hand side, gets a knock, but trades come through. We clear it out, and Team Blatant correct the mistakes from map number 1 on a similar circle and take the win.
Yeah, that was a fun one. Again, it feels so similar. I mean, it's the exact same position of the map. In final zone, Vitality make it to top 5. Jackal's team makes it to top 5 again.
Look how happy they are. Can we just talk about that?
I'd be happy too.
I mean, yeah, you get a land map win. You take that all day, and that's the momentum you need. There's not a lot of maps here today, but if you can at least net yourself a win and maybe a couple top 5s, that should be enough to give you the buffer to stay inside the top 8, at least for this lobby, right?
Yeah, and it's like a look back on this last stand. Again, this is what we were talking about with the zone pulls. Like, they won out on the north side, so they have complete control of Pond. All 3 of the other 4 teams that are on the map besides them are all on Chapel side, and they have to fight each other to get into zone safely. I think maybe Vitality could have gone really early and tried to contest them. Blatant, that is, inside of Pond. I think they wanted a piece of some of these kills on the outside. Again,
I mean,
kills are everything. I'm not sure how many kills Vitality even had because they won out in train and then didn't really have to leave.
Yeah, that contest ended really quickly, and the boys immediately just said, you know what, we're not going to reach out of this. The moment we regain, we'll go somewhere else. And I do want to say that Blast was extending out towards the south to put pressure over towards Geekay, towards FaZe when they were rotating in. So maybe he finds a couple of there. But with Scenics kind of moving into the pond early, he's got a ton of like Thomas and Delirious like holding extra angles. But he can keep sights on what's happening with that number 9 roster, with the SAUL, and even Vitality up on the fence line trying to grab some SAUL. I mean, they're looking for the kills, trying to do what they can, because at this point, they're worth 1.4 at the minimum.
Yeah, and honestly, Blatant gets more of those kills than maybe they should. It looks like they picked up a couple with a cluster and some in transition because they got to the zone first. And it doesn't look like anybody else had the intel that they were over here, or they would have maybe rotated a little bit out further into the gas to try to surprise Blatant on the outside. That's something Vitality's probably only play in hindsight. But hindsight's 2020, and there was so much chaos on the other side that any kill that they could get, like you said, is super valuable. Blatant played it very well. They went out the north side, and they stayed patient while still netting themselves some points. That's a big win if you're an EPC Thomas fan. And
26.
Holy moly.
26 kills for the boys from Blatant. Now, this is the team that played through NA, right? They got 7th place overall, and throughout that, they had 92 kills as a team throughout their series. So if you're telling me that you're putting down 26 kills in the second map of our series on Group B, times 1.6, I'll let you do the math, Coach, because that's not my forte. But that should make you feel pretty dang good.
Yeah, that's a great.
That's a good one.
That's a great map. I mean, you're pushing 40 points. I mean, that is a gigantic map for them. When you think about our metric for success in 5 maps in Group A being, hey, our 8th place got 74.2 points, and you get more than half of that in a single map, I mean, you can afford to have a goose egg or a dropped map on accident and still be okay, which is really what you're looking for, is any assurance of safety in a conversation like this.
Well, there it is, man. I mean, Team Vitality obviously looking good. Blatant, though, looking the strongest in drop number 2, and they do so in just a nick of time, man. You know, there's only 5 games. Only 5 games. It's quite limited, right? And,
crazy.
You know, it is crazy. Only 3 more games remain, and 2 of them are about to transfer over towards Rebirth Island. So for Blatant, very well done. And for Vitality fans, they've got to be elated because they have been playing out of this world. But I want to talk about a little bit of a bubble conversation already. I know it's early. NIP, they have been knocked out as the 2nd team both games in a row. Yes, they've been 13th and 13th. But one caveat is 10 kills for game number 1, 13 kills in game number 2. So they're still getting 10, 13 kills. If they start to live a little bit longer, get the multiplier, and keep slaying out like they are, we could be seeing some high-scoring games. But as of now, NIP, they've got got to do a little bit better.
Yeah, let's look at some of these highlights, because I have a couple points that I want to bring up with NIP after this. But it's just interesting to see how all these early fights get drawn out so much, thanks to obviously it being Resurgence. It's just all that action. But this is where they're finding the value in those kills. Controlling the rooftop, they can look down on the boys, they can look down on Team Netho, and you're just fragging. Showstopper's what, on how many already?
Yeah, 3 early game.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right. They are finding a lot of kills. Frankly, I don't want to jump ahead too much because these highlights are important, but Rebirth is going to be a big learning experience again, right? It depends on who's drops where. Everything changes in the open stages. So we're going to be learning a lot in the first map of Rebirth for these teams to figure out who's contesting them. You might not see NIP with 3 other teams landing in their same drop spot, but according to this map, Taylor, obviously Blatant do a really good job of controlling the north. The south was utter chaos.
Yeah, south was, by the way, going back a little bit, Jackal and his crew. Jackal and his crew have been performing incredibly well.
Top 5 again. That's 2 in a row.
They're over on the eastern side of things. They get pushed out of research because the team likes to land there as well. They grab Cole, they get some of those isolated fights early on, and then you see them kind of push in towards the east. They can really choose. Do they want to go through main? Do we want to wrap around to mansion? But it opens the door for fights that they feel comfortable about.
Blatant all smiles, happy to win that one. Clearly, soaring high are there. 41.6 is incredible for this roster. And you know what? Quite honestly, could already put them top 8 to move forward into the next stage. So big game coming out from them. Jackal, again, remaining consistent. Talk to me about SAUL, man. They are looking great from game 1 to game 2.
Well, again, let's think about the way map 1 and map 2 played. It played to their drop spot. So the fact that they are not, at the very top is not concerning. The fact that they are at least in the conversation makes a lot of sense. What I'm curious of is how they will play through Rebirth. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But I think to your point, UJC and that SAUL squad were going back and forth. UJC had a better map 1, and then SAUL went out in the fight and therefore have a better map 2.
That's right, and they're another bubble team, UJC. So J-Tech and Rational Clapper, we're going to have to be on the lookout for them heading into the next 2 maps for sure. But for Blatant fans, you have to be ecstatic clearly at the moment. Geeky also getting a little bit for themselves. Lays, Decky, Stukex, Tiff. We've been watching this trio, or at least these 3, for a long time.
Yeah, we truly have, and they not only find success just in like Rebirth on Haven's Hollow, they're constantly in the mix, but I like what they're doing here, especially on the first 2 maps that we witnessed, is they're constantly putting that pressure onto FaZe, grabbing a couple kills, but Stukex anchoring down. It's hard because the positions that he sees himself in, he can't really actually provide damage to the fight that his teammates are engaging in, whereas if you're anchoring from the top of mansion like we see like Ninjas in Pajamas doing, you can actually get more of that damage, lets the fights for the fraggers be simpler.
I've got a little bit of a hot topic for them, though.
I do want to hear it. I do want to hear it.
Let's look at our overall standings before we hop into that hot topic, okay? Because I'm curious who's going to be leading the charge heading into our next 2 Rebirth Island maps. And Blatant, of course, is leading, but just by 1. Still very healthy, though. Again, you just want to be top 8 here. You don't need to redevelop the will. Just be top 8. Now, that again, put UCJ on alert. They're going to be at the bottom. Just below them is going to be NIP. So close watch when it comes to those rosters. Shout out the FaZe.
Yeah.
FaZe is on the board, baby. At least for now, they are looking okay.
Also, reminder, they had to cross map. They literally start lumber, and they have to go all the way to the northwestern side of the map on all of these moves. So the fact that they're putting up
Oregon trailing all day.
They're putting up great kills on their rotations over. Now, the hot topic for Geek is they're a top 8 team right now, technically below the average of points we saw per map. We've only played 2, so I mean, it is what it is. It'll balance out in a second. But the amount of deaths they had in that map, the amount of times their fraggers went out, got a couple kills and died, and they only pick up 11, honestly, they should have gotten more value in my mind. But hey, it is what it is.
Is that your hot take?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not terrible. I thought it was going to be something
won more. They should have won more gunfights. They should have got involved in more third parties.
You could say that Ninjas in Pajamas should be winning more gunfights with 13 kills and going out within the first 2 teams. So,
listen,
I mean...
I hope if they could just stay alive and get a multiplayer tip.
But here's the deal. We mentioned a roster change. You're bringing in Showstopper in lieu of Wars. Wars was their dedicated anchor, right? He played a lot of that, had less kills in some of the earlier stages that they didn't do so well in, but his teammates were throwing down a lot of kills. Now Showstopper is getting a number of kills as well, so just trying to delineate the roles. They've got a couple kinks they're going to work out, and I think that they should be fine, but you don't have a lot of time to do that on.
Speaking in regards to Vitality, Control is typically their area that they go to. Now, in group,
they'll be back.
Well, they'll be back. But in Group A, we didn't see really anybody go control. I think there was like 2 teams. It wasn't that contested. Are we getting control a bit more contested this time? How's Vitality going to look?
I think so. Again, because it's group stages, like I want to talk drop spots, but it is important to note that in group stages, everything changes because your Falcons aren't on the map. Let's just, you know, love them or hate them, whether they're playing bad or not. Gentlemates aren't on the map, for instance, right? Like it doesn't. Everything is different when you're playing groups, and so some of these teams are not necessarily going to land where they'll land literally in a couple hours if they qual through. However, Vitality is not one of those teams. They are going control, and everybody knows it. And again, even though they haven't been playing well in the last couple series, they have enough aura in a group stage competition like this that everybody also knows they will be a control. Maybe it's not worth our time when there's 2 less teams on the map. We can go other places.
NIP, let's talk them because they are currently on the bubble in 9th place by 0.4 away from UCJ. Tiff, NIP, you kind of alluded to it. They've got a new player on their roster.
Yeah, I mean, look, we got Showstopper. We're bringing him in. War steps back, works on coaching the team, which I think if you're already in the anchor position and plus how long he's been competing, it's always nice to have someone that is such a veteran in the scene to be able to kind of just provide the high-level overview of what you're going to be doing. And Showstopper stepping in. Look, I said he just came from playing the Saudi E-League, got 6th over there, but a lot of his experience is big map. Now, he did play EWC back in 2025, but that was just outside a top 10 performance. So we're looking for something that's a bit more impactful, but I think pairing them up with King, AJ, and Vision, there's a good chance that that trio can make it happen.
Anchor again reminds me, Showstopper, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's taking Wars' position, so yeah. I mean,
so answer me this, NIP then, so obviously drop spots, a little bit different whenever it comes to group play. Where are we looking at NIP landing, and who's going to be their biggest competition when it comes to Rebirth?
Well, that is a great question, because here's the biggest question I have, is it's hard to anchor when there's 4 teams landing on your head.
That's true.
Okay?
You asked us about Blast early and Control. Like, it's the same concept, right?
That's right.
So,
control the roof, that's what we heard.
Yeah, so like if I'm in IP, I'm looking to control another big POI. I'm looking at maybe Control Center. I'm looking at maybe up in Bio. Like, I think you could play farther on the outside of the map on a map like Rebirth. But
if Showstopper is the anchor, though, let me ask you this. Why are they dying so early then? What's happening with Showstopper?
What do you mean? There's 4 teams on their head.
I understand.
Brother, you get in mansion.
Listen, but you gotta find success if you want to make it to the next stage, and it's not going to get any easier after the group is concluded.
All right, hear me out, Reflections. When we cast, I want you to go talk to that man right there behind him. Go get Wars. Say, Wars, what is happening? Why are you boys going out early? Why can't they lay down the roof like they said they were in the listening? Look, this is what happens when you have someone step in new right before a land. The kinks happen. What is going on is they're still getting double-digit kills and falling. Like, that's
a big positive.
Nothing to scoff at.
I'm not that worried about him.
Exactly.
I think Rebirth, again, we're going to all learn on the first map of Rebirth where people are actually landing, because group stages are different, and depending on where they land, if they get quadruple conned on Rebirth as well, I'm going to go over there and be like, Wars, I don't know what you've done, but everybody has a target on you now. Like, let's change it up.
You're making enemies, sir.
Yeah. So I think there's going to be some wide open spots on the map, and everybody's going to see those as they're flying in as well.
Yeah, to be clear, I think at this point, compared to Group A, it's still so close for anybody to break into top 8. There's nobody really like crazy leads at the moment.
Sure.
I mean,
what is it, a 12-point per game average right now for the bubble?
If you go from NIP, they're currently at 23. You jump up the list to what, 5th place is 33. That's a 10-point spread between 9th place and 5th, right? So
they are right.
Now, granted, you don't want to wait too long to get the ball rolling. I think NIP is going to be just fine. They are bringing massive numbers, but they just need to stay alive. So that's why, again, I'm looking at Showstopper. But if you're getting triple, quadruple conned, that's a little bit of a different story. Makes things tough for sure. Rebirth, though, we've talked obviously NIP. We've talked Vitality. Who else do you think is truly going to feel at home on this map?
I mean, that's a good. I think it's another good question. I'm looking at UJC. I think JTech on Rational and Clap have not only a ton of experience on this map, but oftentimes have a decent amount of success as well. Yeah. I think that's a team that we could certainly watch to do some big numbers on this map and kind of go from bubble. Both of those two teams go from bubble to a team that's going through. No questions asked.
100%.
So I'll be looking out for both of those rosters.
Comfy, though.
other than that, I mean, you know, I hate to do this, but the big question mark is still FaZe.
Oh, man.
I mean, if they're landing mid-prison and they're just battling their way through prison every time, I don't know if that'll work out for them with youngsters on the roster. They've changed things up.
He was coaching. He was doing coaching. Did he coach Rebirth?
I don't know, probably. But, yeah, again, let's talking about UJC, whether you're landing out at Turbine or whether you're landing, like, mid-prison, like, it changes your playstyle, certainly.
Have any big teams in the past historically for Rebirth had success landing mid-prison? Because I know that's a big contention point. It's also a main transitional point. So you've got a lot of opportunity for kills, but also that's a ton of ground to try and cover. You can always have somebody on your offense.
Oh, I mean, yeah, there have been teams that have put up good numbers from mid-prison. It's just a matter of being able to win out your POI early. If you're playing Showers, for instance, win out mid early, and then you can actually play for the roof and farm a bunch of kills. But that's the key, is actually be able to farm a bunch of kills from the top roof. Control high ground, people flying in, you get a ton of intel, and boom, you look up and you're at mid-map. There's still 9 teams on the map, and you have like 15 kills already.
Can I know we got JTech on the screen right now, but I wanted to give a huge shout out to Clap, who we're just kind of focusing on. That dude's sitting on 9 kills for the team, and he's got double kind of what JTech and Unrational have. Like, they each have 5, they have 4 for Gary. That's not a bad start, right? 18 total kills for the roster, situated with 24 points. They're inside the top 8, and they haven't really been lasting that long in terms of their average placement, which is 8.5. So, a little tough, but they could be much better on Rebirth.
S8UL has, at least for me, stolen the show. They have been phenomenal and highly consistent throughout map 1 and 2. We know their Havens Hollow is great. How's their Rebirth Island going to look? S8UL, a very talented and actually a massive Indian organization across multiple esports. They take a risk picking up Raul Knight and Clumsy, who clearly the risk is paying off, at least at this point in time. You know, we look at them, they've been great. Rebirth, how are we thinking they're going to look here?
I think they're going to look great, honestly. Well, I mean, Knight's a Resurgence grinder, so is Clumsy, and Raul's adapting exponentially well. I even think Knight is local to Atlanta, so I mean...
Oh, that helps.
Yeah, you don't have to commute very far to get here to land. And they're number 3 right now in terms of kills on the teams for this group. They're situated at 30, and their average placement per game at 6, so we're averaging just outside that 1.4x multiplier, and we have 40 points, so we're looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, and I do want to remind everybody that this team really did struggle in NA finals, though. Like, this isn't all like, woohoo, nice job. It's kind of like, well, we got to see more if you want to consider this team a top team. But in terms of group stages, they should kind of be able to do what they want in a lobby of this caliber compared to what they will see in the next round or even the following round. They got 13th overall, and only were putting up about 100 points in 10 games. So, you know, we got to bump the numbers up in general, and it looks like they're continuing to grow Chem as they continue to work together, because they haven't made any roster changes yet.
Well, you know, I mentioned that point spread, about 10 points from NIP in 9th all the way up to 5th. Let's talk 5th. It's going to be Jackal and his crew. This team has done incredibly well so far. 3 names that go way back when it comes to Warzone competitive, especially when we're talking Jackal, right? They're currently in 5th place. They're not on alert just yet. They're feeling comfortable. However, they've done great on Havens Hollow. How are they going to look on Rebirth?
I think it's a big question mark. I think you could see them probably chow over at Control. You could see them continue to land, you know, or continue to land at Control, potentially chow Vitality there. You could see them play the north side of the map. I think for this team, it's really, do they have a POI to themselves and they're able to kind of free farm? Reminder, for Havens, they're landing Research. And there's nobody really over there. There was a couple teams that kind of checked it out and were like, nah, we're good, especially when the zone was pulling west. And because of that, they were able to find a lot of kills and work their way to endgame, which was impressive on Havens. If they can do the same in Rebirth, then they're going to be chilling.
Well, what gives me hope then, if they are landing Research, traditionally, obviously, we know 3-4 teams love to go Research. So if they're comfortable playing in that location, they're going to be comfortable playing Control, which typically has multiple teams as well.
It's been a little different, right, considering it's just the open one, Group B. There's not a lot of teams over there in Research. Will they be able to get the same treatment at a start drop like that in the next lobby, should they advance on? Probably not.
Well, it's Group B, and we're about to head into a fresh map, Rebirth Island. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble. All right, Tiff, it's time for some Rebirth Island. We've been chilling up here, talking a lot of hypotheticals, but it's time to really see what's going down in Rebirth in the group stages. Again, I want to set the precedent. As much as we can pre-program a lot of things in group stages, everything changes because there are some wide open proven POIs that, you know, for instance, you're not seeing anybody over at Chemical. That is some of our top players, right? You don't have 4 teams potentially landing control. You don't have somebody holding down Stronghold. HQ is not completely held down by a team like Gen G. Everything changes when you move to Rebirth and group stages, so I'm pumped to see where everybody decides to land.
Who's going to move into it and claim those territories for themselves? We know that we see a lot of action moving through living quarters, right? That's where you can farm a ton of kills, but the contests that happen over at Turbine off on that other side of the map do tend to lend a lot of kills to our teams, and as we kind of get situated, ready to drop into Rebirth to make that happen, who's going to be the look at this. This is we're already planning. We're getting ready. We're talking drop spots. We're saying who goes here. I'm going to go ahead and slam them because I want them off of Rebirth Island.
That was great. I think you were checking out drop spots of maybe a scrim. I was curious what they were looking at there. I saw a map feed, though, of either the watch party or a main broadcast.
Hey, it's all about the knowledge, and you can see right there, I love that we've got our EWC champs in game for Rebirth Island, and it can show you this is what you're aspiring to accomplish here at DreamHack Atlanta as we work our way through the qualifiers to ultimately be able to play for that prestigious championship.
Yeah, here we go. Speaking of championships, saw a chance to look at our EWC champions from last year. Split up. We'll be seeing them tomorrow. Twisted Minds. But let's take a look at Rebirth Island and see where everybody decides to land. It does look like FaZe have elected to go over to the Turbine side. That is that blue 8. Looks like Control is not contested. Everybody said the Vitality Aura, albeit hasn't been great recently, is enough to scare everyone away. 2 big POIs with a lot of real estate that are completely untouched, including, by the way, boat behind Control.
All right, well, Chemical it is for Team Neto. You saw squad number 10, ISO, did try to land here and gets evicted immediately. But a nice bit of action early on for Jackal, Devo, Tappa. Puts 2 here. Bio getting mixy, Bio getting messy, Team Bump. These 2 are contesting themselves on not only Rebirth, but also early on in Havens.
Yeah, I kind of assumed that Tappa would go over here at Bio, and this is where we find them. They're actually in a bit of a blender with a team there that they're battling, but also a couple people rotating over the top, trying to fly back in and find their way to a safe spot on the map. But you're right, NIP in deep trouble.
Okay.
A solo, last alive on top of Prison. Hopefully somebody doesn't fly on top of your head.
Well, this makes sense, right? If you're going to play Mansion and Havens Hollow, you're going to land center map. You look for those early active spots, right? So playing Roof of Prison is great, but you do have UCJ underneath you and across the way. And now Geeke is starting to show presence here. Squad number 13 as well. That's Team Breezy, Next Gen Hitman, Ant-Man. A lot of people looking to get antsy early on in Rebirth.
Hitman, Ant-Man, the brothers playing out of HQ. Like I said, some of these spots are wide open. No Gen G means HQ's free. Hitman's playing low side of HQ, which is interesting.
Hunting.
Nobody's playing up in the tower. So we go to the water because, well, it's fun out here.
It doesn't Goj. We are struggling here, especially with the boys across the way. Nothing stranger to them, right? When they play out on the west side of Havens Hollow, we regain in the water. Same thing here in Rebirth.
So it looks like Devo Jackal did win out in Bio and pushed out Team Bump, which is the ones in the water. And so they're just trying to figure out what the heck to do. So we'll swing over to some more action as FaZe are alone at Turbine, and they're going to find some fish in a barrel as well. The barrel's pretty big, though. It's the ocean.
I mean, they're cleaning this up. The boys, they just need the last member, and they're looking for him. He's in the air. Sukura trying to land safely. Dives immediately down. Should be okay for now. It would be weird if Youngsters just full sends to wipe them, because it's not going to be quick enough.
Here's the fight. Bump tries to get into the mix, and they do trade out Tappa. Devo is able to get one back, and now Bump's back on their heels again, floating in the air while their anchor is out in the water. Not a great place to be, but at least you're safe for a moment. FaZe have been winning their fights, and Jackal, Devo, and Tappa have been winning theirs. I'm not sure it's because we're missing a few or if it's just 14 teams on Rebirth, but it feels like a much slower map than we're used to. With 2 less teams on the map, it's a little less chaotic at most of these major POIs. But finally, it's looking like FaZe is going to try to get into the mix here with UJC maybe swinging up through Industrial. but they're just biding their time because we're not exactly sure where the zone's going to pull. All we know is a little bit to the south.
Yeah, I think at least throughout Dock and Turbine, you can cover some space, keep pressure on it. But I love that what we're seeing with this roster is they feel comfortable not only playing to the front and keeping tabs on Industries, but it's also sending youngsters and prospect out towards the right-hand side of things to allow no one to wrap them. Ninjas in Pajamas, we first checked in with them in shambles, right? We've moved out of prison. We're now playing from basically grandmas, and maybe we can find some kills. It's not the 10 we typically see in Havens, but we're still alive, so that's better.
And you do see Vision, by the way, on top of the tower at the top of HQ.
Oh, Vitality.
And he's actually finding a few kills from up there, which is nice. Vitality finally getting pushed, and it is the boys. Again, now the boys didn't land here at the boat outside of control, but at Dock, they did move this way when they noticed the boat was uninhabited. They said, let's regain there. And then they saw a piece of, I think it was Blast. We got cut down and is now back into the game. But Vitality now going to have to fight the boys just on a different map. Bad timing. Sage is blading and gets cut down.
Skull's gonna run, dives down to the first, hits the stem, still getting chased, can't get out of there. This is where you turn to Blast. How are you gonna manage to play your life in control on the roof when Sukra is hunting you down? You can't ice up in that moment. You do not win control, and you're out of here as the first team on Rebirth Island in map number 3.
Yeah, Vitality going down there after being uncontested that drop spot. It feels like they got kind of lulled into a false sense of security, and the boys just full sent, and they just won their ones and a little bit of bad timing. Vitality out, but Tappa in, trying to look for a couple early kills. Isn't able to win against Clap, which means UJC getting a couple more added to their tally as they just hunt the edge of the map. Their anchor is just on the outside or inside, actually, I believe, of Water Tower. I want to say Rational actually might be just on top of Water Tower. We'll take a look at him in a second as Shackle's dancing and kind of gets styled on by Bombot.
Hey, look, it's going to happen. We've seen him go crazy in some of those 1v1 individual fights as Devo trying to get back into the water. You have Team Bump across the way as well as squad number 10 for ISO. They could look this way, but for now, I think you're going to be okay on the reset. Tappa, though, might not be so hot over here by himself.
Tappa was a little bit hot, unfortunately. Now very cold as he's going to be waiting to respawn in. They've got a lot of kills, though, which is good news because they've had some pretty solid maps thus far. They were top 5 back-to-back maps on Havens Hollow, and they've been hunting for kills after playing out of Bio. But now they're in kind of a regain blender. Not sure where to go, where to hide. Bio no longer inside a zone. We are moving south, like I said. This next zone will definitely dictate a lot. A couple teams we haven't seen too much. There's S8UL. We were kind of hyping them up. Being able
There's
to play.
Knight in the water.
They've been playing out of Factory and have been trading kills back and forth with a couple other teams. It's the first glance we've seen at them, but we'll check back in later.
All right, Clumsy finds a big one on Zepti elsewhere, so that's another member of S8UL. Not in the water, getting active. For Ninjas in Pajamas, we have all 3 up on the map for now. And allegedly, we're working on those kills here. Oh, let's hit the push. They're on the second story. You've got the footprints. You hear them. But Jackal, Devo, and Tappa are still going through it, especially towards FaZe.
Going through it or making FaZe go through it. FaZe does have their anchor still on the map out at Turbine. So FaZe has been doing a good job of stretching from Turbine, getting kills, finally getting cut down. They're going to restabilize and play for new zone. This next zone's about to pop in just a moment. This is going to dictate a lot. This is going to force a lot of early fights. S8UL decide to take it before the zone moves, and Clumsy's going to win that one. It's a big kill on Decky to force Geeke out into the boat outside of the Factory side of the map.
All right, well, S8UL, they're still getting mixy down here. Clumsy, Knight, Raul working together, covering different angles, but on the stairway they go. Try to bait him in. Can we push the pressure on a 1v2 situation? No, you rip the plates, and Clumsy's here to try to do the rest of the damage, but one by one they show up, and one by one they fall.
Yeah, that's honestly a bummer fight. They were so prepared for Geeke that they didn't know what angle Zepti, Tapulator, and Hixers would come in from. Get caught unaware and just put in a blender. Now Knight is out in the water. I believe it's still Knight. So S8UL is not full out of this lobby yet. We only have one team out of here, and Sukra is just trying his best. I'm going to be honest.
I'm not going to lie. This is why I don't like bodies of water. You don't know what's lying beneath. And even though Sukra tries to take out Taj, it's not going to happen. GD, go to Dave. Elsewhere is going to follow the J-Tech. So a couple of teams still in the flux over here on that harbor side of things. But as as this circle keeps on smashing in, the boys seeking to get involved still.
Now the boys have control of, that is Sucra, Elo, Lam, and Jowsy. They still have control of control. And Prison does look like FaZe, by the way, have rotated into the bottom of Prison, and they've actually wiped that bump team. That's Hezi and Slayer, who we just saw get wiped in the kill feed. We'll check on FaZe in a little bit as Geeke has restabilized in Factory. They've got an anchor out in Boat. Should clump back up together again in just a moment as T-Killer and Netod is coming in from Kim.
All right. Upstairs we go, looking for angles. You're talking about Team Neto out in the distance. Geeke, you've got S8UL's Knight out onto the right.
There's FaZe.
Finishing him off, yep. UCJ out there in Prison. FaZe as well. This is exactly what Unrational doesn't want, but I'll take that clap push all day. You're literally listening to where Unrational is in that window, and clap just full sends from the low ground.
Yeah, that looked like a fight Clap shouldn't have won, and he was able to get it. It's a nice win from UJC. Again, reminder, UJC were a top 5 team in map 1, and they get wiped immediately in map 2. I think they put up like 2 points, so desperately needed a big map, and Clap already has 9 by himself.
Yeah.
They've been farming mid-map. You know, Taylor brought it up. He was like, can you have a good game from this mid-map Prison drop? They're landing out here at Showers. They're working their way with their anchor at Water Tower. That's Unrational, and it's working fantastic for them. While, by the way, we swing over to S8UL. What have they done? Regained from the water, rotated back into Factory, and full wipe a squad. Very well done from the S8UL roster to regain, restabilize, and play for a better map.
Well, keep it moving. S8UL still have to keep that action, put those numbers on the board. I mean, they came into this in 3rd place with over 40 points. They're still comfy on the leaderboard. We want to extend upon that because going into our next series, you're going to have to be solid on Havens and Rebirth and sticking together. We call it a death ball, but they're really close. So if something does happen, one is right there to make a trade.
They're playing together as a unit as the Resurgence timer closes.
Oh, Zepti.
No need for an anchor now. Finding a fish in the barrel, literally. Showstopper. Unfortunately for Ninjas in Pajamas, at least they're not down in 13th, I suppose, but...
Still not a multi.
Yeah, still no multi.
It's still a 1x. Wait, can we get a 1-2? Can we buy one, right? We do still have one member of Ninjas in Pajamas in the water, and S8UL is looking to keep on that pressure to Geeke. Stukex runs out the back door, is trying to stim for his life as the remaining players are on top of them. So we move right into the building, low ground with ease, and stabilize.
They got a long way to go. This zone has pulled all the way up to the edge of Chemical.
They don't get a multi.
Yeah,
Ninjas do not get another multiplier, and I don't think they had as many kills as they do on Havens. So that bubble, they're going to fall. I don't want Ninjas to be the AG Global of this lobby.
I know. I don't know where they're going to line up on the leaderboard. You're right. I didn't see how many kills they had. I don't think it was a ton. Falling at 11th is a huge bummer. Now, for the rest of these teams, they've got their 1.2. They desperately want a 1.4. Geeke, S8UL, head-to-head, and they kind of bounce off each other like 2 bowling balls. They just split and go different directions. Don't even take the fight. As FaZe has moved up, like we said, to Prison, but they haven't moved all the way over to Water Tower yet. So they're going to have to play through this outside courtyard of Prison with a couple munis, maybe a couple stems. Could help them to kind of come in late.
Oh,
but
no.
Thomas is here. Now Blatant is able to try to find a few stems on the ground and unfortunately loses his life because he got a little too greedy. Didn't know all of FaZe hadn't been wiped yet. As you see, Goat Dave and the crew
4-hood out.
Get taken out. That is 10th place as UCJ lost their position in mid and they try to rotate out far. And there's a guy on the ground.
J-Tech.
There's a guy on the ground.
What are we doing? Oh, brother.
What in the world?
J-Tech is like literally playing dead there, and we're tap dancing on his grave.
I think they were so worried about being in the zone for this long and looking for stems and rotating in late. They just missed the self-revive on the ground. Now, Unrational's hunting for any stem he can get his hands on because he wants top 5 and he gets it. Able to stay alive just long enough as S8UL get wiped by the zone, it looks like. What utter chaos as our zone has pulled out into the water. This is going to be a wacky final fight.
This team right here, when Reflection said, how are they going to do on Rebirth? Well, let me tell you, they have 20 24 kills right now, Ghost.
Top 5 again, by the way, so don't count out this roster. That's top 5 3 maps in a row. Havens, Rebirth, doesn't matter. They're doing fantastic playing out of bio to start things off. Now, Geeky has been through hell and high water to stay alive, but this is technically where, or at least a little bit further north from where they dropped. Now, Decky's lost 2 of his teammates in his last block for his team. UCJ have made it to a top 5 position again. And again, reminder, Clap is out, but had at least 9 kills the last time we checked in with them.
And they're split, right? JTech on 7, you've got Unrational holding your back, so 10 kills between the two. And with that kind of circle pop, we still have to move behind us. At least Unrational is laying the line there, and Decky gets in.
Yeah, he
does not get caught out by Unrational or JTech, makes the rotation, and we still have a full team of 3, Jackal, Diva, and Tappa on the other side.
Yeah, and Decky gets sniffed out as the boys pick up another freebie, but this is a signal flare to get a third party in, and where's the fourth party? UCJ coming in, playing aggressive because they want the third, but the fourth comes in, and it's Jackal and Devo perfectly timed to wipe out all of the teams left in the lobby.
Where's JTech?
Except for one single remaining member of UCJ. Very well done. IGL call from this Devo, Tappa, and Jackal roster. They go top 5, they go top 5, and they're about to win this lobby with all 3 alive. Unbelievable job as Devo picks up his 12th, by the way. These guys have likely done enough to book their ticket into the qualifier finals a little bit later today.
Look, I'm feeling really good about that one. The next one you see, you've got all 3 alive, and you're like, there is 1 player left in this lobby. And of course, you never want to give them isolated fights. So you have to make sure that you're working with at least 1 member of your team. They hit the push. I think they've done an extravagant amount of kills. So you get that with the 1.6. And even before this, they were still situated in a really solid position on the leaderboard. That was a solid performance. And I can't wait to talk to that about Reflections later, because he's like, how are they going to do? How are they going to do?
I don't think he was...
He didn't say it like that.
I don't think he was mocking the fact that they were going to do bad. But regardless, here's a quick look at that last stand. And this zone pull was diabolical for a lot of these teams. We were basically fighting over Chem. We thought it was going to be in the water, but it does pull back into the Chem building. So this is where all of the teams go, okay, now what? How do we play for each other? We're stacked up like a layer cake, but smartly, look at where Tappa, Devo, and Jackal are on. They know they're outside on the edge of zone. Everybody's going to slow pinch in. They're not going to get flanked. Let's wait until shots are fired. Once the shots are fired, we get some intel on potentially Decky rotating. We look outside, don't see anyone. We know everybody's going to be inside. Take our time. Look at how far this zone pull is. We do not need to rush by trying to play for a kill on the outside of the map. Stay together, play as a unit.
Well,
very nice patience.
But they're definitely making sure that no one's rotating in this way, because there's still a ladder there where if they needed to go up to the top, they totally can. But the boys, they have the opening where Unrational and JTech find themselves at the duo, push straight in and collapse after they were busy dealing with Decky. Now you immediately have JTech last standing and a full team of 3 hunting him down. His job, he wants to break them all apart, find individualized fights. But with Tappa, like your good call right there out on the outskirts, it's going to be difficult because as soon as JTech shows his face, he's going to get his plates ripped off.
Well, I think Tappa was kind of hedging their bets that they were going to win that, but if things didn't go well, at least he would have zone position and be able to play a 1v1, for instance. But again, it was such perfect timing. I used this, holy moly, as much as I was about to talk some fun strategy. Don't care. They have 28 kills. Oh my goodness, what a banger map from the boys. Playing out of bio, rotating in, and just getting extremely aggressive. This is what we talk about in opens, man. In group stages like this, we're just chowing everything, and it's working out for them. Taylor, this is a big map from the boys.
Now first place, 28 kills. I'm pretty sure that's the biggest we have seen out of both groups so far.
Wow.
Clearly comfortable, after all. Clearly comfortable. However, I do want to say, if I'm not mistaken, and correct me, Ghosh, if I'm wrong, they did have to recover because they were in bio. You said they got pushed out. They go to harbor side, yet they still managed to take the win, which shows they have recoverability and they've got good composure.
Well, we'll see it in the replays, I think, but one of the things, they get pushed out by the zone. They do win win out in bio for the most part, and they're able to kind of fight through prison a little bit. It was a little scrappy, and they just say, hey, wait a minute, we can just come in the north side of Chemical, and they just slow played it from there. Their anchor was hanging out over in Chem, and the other two were just fragging out, and they just found more kills per life than most other people do right now.
But let's talk Vitality out, I believe, first or second, if I'm not mistaken. Tiff, what happened? What happened to Vitality?
Things did not go their way, right? We're just repping for the scrappy contest tomorrow, I guess. As you see the highlights, I guarantee we'll see about, what, 2 seconds of them?
Well, I think the thing that really happened is they get a little bit lulled to sleep. Here's that contest, by the way, at Bio that they honestly just slam this bump team. They win out in pretty much every single engagement and hardly lose a life every time. They're playing Bio extremely well, and even when you had a couple other teams come look at it, they just find so many kills in the water. Now, FaZe did as well, but Vitality started Control uncontested. When was the last time you saw Vitality uncontested at Control?
Right.
And because they were uncontested, they get lulled into a false sense of security, and then the actual boys, by the way, I gotta start calling the other teams the boys. We have the boys team. The boys right there, Yellow 7, roll up out of nowhere, catch stage plating, and then it's just GG's.
They were all over the beginning of this map, so it's really hard to expect that they're going to look for that space at Control. And at that point in time, it literally is Sage putting on armor plates, gets rolled up on, and you see Skull get broken down. Like, it was all about timing.
SAUL went over towards Factory. By the time we caught up with them, they're over on the Harbor side, still fighting it out. It's a great game from them, for all things considered. But 13 total kills, great job. You mentioned the boys. There was the boys. How they end up doing?
They did great. They roll up on Control. They win out on Control, not dropping there, but rotating over actually after getting pushed out. And so once they come down there, they then are able to cross map through prison, come in a little bit late, and then make their way all the way to Chem, finding themselves into the top 3.
So the boys is a great story as to why multiple maps play a big impact. You know, you look at map 1 and map 2, the boys do okay, but really nothing to, you know, write home about. Then they go over to Rebirth Island. They get 3rd place, 18 points. That puts them within striking distance of GK, who is now top 8. So very well done from there, and hopefully they have another strong Rebirth. Now, Tiff, I heard you exclaim something whenever the leaderboard came up. Is that 44.8?
44.8. If we're looking for a 74 to secure yourself inside the top 8, that's just based on Group A's performance, right? And you score over half of that in one map, you're feeling pretty damn good. Now, my big question was Ninjas and Pajamas. Yet again, they don't get a multiplier, right? They go out in 11th place. What was the number of kills, though? Still high, right? But not as good as the Havens Hollow. And this performance, when we are 3 drops into this, cannot keep happening if you're really below the bubble.
To answer your question, 10 game number 1, 13 game number 2, and then 8 game number 3.
We know they can frag, we just need survivability. But they are putting themselves in highly contested spots, right? They did land roof of prison. We saw how many teams were there, at least one on roof with UCJ on kind of in the showers area, and they worked their way up as well.
Yeah, look, if I'm a fan of the Ninjas in Pajamas, I'm saying, can we stay alive? Can we get our early kills that we're getting, and then slow things down and actually play the map?
It would make such a big difference.
It really would.
And I like what you said. Will NIP be the AG of Group B? I hope not. It's still very early, and I want to put at least some positivity out there. To my knowledge, they're less than 10 points away from still breaking in the top 8.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
Here's a look at it. So here's Geekay at the bottom there, 40.6. So that's going to be the standard, especially with 2 maps remaining. We're going to have to put Geekay on alert, maybe even Netods as well. But Jackal, you know, blatant SAUL, UCJ, right, feeling very, very comfortable. Vitality up there in the mix, top 8. I think they're all right. FaZe as well. Like, they should be fine.
Quick note, by the way, Group A, the cutoff for fun, 8th place, had 74 points. So if you're at 78 already, you're probably
good.
Through.
But we're also trending at a lower average points per game for 8th place. And if you can get a 30-point win, that gap for the boys there at 32, even Ninjas at 31, you're going to be just fine. You just need that. You just need to look at a fight and be like, no thanks, I choose life. Okay? I choose life. I'm out of here, okay?
NIP needs to choose life at this point, because again, man, they're getting the kills. Stay alive. They'll be all right. It's been quick, but hey, it's time to get even quicker. Map number 4, Rebirth Island. The final chance for some of them to potentially break into top 8. Let's get it going.
Let's get it going. Tiff, let's get back into Rebirth Island. Let's talk about those drop spots that we saw. The big hit ones really quickly, of course, is that Vitality was uncontested at least to start. However, now everybody knows that. Do you see the boys landing on their head on this map as well?
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Sure.
Why not?
All right,
I mean, it's literally open 1, Group B. You've got 2 more maps to go. You're feeling really confident in some of your fights. Blatant, it was an interesting move. We didn't really talk too much about them in Rebirth Island, right? They drop Stronghold. They're out on their own, the outskirts. The circle pulls them in, and you really don't find too much value out of that aside from a ton of cash and resources. But what do you make of it towards that mid to late game, which they weren't in that late game because they got caught up with everyone rotating.
I don't know. You know, another interesting point about the map is that, frankly, we didn't have any strong teams holding HQ.
That's
and
true.
Usually that dictates how the South teams on Rebirth Island rotate. Nobody's sniping up in the tower. Nobody really holding you through living quarters. Like, you actually have a pretty free Southern rotation.
Yeah, I will say, when we were talking about UCJ, they landed showers and kind of tried to control the north side of prison. We did see Unrational do some tower play to try and look for some angles or maybe the kills. But when you have FaZe that inevitably moves into Turbine, you've got the boys that are out there on that side as well. My biggest question is what happens to Vitality, because we cannot get caught out like that again. Granted, we're pretty fine on the leaderboard, but it's just more about what that adaptability is going to look like in our next series.
That's a good point. Well, we are flying back into Rebirth here in just a second, folks. Our second map of Rebirth Island.
Let's go.
This is our penultimate map of our group stages.
Such a way with words, Go. Such a way.
We're going to be wrapping things up here on Haven's Hollow in just a moment.
The boys, Z Smith, Alman, Aiden.
By the way, I really think, honestly, I'm not a coach, okay? And frankly, I'm not even that good at Warzone. I just watch it a lot and cast it a lot. But if I'm in IP, I'm landing straight on top of headquarters. Give me all of headquarters or give me death. That's my POV. But as we see them flying in, it actually looks like they are going to land back on prison. And as we take a look at our map feed, here is a look at where everybody's landing. Control wide open for Vitality again. It does look like they've elected to send one out towards the boat on dock side to make sure nobody else swings up their way.
The battle of bio commences yet again, and Jackal's team is sitting there like, thank you, please keep feeding me kills, feed me more points.
Let me be very clear, that bump team has 8 total
Wait a second,
points.
I'm sorry, I said feed, but...
I mean, hey, look, they're getting more points now than they have in 3 maps, okay? Bump has 8 points right now. They have got to step up, and if they're going to play against this Jackal team, who's the top of the leaderboard, this is first place versus last place fighting each other, and somehow Jackal's team still wins it.
But 4 hoods moving in.
I mean,
they decided we know this chal is happening. Look, I mean, we just got Tappa back in, we got Devo back in, and now Bump has moved out split, and we've got Sneely from 4 Hood moving through alongside Taj. Gets absolutely caught off guard. Just window play goes berserk, and now Bump decides, well, now that they're being fought by someone else, let us move back in.
Yeah, I understand it now. I'm not trying to flame anybody, but I understand why this team has so many points. Good grief.
Like,
everything's just so late. Everybody's coming in. There's no third parties. They're just cycling in kills. They're just getting fed. I mean, this is ridiculous. They picked up 4 or 5 kills in the first 2 seconds. Finally, we trade one out, and we'll see what Tap is able to do. He's able to get 1. How about a second? How about a full team wipe? Bump is out of here. This is why they were at the top of the leaderboard. They are getting some freebies to start things out, and because of that, they're going to be feeling nice moving into, well, I guess still the early game. We haven't even closed the first circle.
Well, it depends on where you want to go. Of course, you do have Chemical over there, and I believe Team Netto is that kind of way, but FaZe, they immediately move in. They want to start getting action. They landed in Turbine last time on Rebirth and moved straight into Team Netto.
Yeah, and GD, I believe 4 Hood get full wipe, by the way. That is confirmation from our side. So all the teams that were running up towards Bio get farmed by Devo and Tappa. In the meantime, do you see where that yellow 7 is? Let's see if we can see it on this flyover. There's production. They got us. The boys.
Sukra.
They've been starting in prison and then rotating down towards this dock.
Oh, blast.
Have mercy. Listen,
I just fell to my knees in the middle of DreamHack.
We have X-Ray. He was proned out behind a wall on the stairs.
Thank you, Coach, for the clarification, but still.
That is
still, that one scares you, right? That's a jump scare. You're like, well, I really wasn't expecting him to be that close to me, but he's already back in alongside Sage and Skullface, back at control. You're not going to get that one again on Blast.
Yeah, let's see what Geeke's doing. They've got their anchor down on the boat on factory side. So we're going to swing up towards Harbor and actually play for a contest here against Tap.
Okay,
These
tap.
look like their closest kills that they can find, so we're going to hunt those down while we swing back to the team at the top, who are just hunting kills at this point. Reminder, their anchor is in bio alone. No one is nearby. They're just going to play aggressive here and play for some of these fights in 2v2s and 2v3s.
All right, Tapa back up on his feet. Team Neto up ahead. It's a nice 3v3 fight. Now, we are still at the top of the circle here, and of course, a couple people still want to make a play. FaZe pushing into UCJ just across the way. You can see them out by the tower on the right. Prison getting active. Ninjas in pajamas also taking on the boys. Oh, but from the back, it's Neto. And now Jackal. A little wall bounce. A little wall bounce. Okay.
They are sending this fight. As a reminder, we said their anchor was safe. Their anchor pushed over from bio because the zone was pushing them out. So they're ego challenging for this Kim. And again, this is exactly what they did the last map. They went out in bio, they moved to Kim, went out in Kim, anchor stays in Kim, the other two go hunt kills.
Vitality? Yeah, back to control. It's not the boys, but it's Blatant. And more particularly, Thomas starts to get into the mix. It's Blast last alive, the anchor. And we are being peppered from afar. Nice. So what do? We hit the water, we run, but the Blatant, the pistol down to Thomas, but it's not enough, and it's Vitality. But Skull!
Yeah, that's a false positive.
We're in, baby! We're still going!
Alive. Blast does a really good job. That knock probably reduced the timers.
Seconds.
I think the knock there reduced the timers potentially to allow them to get back just in the nick of time. They're going to land back into control, but of course, I mean, these teams are still here. We still have the boys pinching. We still have Blatant pinching on Vitality. They're in deep trouble.
Sage.
Certainly not in a safe position yet. We still have one in the air. So Sage goes down. We should be okay as Blast is floating. Take our time here.
But you also have the boys moving in with Blatant, right? So they're going to take a lot of the presence off of Vitality here. With Blast joining back in, we're just waiting to get Skull back on into this mix, right? So good. Okay, Thomas is down. Scenics looks like he's hitting the res. Sucre's all alone over on the right-hand side of control. But Ninjas, they're still alive.
We're looking for a multiplier for these guys.
We might get our first multiplier of the series, Coach.
Hey, look at where they are, by the way.
I don't want to say it too early.
Hold on. Do you see
we might get it.
Do you see where they're at on their map? They're playing HQ. I might know a little bit of ball here. Play HQ, SAUL.
I'm no coach, but play HQ.
they were landing nearby anyways. It was a softball pitch for them. But regardless, Vision was hunting out for a couple kills. He's getting called back because he says, Anchor hears footsteps, or Anchor hears somebody close by. It's Lays. It looks like Geeke is going to try to regain over to HQ thinking nobody's home. Unfortunately, HQ is fully taken care of by Ninjas in pajamas, so two members of Geeke will get cut down. They're going to have to regain back on their boat as they restabilize. On the opposite side of Prison, though, Unrational chilling at Water Tower as FaZe. They've got his number, but I'm not sure they're really able to call him. Oh, wait, just kidding. Prospect says anybody
He speed dialed that one.
Knock, knock, open to the door. It's me. Prospect picks up their anchor, and it looks like UJC has decided to slow down because of it.
All right, well, clap JTech. You made it towards endgame there in that last map. Want to see you do that yet again. Good angles. Ant-Man up there on top. Couple shots. You got the boys inside. You've got FaZe. You also have Geeke across the way. It's not going to be easy. And Unrational, who loves his tower, goes straight back to it just to find Team Breezy.
Yeah, well, everybody wants to get up there. It looks like 3 different teams' loadouts are on top of the Water Tower, so it's not going to be as free of a regain spot for that UJC team to hold an anchor position any longer. We got a lot of folks on the north side of the map, and we're taking a look at it right here. We've got the Harbor fight. We've got the top of Prison fight around Water Tower. Vita, unfortunately, bad timing, goes for a frag. Lays just runs right by him and was like, whoops, my FOV needs to be increased. Vita does it almost again, but a tomahawk to the face. Scope's created a new meta.
That'll do it.
We'll take it.
That'll do it. Neto now running for his life. You see Geeke there on your screen. Team Breezy with Hitman and Ant-Man moving in. It's going to be an interesting fight because you do have one member of Neto, but a quick pickup and tomahawk to the face from Decky.
Hitman doing everything he can to stay alive. Unfortunately, Geeke just moving a bit quicker this time. Catches him unaware and going to force him to regain. Still one out in the water, I believe, or in the air, rather. So we swing over to Stukex, who is playing anchor and is hitting a ton of UAVs during our fire sale. Looking to get some info for the team. We are still looking for top 10, by the way. Look top middle, 11 teams still on this map. It's going to be a lot of folks in Prison HQ living quarters in just a moment with this new
I just
zone.
have to say, the boys, their survivability is crazy. I constantly see them go down in numbers. They're back. These must be very similar to the way Homelander survives everything. But JTech holding on dear life. Let's get in on board with listening.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be dead. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit loading.
I hit water. I'm gonna hit water.
Okay. Oh my god! Give me that full.
I'm gonna go water, Club, just to be safe.
I'm here. I might be able to get a help here. I gotta go. I didn't. I can probably hold this guy. I gotta go. Yeah, I can be nice. I can come land. In a second. You run up. It's two teams on me.
Okay. I have a kid on me. You're good. Can I get lost? Yeah.
Did I land on him?
No. He's in boat. Someone landed on me in the water over here, though.
Okay.
You can try to land on
here. These water goes.
Yeah.
Well, they can't figure out where the heck they want to go because everything is inhabited. We still have top 10 teams still on the lobby, so there's really nowhere to run, nowhere to hide besides swim around for a little while, and then hopefully things will open up. They do get their multiplier, though. The boys are still on the hunt. They've been able to make their way into prison, and are actually the only team inside of prison now. A big win for them. If you're the boys fan, Vitality still in complete control, while the other two remaining members, you see Skullface on your screen, actually playing anchor for this team again as Blast and Sage are pushing up towards HQ to get some intel. Take a look at Prospect, who's going to be coming in late from the outside of zone, and Geeke out here on boat.
FaZe Prospect is the last one alive for that team. Geeke, a team of 3. Yeah, you're right. On the factory side of things, they're doing just fine. And let it be known, Goj, that while we see Showstopper knocked in the kill feed, Ninjas in Pajamas have obtained their first multiplier. It's official. We're inside the top 10. We're moving up in the world, okay?
This is the second to last map. I mean, you gotta have a top 5 here, and hopefully you've got a decent amount of kills. Haven't seen them just lighting up the kill feed, but certainly seen them a couple times. And again, they've got complete control over HQ, so they're actually in a very good position. That Cyan 4, that's your team, Ninjas in Pajamas, in a strong position on this map. The boys do not have to move yet, so they're gonna take their time as FaZe have fully regained. Resurgence timer closing, and they're able to regain and play the edge of zone. They're gonna have to go through the boys or make a very wide rotate into what looks like Team 11, which is Team Netox.
Vitality is incredibly split as well. I know that we're focusing on FaZe that still has to find a playable space, but you see Blast over there solo. You would be like, oh yeah, Vitality's got one. No, the remainder are still rotating in from control straight towards Ninjas in Pajamas. So if FaZe can find out Blast, it leaves Vitality as a duo, and VonBot may be the one to make contact. Slides on into Blast, and with the help of the teammates, finds the anchor.
Good timing for FaZe to rotate in and find the solo first. Now they get the bottom of Factory to themselves. And you've got this Netox team that's playing mid-Factory with Tapa just ratting out in the corner. We'll take our time because everybody's waiting to see where the zone pulls. Where does it go? It goes back towards Grandma's. It goes back towards HQ. Showstopper in a really strong position at the top of the tower to get some intel for his team as everybody tries to rotate to new here in a couple minutes.
Yeah, this team in particular, the boys has to move in just about 10 seconds, and your options are Vitality or Ninjas in Pajamas. And the reason Jowzy's out here looking at the tower is because Showstopper has nestled himself up onto the highest position, looking to put all that damage. Very similar to what we were talking about, if you're going to be that anchor or try to put damage on. So King AJ and Visions can kind of wrap it on up. Showstopper, though, does drop down to the next level of the building.
Grandpa is looking really busy right now.
We're gonna get active.
See if the kids decide to come home and have some dinner with their grandparents here shortly. Blast on 5. Vitality actually having a pretty decent map. They really need this top 5 position to make sure that they're still a top 8 team. Clayton has rotated over. Reminder, they came in from Stronghold. One out and living and have been taking their time to rotate in. They find Unrational, the last remaining member of UJC. UJC is out of here in 9th, Tiff.
We're still looking for the next multi, and there's Vitality. Elito from the boys skirting around the outside, and we still have to move forward, but I don't love our options. Look at the mini-map. Look at the bounce back. This is where you say, do I have stims? Do I have enough to rotate? And everyone is scurrying for the next playable space. You know who's in it? Ninjas in Pajamas. They still have to rotate because Geeke is there. Squad number 11, Team Neto is there, and even Blatant.
Good grief. Tap Papa does go down, by the way, so finally, for the first time, I think, this entire group stages, Devo's team does not make it to top 5, but a lot of action over here on the factory side because this zone pulled so far away from where it originally showed. And we see a nice early rotate from Ninjas in Pajamas, still looking for a top 5 position. They're able to trade out a couple kills. Jousy goes down, and down goes the boys. That's down to the top 6. Ninjas in Pajamas not stopping there. They wipe all of Blatant. They're in final form. They're clutching up when they desperately need it most. They make it to top 5. Skullface has spotted one out and knocked one out. Down goes Showstopper with Vision on top, snaking around the HVAC unit. Up in the fumes, big dog, because Skullface is coming right at you.
A little molly to the face will hurt, but he's getting scurried off onto the other side of things. Skull's trying to isolate him out. He's like, dude, where did he go? To the lower levels, but you usurp all of the loot, and that's going to feel real nice. Control the roof. Here's Vision, double digits. Are we going to go back and take that shell? You've got the multiplier, but every kill now is worth at least 1.4.
This is such a huge game for Ninjas in Pajamas, and frankly, a great game for Vitality as well. Skullface doing a fantastic job as a solo, but this zone is diabolical, pulling all the way over to Harbor.
Okay.
FaZe still in it as well. If you're a FaZe fan, they actually have a pretty good position here on the low side to rotate in. Taking their time. Geeke still have one alive as well.
Oh, he's got Skull in his sights. Gave that info. Skull running away, making Vision work for it and say, do I focus on this or should I go to that zone pool? But keep in mind, Skull actually goes towards the low ground. Geeke's got 2 down there. Team Netto has 2, and FaZe now runs into them as well. But Youngstas is going to be the first as he falls.
Great patience from Decky. Waited until he had to pull the trigger here. Skullface gets cut down by Decky, but did get the buyback in the rotation in, and Blast is going to land on Decky, and Blast gets the kill. No, it's Vision from 1v1 up on high that gets the kill, finds VonBot out, gets the info early, but no shots connect. Can barely see him through the rails, and he's going to take his time here, Tiff.
Nice jump up. Nice jump up. High ground's king, baby. You see him. You see VonBot. We just need to connect. Ninjas in Pajamas, their first multiplier of the series. Could be a 1.6 if you could just take down FaZe VonBot. We jump on down. We get a little windy, and VonBot holds steady for FaZe, and they take the win.
Good patience from VonBot in a fantastic game here for VonBot, Youngstas, and Prospect. We will take a 19-kill game every day of the week. That is a 30-ish point game, I believe 30.2 for this roster. And again, they were at top 8 position. I'm not sure what their kills ended up being, but regardless,
they got some.
If it was that amount.
At least one. We saw at least one on screen.
That's right. They had a sizable amount of kills. Let's say they pick up 19. That's about a 30-point game. That's a team that was not bubble, but they were top 8 fairly comfortably. This will do it for them. If they have a decent amount of kills with a 1.6, this will put them into the next round, and this last map is just going to be the cherry on top.
And then, of course, we do get to look at the back end of the game and kind of see how that, maybe we'll get it from VonBot's POV of that fight with Ninjas in Pajamas there towards the end. But you have to think about it this way. A lot of people might have had questions about Youngstas in particular, kind of stepping in last minute for that FaZe roster. A little too early to tell as we do get that last stand, and you see the layer cake that you love to mention, Skull and, you know, Vision up there on the top, duking it out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Skullface is one of the best solos players out there, so it's fun to watch him play
I think he won a solo YOLO, too.
Yeah, I think a couple. I mean, look, this guy is a difference maker as a solo. He can just play his life really well. I really like, actually, how he rotates. He knows he can get to a buy station. He can get a teammate back. And if it wasn't for that pesky Mr. Vision that does finally peek over at the right time and pick up Decky and the last remaining member, I believe it was Blast, that got bought back in, I think Vitality actually could have made a play here. And I always shout out Geeke because this is a team that I think through the finals and, you know, through Birmingham, they were a really good roster that has some really big moments of greatness, and they've gone quite cold, quite quiet recently. Geeke's having a great group stage right now. Make it to top 5 yet again. Decky shows why they're here, why they've had a chance to be, you know, only inches away from qualifying through the finals not too long ago. They're a really strong team, and they did a good job making it to the top 5. Good patience there to get a couple kills as well. But Vision tries to chow over the top of VonBot. you know, Vomba was kind of tweaking a little bit down here, trying to figure out what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
But even still, you know, waited for the chow and then just wins the gunfight. So we'll give it to him, man. That was a great win, and a 1.6 for FaZe. Again, like I said, I think ships them on to the next round, even with only, it looks like 13.
Okay.
That's still a solid map for them and should secure it.
Yeah, I still think that's really impressive, right? Because you have to keep your tabs on them. This is a team that I do want to see advance on to the next series. I want to see what they can do in a higher caliber lobby, trying to qualify for Sunday, right?
Yeah, I mean, let's be very honest with each other. FaZe have had maybe more than lackluster, very frustrating and poor performances throughout many of the other stages. And so to see them do well in groups is like, nice, good job, but still a lot to be desired when it comes to some stronger lobbies. They're able to play pretty aggressive and kind of ego chow their way to some victories and some solid kills, which is great for them. I'm still looking for a lot more, as they will likely move on to the next stage, even though we have one more game. And Taylor, talk to me about what you saw.
I'm going to talk about what you said.
Oh, yeah.
FaZe some credit, okay?
Here we go.
Credit.
Here we go.
Listen, FaZe doing well, all right?
I agree.
From the online stage to what I'm seeing now, totally different story. Great job from them.
I mean, they made changes.
Big
They made changes.
Hey, and it made a difference.
And Swag is in the building. I want to say Swag is in the building. He can do quality control real quick.
Aura.
He just has to
He's
walk
got aura.
over there and say, boys, like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Hey, he wants the best for him for sure. FaZe is looking great. So now, 4 maps down, 1 more to go. Rebirth Island, won't see it again until we go into the finals for the next 6 maps once these groups have concluded. But I'm really, really ecstatic to see NIP finally get the job done. Big ups from them. Now, for UCJ, we start off with them top 7 currently in 7th place. They are also a team that I want to put on alert going into Game 5.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's a team on its own alert. Again, we've seen the hot and cold almost immediately in the first 2 maps on Haven's Hollow. So as we go back there, I do want to talk a little bit more about what they could do better playing out of Main Street. It also depends on the zones. But in this map, this was a weird one, Tiff, because again, Vitality were in a position where like, no, not again, not a complete and utter despair. They were able to snake alive and make it to top 5 after what we thought they could have gone out in 13th.
Look, they fought a lot of different people here that tried to move in and take control. You saw Blatant, you saw the boys showing presence, and it was really interesting. And a bit after this, maybe a couple of minutes, Blast actually takes it personal, goes out to Doc and finds a member of the boys to kind of send them packing, which is why you see the boys in a completely different position.
Yeah, and our zone did pull to kind of like the south, factory side of the map. So the boys try to rotate early through mid. And again, the boys actually have a pretty good map. I'll be curious to see what their score lines is. They have a lot of kills as they kind of rotate through mid and then move this way. But a fun final moment. And
that's clean.
Honestly, Vaughn,
that's clean.
Those were some clean shots.
When you see it from his POV, you're like, that's clean.
Well, here it is. You mentioned the boys. Well, they did okay. 13 kills puts them at 15.6. They do have a chance to break in the top 8, but they're going to have to do a lot whenever it comes to the final map. Ace SAUL slowed down just a little bit. In fact, just enough. I think they're outside top 8. We'll have to keep
3.6 is brutal.
That one, it definitely is. 3.6, the lowest scoring game we've seen from them so far. Blatant also not necessarily the best game. However, beginning of the day, they performed so well that they are going to be just fine. The biggest stories for this game was FaZe, right? Doing well. You also had, of course, Blatant, okay, the boys doing decently well, but NIP, right?
Yeah, I'm like, come on, say it.
But they are now in a spot to where they could potentially qual for the next stage, but they're not so safe to where they can lay off for the next
Yes, no, they need to play similarly to what we just witnessed here in drop number 4. Because you said, what's it going to look like when ninjas can find the kills from the beginning of the map and get a multiplier, right? 22 kills, they get a 30.8 point game. And considering what do they have? Like a 10, a 13, an 8. We just doubled our score in one game.
But again, they need to do a little bit more going into this next one, which will be Haven's Hollow. So now we bring back potentially some of the pros, maybe even some of the cons going into the final map, right? First, we take a look at our overall standings. Before we get into that conversation, let's see what our top 8 is currently looking like going into the final map. As we know, Blatant has been on fire, so has Jackal and his crew. They're going to be in first place. For the teams who are, I would say, FaZe, Geeky, I think they're relatively safe. Now, from 6th on down, that's where I want to start the conversation, because that is a tight race, Tiff.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. Because I'm looking at that score line, and you've got, we know what happens, right? We've seen people lose out by 1.6 points, right?
Oh, yeah,
you know who that was?
Yeah.
That was Ninjas in Pajamas, losing out by 1.6 points, right? And they're situated in 8th place, and SAUL, you're right, falls out of the top 8 and is just barely, what is that, less than 2 points?
From 9th to 6th place is a 7-point spread.
Yeah. Okay,
7-point
you're not
spread.
safe. You're not safe. It comes down to a mansion contest.
Ooh, and I like that. So let's start talking about it. 9 through 6, 7 points. First, let's look at our kill leaderboards, see who's currently leading the charge, and it is going to be Sinks.
Oh yeah, Sinks, yeah.
Salome, yeah. He's been playing very, very well today.
I mean, Blaine's been looking really good. The first couple games, that win on Havens in map number 2.
Yeah, they've actually done a really good job of finding kills in rotation too, which is, you know, a skill that not a lot of these teams do have. Oftentimes, some of these teams will put up massive points when it's, you know, their zone. This is a team that's rotating a lot and finding a lot of kills doing it. So a good job from them. You know, they've been playing out of Mansion as well, so they can do it both ways. But either way you look at it, they're Slayers. They've always been Slayers. And like I said, I think it was at the top of show, they just don't really care what your name is, what your title is, how many earnings you have. We just fight everything, and it can come back to bite them in the biggest of stages. But here in group stage, it's working out great.
Working out great indeed. There's going to be your player stats, at least leading into map number 5. And again, the story goes to the bubble teams, 9th through 6th place, 7-point spread. That's all you got. So we're looking at SAUL, we got NIP, you've got UCJ, Team Vitality, all of those teams currently in the running for that 7-point spread. So going into, pay close attention to that kill feed, pay close attention to the teams that are eliminated, because one of them, if it is SAUL, eliminated off the rip, they're done for it. That's a wrap, despite a great start. But now the pros and cons. Going back into Havens Hollow, SAUL was tearing it up on that map, which means this gives them a good chance.
Yeah, it's actually a funny conversation. I am very curious to know what this zone will be. I think it's going to dictate a lot, because, reminder, first map of Havens, UJC have a huge map playing out of Main Street, working their way through SAUL, through Chapel, beating them down, sending them packing, and then getting a top 5 position on that map. And then the next map, UJC gets slammed in Main Street, and it's SAUL who find themselves in a top 5 position because they went out mid-map on an almost identical zone.
Yes, that's the big key. You said identical zone. If something crazy happens and we go onto Havens Hollow and we're pulling research, all of those teams that like to play for Mansion, you're fighting out with 4 other teams, and you've still got to push over to research, which I imagine that's why we have flexibility in our drops. You see it pull on over to the east, you see coal is free potentially, or maybe lumber, you want to join phase over there. It can really change up some of our teams who feel safe, right?
True, it could, but what are you thinking for, at least for 9 through 6? Let's say best case scenario, SAUL, NIP, UCJ. Before we hit that though, we've got champs coming up, and the 2026 champs tickets are on sale now. Get them going. It's going to be in Las Vegas, Nevada, and if it's anything like what I'm seeing now, quite literally at the moment, it's going to be exciting. The fans have been electric. We had a chance to actually cast a little bit for C&D stream yesterday, and the arena was already packed. It continues to get even better as days go along. Championship Sunday tomorrow is going to be incredible in regards to that, but Champs is going to be out of this world. Scan the URL code, go to the website, make sure you get your tickets because they're selling out quick. We want you to be there, especially if you're a Mega fan when it comes to the CDL. So going back, SAUL, NIP, UCJ, and Vitality, 7-point spread. Who are you backing to make it out? Not necessarily your favorite, but who are you thinking, like, going back to Havens Hollow, which one of those teams make it? And I'll leave you with that, actually, because it looks like Game 5 is ready to go, so keep the conversation going.
All right. I'm still sticking with Vitality. I think they definitely make it out of group stages. If Vitality doesn't make it out of group stages here, it means the boys insta-chalk them, and they have some huge communication breakdown.
That's a good point.
I think they look a little bit better. Hasn't been fantastic. They're working still out some of the kinks, and we'll see them probably into the qualifier finals, in my mind.
You also have Geekay that's down in that situation. If we do pull out towards the western side of Havens, Geekay could decide, I want to get active a bit earlier if we do see the boys land on Vitality. I feel like it's getting a little personal with the boys here at this point, considering how many times they moved into control over on Rebirth Island, but you got Skullface on the screen, locking it in ahead of this drop number 5. They're currently situated in 6th place with 66.4 points. There's a lot of 6s, I don't like it. But anyways, FaZe on the other hand,
a bad omen.
Good check-in with them, and as we keep on moving, you've got all of our players One game separating them to advancing one series closer to Championship Sunday here at DreamHack Atlanta.
Also, because we won't probably talk about them too much more, it is worth hyping up Jackal, Devo, and Tappa.
They've been phenomenal.
They've done a really good job.
Phenomenal.
Again, they're basically finding the free kills on the map. Regardless of who you're fighting, if you can find free kills, whether that is stragglers, whether that is floaters, whether that is people swimming, or you just are ego-challenging a team that you're winning every single time, I don't really care. It's free kills. You gotta find them and you gotta take them.
They're first in kills, Goj. First in average placement overall in the lobby.
And they're fighting, you know, on paper we can now say it, they're fighting the weakest teams out here. So it's the right play if you can afford it and figure it out. And it looks like some of our players are suit and tie out here.
Wait, who's got the suit and tie? I mean, we can see our players. They're all sitting behind us somewhere.
I've met a lot of Warzone players. Somebody's gonna have to tell me who that is. I don't know.
Look, to be fair, Goj, it's not a bad thing. 90% of our players have anime profile pictures. Like, what can you do? Half the time they're tweeting the gifts. You've got solo leveling ones. We're out there with some Naruto. Like,
I'm gonna be honest, Tiff, the only thing I get is, well, you were taller on land. Otherwise, they look the same.
Are you calling me out?
No, you have said that to me.
That was the first thing I ever said to you. Yeah, I remember TwitchCon on land.
We're locking in. Haven's Hollow. Doesn't matter how tall you are if you're good at COD, folks.
That's right. You're 6'2". I'm 5'9" on a good day.
It is time for our last map of the group stages to see who the next 8 teams are that'll move on to our qualifier finals here in round 2 on Open. And it's time. Let's drop in, see where everybody's landing, who's changing it up, if anybody. Still see FaZe. Southeast, still see Vitality. On the far west, all alone this time around.
And a Western Circle, but the boys have vacated Train and have landed on Team Jackal over at Research Center. Of course, FaZe down there in Lumber, showing presence north of Maine. So, going to be a really interesting performance here, but I'm all about where Ninjas in Pajamas went. They actually leave Mansion and go Riverboat.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. This is, we could pull a third time exact same in circle with these zones. This is wild, but a big fight here. Of course, is the top team versus the boys who are still trying to battle their way into the mix in terms of our leaderboard. You got to be top 8 today, and they are technically on the bubble.
We're 10th place for the boys.
Yeah, it's definitely still possible based on our scoreline, but they need a big one here.
Wait, you're telling me you're 10th place, you're not solidified in, and you chow the team that's #1 in average kills in the lobby? You know what? That's very Homelander of you. You keep going. For Blatant, who won drop #2 on Haven's Hollow, they're feeling pretty good. Ninjas in Pajamas, who leave Mansion and go Riverboat. Look who's there now. Not only that, but you've got FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe is just hunting for kills. Again, their anchor's out in Lumber, so they're chilling. The other two just full send boat because, again, they feel like that's a fight that they can win, and it looks like they were right. They push out Zepti's team to out in the water to regain, and then they go hunt for some more kills. They don't actually want boat, at least not yet. They're going to keep fighting for some of those kills. They're not getting pushed out of Lumber by the zone, not for a little while longer. But a lot of kills lighting up the kill feed as for Hood, a team that's frankly near the bottom of the leaderboard, not quite at the bottom, trying to play spoiler to some of the other teams that actually have a chance. And unfortunately, it just goes to the side of Raul and co. If you're an S8UL fan, that's a nice little free kill for Raul. The rest of the team is being contested, though, by UJC. This is what I was talking about. These two teams are butting heads, and only one will make it through to the top 8 likely. And right now, UJC is winning most of these engagements.
This is your 7th and 9th place on the leaderboard currently, and we want top 8. Team Breezy, though, catching some strays here as they want to rack up their kills, knowing that they're not inside the top 8 either. For Clap, you got J-Tech out towards your right. Do we have the timing to make sure we can get away from them as S8UL's Knight trying to get the homies back in?
Here's Ninjas in Pajamas playing around Main Street. They're going to be fighting here with UJC in just a little while, but they'd like to get this thorn out of their side that is Tapulator. He thinks he's being sneaky, and unfortunately, he is being very loud. Showstopper read that like a book, and it's going to prepare for the next. UJC came over here to see if they could third party it and realize, well, there is no third party. They are just trying to take an engagement, and they don't have all the information, so they're going to take their time. But Vision gets a little antsy, gets double chowed, goes down. King AJ thinks he can do it by himself with one looking over the top, and he's not able to do anything yet, so he's going to take his time and see if he can back up and just stay alive. Does catch up Clap, gets hits the knock, or rather the crack, but doesn't find the knock, which means he's got to run away because King AJ is taking quite a bit of damage, and he doesn't have too much help from Showstopper yet.
Nope, Show's on the other building as well. I love that he threw the smoke to try to cover his teammate, and it created a bit of chaos that allows him that survivability. We're back up to a team of 3 as you see Vision fly back in. Couple teams in the distance, FaZe still getting active, but Ninjas needs to play conservatively considering they are in that 8th place slot.
We can take a breath in Mansion for a second because, well, there are now 4 teams. I lied. There were 3, but the boys come over. The boys come over to get involved. Again, rotating over from Research, and we're pulling nearly identical zones for the first 2 times on Haven. So this makes a lot of sense. The boys get involved. They lose a couple of lives, and they're going to have to back out if they have anybody. Yes, their anchor is back by Research, working his way in nice and slowly. That's Jowsy playing anchor for that roster. Again, the boys are a bubble team, Tiff. They have to have a good map, and they're going to have to regain and then re-rotate in late. See what they're able to do.
Decky getting crazy with the tomahawk and the kill feed onto 4Hood. So that one is going to hurt a little, especially if you're outside the top 8. You're in 13th place for 4Hood, and if they fall here, their story is done.
They need like a 50-pointer.
Yeah, you need a Hail Mary at the last second.
Here's FaZe playing through main. Classic FaZe rotation. They went out in lumber, or sorry, they're free in lumber. They went out in boat, and they slowly but surely rotate to that river boat so they can play the south side of the map.
This is huge. This is game. This is advancing on. If King AJ doesn't get the team back in, we are in 8th place, Goj.
Yep.
That's vital.
Yeah, our team holding the line may be gone and are just praying that everybody else dies as well if they're not careful. The boys in deep trouble from the team at the top, and the boys are out of here. The boys likely not making it to the next round after a couple glimpses and moments of greatness from that team. They couldn't string enough points together to make it to the next round, most likely.
We needed north of 20 points, Goj.
Yeah.
And preying on the downfall of others. Vitality, who were in 6th place coming into the final map of the day, we don't get contested off drop. It's a slower start for them, but that's okay, because we've got a couple of kills, we've got zone, and we're feeling really good about it.
Blast is on 3. I can't imagine they have a ton more than that, so keep that in mind. They don't have a lot of points right now. We're seeing Hitman actually light up the kill feed on a couple different teams. King AJ still a solo, by the way.
I mean, we did get Showstopper back in, but he immediately got jumped by UCJ.
I don't think you really want to force a cleanup, and
you get the kill.
Yeah, Clumsy's going to give up just to get back onto the map faster. Smart move. King AJ, 1 more point to their name. Again, it could be, we remember, this team missed out on going straight to the finals by 1.6 points. Every single kill that King AJ gets is going to be crucial for the team. The team's back into the lobby, so he's not alone, and he's still finding almost all 3 members of FaZe, as 2 out of 3 of them go down, and their anchor is still out at Riverboat is safe.
That's all good, as long as FaZe is still up. Now you have to worry about the fact that you have Jackal, Devo, and Tappa moving in towards the right. But Ninjas has all 3 up. You have UCJ ahead of you on this side of things. Moving out of Main Street, this next circle pop is going to be so vital of where we play, and it just centers back up. You can stay where you are for now.
This is the 3rd map in a row that we are closing in further and further on Chapel. That is going to be the POI of interest for late game. Could pull a hair further south this time around rather than up towards the pond side, but we'll see. As Blatant have 1 out in Mansion yet again. This is the 2nd map that they've done that on. This is a really strong map for them, as Delirious is already on 6. Here's a look at that zone, by the way. Chapel dead center, where that dark purple, or dark red rather, 14 is.
Stukex playing where he usually does, anchoring for Geeky. That's the red #1. That's all the way out towards the west. His 2 fraggers, they're in main. They're harassing FaZe, and more in particular, Ninjas in pajamas.
Yep, that's the right play. That's what they've been doing most of the time in Havens, is just like running around in Main Street, finding buildings and going, oh, there's somebody in here, let's kill him. And it's actually worked out decently well. Youngsta's on top, harrying his opponent's Ninjas in pajamas. Catches a couple odd fire shots here from Geeke, and
Neto's out.
Thinks better of overextending.
It's going to be really interesting to see where they were in particular. If I'm not mistaken, they were in about 5th position for Team Netos, but with falling out, this opens the door for all the teams on the bubble to leapfrog ahead of them. So hopefully you got enough kills to hold steady, because you didn't get a multiplier in the last lobby.
Still 11 teams, by the way. These mid-map zones that are centered around Main Street, there's just so many buildings people can hang out in, so you got plenty of room. A lot of real estate to hang out in until you get to the top 10 position. Blatant rotating in from that mansion side in towards Barn. They know there's got to be a team inside of Barn. Who is it? It's going to be Knight Raul. That's S8UL. They've been here since the very beginning. They went and got some kills in Main Street, Tiff, and then came back to their home.
I'm seeing a good amount. I saw 5, I got 4, so we're potentially double-digit kills here for S8UL. And coming in 9th place, you need as many as you can, but a multi to go alongside of it. But we, oh, Raul, good timing on the stim. Good chow. Wait, we recover on that because Knight pounces on him like a dog. This is the life of the tournament here for S8UL, and they are holding it down.
Hold the line, gentlemen. They won a huge fight inside of Barn, and they take down the team at the top of the leaderboard. The team on the bubble takes down a team at the top, and S8UL have a chance here to make it to the next stage going into the second half of the last map, Tiff. What a big win at Barn. They haven't won total north side, but a huge fight for them to decide how they want to rotate into the new zone as Barn is outside of it.
Ninjas in pajamas on your screen now. Still inside the top 10. They've got FaZe across from them. Investing streaks to really deter them or push them off rooftops because we still have to move deeper north of Main Street. Let's get into the comms and see how Ninja's gonna handle it.
I mean, we're safe. We're safe inside this building for now. I'm gonna try to make it in there.
You should maybe get in there. I'm staying on the roof.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just let me try to get in.
Like I'm with you, yeah?
I'm safe in here. I'm safe in here. Safe in here.
I'm not peeking roof.
Yeah, yeah. I've got a PA as well. I've got a PA. Yeah.
We should take.
Get to me, AJ.
You guys should take top bank maybe later, or
I have a PA for it as well. Try to. AJ, I'm gonna watch her back because there's no audio. Don't rely on it.
I'm just gonna look out here, try to get some pics.
Yeah, go on.
Oh, landed. Is some people still landing in or what?
AJ, give me some money for a single res.
They might go.
All right, some fun conversations, potentially playing bank. They don't want to risk anything yet. You can see on the map there, FaZe right next to them. We also have UJC right in proximity as they all wait on this new zone to see if they have to move. Team at the bottom of the leaderboard just gets wiped there by Vitality. Those are some nice freebies for them to move in to Chapel. The zone is pulling a little bit further south than it has the last 2 times on Havens, but Vitality are taking Chapel as their own, and they're not converting anybody in here. They're just taking them out of the lobby as fast as humanly possible. Bye-bye, Hitman. Run out into the zone. Find your brother. Where art thou?
Yo.
Where did he go? Did he make it to the top?
I think so. He hit the jump. Oh, he's on the ground now. Yeah. But it's totally fine. I mean, we got to invest a couple lethals there.
Tiff, this is a big game for Vitality. I'm seeing 13 between 2. I want to say Skull is on 5 or 6. I think they're pushing 20 kills on this map right now, and they're in the top 10. Vitality doing what they need to make sure that they move on to the next round.
All right, back in the mix with Ninjas in pajamas. We heard their comms. We knew they weren't feeling too good about it, and they just wanted to stuff themselves into the next circle. Well, they find UCJ, who also needs as many kills as possible. Being on that bubble and making it to top 5 may not be enough here in the final game of the day.
S8UL, by the way, is still alive.
Oh,
there they are,
solo.
green 5. They are way out deep into the zone. Our bubble teams, the teams to pay attention to, is the team on your screen, Showstopper as a solo.
Showstopper.
And then that S8UL squad who's rotating in extremely late. Here they come. Let's see if anybody knows that they're moving this direction. It doesn't look like it. They're able to sneak their way in and buy back Knight. Now, this is going to tell everybody that they're here, and unfortunately, they do not get the zone pull. It pulls further south, deeper into Main Street. This is great news for DK fans, and S8UL have a lot of work to do, and unfortunately, they have to do it through Vitality, and it's not looking great for them.
We have the stim on the great rotation here for UCJ. They see the pop. They want to get early active on the back side of things. S8UL moving on in. And you've even got Geeke from the front. Vitality will be one of the last teams to hit that new circle, but I do see Ninjas in pajamas out. Don't get the multiplier. Let's hope they've done enough.
Yeah, Ninjas in pajamas get 6. That's a great call out. That multiplier could be the difference in them qualifying or not to the next round. We'll see. They had a decent amount of kills, but I'm not sure it was enough. They've been scrambling and been in a blender this entire map. Math is going to do the work for us in a little while. For now, Vitality's going to show us why they deserve to be into the next round. As they rotate early, you're right. They lose lose one on the rooftops because Geeky got here first, but this new zone could work well for them if they're able to stay alive. UCJ goes down, it looks like in 5th place overall.
Okay.
Clap had a decent amount of kills, so they should be able to maintain a position in the top 8, hopefully, as another bubble team.
The circle bounces back. Skull had a ton of info early on, but still down to a duo. And with Geeky getting the buyback, what do? They send to the next zone, get shredded from the sky, and now just a few players remaining.
Wow.
And Knight is a solo for S8UL, trying to eclipse. Remember, 9th place coming into this map, Ghosh.
Yeah, honestly, this is such great work from S8UL to even stay alive to this position, being a top 5 team. They had to go through Vitality, but Vitality's getting shot by Geeky so much that it allowed Knight an opening to sneak in, make his way into the top 5. So you have a solo for FaZe, who then wipes S8UL. Knight is down, but again, he got the best multiplier he could. That might be enough for him. It's going to be extremely close, and it comes down to Vitality versus a solo from FaZe down below. Vitality will be making it into the next round with a last map victory. Haven's Hollow is theirs.
Brilliant job for the boys over at Vitality. Not contested early on against the boys over at Train Station. So were they able to find enough kills to make the 1.6 work? We knew they were pretty well into the top 6 or so prior to this match. So even just a solid performance from Vitality gets them to the next series.
Yeah.
You can see you got the coach right there checking some things. He's pulling the phone. He's like, where's the scoreboard? Obviously we're good, but how good was it?
Look, that was a group effort from Vitality, but I'm just going to say it. Skullface is that guy.
Well, there's Sage's mom in the back right there too. I know Reflections was talking about her. I love when the parents come out in such kindness and support.
Well, here's a look at that last stand and what they were able to do. What I noticed, I think it was right here, I said this is a Vitality win as long as Geeky doesn't play spoiler to them, because Geeky technically rotated to that position first. Then Vitality get the zone pull, and UCJ land on top of Geeky, forcing them to pull back and actually wipe UCJ, which gives Vitality the room to actually rotate over for new. Skullface is there early, Blast playing support on the backside, and luckily there's no other teams at 3 on the map, so they're a duo. Everybody else, this team of 3 that comes back in, which is Geeky, get the buyback, but they get immediately picked off when they fly back in. So because of that, Vitality have the advantage start to finish in these final couple zones.
I know, and Knight picks up 1, maybe 2 right there, each worth 1.4. We know what it happens, right? Usually if you find yourself outside of a qualifying position, it's by less than 1 or 2 points. So every kill matters in a situation like this after you've hit one of the highest multis you can get.
And I think it's notable, the team that's not here in the final 5
Ninjas?
Is Ninjas in Pajamas. There is a chance that they are going to barely miss out of a top 8 position because of just this multiplier that could have made the difference. It's going to be extremely close, but again, congratulations to Team Vitality for winning the final map, and of course leapfrogging up our leaderboards, making sure they make it to the next round in style, not with a bit of a long breath.
Kills. I questioned kills, and that's a good game despite not being that contested over at Train Station.
Yeah, no, it was a solid game from them. They had a total of 22, and remember, they yes, we're not contested at Train. They then rotated over to Chapel and killed like 3 full teams inside of Chapel, so a lot of those kills came from that, and they picked up some in transition into the last couple zones. So a great job from all 3 of these guys. This was a team effort, and Skullface did a really good job to stay alive at the end and play spoiler to some of these other teams that could have grabbed that win.
I mean, they got 2 wins on the day as well, so to show that they can convert into wins and get the 1.6x multi, they're looking good on Havens. Rebirth leaves a little to be desired, but that's okay because you can tighten it up before the next series.
So the big questions is who's made it over into the next round, and there's a lot of teams that I don't know. Taylor, I don't know if you have intel. Don't give me the secrets if you have all the details.
Not going to, but I tell you what, it might be heartbreaking. Look, the reality is going into it, we understood it was a close race. From 9th to 6th place was a 7-point spread. The 2 teams that we were truly looking at was S8UL and NIP. Now, NIP after map 4 had just barely skirted in, right? They were top 8. S8UL was just below them. The reality is NIP walks away with 12 kills. They go out earlier than S8UL, who had 17 kills. So if the writing is on the wall, NIP, I think they just barely missed out.
I think so too. Also, can I have a huge shout out to S8UL because that rotation they made from the top side of Mansion deep in the gas to then headbutt straight straight into a full team of 3 vitality and somehow stay alive long enough to then sneak their way into the top 5, that might have clutched up their position to actually make it into the next round as you take a look at the highlights.
Yeah, obviously the boys, they got a lot of highlights from you over the day. They didn't do too bad, but I don't think they did enough to break into top 8. Now, NIP, this was the biggest story, Tiff. NIP needed a massive game. Game 4 was great, but Game 5 needed to be even better.
It did, and we were talking about it. Hey, you know, it's the Battle of Mansion. Is that going to be what gets us through? Well, they leave Mansion, they go Riverboat, and even FaZe from Lumber starts getting involved. We constantly see a couple influx from teams trying to get into these earlier fights, and even then, they're still alive, still running into the Southern squads.
Blatant on your screen, this team played out of this world today, and they look strong going into the finals.
Yeah, they do. You got to remember, too, though, that I'm calling this, they either hit the Hail Mary or they absolutely whiff it, because they just ego child everything in Mansion, and Mansion is only going to get more and more difficult. So a nice job from them to continue to put their, their stake into the ground and say Mansion is ours, but, a lot more work to do.
Vitality, though, they ended up dominating today, playing so incredibly well, and I got to give them credit where credit is due. Holding on tight to what they got. 35 points, Tiff.
That's a big game.
I mean, that's great. Look, they were in 6th place coming into drop number 5, so to grab 35 points, you've more than done enough to secure your position in the next series. Now, you have to start looking towards those bubble teams. You got SAUL, UCJ, and Ninjas in Pajamas, and they're all in 4th through 6th on this drop 5 results.
That's right. And honestly, map 4 was relatively similar. The question is, did NIP do enough to overtake that of SAUL? And I just don't know if it was. Jacqueline was going to have one of the worst games of the day for themselves, but still highly consistent. They can afford it. They did great off the first 4.
By the way, I'm not a FaZe hater. They did fantastic. Okay. Taylor tried to put me down as a FaZe hater. I'm saying this team came out and crushed it in group stages. It's going to get harder. They still have a lot to prove, but things are looking pretty solid as they pick up a 26.6 point game. They've got to at least be top 3 at the end of the day, if not at the top.
It's a big difference, Tiff, from like their online to where they are now.
Well, they made some changes, right? We bring youngsters in. And that was a question. A lot of people were talking about that. They're like, what is youngsters going to bring to this FaZe roster? And it is a little bit of, I mean, we've seen him retire. You mentioned it at the top of the show. He steps away from competition. Yeah, maybe 3 or 4 times. You see it on the timeline. But then he steps into coaching, right? It takes a lot of time, still streams, a lot of analysis there. And you decide to come out of retirement. You step into the FaZe roster to compete here, looking for qualification to EWC. And do you prove the haters wrong? I don't want to say it just yet. He is a veteran, but what does it look like in the next series?
Sure. Well, hey, check it out. It's time for our overall stats. Let's take a look. Did NIP do enough? Were they able to overcome adversity?
Wait.
Oh, I don't see them. Look,
Wait.
The biggest story, Tiff, was SAUL. They were the ones who were neck and neck, and NIP doesn't make it. UCJ is in. SAUL is in.
Team Netodes was in 6th place coming into game number 5 in Ninjas. What was the points difference?
3.6 points for Ninjas in Pajamas.
That's the story of NIP throughout the entirety of
Let's be clear, though. This is a little bit different. They actually, in the qualifiers, actually picked up a decent amount of kills. They actually picked up decent placement, but not as a crazy amount of kills. This time they find a decent amount of kills. They get basically no placement except for map number 4. I don't know what to tell you, man. This is a disaster for Ninjas in Pajamas with a great roster on paper. It just didn't work out.
And they'll have one more chance with the online qualifiers, but at least for their run here on land, it's simply
EWC,
not going to be enough. Now, for FaZe Esports, though,
nice
win. Look at them. Big win. Take over from absolutely abysmal during the online qualifiers.
You're the hater.
I'm not the hater. I'm just realistic.
We got a FaZe doubter. FaZe doubter in the house.
Big difference.
Yeah, I want to remind everybody that in a finals, they did make it to finals and they got 14th place. Okay, so we're in group stages. We're not
FaZe, by the way. There's FaZe, by the way.
They crushed it.
Here we are. Look at them celebrating.
I just want everybody to come back to the middle ground on FaZe. Okay, we're casting
opens.
Youngsters
is still locked in. He's at the PC still.
We're locked. He's so happy in the background. You know He's feeling good, man. I was watching his watch party throughout the finals, at least online, as you said. And that's rightly so, right? We'll see how they do when they do, in fact, get to the final 6 maps, which will be coming up after this. Group A and Group B has concluded, but Swag has got to be happy because
of course.
Watching him,
I saw smiles.
FaZe, yes, and we didn't see smiles during the online qualifiers. So youngsters, shout out to you. By the way, retirement in esports is not a real thing.
It's so fickle.
It's so fake. You know, people retire, they come back, and it's like, but you know what? Not hating on it necessarily. Youngsters comes out of retirement and talk about a retirement party. Okay, you look at Biffle, right? For the first couple of years, he was going to retire, and then he didn't. So hey, it is what it is. Big ups to FaZe, but
Youngsters,
again,
Biffle.
RIP to NIP. Again, so close yet so far away. For EWC, they will have one more chance to make it to EWC with the online qualifiers, but at least for Atlanta, done and dusted.
Well, it's what we talked about right at the top of the show, and I was going to say the boys is a team. I know it's a team, but I was talking about the boys like the other two casters, Dan and Enigma. They said the exact same thing. You cannot afford to drop maps in a 5-game series. Maybe one, but you have to counter it with a pop-off game, and unfortunately, NIP dropped a couple. You just can't afford to do that. Even with one big pop-off, it doesn't cover all your mistakes when you're only playing 5 games. A brutal one. The flip side of that, though, S8UL had a lot of ice in their veins to clutch up in that final moment. Big shout out to Knight, by the way, as a guy talking about retirement and competitive versus content creation, which is a lot of these guys go through and gals go through of trying to decide which side of the coin they want to be. Knight has gone back and forth. He finds himself in competitive. He ices up in a big moment there to stay alive, get top 5, and find the kills to put them into the top 8. Big shout out to them.
Big shout out indeed. Group B, very exciting. A little bit lower scoring compared to Group A, but still highly competitive. Now the question is, how are these groups going to look once they are combined? Right? We've got the top 8, 16 teams, and they're all fighting for not only $100,000, but those coveted spots at the Esports World Cup for $1 million up for grabs. So, looking Group A, looking Group B, at least from what we know by memory, the teams that have qualified, who's looking like the favorite so far? Because obviously FaZe is looking great. I don't know if they're necessarily the favorite, though. BRS, I was going to say, BRS looks to be the most dominant team.
Yeah, they've been really impressive. I mean, you've got a veteran on the squad, Ryda. Like, how many times have we seen him kind of bring another, like, intelligent level to commandeering that squad? Braxton's been around for a minute, and Scopes, a lot of people talking about his fragging potential. He's been insane, and we've seen him on a couple of different rosters, but really popping off with that BRS roster. You mentioned it, they won that Pulse Check ladder series that just happened within the past week, and are getting a lot of love online, and it's continuing on to LAN as well.
I mean, Scope's top frags, I think, out of both groups, by the way, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, they're looking really good. I think we will see them into the finals, probably, no questions asked. Again, when we start talking, we can kind of move our mentality towards this qualifier finals, and these two groups combining. It's kind of the same thing we just talked about. We're back to 16 teams on the map, so there's less room on the map. There's going to be more contested drop spots. There's probably not going to be a free lumber wide open, or even if there is, there's going to be more people in the area, more people in coal, more people in research. Like, everything changes when we're back to 16, and everything changes when these two teams, or two groups rather, join together, because, well, everybody might change up their drop spots, of course, besides Vitality.
Well, and Control, we've only seen, what, like 1 or 2 teams going to Control in both groups. This time around, I think it's going to get a bit spicy.
Could be.
Maybe 3 or 4, plus those Stronghold teams anchoring down, sending them Control. I think it's going to get a little bit weird. Vitality, I'm sure, is going to be ready for it. However, Group A, Group B has concluded. That leaves now our finals for our open LAN. Who's going to make it out? Well, start getting your predictions in the chat. Get ready for it, because it's going to be coming at you soon after the break.
Lock in, load up, and let's make history. Doggy from above, the shots are firing. Fights coming thick and fast and furious. Today is about legacy. Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying. Twist and Might! They do it to the very end. It was patience all the way through.
You guys gonna be finished with the pins by at the end of the day?
Yeah, I assume so. Do you want to keep on?
No, I want to see where everyone's going.
Oh, I see. Where everyone's going?
Yeah.
I don't know if I can give you that.
I'll buy you guys dinner. Come on. I want to put my pin here because that's where I land, but can I troll and put it here?
Yeah.
Oh, good, baby, come on. Let's go, bro. Can I get a kill, please? Can I get a kill, please? Can I kill him, please, 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 please? Please, 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 please.
Why does she want kills? Yo, chill.
Where's the urgent? He died. Let's go, baby. Hey. Can you, bro? Come on, go, boys. Let's go. Oops. Crack the money away. Come on, like you said it. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on. What we say? Huh? That was our game. Come on, baby. That was our game. You called it. Come on, baby. I told you, kid. It's our game, baby. Come on, baby. Avec moi. Il est là, il est là. Let's go! Bien joué, les frères. Come on! Bien joué, les gars. Bien joué, bien joué. Come on! Let's go! Bien joué. Playing myself, come on. Watch out, guys. Hey, baby. Hold on. Hey, show me. No. You wanna tell? I'm telling. Go, baby! Come on! 16! Holy this Bob, say! Aimbotting, bro. Let's go! Go, bro, come on. Behind the cannon? Yeah. I'm challenging. 20! Let's go! Boys. Go, man. Let's go! Oh my gosh, bro. There it is. That's the game we needed, baby. Come on. You're so good. You're so good. Come on, so good. What the fuck? You won? These are my teammates! These are come on! Dogs are terrible! What the they're online, baby! Come on! Vamos! Sí! Vamos! Vamos! I'm killing this house. Nice! Come on! Boys. No, it's all over! What the come on! I thought it was over. Come on, give me that shit. Nice, bro. Come on. That's what we need. That's what we need. Yes, sir. Hey, let's go, baby! Let's go, baby! Get the out of here, my boy! No play. We literally insta-wiped those kids. Nice! Come on, les gars! Come on, mon rêve! Voilà! Go, les gars, comment? Très bon, ça, les mecs! Mort! Close! Mort! Nice! Encore! Je me craque! Je me craque! J'arrive, je me craque! Vas-y! Let's go, les gars! Comment? Dégueulé! Comment, les gars? Let's go! Come on, G!
Hey, we're here with Team FIFA Kill and FIFA. You gotta tell me who your teammates are.
My teammates, I'm sure you guys already know, but I'm with Oki and Wiz, the boys, repping the European squad, obviously, on the stage, front and center.
Except you haven't met them in person until today.
Last night.
Okay, sure.
Last night, and both of them were, a little bit stumbling around, enjoying London, but it just felt natural. We've been playing together so long.
So you're comfortable. You're 30 minutes outside of your house.
Yep.
But you're not in your shed. Talk to me a little bit about it, okay? Why the shed?
Originally, I'd be sitting playing in the front room, 60-inch TV, and you can't really sit playing a tournament for money when you got your little brother walking through, drying his hair out the shower. Didn't really have the room for a setup, so my dad just took every penny he'd saved, built a shed in the garden, got me out there, put some internet in it, and just went from there,
You really have become the shed expert, right?
Oh, 100%.
And so as such, we're gonna actually have you rate some sheds between 1 to 10. We're gonna start with this nice shed here, FIFA.
Lovely. It looks a bit like mine, actually. I'm not gonna lie.
Sure.
I'd give that a solid 9.
Okay, so how about this shed? What do we think about this?
I love that shed, man. I'll give that shed I'll give that one a 7 because it is wall bangable.
What about this shed?
Yeah, that's prime real estate, actually. But I'll give it like a 5.
Okay, great. Okay, this shed, this is a fun one. You've got some tools that you could potentially use in this shed. What are we thinking?
Funny story, actually. My dad loves flowers, and there's a lot of flowers outside the shed. He likes to decorate, and my house only has 1 bathroom. So if someone's in the shower, the flowers become the toilet.
Well, FIFA, this has been an incredible interview thus far. Really wish you the best. You and the boys, I think you've got a great chance of winning it. Thanks for raiding those sheds. A lot of fun. So thanks for being here. I appreciate it.
You're not a shed connoisseur like me, so I wouldn't.
Why am I here?
Oh, come on.
Final shout outs to the Shed gang. Anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Obviously, shout out to my dad. He's my number one, my best friend, manager, dad, obviously. Shout out to the Shed gang, supporting me every day, getting me here. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be here without you guys, so thank you very much for that. I'll see you guys out there. Hopefully, put on a show, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Omit EU, and that is going to be Heeds, Gromolok, and Enkyo, and we're going to do some interviews today. But before we get into the questions, gents, how about you introduce yourselves?
Ok les gars, qui veut commencer?
Vas-y, à toi.
Ouais, ok. Bon, on leur dit truc classique au début, tu vois, on rigole un petit peu avec lui, et après on va commencer à le troll un peu plus.
Ok, vas-y, c'est bon.
So yeah, nice to meet you, Andrew. Thank you for having us. I'm Gromolok, and I just happened to be pushing button on my controllers, and now I ended up in the World Series of Warzone.
Okay.
I'm Enkyo. I'm living Lyon pour les Lyonnais, and it's up.
Hey, I'm Heeds, and I'm here because I love the sun.
Okay, so I think you're selling yourselves a bit short. I know that you guys are absolute killers on the battlefield, but we'll head into the next question, I guess, and that is, who do you think is your biggest threat in this competition?
Oh, interesting question.
Ok, donc là il va falloir que je pense qu'il attend une réponse.
Ouais.
Les Falcon, Soka, Piffle, Shifty.
Comme tout le monde.
C'est sûr. Comme tout le monde. Viens, on lui dit autre chose. Vous avez peur de
On dit qui? De personne.
Zach 7.
Zach 7.
Zach 7.
Ok.
Yeah, interesting question. You raised Andrew. I think has to be Zach 7, the French player. The other French team, Demon on the map. Pretty sure about that.
Sorry, Zach 7?
Yeah, Zach 7, yeah.
Okay. I swear I heard Soka, Falcons, no?
Oh, no, not
okay.
at all. Who is that?
So sorry, Zach 7.
Zach 7.
You're the French team in the competition. That's your biggest threat here.
I think everyone's sharing the same thought on that. Yeah.
Okay, so a lot of teams coming into the World Series have prepared a drop spot for this. Can I ask what yours is going to be of this weekend, boys?
Yeah, interesting question. Give us a sec.
Ok, bon, question sur le drop, pas très intéressant, tout le monde sait qu'on va à manoir et personne ne conteste, de toute façon tout le monde a peur de nous.
Bah oui, clairement. Bah,
je pense qu'il faut pimenter un petit peu la chose, on va aller répondre à autre chose.
Popov.
Ouais, c'est bien ça.
Ouais, c'est bien.
Yes, Andrew. So, yeah, we decided to change landing spot for this tourney. We're actually contesting Popov. Yeah, Popov power.
Falcons, you must be contesting the Falcons then, right?
Or the landing Popov?
Yeah.
No, contesting Zach 7. Yeah, because we want to get rid of him from the beginning, because I think this is a threat. So I didn't even know Falcon was landing Popov.
Okay, so contesting Zach 7 at Popov. Probably should have paid more attention in French class. Let's do one last question then, and that is, what is it that you boys have to say to your opponents in this tournament?
Yeah, very important question. Okay.
Bon, qu'est-ce qu'on lui sert comme sauce? On lui sert un truc hypocrite ou...
Ouais. Je pense que ça peut être bien ça.
Ouais. On les bait, on fait croire qu'on est des gentils alors qu'en fait...
on est là
on va les exploser.
Ouais.
Okay.
C'est parfait.
Yeah, good question, Andrew. We are pushing good values. We're here to make good memories, good friends, with the competitors.
Okay.
Whatever the result is, we're just happy to be here.
Okay, well, that was very wholesome and friendly. That's very nice of you guys. Usually people would take that opportunity to talk a bit of smack, but it's...
Wait. I'm gonna try the truth. We are all coming for you. No one is safe. I will show no mercy.
Okay, so that was Omit EU here at the World Series of Warzone Global Finals in Las Vegas. And I can't wait to see what they do on the big stage.
What's up, everybody? I'm Dandro, and I am here with Team Aiden for the free-for-all. I'm going to be asking them a series of questions to appease me. Whoever has the most points at the end of our fun little game will win this briefcase. What's in the briefcase? I don't know. Neither do they. Nobody really knows. We're going to find out at the end. Kicking us off, you have to use one gun for the rest of your career, but it can be from any point in the history of Warzone. What gun are you choosing to use? Aiden, I'll start with you.
I gotta go FFAR to do it all. I'm going with the Modern Warfare Car 98.
I gotta go with the Prime AMAX from Verdansk with the T-Pose sight. For sure.
T-Pose sight.
Need it. Need it.
I'm gonna have to go with DJ on this first one because you included the sight. That's a little bit of extra thought, and I love the AMAX because I'm not great, and that gun made me feel awesome. Next question. I want you guys to boast. This is a little bit of a confidence builder here. What makes you the best player on your team?
Honestly, just patience. Patience.
I mean, if we're going off the past couple of weeks, the scoreboard, I mean, the top fragger leaderboard and everything. I think the best thing about me on my team is just keeping us together, you know, keeping our composure together, and just being an overall well-rounded player.
I told you to boast, and only one of you actually was a little bit confident in your answer. So, Z Smith, I'm giving that one to you. Next question. What is your favorite Warzone map and why?
I'm saying Caldera. I just felt untouchable. Such a default answer, right? Like, I'm gonna go Verdansk. Too many memories made on that map. I gotta go Prime Verdansk.
All right, and how about you, DJ?
I don't think a lot of people are gonna like my answer, but I gotta go out Mazra, bro.
None of us would be here today if it wasn't for the success of the original Verdansk. So, Aiden, I'm giving that one to you. Good job.
Is that 1-1-1?
All tied up going into the last and final question. Now, this one I'm going to have you get a little physical for. You have just won the World Series of Warzone. Show me your victory pose. Aiden, I'm going to start with you.
Just hit the gritty, yeah. Hit the gritty right up to the trophy. I'm out of breath now. That's all y'all are getting. Damn, how do I top that? Why'd you let him go first?
Riley, Mr. Z Smith, we're going to you.
First, I'd probably, you know, dap up my teammates real quick, you know, be like, let's go, and then I'd stand up and be like,
You know, I just have to get up and just, you know, hit everybody with a slight little flex, you know?
I always have to give it to the most, you know, fluid here, and it was just honestly a work of art to watch. Aiden, I'm gonna give you the victory pose. You are the winner of the free-for-all. Congratulations. Let's see what's in this briefcase.
oh my gosh, I got racks in here. Is this solo YOLO money? What's going on? What the heck? It doesn't stop. We got chips. We're going to the table tonight. Come on, I'm going crazy. Boys want some? Come here. We'll get some. We got some money.
Oh, yeah, let me get a... Hold on. Yeah,
dig in.
Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. 32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now. Get yours. Get to Riyadh this summer and watch the greatest rise above.
It's time to find out who's going to get it done. It's about to get spicy. He is shooting beams right now. Your Call of Duty Warzone champions. Today, you show your opponents they don't stand a chance. We have the best players from around the world under one roof for the ultimate showdown. They are ready to prove themselves once again, so get loud and get ready. What is it now? C10 right into the face. He's got to stay alive. It's by the last skin of his teeth.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Warzone Resurgence series here at DreamHack Atlanta. It's the LAN Open. We watched Group A, we watched Group B. Now it's time to determine the 6 teams moving forward to tomorrow's competition. $100,000 on the line in the coveted spots for EWC, $1 million up for grabs in that spot. Hey, I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Enigma and Dandra. Boys, good to have you back. It's been a great day of competition. Had some heavy hitters leave, AG, NIP, but that's the way the competition goes. But now we know our top 16 teams currently who are going to be playing in the next round 2 stage. Enigma, what's going on?
I mean, you talked about it, two big names already leaving us, a couple of other underdog rosters, and all these teams that will be marching through to round 2 have earned their slot here through the Open thus far. Of course, some big names towards the very top. BRS, FaZe with youngsters returning from the grave for the 15th time is somehow putting on. And of course, JD Gaming and Time Vitality, we're going to fill out that top 4, but we are littered with so many stars, my friend.
So many, and this has been sort of the story of today, is that these rosters who maybe we didn't expect most of coming into each of their groups and absolutely frying. I'm just surprised, Devo, Jackal, and Tappa. These are 3 players that have been around Warzone for a while. To see these 3 finally come together, they're winning maps, they are frying as they go through, whether it be Haven's Hollow or Rebirth Island. Really love seeing just rosters like that be able to rise from the flames and try and do what they can do to get to Sunday.
Yeah, top dog, though, has to be BRS. It's the team everybody keeps talking about, and Scopes was the kill leader, not only in Group A, but if you combine his stats to Group B, also the kill leader there. Unstoppable all the way through. BRS looking like the top dogs, and if we go back to Group A, why was BRS so good? Was the competition easier, or is BRS just simply that good?
It's a bit of a mix of both, really. They've shown themselves in the online phases really well, building up to this event, but also you step a team like that is able to frag out against your Falcons, your Twisted Minds, you put them in a lobby that's easier, to be kind, and they put themselves in the middle of the map in Born and just decide to absolutely fly at everything, and they do so with the prison landing as well here on Rebirth Island. No stopping them. Scopes in the form of his life right now. Braxton Ryder back him up big time.
But AG Global, they miss out on EWC yet again. Now, this was a big story. FIFA comes in with the Iridescent Harry, tried pink over in Birmingham. Iridescent this time around still misses out. Now, all jokes aside, I love this team, but they keep missing out. They have one more chance to qualify for EWC, but they won't do it here.
They will not do it here. You got to play through those quals. Maybe some talks of a roster change before we even got here. Maybe that comes to fruition. I don't know. Thankfully, that's for on them to decide. But maybe you have to take a good hard look at yourself, because this was a very disappointing performance for this roster. Definitely not acceptable by their own standards.
But Berserker Clan, I love this roster. I told you I'm a big fan of Reflames. They make it through.
This team has been playing together for 3 weeks. I saw Castillo while we were in the break. I was like, yo, you guys are frying. He's like, yeah, we playing together for 3 weeks. And even him, he's like, I've been feeling good. I'm the anchor now. I'm letting the other 2 fry.
Eisen gave you one of the best moments you've had today.
Yeah, it was insane. That end game was absolutely electric.
But I think the impressive thing as well is the evolution. Yes, 3 weeks is impressive, but they finished 7th in LATAM North qualifiers just a week ago. In fact, not even 6 days ago. So the improvement that they've seen since then shows that they can deliver in a LAN environment. Yes, this is your last dance, your last chance, but bring everything to the party. You have no idea how far your ceiling can go yet, and it could well see you through to tomorrow's finals.
A lot of questions about For Fun, Lotus 8, Leviathan. Now, Leviathan's going to be just fine. Even if they do miss out, they're still going to EWC. But Lotus 8, For Fun, now have have a real chance to make it. They've been falling short a little bit, but will this next group be okay for them? Because Group A wasn't easy, so a lot of questions about those two rosters and, of course, the others going into our round 2. But it wasn't just Group A competing, it was also Group B, which gave us another 8 teams heading into round 2. And Group B was exhilarating and surprising. FaZe ends up on top.
FaZe, I mean, listen, we had all of our questions coming into this event. We hear Youngsters comes on out. There's some stuff with Rated that goes on, and I'm like, all right, boys, let me see it. And then I'm talking to some of the players in the break, and they're like, no, Youngster's been shooting in scrims, dude. He has actually come on in, and he's doing such a great job. I saw Swag over on the watch party. He was loving that second group. Finally, he has maybe his team is starting to put some on the map, and I gotta imagine having Youngsters who maybe plays at a little bit faster pace to match up with Vaughn and Prospect feels pretty good.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the tale of the story of this FaZe Esports lineup is insane. Obviously, Rated goes off from the roster, wants to join it with someone else. That doesn't come through in the end, so they go, you know what, Rated, you're not coming back. We're going to bring this boy out of retirement, show up, and deliver like this on land. Now, of course, the quality of the lobby steps up dramatically here. So was it the case if you were farming weaker sides, or do you have another level yet to bring against far tougher opposition?
I mean, when you're kind of looking at also just some of the other teams that were in this lobby as well, it is just kind of full force all the way there. We had some questions about Team Vitality, is right? Team Vitality, they do good. I mentioned that Jackal, Devo, Tapper roster, but it's also one that I think is really fun that we kind of talked about before we left was Blatant, right? Thomas, Phoenix, and Delirious. They come out. They have a good showing that's there as well. These are all of the top teams that we are really keeping our eyes on, because when we get to Sunday, we're going to see some contests come on through, and I know some of the big dogs are waiting.
A really interesting point to make here, by the way. Team Netodds are already through to the Esports World Cup. If they get themselves into the finals, that could bump out even more teams into contention for the Esports World Cup qualification. So yeah, an interesting one there, of course, just scraped through in Group B. So got quite a bit of work to do if we're going to believe they're going to make those finals, but impressive stuff all the same. Commiserations though, of course, to ninjas in pajamas. They make the change, Walls is out, Showstoppers in. I would say it's made very little improvement in the roster. In fact, if anything, they've maybe taken a step backwards.
I mean, it was a short time change, right? That happened just before this event. They'll still have the EU qualifiers to make their way on in. I think when we see a lot of these teams who've already qualified, they'll be just A-okay.
But it was a lower scoring group as a whole compared to Group A. Now, not by a crazy amount. I know VRS, they ended up blowing everything out of the water, but was this a harder group? Like, if you had to compare the two?
I mean, I think so. I think that this group is pretty hard, but it's also, I think, just a better disbursement of points, right? It was a lot more even for a lot of those teams, right? It's not as heavy like we saw with BRS. I mean, you have 5 or 6 squads that all scored 100 that was there. Maybe not harder. I would say a little bit top heavy is maybe what we're looking at.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think for me, it's a case of Group A, you've got a lot more of the rosters of we know what to expect. I think Group B, we had a lot more of those that kind of were inconsistent through great matches here and there, but some duds as well, and as such, made it very difficult to predict in the end.
Yeah. Talk to me about Jackal and that crew, because I was so impressed with their ability to be so consistent. And coming into it, you know, I looked at them. I know they're serious contenders. They have been in the past, but I didn't expect them to be as good as they were. Coming in 3rd place in their Group B. What do we think about this team now that they made it to round 2?
These guys are dogs. I love them. They're dogs. They're just 3 passion grinders. That's what it is. It's like I said, they've been around forever. None of them have found success on their own, but just seeing them come together, this is kind of when you just have 3 people who want to work together. They want to grind. Jackal's been one of my favorite players for the last couple of years. Seeing him just kind of evolve from just sort of this hyper fragger to now he's very vocal in the comms. He's always trying to help lead the team, help direct them where they need to go, and I think that's just been a lot of the secret to success.
Well, I think the game plan is actually really interesting. I really like it. They recognize that they're probably not the greatest team when it comes to placing, when it comes to their ability to execute in the end games. They're just going to go and find kills. On Rebirth, they're landing in bioweapons, and they've had that relatively freely. That change is coming into this next lobby. However, it's been research for them when we talked about Haven's Hollow, and they're just going slaying out. Yeah. Square up, we'll just keep ourselves alive, chip away points, and then once we've got enough, we're going to walk out of here, rotate on through, and set ourselves up for a late multiplier.
Now, preemptively, things could change, but as you see it currently, who's going to be the biggest challenge for this roster, both on Havens as well as on Rebirth?
I think for Havens, I'm looking at Lotus A. I mean, you've got PBJ potentially landing in research as well. I expect them to obviously be a force, but Lotus A get better every single time they step out on land. They did it in Birmingham, expecting Havoc to be a nightmare to contend with, but
Jackal, Devo, and Tempo. I wouldn't have expected this, to be honest, so maybe they do the unthinkable and take over.
There was one team that we continually talked about throughout Group B, and especially towards the end, when there was a 7-point spread between 9th and 6th, and that was S8UL. This team makes it in. It wasn't easy. It came down to them as well as NIP, and in fact, they were the reapers of NIP ultimately in that final game. S8 makes it. They had plenty of great moments, but they did fall a bit flat towards the tail end. Dandro, this roster comes back into the fold, barely making it, much like For Fun.
Yep.
Can they make an impact in the 16 teams for round 2?
I think they can. I think what this squad has for its strengths is that they kind of are just all hyper fraggers, like I said. Like, I think if they can maybe figure it out, kind of ditch the 2-1 setup. There's some teams that I'm like, just kind of don't worry about having an anchor. Deathball as 3, right? It's when you look at Knight and Clumsy, they're really good together, and Raul as well. It's just, I think they can all really just work together and don't worry so much about, oh, we're going to leave Knight somewhere, right? We'll be able to have that. Maybe we'll leave Raul somewhere. I mean, I think it's just run as 3 and just run at everything right now. I actually really like the call because remember, Knight was brought up on Resurgence before we competed.
This is his home.
He was actually dragged into the Twisted Minds lineup in 2024 and helped them get 3rd because he knows so much about Resurgence. So he is a player that knows how this pace plays and where he needs to be safe and be that anchor. But when he needs to get involved in the action, this boy can step up with the rest of them. So yeah, it very much so suits their play style.
I asked you two at the beginning of the day when we're looking at Group A about who was the team that technically needed this. They needed to make EWC. They were the only team technically where their region was already done and dusted, and it was Berserker Clan. And Berserker Clan has made it this far, and in fact, I believe top 4, if I'm not mistaken, in their respective group. I've been highlighting Reflames, a tremendous fan of his ability to be able to work around the map. Now, Berserker Clan now comes into it. Their life is on the line in terms of EWC. What do we think?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was talking to him, like I said, a little bit. I was talking to Castillo, and I love the level-headedness that they had, right? It was just basically, he was like, you know, our group was hard. We're just trying to do our best. That's there. We're just trying to make it to Sunday. Just no qualms about what they're trying to do. And like I mentioned earlier, like normally Castillo is part of that front line. He says, hey, I haven't been feeling very good. So he told Reflames, he told Izund, he said, I need you boys to move on up and frag. And maybe this is kind of what you need, right? Because Castillo, I mean, if Castillo, who's normally a top fragger, if he can be like, hey, I can sit on back, still get the damage at range, help my boys out, and they're still able to have a lot of the performances that we saw earlier, this is maybe a winning squad.
But while I'd like to sit here and talk about the great story that this would be and how much we'd love to see another LATAM team through to the Esports World Cup, if I talk about them from an analytical point of view, again, their strategy's a great one. They recognize they've got a limited amount of drops, they've got to maximize the amount of points they walk away with. They're landing on Havens, it's Mansion, contesting with multiple other teams that they are ripping through right now. However, when you put them over on Rebirth, who are they up against? Vitality at Control.
That's not easy.
The one thing though, Vitality can't win a damn contest at Control. So I don't know, man, these guys could absolutely show up in this next lobby.
A team that finished towards the bottom of our group that we ended up watching Group A was For Fun, and they were a team that you guys highlighted at the very start of the day for a good reason. But were you happy enough with their performance in Group A to be like, okay, coming into round 2, they're going to be all right?
Well, I think when you look at like the mistakes of For Fun, it's really simple, right? They had 2 really bad maps. One was a 0 and one was an 8, right? And they basically even admitted, they were like, we were just basically trying to chalk AG Global in that last map and try and do whatever we could to make sure that they couldn't qual, because obviously you have that turbine contest. For Fun, they're probably sitting a little good, but they admitted, they're like, yeah, that was probably a little too risky for us to try and make happen. So you learn from your mistakes. They're probably going to take a look at those 2 maps and say, all right, cool, let's just make some of those changes. We're going to be A-okay. They're definitely going to be fine coming into this lobby.
I mean, I think for For Fun as well, it changes the dynamic just a little bit here. You've had both for free on Havens. I don't know if you're going to get that here. You are going to be contested by FaZe more than likely over at Turbine.
Sure.
For Fun have been great at the contest there, so I think that they're not going to be too worried about that. I did speak to Juju, though, while we were sat out for the Group B, and he said we were just playing very slow, passive. You got to get your foot under you sometimes inside of LAN environments, right? You're a little bit unsure about yourselves. They won't get any other chances should they mess this one up, so they got to come out with that fire we know they have.
All right, For Fun, let's see what you can do. Juju, we believe in you, and I love the fact that you said there's small mistakes, okay? Small mistakes. Now, we talked about the bottom. Let's now go up towards the top 3, JD Gaming. Now, Melvin caught our attention when we looked at the individual kill leaderboard. He was up towards the top. And we talked about the story of Melvin and how we've been waiting for him to, get back up to the top and top of the upper echelon of Resurgence anyways. Talk to me about JD Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I really liked about this squad was their ability
really to put themselves in the best position possible. They were never the one that was like kind of putting themselves in between 4 different teams. They wanted to be the one to say, hey, I'm going to sit here. I'm thinking Main Street, where they're kind of sitting top bank, and they're like, all right, there's some stuff going on at Train, there's some stuff going on by Church. They just kind of turn their attention to so many different areas, and they're willing to fry. And then obviously on Rebirth Island, it's a very similar scenario as well. We see them kind of playing up towards that helipad and just trying to hold some of those teams that are in bio and in chem.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is an FLS thing that he does. He puts his players in the best possible position to fry out. I expect them to make a landing drop change here. I expect them to move away from Main Street because we're already going to have UCJ there, 4Fun at Bow, Godlike and GK down the gazebos, who then get pushed into Resurging in Main Street. I think he's going to go, okay, you know what, that's a chaotic place for Melvin and Slappy to be. I actually want to go on contest phase over at Lumber. We have experience there previously. In fact, we've looked great there previously. So I wouldn't be surprised if that ends up coming through. Of course, when you talk about their performances on Rebirth, they've been really solid here. They've walked away with a hell of a lot of points in the past, as long as they don't have Falcons. Well, of course, they aren't in this lobby, so JD Gaming at Chem could be a dangerous team.
Netods, though, a team that barely skated, and I mean just barely, comprised of 3 members. Now, these 3 members, I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, you boys are doing this nonstop, I don't think they have the biggest names when it comes to the Warzone scene. Stand to correct me if that's going to be the case. What do we think about them? Because for me, they are a huge underdog in Wildcard.
Can I be straight up with you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're names you don't know if you don't know ball. That's what we're looking at here. These are some of the LATAM goats, okay? These guys are coming in. You did?
Chat's mad at me. I'm saying, LATAM region, I apologize. Let me give your love, because the Latin American region, I've been a huge fan of you guys since I was in another esport. I apologize. These are the goats. Now I know.
Their notifications are about to be very busy.
They're about to be
very, very busy. Well, Netods, V2, and Tequila, what I will say, they have been, I mean, Netods, of course, having success last year at the EWC, or relative success anyhow. For V2 and Tequila, it's been a little bit of a mixed bag. They have all consistently appeared on Big Map, however. So now it's a case of, we've already qualified on EWC through, so you've already qualified in those LATAM North qualifiers to get to EWC. So this is about reps now, figuring out who you are on LAN, what your game strategy is going to be when we get to the summer, but also, what is your ceiling? Because you come out of LATAM North, you step onto the global stage, it's a different gravy entirely.
Now, was this the one we were receiving tweets about? They were like, hey, put these guys
I think
a little bit more.
I think we're talking about just any of our LATAM rosters when it comes to that. They are very, very passionate. I think for this roster, it's about kind of gaining some respect, right? LATAM's been coming on up in the past couple months, and I think that this is a squad that says, hey, we deserve. They obviously make it through the quals. That's a great first step, but now they're trying to get some more recognition on this.
Because I've been hyping up Berserker Clan, obviously Leviathan, so obviously now I'm putting them on my radar, but they did come in at 16th. They're going to have a lot of work ahead of them if they want to try and make an impact in round 2. But I love this next one, the organization Godlike. All right, that is a big name, a heavy name. They come in okay. Top 9 look all right as far as I'm concerned, and a couple of big moments and a couple of heavy hitters on the squad.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because they've had a lot of drama building into this tournament. However, we did have a chat with Nate Dogg in between, and he was kind of like, look, we don't care about that right now. We're just locking in for this tournament. And I don't think they've ever looked better, to be completely honest with you. Intex has come out with a lot of kills to kick things off. That's going to help to calm his nerves. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do in this next lobby.
Yeah, I mean, I got a chance to kind of catch up with Tekka as well, and he was just like, you know, hey, you know, we had a nice little long talk. We all realized if we're going to commit to Atlanta, we're going to do it. We're not going to do it half-assed. We're going to all just figure it out. We're going to work together and move forward. And maybe that's all you needed. This isn't one of those rosters that you just need a little heart-to-heart. You fix some of those mistakes, you come in all aligned, and now you look like a brand new team.
And we're talking about expected landing spots here. In Rebirth, they're actually going to get headquarters for free, we think, ladies and gentlemen. We're always going to put an asterisk next to this because teams change it up as they go. But headquarters, hell of a lot of space, a lot of loot. You're going to get your boy up in the watchtower then. You're going to be able to just casually pick players off as they rotate around. However, when it comes to Havens, they're going to be down in the gazebo corner. They're likely going to be fighting against Geekay, who looked pretty good in that last lobby. So maybe a situation where you get under the thumb a little bit early. They've got to avoid that as if again, you want to just bury the drama, focus on the game.
We have 6 maps ahead of us. It's going to be Havens Hollow, Rebirth, Havens, Rebirth. That's going to be the order. Going to be a lot of fun. Look, one additional map might make a massive difference. You know, you look at Group A and B, they were playing with just a total of 5 maps. You drop one, you are in trouble. Similar story, similar vein when it comes to 6, but a little bit of extra leeway. But now you have the top 16 teams combined from Group A and Group B. If you thought the groups were hard, this is going to be even harder. We already are missing some of the even top dogs, I've said, in FE as well as AG. So these guys made it here for a reason. If they want to play for tomorrow, well, they're going to have to give it their all. It's going to be great. I'm really excited for this. Only 6 teams move forward. Predictions, are we thinking BRS maybe still the top team? Who do you think wins it as a whole? Who gets first?
Oh, I don't know.
I just like
Taylor,
putting you guys on the spot.
I'm going to be really straight up with you right now. I got a nasty caster curse, okay? And I love all of these teams, so I don't know if I want to make a prediction. Can I just pick somebody who's like, I don't know. I was going to say pick somebody at the bottom, but
if you whisper it, it's not like
I'll tell you after.
You'll tell me after?
I'll tell you after.
Chat.
I'm going to go with BRS. BRS, looking fantastic right now.
He grabbed it and he said, you know what? Hey, BRS, bro. Dandro, just nervous now.
As a confidence that they have right now, it's kind of, you feel it. We were walking by them earlier and after the lobby, and they're kind of like, look, we're just playing our game. We've kind of settled and peaked at the right time for this event. They feel like this is theirs to take. And they also get themselves into spots where they are shooting at everything. And again, it's 6 drops. You get yourself 1 or 2 big maps, you're through.
So instead of winning it, BRS, I like the pick, solid. Who's an underdog? Who's one that finished outside of the top, let's say, you know, lower in Group A and Group B, but you're like, you know what, 6 teams move forward, they barely skate in 6th.
I really like PBJ, actually. I think that is the one I will go with. I know we had a chance to watch them and kind of see what they were able to do. Obviously, I think with the lobby level up, I'm now looking at your sort of 2 young guns. How do they now handle on LAN? But I was talking to Believe, and he said, you know, this is kind of like their first chance at LAN. So it took them a little bit to kind of get comfortable in the zone. But I was seeing some tweets in the break, and Jay Vela had some words for a certain Amir. And I don't know. I think that comes with a little bit of confidence. You got to ride the wave.
Hey, ride the wave. LAN events. We've got one happening here. We've got one happening in very near future. We're talking CDL Champs, baby. Get your tickets. They're on sale now. Las Vegas, Nevada, July 16th to the 19th. It's going to be a lot of fun. And from what I'm hearing, tickets are selling quickly. So you better get it whenever you can, because you might miss out. I don't want you to miss out, especially if you're a fan of one of the 4 faces up there. Of course, there's plenty of other teams, the 2 supporters of 2 individual teams here on the desk with me right now. The banter between them is just absolutely incredible. 2026 Champs tickets on sale now. Las Vegas, Nevada. Get it involved. Scan the QR code. Check them out online. Get your tickets now, because you never know when they're going to sell out. Now, Dandro was making a point. You wanted to make a point off of his points, I think, just before I had to do, you know, our little CTA. Now, I'm bringing it back to you. Where do you want to go?
If you're talking about underdogs, I first of all love that you're bringing up PBJ and the conversation that's kind of happened online with Amir, because I think Leviathan finished in 6th, off to a slow start. Not going to call them an underdog, but I expect them to get through here into tomorrow's matchups. I think you got to look at Lotus 8, the way they grew in Birmingham. I think, again, Havoc comes online here, gets involved very much so in that research battle, and they just play around the solid multipliers. Again, Prison, they're very much like a BRS in the way that they're happy to just contest pretty much anybody, frag out, and let the multiplier do its thing.
We covered nearly all 16 teams. Now the question is, who wants it more? We are only moving 6 teams to tomorrow's competition. This is map 1. Havens Hollow. Boys, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Taylor. I mean, Enigma, it's been a long day for these competitors trying to be able to cut their way into those Sunday finals here. FaZe on your screen. They want to be one of those teams for sure that will be one of our top 6 rosters that make it and play against some of the big dogs.
Certainly do. What a story it would be for youngsters to have made his return. And a reminder, the last time we saw this guy at LAN, he did play pretty damn well at World Series 24, if I remember correctly. So he has a habit of doing this. However, a lot of big names in this lobby now. One of them, of course, Vitality. God, the pressure that they face after everything that they have been through this year. What it would mean to claim a spot at the Esports World Cup right here in Atlanta. You get through this lobby. We've already talked about it. You get to Sunday, it is very possible that the qualifier spots appear from 6th to 10th. Yes. Vitality in any lobby are not finishing below 10th. Yep. They're aware of that, but they've got to get over one last hurdle.
Yep, and I think that's a great call out, right? I love that they looked good in that last set of games that we saw. Obviously, taking some dubs there will do a great job of making sure you're getting points on the board, especially with the amount of kills that they were able to have, but you have to repeat that performance here. Quick little reminder, folks, we are going to be dropping into 6 private lobbies. You're getting those scores by 1 point per per kill, our nice little sliding scale multiplier. Win the map, you multiply your kills by 1.6, and you can see how it breaks on down. The secret to success, the sauce, if you will, get to that top 5. 1.4 times multiplier. That's what we've seen a lot of our top teams be able to do in order to claim those top spots. But guess what, folks? It's a brand new lobby. It's brand new teams, brand new drop spots, an entirely new opportunity to earn your spot amongst the top dogs.
Certainly is. But as we wait with bated breath, we shall actually find out that we've been completely baited instead. So we will reset, we'll figure things out, of course, making sure as we kick off our qualifier here at the Open in round 2 that everything's good to go. We want to ensure competitive integrity. One of the things, my friend, that this split has brought us, this stage has brought us, of course, has been map rotation, right? We're getting ourselves Haven's Hollow, we're getting ourselves Rebirth Island. Personally, massive fan, would love to maybe throw in a Fortune's Keeper.
Would love that.
Just say it's my favorite map in Resurgence, but you do have, of course, a lot of teams relying on one map or the other. I think in situations like this, teams that are able to put up numbers in both sit very pretty, even if they don't necessarily blow either of those maps out.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great shout out, and I love that you kind of bring that up too, because, you know, obviously when we think back to Birmingham, DreamHack Birmingham, we were Haven's Hollow only. Yeah. And we saw this, there were some teams that struggled with it, but since we've been able to bring Rebirth Island in, it's now really just opened it on up for a new opportunity for some of these teams. And I'm even going to go on out in a limb and say sometimes it's just like a mental factor, right? You play the same map 8 times in a row, you can sometimes black out a little bit, and you make an ego chow that you shouldn't even be making, but you say, you know what, I'm going to do it anyway. The change of scenery can do wonders for some of these teams, sometimes a change of pace, but it's a great point that you bring up. Some of these teams are definitely favoring one map over the other.
No, without a shadow of a doubt. Of course, there's a lot of those that we know towards the very top end, but I think of the likes of Vitality, right? They've had issues at control on Rebirth. I think that's a very kind way of putting it. However, on Haven's Hollow, they're going to lay claim to Train, and honestly, they might get that uncontested here, which is going to give them so much room across the map. Your anchor's going to be sat in a lovely little pocket of space to kind of operate in, get all your contracts done, get all your money in, while the boys are supposed to be going fragging out, are able to just go hunting off like a pack of wild dogs. It's a lovely strategy. We see it replicated in Europe by T1. Vitality, though, have just got to, if they can just get themselves off that hurdle of Rebirth Island, they become a much more formidable team.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good call out. I definitely am looking at the Rebirth. It's all about the control on the Rebirth Island for Team Vitality, right? It's always coming down to, you've kind of just literally, even think of last year, even though it was an entirely, 2/3 of the same roster of Vitality, right? They had to deal with contest on contest on contest at Rebirth Island. So what happens here? They come into Haven's Hollow. They say, hey, okay, great, we're going to take Train. Nobody wants to land Train, right? Turns out that's wrong. There's a certain team called T1, led by a little Mr. Echo, who definitely loves Train and loves bullying you out of it.
Certainly does. I mean, it's been an interesting one for Vitality again all the way through the year, but a team that have shone up today, surprised us a little bit, is going to be PPJ. This is Praise, believe, Jay Vela. They're another team that kind of look towards that map rotation with maybe a little less fondness than others, because they're actually doing better on Haven. So how much they would love us to have just stayed on that all the way through. But of course, with them having the opportunity here in what was a quote-unquote weaker lobby than what they typically expected to perform in, they might be able to find the extra points required on Rebirth.
Well, and that's what Taylor kind of brought it up, and I think it's a really good point that here, we played 5 maps earlier where you had 3 maps of Haven's Hollow, 2 maps of Rebirth Island. So if you were one of those Rebirth Island teams, you really had to heavy lean on into it, right? You had to really rely on just those 2 maps in order to get some of those scores. Now that it's a 3-3, it kind of opens it up a little bit, right? So you're looking at this, you're saying, hey, boys, if we just manage to find a little bit of a floor. I was actually talking to Len, and he had this, I could see the gears and the light bulb shine in his eyes as I was like, yeah, dude, you need like an average score of 16 to be top 5 every map. And he's like, that's it? And I was like, yeah, dog, that's all you need. It's like 12 kills and a 1.4 and you're good.
Yeah, teams sending into these crazy strategies early on. Yes, there are contests, sometimes you just lose, but there's also moments where we see teams being overly aggressive, and you think, you don't really need to do that. Get yourself a couple of picks through the map, get yourself a decent late multiplier. Honestly, you've done a lot of the work, and we know that all the players in these lobbies can have their pop-off moments inside of the game. So yeah, I mean, a great point to kind of make there. I love the idea that you probably think is this insurmountable climb. 16 16 points, that's it. That's all we got to get. All right, well, let's get ourselves over that line. Roster on our screen there for a moment. That definitely need to talk about DK. Not been the best this year. Lays, Decky, and Stukex. I think that right now they're kind of hanging a little bit on last year's success as to whether or not they stay as a team. Would we expect them to walk through EU qualifiers next week if they don't qualify? Sure, but honestly, I think if you still underwhelm here, if you don't make tomorrow, I honestly wonder whether or not this roster begins to consider a change.
I mean, it's a good call out, right? I mean, sometimes you can run the course as long as you want, but you also have to then have that understanding that sometimes you do need that change. You do need to kind of make something happen. That's there. We saw it with Leviathan, right? Where you have to, unfortunately, you say, hey, Castillo, unfortunately, we need a little bit more firepower, so you bring in Criminal God, and the next thing you know, this is a top roster that you have. Another person we saw on our screen not too long ago was Unrational. I love that Unrational. You know, he's kind of been, was this staple of Warzone competitive for a while, kind of falls off the map, gets looked over so many times by so many rosters, and then finally kind of makes his comeback here alongside his teammates, and now they're looking very, very good, right? I mean, Unrational, it's hard to ever count out Gary, that is for certain, and I love that he is here. He's back playing on LAN. Think back to the first World Series of Warzone when we were in Las Vegas playing underneath that COD Community roster alongside now superstar Dongi. Hey, it was a big reason that they were able to get there and end in, of course, I believe second or third.
Yeah, no, I think it was second actually on the time. So yeah, fantastic performance. Of course, that's a weird roster to think of back in the day. Dongi, Scumming, and Unrational. What a bizarre time that was in competitive Warzone history. However, he will be, as you said, rocking up here with JTech, with Galactic, and all three of these players didn't have a fantastic stage one. This is arguably the best that they have looked all the way through individually, and well, as a unit, they've now got the chance to book their ticket through to tomorrow. I'll be honest with you, that would be an underdog story for me. I don't see them getting out of this one, but stranger things have happened, and they're going to be landing in places like Main Street and Prison, incredibly busy areas that offer them a lot of kills.
Two things I love in life, Andy.
Kills.
One, Call of Duty Warzone. Two, you being wrong. Let's get ready. We're hopping into map number one here. We got players back in the lobby. We're getting ready to drop on in. But you bring up a good point that obviously, you know, when you have new teams here, it could be completely, you know, we were doing a little bit of a drop map in the break, you know, very quickly. And I think for some of these teams, they might not realize that, hey, you're going to have some competition at your POI now. It's not going to be as free as you want it to be. So hold on, keep those guns hot. You got 6 maps to find those points, 6 maps to be top 6 to make it to our DreamHack Atlanta Finals for the Warzone Resurgence series. So we drop on in. It's a little bit of a Western zone pull, and as we look across, we can already start to see down that bottom left side of your screen, Blatant getting some kills, letting them know post-kill how they feel.
As Godlike and Leviathan actually, they're going to play out down towards the gazebos. Geeky have actually decided to abandon ship completely. They don't want any part of that fight. JDG, they're going to land around Main Street. There was a contest at Bonn between BRS and S8UL. We'll check back in with that later on. But for a lot of the teams now, of course, it is find your footing. Try and get your money, clear out a little bit of space for your anchor to survive in. And the shots from Slappy were good, but pretty ambitious with Unrational being on a heady. And good lord, Unrational will sum up ambitious with shots from the skies, but maybe a little too aggressive there. The anchor's going to be cut down by Juju.
Maybe check the white noise on some people. I think maybe he heard you talking about him and says, hey, I got a show to make here. But over here at Mansion, it's the killer. It's Nedots, it's Vita. Going up against Blatant here at Mansion. And oh my god, free delivery. Hello, Reflames. Free points for Team Blatant. Flying on in. Maybe not making a realization the Phoenix was here. For now, Blatant will continue to hold Mansion. We know that they love this POI, often contesting Twisted Minds. They're going to feel very comfortable no matter who decides to come here.
Thomas and the crew. I'm going to drop back. They've dealt well with Netod's roster, but Squad 7 you're going to see appearing on the minimap. That's Berserker Clan looking to resurge in here. We're going to peel over towards Leviathan, laying claim to the gazebos and bridge area. S8UL, sorry, not S8UL, Godlike in hell right now. There's going to be someone that tweets at me for mixing up those two rosters. That is a crime by me, but it doesn't really matter too much right now because either way, that trick roster in big trouble. You are going to just see again, a lot of these teams can try and find a pocket of space, build their way into this map, but the likes of Godlike is the worst possible start. You got to try and hit that regain early.
Intex swimming like a fish, trying to stay alive. Stukex, though, from Geeky on the top, he's going to be able to find some of those kills. And he's not just looking over. We called it out. We knew there's possibly going to be 3 teams down here at what we lovingly call Nate Dogg. Unfortunately, Nate Dogg's not here because it's going to be Leviathan that's going to control the gazebos for the time being. Draw back over to Mansion. Lotus 8 are here alongside 2 other teams. And, well, the Thomas findings a killer. There's considerably less of one of those rosters available in the contest. It's all about finding a moment for Lotus 8. Just trying to set up. Skinner's going to be back off towards the water tower in his typical anchor spot, actually under pressure right now. So if you get this fight wrong, if you're Millsy and Havoc, you could see yourself undone a little bit. If Skinner does suddenly start to get shot in the back here, but you've engaged and you don't win. And yeah, moments like that. So Prey's going to knock Skinner. Havoc and Millsy have to back off here. If you fall, you're out.
Look at this. Blatant. They're kind of have this realization. Somebody's playing this zip side. You need to be able to come on over. Will they decide to push this, or are they going to just lay it away? It looks like a little bit of a passive play here for PBJ. Believe, Jay Vela, they're still alive. You saw Praise get active on Lotus 8, but he's been brought on out. Devo below you, trying to be able to get out of dodge. Jay Vela on the hunt. You guess on the wrong side. So it looks like Devo, for the time being, makes his way down on in. On his belly, staying alive. But for the rest of this roster, you're kind of making a gas play here on zone number 2. You're burning stims. This is not what you want to be happening, especially when you have FaZe lurking in the mist.
Hellish rotation out for PBJ, and you're going to be punished for it. But let's take a look at BRS. They've been under pressure for a while, and apparently they've said hello to all of that, because Ryder's on 3 already. That being said, Scopes get a little bit over-aggressive here and land in the lap of UCJ. So Ryder's going to do well here to disconnect from this, back off, regain, get Scopes back into the fight, and go again. We've already seen what this team can do. In Lobby 1, they controlled so much of the center of the map, but I think Clap has other ideas, and he's going to try and squeeze up, knowing that his team might have a slight numbers advantage, or at least that BRS are going to be destabilized. Spies Braxton going up onto the roof, does nothing with it, and goes, actually, Scopes, welcome back in, brother. I'll claim you again.
Right into the open arms. Cut on down. Still here over towards Electrical. You can see already what's happening. Meanwhile, this side of the map, looks like Lotus 8 might be our first team eliminated from lobby number 1. They were looking good earlier in the day, but maybe getting ice had some type of effect on them. You still have 5 more chances, though, to get those points. FaZe, you can see kind of a reset happening here at the Lumber Mill. They got it for free. They're feeling A-OK. Problem is, you're outside the zone. You got to get on in for fun. They want to hold you.
That is the issue right now. A couple of check boxes to get yourself in as we see the second team wiped in this lobby. Knight and Co. S8UL done with. You see them in lobby 2. Can't imagine many kills on the board. In fact, just the 2. But taking a look at where this circle is pulling off to, going to drag a lot of those teams out on the eastern side inbound, and that's why you're seeing FaZe make a desperate rotation through the bulk here and give them great positioning for later. You're going to actually pick up flanked as well. Bonbon just trying to stay alive. Stimmy will do him enough, and you get the coverage in, and well, no, not in the end. Juju's there for the trade. Prospect not actually clean with it, going to have to get aggressive, and well, it does enough for fun. They will have one player up in bubble. Flag does arrive back in for now, so Prospect might be put in a spot here where he's just got to rotate away, but understanding where that circle's going, you can figure out why he wants all this positioning.
And great job from Juju to at least be able to grab one there. And the showers, though, starting to surround Berserker Clan. Vitality. They're feeling pretty good about this zone right now. Their entire POI has just been in since the beginning. Skullface on 1. You know that Sage at least has 1, so while yes, you're feeling A-OK right now, do you have the kills to back it on up? Net odds, Vita to Killer start to make their way on down. We'll be able to find Sage back on over on the boat. FaZe for fun, continuing this battle. FaZe spread out though. I like the power position. You've already been able to find flanked. Just gonna be Juju and Bubble alive. Gas at your back, starting to squeeze you on in. You got that buy station on top if you need it. But you still have Resurgence for the time being. Fire sale in effect as well. Give you some of those free buys, so for fun, you're gonna have the opportunity to get your boys back on in. The only problem, FaZe says, free buys? Please use them. I would love to farm you for some points right now.
Awful position for Forfun this, not only because they currently face the prospect of an early elimination, but they only have 4 kills on the board, so it would literally be 4 points from map 1. We'll see Devo eliminated. We saw how strong they were in Group B, but we talked about it. Was it a case of you farmed a weaker lobby? Well, that won't answer that question kindly. Vitality under pressure from net odds. Going to slide round. Eisen does clear up Sage. Skullface instantly into the trade, but there are more bodies arriving. This Berserker clan trying to be able to fly him forward. Skull sprints on out. He's at least going to be able to find one. The shimmy. Listen, that man made a career in Caldera off of those exact plays, but oh my god, the trades are enabled. How does Castillo get away with that? Basically self-reses right under his nose. Now his boys are going to get back in. Sage is just trying to get the hell out of it. Keeps himself up, finds one, great work, but doesn't get the finish, turns, does get the crack, and at least we'll get one kill that gets his boys back into the match. Man, Berserker clan seeing that Vitality was a little too safe. Fly on over. Blast though, playing on the off angle. You have Skull coming back on in. Izun tries to be able to sneak on up. He's going to find Purchase. Blast drop. Skullface last alive. Flying on in. It will be picked out of the sky. Reflames will claim the kill. And I'm pretty certain that is a Team Vitality making an early exit. They do at least have 13 kills, so that's something. But it is only a 1x, so just 13 points from map 1. As long as that's your floor, that's fine. The problem is with Vitality, you're getting trained for free. We shouldn't be seeing you exit in 12th. You should be pushing out, especially with a zone that is likely to squeeze around Chapel. Now, FaZe, we've talked so much about the return of youngsters, about what this roster did in their last group. Let's do a listen and see exactly what they're up to.
He killed someone on him. Okay.
And bank.
Yeah, bada bang.
They're fighting in bank.
Well, we can swing the ice. We can swing that bowling as well.
Yeah, we can probably swing motel, backside motel. So I'm going.
Let's go. They're above us. Careful above.
Above where? Motel or
we're good. Bank.
Trying to take space. Hold on.
Good.
We can play all the way left. I'm in bowling. No, we should play all the way left.
Let's get bowling.
Come here.
Play bowling.
I'm close. One. I'm dead. Wow, he's above.
Weak.
He's on two. He's on top of the roof. Last guy on top of the roof.
Careful. Here.
Here, you guys are good. We're good. Just chill. Play it up. I know. I have to reload. Yeah, that guy though.
One's right here to my left, okay? I can hear him to my left. He's laying down to my left.
It should be Tekka. Just double.
Right back.
Comms are clear. They have a game plan. They trust in each other to execute it. They slide on in around bowling. They take the fight. It's some easy kills against Godlike. And you hear it's immediately the post-fight, the retreat, the chill. Let's go ahead. Let's regroup because we have to go ahead and do this. You've made it into the top 10. That's first step of the multiplier. When you have as many kills as FaZe does, being 8, you need to get a few more. You need to get to that 1.4.
Certainly do. Talking about kills and multipliers, Leviathan, they will drop just outside of that top 10 with 11 kills in the end, so 11 points for fun. They will drop in 10th. They'll get the 1.2 multiplier, but not very many on the board. Slappy and Co. putting up a lot of numbers right now. They have 20 kills, have rotated in from the far side of the map. And you find plenty of damage out, but nothing in terms of a knock, nothing that will reward you with points. It's just pushing teams away from you. The zone ball isn't kind. You've got to make a crossing quickly, but you risk getting shot in the back here from FaZe.
Oh, this is going to be tough. You've done the work. You found the kills, but can you get to the top 5? Can you even take the map win to take full advantage of them? You called it beautifully, my friend. FaZe looking to play a little bit of a spoiler here, but look at this. Lays, he's on the 2nd floor. He's been able to find Vonbot. It's just going to be the anchor in Youngsters now alive from FaZe. How do you get back into this game? You have enough for one buyback. If you can find that buy, it's huge, but you know you have Lays lurking, and you have, of course, JD Gaming on the outside. Blatant still in this white building. It's a battle against UJC. I'm looking at that kill feed. It's blue on to blue, and just like that, it looks like that's going to be Blatant eliminated. Only one more squad needs to go. First get to the top 5. FaZe out. JDG starting to get active.
PBJ going to play out of Chapel here. They'll be able to march on in with the gas. Got to be careful about how you time your stims involved inside of gunfights. Now all the boys will get themselves back to full health. Of course, the plate's being ticked away. Got to keep an eye on Braxton in through the backside. Number 12 are going to hold on to School right now. That would be your next checkbox if you can get there, and that's UCJ. And Braxton, I think, is going to try and hit some sort of miracle play through the gas. I wish you all the best, brother, but I don't think that you're getting there. Zone drags hard, though, towards bowling in all the positions that everyone had found. That suddenly shifts. It's moving
everyone across our screens.
Well, just before Brax goes down, you see Melvin is wiped. So BRS is actually going to be able to get into the top 5, but here we go. It comes all the way down to the final 2 teams. Looks like it's going to be a classic 3v3 square up. Down below, it's Berserker Clan. Above them, UCJ trying to make a statement here in map number 1 of the qualifier finals. Reflames down below, plates going on in. Everybody trying to get into these buildings. It's going to be about who spots who first. You want to get inside a brick with Reflames. Oh, no, the wrong way. You send it up the stairs if you're clapping on Rax. You get the initial, and Eisen goes big again.
One
Doesn't
more.
stick around though, and will be cut down in the end. My lord, it felt like Berserker had done something special yet again, but it will be UCJ rewarded for their patience inside of the school, coming out on top in the end, staying up as a full 3 just about after that battle with Blatant, and they get the trades on time. I tell you what, if Reflame been looking the other way, the correct way, that probably goes the opposite direction. If I had $1 for every time Izund has almost pulled out a miracle play, well, I'd have $2, and that's not a lot, but it's a weird coincidence that it happened twice in the same day. But for UCJ, they come out swinging and do such a great job to be able to end that game. Let's take a little bit of a look about how we got to that end fight, right? It's so many people just hanging out in the gas, including Berserker Clan. They're here on that train side still. They have the gas at their back. They're feeling A-okay, and I love, look at the positioning. It's Izund at top, Castillo down below, and just kind of firing shots deep.
Well, a reminder as well of how much they invested in this player. They mugged this POI from Vitality earlier on, so they get paid out, not only by the fact that the circle still keeps you in lakes, you get that all that multiplier, but you're just picking squads off, but also think that they can come across. This rotation's hellish. The zone drag is sore for them, but yeah, everyone's dying on your screens, and the PA actually slices a gap for you to kind of rotate along the backside of. You're going to pick off Lays, of course, and it's all about getting into brick. It's just about this final gunfight, and again, I think it's just COD timing at its finest. Reflames looking the wrong way, clapping on Rational, sending up the stairs.
COD timing at its best. And yet again, in that sort of fight, BRS get a little bit blessed because JDG are the team that go out in 6. BRS do manage to get to that top 5. Feeling good, but it's this final fight where, like we said, you're maybe just playing for audio cues, but it's just a 2x2, clap, unrational, they're playing together, it's the double knock, and then it's just Izund who tries to line them on up, just not able to make it happen at the end. But what it does show us is that this Berserk Clan roster still feeling themselves after some early performances. What it also shows is that UCJ continue to have some momentum from their last games.
Certainly do. And I tell you what, you said there was 2 things that you love more than anything. 1, Warzone. 2, me being wrong. And I said I'd be surprised if these boys get out of the lobby. And you know what, Gary? My apologies, man. Great stuff out of you. I am curious, of course, about how many kills you walk away with. Yes. In the end, that's all important to take advantage of the 1.6x multiplier. But looking at these 3, right? Smiles, celebrations. They know they're cooking right now, potentially booking their seat through to tomorrow's finals.
Momentum is a hell of a drug, man. This is going to be a really fun lobby. I can already tell. Just given some of the movement that we have seen out of some of these squads already here in our first map on Haven's Hollow. But we have plenty of more games to be able to play. Taylor, I mean, a really fast-paced map number 1. Some teams making their way back on in. Really fun.
And a lot of heavy hitters from our respective groups falling flat, falling very early and only getting kills instead of the multiplier. But Izund, I just got to highlight him. I know he doesn't get that clutch. That man has been on fire today. So many highlight moments. This Berserker Clan really wants to go the distance and be the second Latin American team to be represented in EWC. UCJ, though, they get the job done, and they were a dominant roster throughout their respective group, continue to be a dominant roster here. However, I want to highlight PBJ first because you mentioned PBJ at the start, and we're like, hey, we got to talk about him a little bit. They have a great game.
Yeah, no, really solid game from PBJ to kickstart this, and I think that's a roster. You take it one map at a time, you get the kills, you put up the points, and you just got to take it as it comes.
I love the way that they played around Lotus 8 because they land in research, and then their way to get out is often going to be contested by Lotus 8. They want to make a claim that that POI belongs to them, so what they go and do is hunt out Skinner, knowing where the anchor's going to be, and that just destabilizes Lotus 8 entirely. We watched Millsy and Havoc start to push up towards Mansion, tried to hit the eject button, tried to bail, didn't get there, get wiped early, and what that could do for PPJ's future games could be absolutely massive.
Saw a lot of highlights at the start of FaZe, yet I look at the scoreboard and they finish up probably not where they wanted to be.
No, I mean, I think the reality is like by the time we look
look at where FaZe is, the positioning, we say, okay, they're making it pretty deep in this map. It just wasn't a lot of kills to their name. You can see there are 9 kills, only with a 1.2, 10.8. It's not a bad map by any means if that's your floor, but you definitely would love to have more.
Obviously, UCJ highlights them. JD Gaming, out of nowhere, 6th place, 22 kills. Surprisingly, get the 2nd best total score, despite being outside the top 5.
Yeah, I think that's the Main Street buff, right? You're going to land in there and you're going to have so many things to shoot at, but also JD, they have seen this patch now where Melvin and Slappy have started to re-show some of that online form, very much so a dynamic duo around one another, and FLS as an anchor, he isn't scared to get involved. He reminds me a little bit of Brax. He's happy to kind of shoot over the top, especially with his Mark 78 that's able to dish out damage at range. His positioning is incredibly important in those, but he's getting it done, getting his boys those all-important points.
Hey, it was fast, and it's going to only get even faster. Let's hop into map number 2. Havens Hollow, boys, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Taylor. 2nd map at Havens Hollow, my man. We didn't know what to expect from that first map. Now we have a little bit more of an understanding. Teams now understand where a little bit of the, of course, the comms that you have, where some of the contests are happening. It's going to be really fun to see who even makes just a small adjustment now between map number 1 and then obviously map number 2 of Havens. Because don't worry, remember, we come back to Havens later on in the map set. You got to keep all this information in the back of your brain.
No, they most certainly do, and of course, if you've managed to show consistent, strong performances on Havens, that gives you confidence for later, should Rebirth not play out your way. It's another one of the beautiful factors that map rotation has brought in, right? There's so many of these moments now where it's not just about, okay, hitting those same lands every single time and hoping to change that story. You now get the opportunity to kind of flex between what you want to do across these 2 maps. But for now, we will stay on Havens. We know those who have made early claims here in our round 2 of the Open. Looking at some of these rosters as well, they got off to slow starts. Again, Vitality. Like, you get trained completely by yourself. We talked a lot about how they take a lot of their points from Havens. You've just lost one of your 3 matchups today. 33% of the majority of the points that you get.
Yeah, it's a tough look. I mean, Skull pulls almost maybe a clip of the week very quickly. But then, hey, this is kind of why it's important to sometimes clean up those kills, because you already see there, Castillo, he's able to get the self-revive off, pops back on up, and just is able to flip the script that's on it. But there's going to be some learnings there from not only Vitality, but also just so many of our other rosters as we get ready to hop on in to map number 2. Very curious where this zone is going to go ahead and pull, because it felt a little bit in that last game, obviously. It kind of came down to that zone pull, pulling a little bit more towards the west. That then obviously brought a lot of our research teams, and even so many of those teams like FaZe, who are landing at Lumber Mill, kind of pulling them from the east on over. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, dropping in to map number 2. Let's see what has in store.
Zone looks like it's going to set itself up over Main Street, very south. So any team that's looking to play out of Mansion or Research Center going to have to get on that early rotation. We will see that contest, of course, kick off over towards Research. So those teams are going to have to get on with it pretty quickly. Take a look at Lumber Mill as well. You will have Leviathan contesting FaZe Esports for it this time out. A slow map one from Leviathan, looking to make amends here at a place that they know very well.
Well, still at the Main Street, you called it. It's a battle. You can see winners of map number 1, UCJ, already getting taken to by JD Gaming. And you do have For Fun on that both side, kind of to start to float on over as well. We're gonna get in the mix. You have to be very, very careful. Youngsters on his back, no plates to his name. Wait, Criminal God. He's just able to slide on out. It's a couple of easy shots. Thankfully, it's long enough for Fawn to fly back on in. You got to regain stacks, but look at this. Already flying over. The other 2 members of Vitality, they're going to see that trail coming on in. All you have is a pistol. If you are Vaughn, it's not enough. Prospect, he's got to go regain at Electrical.
Oh my God! Top of him with your Z-Dog. Will drag Prospect down, so despite the fact that Youngster spawns back in, he's going to have to head for the waters, head for high seas, and hope to death that For Fun don't want a piece of him. Hard landing, gets down low, going to try and play around the bridge here, use the out of bounds, play around the timer a little bit. But my God, survived by the skin of your teeth. Leviathan say, all right, FaZe, we see you over in Lumber Mill. We'll take that off you. Appreciate it. Sharpie, got company around the corner, flanks here.
Flanked, not going to be good. You got the teammates in the back. We'll line you on up. Look who's starting to still push on over. BRS. Here's some of these shots rolling on out. You're going to try and put yourself in a position to maybe look on over it. maybe get as part of this action. It's a nice little split here. Scopes and Rida trying to be able to work together, maybe clean up some of that Main Street side. Over on the research area, Lotus 8. It was not a great map number 1 for them, and I think we're starting to see why. PBJ, they push on out, they make an easy work of Skinner, and now they have so much of this side of the map to themselves. Could maybe lay wait, hold some of these research teams, or start to get active at Mansion.
Yeah, I love what PBJ are doing here, just getting ahead of it. That was so often that they went rotating out of research that they get cut off by teams that played around G2 here, the location of this bridge, this tin region. So now they're trying to essentially emulate. Let's take a look over towards the bridge, see what's happening here. The kill feed gets incredibly busy. Youngsters still holding on for dear life. Von Boss trying to find an exit, not being given a chance in hell. Leviathan gonna drop him. Prospect is gonna be up in the skies, but he's gonna be completely on his lonesome. So the fight is back. He's gonna get down here and open up a crate. I don't expect Leviathan to make this simple for you. Prospect is blessed a little bit actually with the PA that's gonna cut off the Leviathan players, and they might have got no notification for that. That might be caught in it. Then they do.
Oh my God, that is a huge way to open this one up. And Prospect, he's going to use that as an opportunity to push on forward. Tags starting to get used. There you go. You'll find Zdark. Another one. Carbon in hand. A little bit of revenge coming out from a young Prospect. What a blessing. You land, you hit 2 crates, you find a Carbon and a PA, and you put it into a 2-piece?
I mean, look is where preparation meets opportunity. You had the opportunity, and what you decided to do was deck a PA down into an area where you weren't going to hand a notification out. Dark ran straight into it. You then show a bit of gun skill to get the second and flip the entire tide of this fight and potentially the entire map. Great work from Prospect. We've seen the ceiling that he has. It's all about consistency. Moments like that, they give that belief into the boys that you really can get yourself through to tomorrow.
Solid regain moment from FaZe. They were in a blender. That's what helps get your confidence back. As we look on just across the map, a couple different areas here. Making their way out of train. It's Berserk Clan. Almost clutch map number 1. What can they do here in map number 2? Thomas, he's going to be the first one to slide on forward. He'll be able to get found on out. Reflames, good for the trade. 2 members of Blatant take it on down. Delirious is there as well. We're going to hold on to our seats because it is not the first team eliminated. I think he was able to get a kill in that trade. Chunks down the timer just enough for, yes, Phoenix and Thomas to come right back on in. Holding on by the skin of your teeth if you are Blatant.
Berserker just got wiped. You get rolled up on by S8UL here, just as you think you've finished the fight. And well, see you later, gentlemen. Fantastic map 1. Couple of kills in map 2, but otherwise you'll be staring ahead towards a rebirth, looking to get yourself back in the mix. Over to Vitality. We saw what happened last map. You get this for free over a train. The problem is, you end up giving it up pretty easily over to Berserk. You won't have to worry about them for now, but little moments like that. Tequila comes over, manages to find a kill on Sage, risks destabilizing, Skull trades pretty well. But you got to find yourself now rotating inbound, and you're going to have to do it without your boy. Will he be able to land and get his loot? Sure, but again, moments like that, just don't want them to happen.
Yeah, I think this is actually good for Vitality, though. They've been pretty vocal that, like, zones that push them out of train is actually they prefer it. They feel like they play better at it. I feel like the problem in map number 1 is that zone sat on top of train for so long. They weren't able to really get the things that they wanted to. So while Vitality has to be able to wrap on in, we're going to take a look at Main Street where so much of the action is continuing to go on in. You'll lose Ryder, Scopes, hops on up, takes down Unrational. Can you and Brax maybe team up here in some way? You have a member of JD Gaming in between you. PBJ starting to roll on up. That's actually Team Jackal. I'm sorry, because they are here and they are shooting. Brax on the roof. You catch FLS hitting the zip. You go on down. A couple members of JD Gaming. It's blood in the water. They see there. Can you find one more below? No, it's so close, but Melvin will be able to get the last shots on in. Braxton dropped. It's just Rida dropping on in. 4 to their name. We're only missing 1 team from this lobby so far.
Yeah, everyone digging their fingernails into the sands of Haven's Hollow, doing their absolute utmost to keep themselves in the fight. Reminder, every single map that you give away, it is 20% of your opportunity. No, sorry, around about 16%.
Math is hard, man.
Math is difficult. But it's all those points ripped away every single time. For 4 Fun, feels like they've been in the blender for a minute here. They do currently have 11 kills, so even though they're dying a lot, they're getting a lot of the bodies stacked up in their favor. And Juju with 6, he said, he was a little bit slow earlier. We need to step up the pace a little bit. You're doing that. Zones continues to keep you inside for now, but you're probably talking about looking to get yourself pushed over towards Main Street or Bridge soon.
Told me they have 6 different drops on Haven's Hollows. That they have 6 different spots they can land.
The entire map.
So the entire map. I love this though. They're going to take the opportunity, play the Falcon strat out of boat, be able to ensure that they can get to Sunday because they know exactly what to do when they play against some of those top teams. So use the strategies that you need to in order to get on top. You can see Prospect just barely staying alive on that bridge side. A couple of solos in this lobby, just staying alive long enough to get that Resurgence timer on down. Vitality, they have to move up over to God Roof. Skull, he's here. He might get caught out though. You're diving in amongst the eaves. A stim will keep you alive as Blast surges on forward. 5 kills to his name. You find Trick, you find Nate Dogg. Where is Tekka is the question.
He's actually going to be out on the outside bridge behind, just taking his time. You see him just there on the minimap, that little peach color of number 9. If you manage to get rid of him, you've actually got control of almost the entirety of the western side of the circle here. So Vitality actually putting themselves in a wonderful spot, able to control so much of this. A lot of players are going to be in the water, and if you spot them, it's shooting fish in a barrel and opportunities to stack those points.
Well, that's exactly what happens to FaZe. They're put into the blender. We saw Prospect underneath the bridge. They're all out of here. For fun on the boat, though. You have to try and take this fight. It's a battle between you and Leviathan. Brax at Rage, he's going to get into the fight as he sends some shots. And just like that, for fun, they thought that they were feeling very good in that fight against Leviathan, but it's some shots at range that will stem the tides. Put you in a little bit of the blender, like you said. As the zone continues to pull further and further south, this is smelling like one of these sort of bridge endings that we have seen time and time again. It looks like Vitality, they've made that same read. They've set up this little bit of a kill triangle, really just spreading on out, begging anybody to try and come to their side.
I actually love the positioning that Vitality have here, and it gets even better as the zone moves. Skullface going to be a top big blue, and we're looking over absolutely everything rotating. A team that have struggled so far through this map, though, must find a way back in is blatant. Let's listen in and find out how they're going to do it.
Oh, I'm dead, bro. I'm gonna die to this guy. Yeah.
How should I land?
I think you land on the bridge with him, bro.
Alright, I will.
You know that spot he was at behind the little barriers? Try to do that.
Yeah, I'll try.
Tom, maybe peek out. They're climbing up Tom's ladder.
Yep. Tom, look, Tom, look,
Yeah, I gotta give it up. I gotta give it up. I gotta give it up.
Comms are hectic. The fight is starting to brew as they move on up. Godlike, they sniff. There's got to be somebody on top of this bridge. They want that positioning. They fly on up. They find Phoenix. It's just Thomas down into the water. Can you find anybody to push on down? Teams are dropping left and right into the top 10. We go 1.2 multiplier. The zone continuing to squeeze on in. These teams very quickly will be on top of each other.
Certainly shall. And let our observers know that we don't need to go back to Thomas. He's just going to play that timer for the entirety of the rest of this map and hope for a top 5. Swimming around desperate for anything right now. For fun, they've managed to regain control of both. They will have to zip over to bridge should they wish, but they can't go too early. You'll be a sitting duck out there. It's incredibly exposed. You time it right, you get yourself set up as all the other squads roll in. JD Gaming, they're in trouble. Melvin's going to try and hit the buy, gets it off, so FLS and Slappy will return. You have one stim. You mistime it though, so you're going to have to invest immunity.
Staying out here, look at these arrows from PBJ. They know, they hear that buyback come on through. They know that somebody has to be on this side of the map. JDG with that buyback will fly on in, hit the water, stay alive. Hopefully you brought some floaties, boys, because it's swimming time. So many players on this bridge just trying to stay alive. Thomas found on out. That is blatant eliminated. Still over here on the boat. The fight continues to brew for fun. They'll get the last laugh. They take down Lotus 8.
Yeah, blatant drop with not very many kills, I'll tell you that much. Lotus 8 also haven't had themselves a fantastic game. It's a struggle bus for them here on Haven's Hollow. For fun, just trying to stay alive, being hunted down by this JD roster. Pistols all galore. Slappy, I think, drowns in the water. That's incredibly unfortunate, just as it looked like that you had the advantage. Scopes can try and do it all by himself. Has 10 kills already. In fact, BRS are rocking 21 right now. Top 5, that extra 0.2 multiplier would be huge. It's about getting there. He's going to cut down Raul. He made too much noise. Emma's going to turn and face.
All you need is one more team to draw to get into that top 5. This is a great way to do it. Find some of these teams on rotation, and there you have it. JDG out BRS, top 5 for fun. They're finding more kills into the feed. On to Team Vitality. Scopes trying to stay on out here. 2 stims in hand. What type of play can you make?
The next zone pull is insane for fun, by the way. It drags back to the boat. You're on the bridge. You can just zip across and where everyone else come towards you. BRS are just going to send it straight into the waters, try and get ahead of this. But if you're Vitality, unfortunately, all your hard work's against you and you're just trying to make a play in through the gas. It's solos pretty much everywhere. For fun have somehow put themselves in a position to see this off, and they have 23 kills already.
As you can see here, 4 teams remaining. Shots going on out. Braxton found out as he tries to hit that boat. It's only 3 other players besides all 3 of For Fun. You finally see Sage get taken on out. That's top 5 for Vitality. Ryda, he's going to try and maybe make some type of play. Knight doing the same in the gas. He might find the timing though. Not a lot of bullets. He's very low HP. For Fun, they play the bridge. They're able to hold it on in, and I love it. You can tell that they are hyped. They are energetic about that dub. They came into this being bottom of their group. They're not going to be bottom here in the lobby. That matters.
Absolutely not. For Fun, I tell you what, you did get a little bit of fortune in the zone pull, I'll be completely honest.
Yeah.
They worked so hard to reclaim ball. Felt like they'd been moved out of it once or twice, but kept going back, kept on returning to it, and eventually lay claim to something that eventually puts them into winning position. So that's what we asked for out of a lot of our teams here in Warzone. Clear space, gain map positioning, and they get a hell of a lot of kills en route as well. Going to be 24, I think, in the end for them, maybe even 25. And what's that with a 1.6? I'm not going to try and do the math, but it's pushing 40 points. And we think that what, getting through top 6 might be about 80 today, something like that, maybe slightly more considering we get the extra map. With that in mind, you've done a large portion of your work right there.
Look at how they were able to basically win that map. It's they make this read. You see this zone, you go, okay, cool, bridge, this is WinCon. Let's go ahead, let's hang on out here. Bubble, he's gonna hop on the roof. Flank is just kind of trying to slide back and forth, keep some ideas there. And Juju, he's gonna hop in that house and look to the left. You can see everyone else, they know there's gonna be people out here making this gas play. And the second this zone pulls, like you mentioned, mid-cast, it is just crazy. And they're looking at the rest of the zones, they go, all right, cool, we know exactly where this is gonna play. You watch a couple people drop in the water to your right. All they have to do is just make sure they stay alive through this cluster and then keep their heads on a swivel.
Certainly do. I tell you what, I respect the PRS attempts here. By the way, they're going to walk away with a lot of kills again.
Yeah.
I mean, you walk away with second as well, so 1.4, but BRS having a hell of a time out there on the map. You know, Sage as well getting cleaned up there in the end. Full Vitality had a great map, actually.
Yeah.
Talk so much about their struggles. They do a great job of claiming train, holding it, marching in with the circle. Talk about dancing in the eaves of your skull phase. Kept his team in a spot where they're able to control the entire northwestern side of the circle. Honestly, they get a bit more fortune with the zone pull. It's them walking away with the victory. Unfortunately, when you position yourself on one side, you do roll that dice a little bit. Goes against you this time, but it's better from a team that we've all got our eyes on.
Hey, I gotta give a huge shout out to Juju here. He's been trying to be one of those top fraggers for a long time. Always looked at somebody with some insane gunny, able to get 12 kills in that map, leading up alongside flanked with 9, and even the Anchor and Bubble dropping 5. That's there as well. I mean, dude, For Fun being able to win that map. We saw them win that Mega Scrim coming in, of course, to this event. Glad to see some of that success still reigning true here. Taylor, 2 maps of Haven's Hollow done and dust, so we're getting ready to head to Rebirth. What'd you think?
Incredibly fast. I mean, absolutely blistering pace. You mentioned Juju, by the way, currently leading as our top Slayer. He's at 17. Still very early going, so Juju really is pulling it out for Fun. But For Fun, you go back to their group stages, they barely skate through, right? Yeah. You know, a lot of questions about them, especially I brought up during the pre-show heading into this round 2. How are they going to do? Right now, on top of the world, a massive game for them, and ultimately 26 kills. Again, I think 28 was the biggest game we've had for today, so For Fun right up there in the upper echelon. Very well done. But for some other rosters, Berserker Clan from second place at a banger game to last place in game number 2.
Not looking great.
No, not at all. I mean, you get it all wrong, really, if you are Berserker. It's a real shame in the end because this roster felt like they were lighting everything up. But it is here, it's this moment. They think that they've done enough to win the fight at Mansion, not aware that actually a player from SAUL decided to third party it. And in that calm, they are cut down. So, yeah, real shame for them. But with how good they looked in map 1, opportunities to keep on building through that.
Vitality game 1 gets 12 kills. This time around, Vitality gets 15 and 4th place. Still outside top 6, but a lot better this time around.
I mean, a lot better. That's the momentum that you like to see from that team. It's a little bit of a juicer, right? You say, yes, all right, here we go. Let's get right back on into it. That is exactly what that roster needs, and especially as we get ready to head on over towards Rebirth Island, right? This is where they're going to need some of that momentum.
Yeah, this is exactly the point that you want to bring up, right? Vitality, sure, it's great. You've managed one good map of 2 on Havens. The problem is you're getting nothing most of the time on Rebirth, so they've got to do a better fight at that control contest. We are expecting them to be contested, potentially by Berserker Clan, and we've watched how good they've been. So yeah, Vitality, while it is a great map too, you've still got quite a lot of work to do, but looking at those drop 2 results, 21 points, again, not bad.
Not bad at all, man. I mean, honestly, 2 games where a lot of teams are scoring really, really high. I don't know, what do we think the threshold is going to be come game 6? I mean, 100, well, it was like, what, 70-something with 5 games? I'm thinking closer to 80, 90 coming into this one.
I think it's definitely going to be, I think, pretty high up in there, 85, 90 range, because when I'm looking at this, I'm seeing a lot of kills, right? Normally in a Warzone lobby, sometimes we see this where it's like 4 to 5 teams are the ones getting all of the kills, all of the points, right? We call it point sponging, where they're the ones taking it all, and it's not leaving a lot for other players in the lobby. So when we kind of take a look at this drop 2 results, that's really the case here. It's a couple of our top teams really frying out, finding most of the kills, finding most of those points, but it's just about doing that consistently. It's going to be okay. 4fun with 41.6, loves to see it, but BRS with 22, that's them a 30.8. Just staying alive long enough to get that 1.4. We talk about it time and time again. Getting the 1.4, so clutch.
It's not even BRS, too. BRS is phenomenal. PBJ, all of a sudden, is playing out of their minds.
Yes, they are. Again, we wanted them to make a claim of something. They've been rather depressing online, to be completely honest with you, in the build-up to this. Again, that is in lobbies with the best teams in the world. You step out here, it's okay. Your system is much more played around as a full 3 frontal attack. You don't really play a traditional anchor. Believe's going to get involved with you as well, and that is high risk, high reward. The thing is, in these lobbies, it's playing out at the minute, giving them a hell of a lot of points, and putting them in a beautiful position to see Sunday.
That's it. Skullface on your screen for Team Vitality. 34 points currently. That's going to put them in 7th place.
Wow.
Just outside top 6. Now, you're saying, wow, and I think for good reason. There's a lot of great teams who, again, were relatively lackluster throughout their groups, now performing incredibly well where it matters most.
I think I'm more saying wow, too, at just how close this is, right? I mean, it's only 13 points between 2nd and 7th, and even then, you have Blatant and SAUL at 8th and 9th. 28.8, it puts you a step behind, but nothing incredibly insurmountable, right? So this is staying, after the first 2 drops, pretty close. What that means, it gets very volatile as we get ready to head on into Rebirth, because one banger game from any of those will jump them up the leaderboard and kind of hopefully be able to let them become a mainstay.
Still early going at the moment. We take a look at, obviously, 11 through 16, who stands out?
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, in the break while we were watching Group B, I was asked a couple of times to make predictions. I've got 4 of the 6 so far, but one of the ones that is not even close is Lotus 8. This is a roster that did so well in Birmingham, kind of stunned us all a little bit and had us all talking about them then when they went into online and looked pretty solid again. The problem is here they've come out with 2 bad maps off the back of Havens, and Havens is where they've been the more solid, to be completely honest with you. So I'm looking for them to figure things out very quickly. You get off to a bad map 3 as well, I think your afternoon's done.
Well, it could definitely be. I mean, again, we talked about 1 map, 2 maps bad for, 5 games total. You're kind of in trouble in this case, right? I mean, if you're 50% of your maps are goose eggs, you're definitely not going to be making it on into tomorrow's competition to play for a bulk of $100,000 and, of course, the coveted spots for EWC. 4fun is definitely the big breakaway team for me. Great to see them performing as well as they are. PBJ as well. Still early going, though. Now as we transition from Havens Hollow into Rebirth, some of those teams on the outskirts who we expected to maybe elevate themselves up the leaderboard.
I mean, I'm hoping Leviathan. That's kind of one of them, right? Yeah. We're talking about Stronghold. We could see some changes come on through because now we technically have 3 teams that want to land Stronghold, right? We saw them kind of struggle against PBJ in those earlier lobbies. You also have Blatant, who loves to land Stronghold as well. So you have to wonder, do you change up the spot? Do you try and just maybe make it happen? If I'm Blatant or PBJ, you're feeling good about landing Stronghold. Leviathan, they might need a different change of plans.
Well, I think the Leviathan conversation is interesting because the team that they've
going to try and contest over a stronghold. Again, they've had issues there already through today. Where's their other drop? Bio. And actually, the team that's there is Devo and co, and they're having an awful afternoon. So right now, you're probably looking at that and going, all right, fellas, we'll just run you out there, not a problem, and set ourselves up for a better afternoon. So I think that's the play if you're looking ahead here, because and Leviathan, they really do need to make something of a drop spot. They haven't really thus far. You've got to get your afternoon going so we see you on through.
So naturally, a lot of eyes on Vitality, and given Control is their area to go to. It's been a bit quiet for Control Group A and Group B. Are we expecting a bit more spiciness coming into round 2?
I would hope so. I mean,
who's going to be there?
I actually think Berserk Clan. If there's anybody, it's going to be Berserk, because we saw that in that game earlier, right? In the first Rebirth Island, nobody was really there. In the second, I think that's where they decided to play on out of. It may not have been an immediate drop, but they decided to immediately regain there, and they kind of realized, hey, this is wide open. Let's go ahead and play there. For Vitality, I think they are used to having this contest, right? This is year number 2 of them trying to fight for control of Control, and if they can manage to make that happen, and it's a control zone, I think they have a strong opportunity to keep racking up those points.
Find out, PBJ, on your screen. This team has been out of this world. Currently second place, 47.6. Another banger 30-point game could almost, I would say almost guarantee.
Almost
guarantee, right? A top 6 to play for tomorrow's competition. And given their fact that you said, Enigma, that they've been lackluster online, it's wonderful to see them performing as well as they are now. Where does PBJ go? Who's going to be their biggest competition when it comes to Rebirth?
Well, they tend to play out a stronghold, to be honest, and I think that this is an even further reason why Leviathan leave it, because PBJ right now, and we saw this in the Group A earlier on today, PBJ are running that contest every single time. There's another roster that sometimes likes to get involved there, that's Blatant, but I think PBJ have their number as well, to be completely honest with you, especially if Leviathan do leave, turn it into a 2-team contest. They've shown they can handle those at that exact location today.
Naturally, we put a lot of attention on Stronghold and Control, but are there other areas of the map where you're like, okay, this is where we need to have our eyes set? Because you go back to EWC in the past, we were looking at Factory quite a bit. I mean, that's where Twisted Minds won their championship after all. Is there a chance where some of the teams coming out of Factory might have a good chance to make it in the top 6?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, I think anybody who lands Factory will always be able to have a good shot, right? There's a reason that it's a good POI to be able to have. The POI I'm actually kind of more curious about is Prison, because Prison's almost like the default, I almost feel like. It's where you get like 5 or 6 teams randomly who all decide they want to kind of try and land in there. We saw BRS have some success at Prison, right? But that's because they were confident with the teams in their lobby. If you have a couple of newcomers, be able to meet on up with them at Prison, maybe be in areas that they're not expecting, it could throw their map into a tizzy.
Yeah, I think For Fun, the players on your screen, actually have a really interesting contest. That's going to be up against FaZe at Turbine. Now, we've seen For Fun do pretty well through these first 2 maps, and we've seen them win out contests quite often at Turbine against formidable foes like Gentlemates. However, they have this weird inconsistency about them that against quote-unquote lower squads than that kind of caliber, they actually come unstuck a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see how they do in the early, well, saunters onto the Rebirth Island here.
You know, one team that I've been really disappointed with in round 2 is Jackal. You know, I felt like his crew was just doing so incredibly well. They've got nothing started as of yet. They're currently sitting at 5 total points. Where does this team, it's horrendous, but it's not too late. It's not too late. And we know they can pull off some big, tremendous games. Where's Jackal like to go on Rebirth?
They actually do like to land bio, right? They kind of like to land towards that northern side of the map, which is fine until you might have a contest, like you said. I'm also thinking JD Gaming, they like to land chem. We saw them getting a little bit active, of course, with For Fun, who was kind of landing a bio in that first lobby that was there as well, who were just trying to be able to fight it on out. That was there as well. So while, yeah, maybe you get it for free, I don't know. I was kind of talking to Goj, you know, we were kind of sharing notes between, of course, the 2 lobbies, and he said, I was like, man, that team is looking really good in Jackal Squad. And he said, yeah, they're kind of just farming all the bottom end teams there, which is great. It's a good opportunity to get here. We don't really have the bottom end teams to farm now, and unfortunately now they are the bottom end team.
Ooh, that hurts, doesn't it? Well, it is what it is. 2 Havens Hollow down. Rebirth Island coming in hot for game number 3. Boys, take it away.
Thank you so much, my man. Oh my God, Enigma, we are almost halfway through our lobby to be able to send 6 teams, of course, to our finals tomorrow. We have some heavy hitters who have really shown some promise early on, but Rebirth Island, it's an opportunity for some new squads to make their way up the leaderboard.
It certainly is. I mean, we've seen this time and time again. We think we know how the script's going to be written when we get off of our 2 Havens map, only for it to completely flip for many rosters. We talked about it at the start of the day when we talked about what the rotation has brought. If you're a team that's able to consistently put up at least decent performances across both maps, you're in a far stronger position than those teams that can take over on Havens but suffer on Rebirth, low vitality. It's a case of you're just able to constantly rely on a solid floor that's going to mean you're going to get enough points to qualify on through in moments like this. Yeah, when we talk match point finals tomorrow, you need to deliver more than that, sure, but that's not right now. That's not the hurdle you need to jump. If you're one of these squads sitting, you know, you're a PBJ, you're sitting there in a pretty solid position, you might not like Rebirth very much, but if you take a decent amount of points, you're doing enough.
Yeah, no, and that is a really good kind of thing to talk about here. You had 5 maps earlier, 6 maps here. I know the one extra map doesn't feel like it maybe matters that much, but it definitely does, because for that reason, as you said, it's another map for you just to put floor points up, and floor points could be the make or break that's there. It's top 6 is what we are looking at, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't matter if you're first, doesn't matter if you're 6th. All you need to do is be there at the end of the day. Rebirth Island, bread and butter for some of our squads, because it's been here for so long. You know this map like the back of your hand. You know how to play it, and this could be your opportunity to have a little bit of comfort to kind of send you up the leaderboard.
Following this map, we will be halfway through our afternoon. Your performance up to this point, 50% done. Are you in the driving seat, or are you on the outside looking in? For every single player now, it is about leaving it all out there on the island, a place that you have called home for so long. The circle is in, the plane is over the skies, and the players are on their way to ground.
Gonna see a couple of those trails. Where are we going? What type of contests are we gonna see already on your screen? I'm looking at that middle for fun. Already finding themselves onto the end of the guns of FaZe. Sent packing to Industries already is what it looks like. But they're not the only team that's there at the turbine. Berserker, they have actually opted to not go anywhere else except want to get active there at the turbine as well. Blink and you miss it. It's just Castillo alive already, hot off the drop.
He will be able to back off, find himself a pocket of space inside of the tunnel, but every time you step out into no man's land, feels like you can be looked at from about 18 locations, so just making sure that you don't get yourself into trouble here, because Castillo will just slow it down. Take a look at what's going on elsewhere. Hell of a contest on that north side. You, of course, have Turbine being squared over here. Eisen gets caught rotating out, so Castillo's going to go back to his hole and wait on the boys to resurge back in.
I love that. We can talk about control. Of course, it was Vitality. And you can see in the top right side of your screen there on the bubble, Team Vitality. With that kill, they will move on up. But down here at Stronghold, we were questioning what would we see. Leviathan, they are here alongside PBJ and Blatant. Already some kills coming out. Javella playing in this top side with the teammates. You have Believe down below. A 1v1 against Thomas would be huge. Criminal God has managed to regain down below you as well. A number of our top heavy-hitting teams finding themselves in the same side of the map. Inside Industries, Bubble will get found on out by Reflame. No opportunity to sit here. Look where For Fun is. They're back at Bio. A POI that they feel very good about. Jackal will be here, though. It's a nice little 2v2. Winning this POI, could now use some solid space on the map. Flanked, gets dropped by Jackal himself. You're on the hunt. Juju, can you bring one with you? No, you cannot. It's just Bubble, and into the water we go.
You get as low as humanly possible there, just to buy time for your boys back in. Jackal and Devo, this is easily the best you have looked inside of this lobby. A couple of points, but you will have company in JD Gaming. Flags looking out over the top, and well, actually, never mind. Caster Curse strikes. Jackal and go out of here. First team done on Rebirth.
For Fun, they may not be too far behind. Bubble found out from FaZe. Prospect in the water will be able to make it happen, and now you're just going to the other side of the map. You're doing what we like to call flipping it. You're saying, I don't even like staying down here. Get me out. Get me anywhere else. So that's going to be the fly out from For Fun. Here at Turbine, you might get a little bit of an idea of why For Fun has nowhere to be seen. You put FaZe in the blender, and well, Millsy, he's already on 6. Lotus 8 starting to fire on up.
Yeah, Lotus 8 already have 10 kills leading the lobby. The problem is you are in a spot of bother here. You're getting run over by Berserker Clan. You just about stay up. Havoc's going to tuck himself on this outside. Skinner landing back in. He's going to get himself into a point where in and out. Probably into the waters, and well, Havoc's actually going to read youngsters on the outside. Finds him, so Bombot's going to take himself inside, but the moment Havoc dives out, that hands Berserker the Turbine POI. And so Lotus 8, despite their quality start, despite the amount of kills they already have on the board, going to have to play the regain for now.
And look at this, PBJ. They've made their way up to living quarters. They go and hunt down Delirious. You come out of Stronghold, you lay claim to a little piece of land. Looks like Believe will get found on the other side. And for Tequila, net odds, and Vita, hang out around red here. Looks like you have a team rolling up on you. It's going to be Geeke using the loadout. A little bit of a heady. You'll line on up. Net odds, Vita. They cut down Lays. They cut down Decky. Stukek's going to have to stay alive for the squad. So already, we're only missing one team here, my friend. But teams are not surprised. They're not afraid to start bringing the aggression towards each other.
No, only the one team out thus far. And it kind of is the story rebate find a lot of points on offer because teams will find ways to just about stay alive. Often that is inside of the season. But for Vita and Co, you're on the hunt. You're looking for this last player of JD Gaming, and Slappy's actually going to surprise you if you're Vita. Backs you down. Try and reposition now. Who meets who, though? SMG in hand. You square up with one another. And it will be Vita coming out on top. He gets the trade. Tequila back to his feet. However, you do have company. Player here rolling over from Godlike.
Yeah, I think it's his trick, maybe just trying to get a little bit of a regain, get your feet underneath you, try and find any maybe of these Resurgence crates you can open. Try and get your boys back on in here quickly, but you're not reading this to Killer. He's here, drop on down. I'm looking at my kill feed and I'm seeing flanked taken down by Amir and a squad 15 wiped. I do believe that is going to be for fun eliminated same time. PBJ looks like Blayton's out of here as well. Praise meeting on up with J Vela. They start to fly on through. You're finding some of these members of Geeke. You're trying to chase on into this building. Can you find any more of these? Or have Geeke given you the slip?
A bit of an interesting moment here for PBJ. I think there's a miscomm. Three of you are pushing towards the same fight, and all of a sudden one of you just dives off. Now you find a kill, but it's going to force J Vela and Praise to back off for a moment. So I think that PBJ do well to just about get one kill and survive. Could have been an awkward moment. FaZe, you'll have company in Berserker inside a Turbine. Oh my lord, Icend. There's a lot of damage to Prospect here. Prospect goes up, and BRS decides to rotate over in third party. This will start it off in the right way with a clean kill.
We've seen this time and time again. Ryda, Scopes, they love to come on down. He got Brax on top of the water tower. He don't got to move. Send your boys hunting. And hunting they will do. You're finding a couple more. Scopes on that inside. Izun throwing the shoulders left and right. Maybe gets a little too aggro. Acting out the wall hop. Has you going down. Slappy's making his way on over though. JD Gaming, there you go. Scopes dropped, Ryder dropped, mid-res. JD Gaming doing a great job finding two. Thank God you got Brax still alive back over at that water tower. But you come on down, you find a couple of kills. Not a bad little stint there for BRS.
The fact that you see Lotus 8 here still in the water and still basically the same kills we saw them at last time is kind of an example of the issue with their play right now. Finding a lot of kills, but in moments like this where they're putting to regain blenders, they're not finding their way out of them at all. Leviathan in trouble here. Z-Dog's actually going to be caught by a PA from Nate Dogg, and Decky then cleans up Amir. So Criminal God is going to have to hunker down for a moment, get the boys back into the fight. Zone's going to drag itself over towards prison, maybe even north of that towards Courtyard Industry side. It's a weird one, though, for a lot of the teams on the outside, because those trying to rotate in, there aren't many 4-3s, and those that are up, well, you're going to run into a couple of 4-3s.
Yeah. FaZe still down here on the bottom. You run right into Vonbot. Thankfully, Slappy. Good for a trade. JDG doing such a good job playing together. You'll go ahead. You'll hit that buy station. Fire sale in effect here in the third zone. You'll be able to get that kill for free. You gotta be careful though, Tequila looking down the hallway. With that information, Vita has started to make his way on over. You might be able to find a timing here, but I think Melvin, you smell the pitch coming on through. Carbon in hand, you drop Vita. Tequila gets dropped as well. While all of this is happening, looks like Vitality starting to get mixed in the mix. FaZe dropped, BBJ potentially dropped, that's there. As the gas starts pushing these teams in, the action continues to heat on up.
JD
Gaming absolutely frying right now, leading the lobby with 18 kills, and moments like we just saw from Melvin are examples of why. You're in a spot bother, pinch is coming through, you're going to be sandwiched in a moment. Melvin reads that, punches out one way, relieves all the pressure, turns the tide of the fight, and now you're starting to straggle this LATAM roster. Oh, JD Gaming, it's a pinch. You find to kill her, you just need Vita. You weren't able to get him before he brought down Melvin, and Vita's done such a great job to stay alive here. Slappy on the hunt. Shots coming in from Top Chem. That's going to be FLS, your anchor, softening him up, makes it an easy kill for Slappy. You clear so much space, and with that, we see Criminal God go down in the feed. But guess what? Leviathan still up, but just hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, fate confirmed there for all of you LATAM fans. Don't worry, we know your pulse is quick right now as your team currently sits in 9th on the bubble outside of qualification positions. And I will say though, JD Gaming looking great. In moments like that from FLS, puts himself in an anchor spot where he's just watching over the fight and keeps Slappy up. Does everything you would want him to do. UCJ not feeling too great right now. Clap's going to be on his own inside of prison. PA's going to rattle over the top, try and buy himself just a little bit of time. Circle though, going to pull kindly, sets right up over the top of him. The only problem is that's going to bring a lot of bodies his way.
Yeah, you can see where the zone is starting to pull. It's going to be a pretty prison ending. What layer of the action do you want to be on? Clap, he's up here in med bay. Just kind of throwing an aid, trying to keep people behind him, give some space for your teammates to come on in. We've lost 2 more teams. We finally see Net Odds get taken on down. That team is out of here. As more and more of these squads start to migrate on in, if anybody of these teams have the ability to look down, you will get a lot of kills. But one team that we got to go ahead, we got to see how they're doing. It's Leviathan. Let's go ahead. Let's do a listening.
ممكن هو Yo creo que te escuchaban, Creamy, ten cuidado. Mate, te puedes vaquear con Dark.
But I think quiet is the word for it, right? Very much so in a spot right now where you are a little bit under the thumb, a little bit under pressure. You just can call it, pause it, try and build your way towards that multiplier and build your way back into the map, because I'm seeing ground loot and I'm seeing Amir still out of here. So for Z-Dark and Criminal God so often led the line themselves, and surely not. Sales just over lazy Zane, but a haircut surely given. Let's take a look at Vitality. Best they've been on Rebirth for quite some time. You get pushed up to the water tower here. You have company in JD.
Yeah, you have to be careful here. You can't swing this too fast. Playing inside, JD Gaming, they're on the hunt. You just swing wide, you take both down. Blast the skull, do get dropped. Sage still up though, he's gonna back on up. Hit that buy station, you hit the dolphin dive from top to bottom. Managing to play your life to the best of its ability. Slappy is knocked, FLS is still here, no plates in hand. You might just be trying to hang on to get to that top 5. On the outskirts, Geekay. On that top side, they'll be able to shoot down, find scopes, you find Slappy. They have the high ground. They are shooting, they are cutting down everybody. Only 2 more teams need to drop. Get us into that top 5, get that 1.4.
Zone's going to pull over to the catwalk here. So all the teams trying to set themselves up in a position from prison to look over. Vitality out of here. They're done. I will say, though, 13 kills. I'd argue that's the best I've seen them on Rebirth for a very long time.
Absolutely.
Every team's going to compress themselves inside of prison, except for Team 10. That's going to be GK Esports. They're down in the courtyard. And the reason why it's going to let you look over, the thing is, Zone pull is going to drag actually out and towards no man's land. So prison rooftop is win condition from here.
I love this. Godlike. They have the godlike positioning. And it's for that reason they can look to the skies, they can fly people as they come on down. Clap will be able to find FLS though. That looks like JD Gaming potentially into the blender. It's just Slappy as he flies on in. He might not realize though, you have Intex in front of you. It looks like you have a member of BRS behind you as well. Not able to stay alive. JD Gaming finally wiped into the top 5. 1.4 secured. Ryda and JTech in the kill feed. Some of our early map winners coming alive here on Rebirth Island.
Godlike, a team that sits 6th right now, right on the bubble, in the right place. We'll find Criminal God next. Intex coming alive, but Nate Dogg's pulled too much attention. He's going to be cleaned up. Dropped. Intex trying to stay alive in Tin. Does enough to find JTech.
That's another team dropped into the top 3. Only 6 players remaining in this lobby. 2 players on each squad. The zone pull, it's going to go towards the side. Geeky, they might be in the best position here. If BRS move too early, they're going to find themselves in the triangle that's there. But Godlike, they're going to hold the shack. Early move here from Ryda.
On the outside. They already have 22 kills if you are BRS in a great position. Geeky, not in a bad spot either. 24. You're just waiting, baiting everyone in.
Here you go. Shots come on out. MK78 in hand. You're firing. Trick, he's going to be able to find Ryda. So this is just a 3-way fight that is brewing on out right now. Lays, snakes are in, baby. He's trying to play the heady. Let it rip if possible. Brax still in the gas. You got the stims. He wants no part of this. He says, hey, I'm going to let you guys fight it out. Try and pop in here at the last second. Intex trying to do his best. Play this ridge line. Can you stay up here? And Brax from the shadows. He's going to be able to find Intex. That's going to allow GK Esports. They move on up. But with those shots, they have to be careful.
Brax actually going to be in through the back here.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
There's so much more than that. It sets it up into a 1v1.
Here we go. They're trying to be able to lock on in. Braxton, he's still in the gas. He's still stimming. Can he find it? No, it's going to be Trick from Godlike, who will finally cut him down when it matters. Almost does the unthinkable. I don't know what's in the water here in Atlanta, but people are making gas plays and only 1v4ing to win games.
It has been a pretty insane event. But it will be some incredible performances as well, by the way, on this Rebirth Island map. You've got so many points being dished out. We're talking teams, multiple teams, over 20 kills. And it's going to see that leaderboard shift all over the place as we cross the halfway marker of this lobby, as we look to send 6 teams on through to Sunday.
Hey, we kind of talked about it. The Rebirth Island was a chance for some teams to get some very solid points. The thing I'm thinking here, Enigma, though, after our first map of Rebirth Island, kind of felt like the usual suspects a little bit towards our end games, towards the top of our eliminations. But let's relive the end of that game, because there's so much to break down here, man. You get down to the final 3 teams, 2 players on each roster, and it's a game of chess.
It certainly is, and it's funny because it's actually Ryder who initiates the gas play. He starts to go up, out, and wide. When he gets caught, Braxton goes, all right, actually, you know what, I fancied the route myself. But Empathy and Intex look like they were in a great position. You do get that hold off from Lays, just sat on the heady, but as soon as he's cracked, it feels like Intex and Trick should be able to push forward. You catch the moment here where Trick knocks Ryder. Unfortunately, Braxton's just going to have to leave him for dead. But yeah, this here looks like you have got Godlike running over this. Geeky going to be forced to back off. What you're not counting on is Braxton, who saw just disappear into the gas on the widest wrap in the world.
Yeah, and this is kind of where I love this from Godlike. It's just kind of a split on up. We saw them do this earlier on in their group, right? When it comes down to these final moments, it's Intex. He wants to put himself in that little bit of an off angle, put himself in a spot that you're not suspecting. The problem is, Brax is doing the same. Comes on up there towards the catwalk, just pops on up enough. Doesn't even need the full. Just gonna get the shots that he needed. Let Lays clean that on up, but he actually decides to go deeper into the catwalk as well. Goes wide, he gets an angle. It's StukeX, it's Lays. They're both a little bit weak. And then the second Trick realizes, he goes, wait, I'm in a 1v1. I just heard where those shots are coming from. And it's basically a little bit of a heady battle here. Who has the better gunny? For the time being, it is going to be none other than Trick coming out on top, being able to win that one. Godlike, I'm pretty certain, won that one. There we go, or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. We'll get confirmation on that. I thought Trick got the final kill.
Yeah, it certainly was. I tell you what, though, it's awkward because obviously played with Braxton and Ryder last year under the best AUL. So, but we will indeed confirm that it was Godlike who came out on top. So great stuff from them. Going to shoot them up, and we saw them towards the very end of that map. We saw them on the bubble.
Yep.
Graphic that comes up in top right. It just showed them shift right up into the prime position, the final position, to get themselves through to tomorrow.
Man, I mean, we're through 3 maps here. This leaderboard was already looking crazy before we head into that Rebirth Island. I can't imagine after that one what it looks like even more, my friend. Let's get Taylor back on in here to talk about it. What do we think about that one, man? 3 maps done and dusted, 3 more to go. A fantastic ending.
Yeah, halfway through, right? And you know what? It was a wake-up call for some of the teams who had performed very well on Haven's Hollow. For Fun, for example, had been dominated. They go into Rebirth where they they at? You know, they just do not have a good game. Berserker, another one of those talking points. But for others, BRS back on top where they belong. And I say back on top because they had the biggest game, even though they get second place. 25 total kills, which is just tremendous. But it's nice to see Godlike now starting to make a big impact. You mentioned the bubble. Well, they have surpassed the bubble. They're now top 3 unofficially anyways, and that was a tremendous game coming out from them. So overall, Rebirth Island brings big changes.
No, it certainly does. We've talked about it time and time again. It's a case of different teams are going to play out multiple drop spots. You might even change the squad that you're ultimately contesting against. And it's all a case of, and we've seen this all time and time again on Rebirth Island. We've lived here for a long time. It's a case of you layer cake action. You're stacking up. Your SMGs are going to be very comfortable here, getting all the trade action going. And also, your ability to survive is just a little bit better. Going to keep those teams in the mix for a little longer.
Saw PBJ for just a second on there. They were a team that was also killing it when it came to Rebirth Island. This time around 11th place, but they do walk out with 12 kills.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what you're hoping for if you are some of these players, right? We mentioned it. Sometimes for some of these squads, it's about Rebirth Island being your floor. So being able to go out in 11th place, but still with 12 kills, yes, is it maybe the multiplier that you want? Absolutely not, but at least it's still 12 points on the board when you already had some pretty solid games on Haven's Hollow that was there. But really, to me, Taylor, when we were kind of going through this map, it was just clashing non-stop between some of our teams. Nobody was able to make a wrap for free. No rotation was given. You had to earn it.
Yeah, you had 3 teams walk away with 20 total kills. You want to talk about clashing? We definitely witnessed that. Now, I know you boys love to break down the landing spots, and clearly we had a lot of contention points, and it ended up favoring Geekade, who walks away with 33.6, by the way. That is huge for them. They will take that to the bank, but it was BRS who ends up walking away with 35. Again, getting the most eliminations in the lobby. The 1.4x definitely helps them for sure. Godlike, though, I don't know. Is this the turn-up point? They go from, being a conversation to now really being a conversation within the top 3.
I sure hope so, considering all the drama that they've been through. This has been a difficult season for Intex, some of that being instances outside of his control, right? So, Patrick and Nate Dogg, they've not really known where they've sat. They just missed out getting through to Sunday inside of Birmingham, and I saw Empathy afterwards. He was devastated because he's performing some of the best Warzone we've ever seen in his career. For Nate Dogg, it's all about being that reliable anchor for this roster, and you do have a trio there that a lot of people look at and go, you should be doing better. Right. They are now finally starting to step up.
There's a couple of teams that definitely should be doing better. Jackal, for example, I only shout them out because they were so dominant when they were playing in their respective group, and now 3 games in, they've only scored 7 points. Now I think I'm going to stop talking because at this point, they're not a conversation until they become a conversation. Now, this is the true talking point. Top 6 for fun, barely making it there. But Dandro, you go down to where Geekay's at 50.6. It's a very close spread, honestly, all the way up to even Godlike. So at this point, nothing is guaranteed. Top 6 is not solidified.
No, if you're looking at this leaderboard, you understand job's not finished. You just played 3 maps to put you in this position. You need to play 3 more. For some of those bubble teams, it's about, I think, in these last 3 maps, having one of those pop-off games. Normally, I'm pretty anti-pop-off game. Now I'm about it. If you want to make it for certain that you are in the top 6 and you're in this bubble, you need to do what teams like BRS and JD Gaming are. That's find a ton of kills, get to that 1.4 multiplier, because you have to be able to kind of create a gap. What that also does, gives you a nice little buffer in case in these last 3 games, you maybe do have a little bit of a stinker, you're not completely out of the picture.
Leviathan is going to be down there in 10th place. I know a lot of people are hoping they break into top 6. Get a chance to watch them tomorrow. Vitality just on the bubble. There's a lot of questions revolving around, at least from my perspective, how Control would end up working out for them. Hey, it ended up going okay. Let's see what game number 4 is going to look like. Boys, it was a pleasure working with you today. You'll be back tomorrow. Just real quick, though, who do you want to see definitively go tomorrow to face off against the rest and the best? Real quick.
I'm going to go with Vitality. I would actually love to see them make it happen. I think there's been a lot of eyes on their roster because of the suffering they've been through, but I'd love them to change that story.
All right, what about you?
Going with UCJ, so Andy can be wrong.
Hey, you gave me the prediction. Finally, I was hoping that I would get a UCJ Vitality chat. What do you think? We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the tournament will continue.
Lock in, load up, and let's make history. Doggy from above, the shots are firing. Fights coming thick and fast and furious. Today is about legacy. Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying. Twister and mine! points. They do it to the very end. It was patience all the way through.
Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. 32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now. Get yours. Get to Riyadh this summer and watch the greatest rise above.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Warzone Resurgence Series, DreamHack Atlanta. It's Atlanta Open Round 2. We're deep into it, halfway through, about to go into drop number 4, Rebirth Island. I'm Taylor Reflections Zobel. That's Goj, Tiff. Let's look at our kill leaders before heading into this next game of Rebirth Island, because last time we took a peek, it was Juju who was up on top, absolutely slaying out. This time, we have a change. It's Melvin, and Melvin was a big talking point at the start of the day and will continue to be so.
Yeah, it's really funny in this group stage format where we have our casters split up on both sides. I've been basically only honing in on the group B. Then we go to group A and we take a look at Melvin and Slappy both inside the top 3 individual fragging. JD Gaming came here to play, Tiff. They are slapping around the lobby and they're looking good to move on to the finals.
I mean, when you're seeing 2 out of the top 3 and they're #1 in the lobby for kills, that is incredibly impressive. You're showing up when it matters most, knowing that you need to get into the top 6. And not only that, they're also average placement on that team, 3rd. So they're making those kills work.
Yeah. I do see a couple PBJs up there, though. We got Praise, J Vela. Very well done from them. They've been tearing it up. Yeah, they slowed down a little bit, but they're still going to be top 6. That's what's important. Scopes continues to be a dominant slayer, not only from his group, but also here where it counts the most in round 2. I'm ready to get it started. 3 more maps to go. It's Rebirth Island. Take it away.
Yeah, this is going to be our second rep of Rebirth Island. Had a little caster change after 3. We've got 3 more to go. We'll go Rebirth, then we'll go Havens, then we'll be back at Rebirth again. So we get a chance to cast 2 more Rebirths starting here. Now, I think paying attention to the last map on Rebirth, the big question mark in our brains before it got started, Tiff, we were yapping a lot about this, was the drop spots. Where are people going? Who's chalking who? And speaking of PBJ,
Stronghold?
Yeah, there was a lot of chatter on the timeline, folks.
I wish we had the tweet. I wish we had Jay's tweet.
I don't know if y'all pay attention to the X-verse over there and all the social medias, but
do I pull it up?
Well, I'm just saying PBJ's talking a lot of ish about going to Stronghold, and everybody else, if you come there, get ready to get slammed, essentially. Frankly, they're kind of right now. There was a lot of folks down there. Are you going to read that out loud?
Yeah, keep landing on us in strong, you blank. This isn't online anymore.
Blank is crazy. This is a PG stream, folks. Maybe G-rated, actually, when Tiff and Goj are casting. I don't know about that Andy guy. Enigma says some weird stuff on broadcast.
He's British, it's fine.
Yeah, that's right. He can get away with it. But all that to say, PBJ is living up to the hype right now. This is a strong team, a young team. Praise kind of up in the conversation, at least category of Rookie of the Year. I wouldn't necessarily put him at the top. I think there was some conversation about that at the top of the show today, but definitely playing pretty well here in the open stages. You can't even have a conversation about Rookie of the Year. You got to get the LAN first. You got to get to the main LAN, rather, the finals.
True.
So we got a lot of work to do, but PBJ is still putting up solid numbers. Tiff, we've had a UCJ win, we had a 4Fun win, and then a Godlike win with 16 kills. Anybody else kind of standing out as a front runner in this lobby?
I don't know about front runners, but I do know that BRS is absolutely crushing it.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the teams that are on the cusp, that do have the potential to be the front runners, but haven't necessarily gotten there yet. And now that we're in the second half of our series, and we're getting mixy, it's time to turn up the heat. Vitality, Geek, S8UL, even Leviathan. Like, give me a dub for Leviathan.
100%. Well, Vitality's still unconned and controlled. We've got a lot of folks on the north side of the map. Bio is a mess, and so is Turbine. FaZe in deep trouble already. That's going to be your purple 2. FaZe out in the water trying to stay alive and not get wiped off Rift. We swing over to Leviathan on main as Z-Dark trades one out, and will go down as well. The Criminal God, the Young Gun, the brand new addition to this roster, trying to keep their hopes alive here in Bio.
Dives on down, takes a bunch, he's broken. He's literally 15 HP, and the goal is to do enough to make sure the team is back. Looks like Amir's gonna be flying in, gonna give some good comms up on the height, but for now, we're surviving.
I mean, talk about disappointing as well. The team that basically won out our group has been landing Bio, and honestly, getting slammed. I think they have like 7 points in 3 games. I mean, I told you they were kind of reaping the bottom of the leaderboard in group stages, and now they're not able to do anything in this lobby. Now it's a little bit stronger, especially with Leviathan into the mix over here.
They're going to be battling back and forth. If you're a Devo and Tappa fan, they need to drop 3 catastrophic bangers in a row to have a chance to still make it to the finals tomorrow. Off screen for fun into the mix with Havoc. There's a lot of folks actually over at Turbine. We'll jump over there in a second as Amir is still battling for his life.
Bro, the fact that we actually get out of that window, but the chase is on. You charge Jackal, Tappa, and Devo to get action, and they're doing exactly that. You catch Z-Dark off top, and you just stuff it in their face. Another kill goes the way for that Jackal roster.
Well, I don't know if it's a caster buff. They were in our group. Now that we're here, Devo's actually able to get some kills early. We'll see if they're able to find any success on the map. But we swing over to that Turbine chalk that I was talking about. ForFun's been over here. FaZe got wiped out of here earlier, but not out of the lobby. They've regained and are going to reassess the fight potentially with Millsy, Skinner, and Havoc. Lotus 8 a little bit more quiet in a stronger lobby.
All right, Bubble on the other side and a little 2v1. He's not re-peeking that. Instead, it's Reflame coming from the back to put the pressure onto Lotus 8 Skinner. Just able to get out with his life. Oh, we're re-peeking this.
Yeah, they're going to keep playing around Turbine here when their anchors are mostly safe or floating or in the water, for instance, if you're a FaZe fan. Able to play a little bit aggressive flank, sets up a nice pinch, picks up Skinner. ForFun still have 1 currently in Turbine, but that Berserker clan still is lying in wait to potentially third party this if FaZe do come in from the backside. Watch out for that yellow 7 if FaZe come flying in, because it looks like ForFun is taking a decent bit of damage, but they actually trade out, actually take down Vaughn without trading one out. FaZe have yet to stabilize in a stronger lobby. Nothing is free, everything is earned, and frankly, right now, things are a little bit too pricey for FaZe.
I mean, we've been talking about youngsters. What was the difference maker going to be? You see Rated take the exit on that FaZe roster. In comes youngsters out of retirement, but you got to show up for the last 3 games. Same with S8UL on your screen. Nice little cleanup here to hit the res back on Raul, but we're also sandwiched between multiple teams out here on this side.
S8UL has been landing in Factory all day today, both in groups and now today in this lobby. They are currently right on the bubble, like you mentioned, 9th place overall. Clumsy, not a kill it yet. But they know that Geeky are right around the corner, and they're going to swing on this. This is going to be a 2v2 with a little bit of oversight from the anchor. Decky, unfortunately, gets cut down. That's going to be a big pickup from S8UL, and the anchor, Stukex, throwing some bullets down range, but it's actually not Geeky. They're going to be the problems. It's going to be T-Killer. It's going to be NetDots. They come in and wipe 2/3 of S8UL. For now, Knight is safe, but not for very long. PBJ are hunting. They're alone in Stronghold, and they've rotated up the living quarters as per the usual. This is a big one. Watch out for S8UL. Is he going to get everybody up in time? Yes, Raul. Back into the lobby, barely.
That has to be the difference of 1 to 2 seconds. And you float, you use that respawn timer and safety up in the height to make sure you can get your teammates back in, because that is a dangerous place to go. Elsewhere, more teams have moved in. You can see Berserker now, the brunt of the damage, but BRS on the screen in prison, starting to put up numbers.
Vitality, complete control over control and the surrounding areas, by the way. They've been chilling. Not a lot of kills to their name necessarily.
Got loadout.
Could see them later in the lobby. Scopes is restabilized. It looks like Leviathan's actually going to move into the bottom of prison, hunting for a few kills. Their anchor is going to be out at Harbor, hanging out. Criminal God unfortunately gets snipped out at the bottom of prison. So if you're a Leviathan fan, they're fine. Z-Dark's still here trying to play spoiler, but Scope snips him out as well. That's 2 down for Leviathan at the hand of Scopes alone. Teammates close by for this BRS roster. They're doing very well from prison here, Tiff.
Scopes is shooting.
Yeah.
Like, Scopes is on fire. You're going to have an issue when you see BRS in the lobby tomorrow. We know it's going to be super action-packed, but if they play like this, it's going to be great. JD Gaming also having a stellar day. Melvin, hey, Devo. You may have topped Group B lobby, but it's looking a little tough here in the second round.
Yeah, and they've got 1 up in Bio still, so they're not out of here, but I think they're going to contest it by FaZe, because FaZe doesn't really have anywhere else to go. They're kind of stuck. There's youngsters playing for Jackal at Bio. They're kind of stuck in the water on the way to Turbine. Can't figure out how to get in, because ForFun keep winning that, but our zone is pulling over towards the Turbine and control area.
God, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Vitality, right? And it may look like you've got 1 player way out on the lonesome. They're just controlling so much space. And it's all due to their anchor, right? They've got 2 over by control. Then you have your kind of fragger that's out looking for those rosters to find those kills.
To add to that too, PBJ had to come up from Stronghold, but they go to living quarters and they rotate down towards Factory because there's way more action down there. So you're right, Vitality have a lot of space.
Back to For Fun. Previous map winner. Oh, we're double-digit kills. Jeez. Why is it that, like, any time Flanked is trying to make a LAN finals lobby, dude just turns up?
Yeah, I mean, a slightly lower caliber lobby, and they are getting so many kills early. Speaking of kills, Killer swings in through the door, and Decky's just wiping all of the Millsy roster. Tomahawks, guns, pistols, knives, I don't care what it is. They're doing well. Geeky to hold down this factory POI that they like to drop on.
I mean, we've only lost one team. There's still 15 squads up in this lobby, 7 minutes in, and Team NetThodes trying to hold on desperately. Mind you, I mean, they're in 12th place coming into this lobby. With 3 games to go, they're getting into it at least.
This next zone's going to tell us a lot. Leviathan's done a very good job to restabilize up at Harbor as they swung over to the right-hand side of the map. In Harbor alone for the most part, and they're going to send their 2 out, Dark and Criminal God, to go get active. That's that orange 11 you see off in the distance. Now down below us, Vita giving us a nice free cam spot over the top. Their anchor, Amir, is still in Harbor. The other 2 are moving into Factory for kills, and they're trading a couple out with, I believe, PBJ, who have now moved all the way over to Factory. Again, PBJ, Green 5, started in Stronghold to Living to Factory. They're playing the south side of the map. They read this zone well. They want to play for the win here, playing out of HQ and Factory, and they're doing just that. Praise picks up 1.
I mean, that's a massive amount of kills, right? You're sitting on 5, but I look at the map, and I see Vitality having 50% of the circle.
Yeah.
50%.
Yeah, the north side is barren wasteland over around Control Center, and frankly, Vitality, I think the question mark I have is if they have a lot of kills or any kills. I think I saw 2 or 3 to start things off, because really there's been nobody in their area.
They're looking.
This is a bubble team. Vitality's 8th place right now. Now they have a decent little gap over Leviathan, but they need a solid game here. Quick look at the kill feed, though. It does look like that Millsy team not fully wiped. 1 did fly back in, so that is a false positive.
Oh.
But it does look like, unfortunately, as much as I was talking about their anchor being saved, they were only saved for a little bit as the new zone pulled south, and Amir Leviathan is out of this map in 15th place. They got wiped in Harbor by NetThodes.
I mean, look, Jackal, Devo, Tappa, they're in double-digit kills. They're looking to have a banger game to kind of right the issues of the first 3 maps, but the moment you run into JD Gaming, they're like shutting them down in their tracks. Of course, we do lose out on that squad number 13. They do get 1 player last in at the very quickest moment. Back to BRS.
BRS been playing around the mid prison since the beginning of the game. Scope's only on 5, but has 3,400 damage. Good grief.
I mean, insane. How many kills do they have? Double digits, at least 10.
I think BRS is, 10 or 11 at this point. See Knight, S8UL restabilized at the bottom Factory here. They've got PBJ right above them, who've rotated all the way up the south side, trying to play for WinCon, and play for high ground.
The anchors of all of our teams right now are doing so dang good. Like, we are valuing team life. The fact that we have 14,
yeah.
this is so insane.
Yeah, still 14. New zone here is going to tell us a lot. It's about to pop. 1 second. It does pull Prison Factory side, so a good read from PBJ. They're playing for WinCon. We do see FaZe get full wiped, and that is a true statement. FaZe have been in a blender to start this map, been in a blender, frankly, this entire lobby, and are not able to get out of it, even with the help of youngsters. They are gone early without a multiplier. Still 13 teams here, Tiff.
And the kill feed
For fun? No, they're still in, barely.
Good. False positive there. At least BRS still getting some kills, but JD Gaming is having a banger game, right? That number 3 on your screen, 18 kills currently. They have been farming this lobby, and they're already within the top 5, so we're feeling really confident after this performance.
Yeah, good comms. JD Gaming having a game here in map number 4. PBJ also having a solid one, looking like they're on double digits as well. Playing over the top. There's a bubble, by the way. He's the lone survivor of For Fun in the water, just playing for multis. Still 3 teams have to drop. This is the nature of these prison circles. If you keep prison this far into the map, there's just so many teams in here, and here they are, JDG. Oh, Slappy's on 13 by himself. 6,500 damage. Slappy is slapping this lobby around, and unfortunately, I'm going to eat my words because they get wiped in 13th, Tiff.
Why'd you have to curse them like that? I mean, they had a ton of kills, so it's still going to be a decent game for them, but the fact that we don't even get a multiplier, no worries. We check in with them later as you see this free cam setup of Prison. You've got Berserker down in the throw of it, right? We're in showers. We have plenty of options. You can take the staircase on the left, you can go down, but we want to make sure that no one is rotating in through here.
we've got Godlike in potential power position with new zone. Let's do a quick listen in with Team Vitality, who have gone from safe to deeply into the mix.
Come, follow me, quick. No, he's on the high. He dropped, he fucked up. PA him. Keep hitting my roof above me. It's just only one. Nice. Keep on, come over, receive me. Yeah, I can't follow you. PA, I gotta play G-Mods. Go right to the bike, go. Just go right to the bike. I'm resing. Bottom grab. One's on my roof. I'm with you. It's only one. Don't play box on. Okay. And we have medium. Go this medium. Helikids are coming behind us. Yeah, I'm gonna look behind. Oh, yeah. Are they height? Like, we gotta. Yeah, it's only one. I don't care. I'm above you. No, can't. Don't. I should play for the kills in the back. Yo, kids are becoming behind us, by the way.
You have to hit this by low key.
Yeah.
Before there's no hits.
What's something I think? I'm looking left. I don't see anything left, dude. You gotta go far left.
Fantastic comms from Vitality. Great communication, PAing their teammates to make sure they move into new very well. In the meantime, we're already down to 8 total teams. PBJ are out early. Unlikely that they were going to stay alive for long. They were deep within WinCon for a while, but the zone has pulled all the way on the other side of HQ, all the way back to Control. I don't know what Vitality's going to do besides buy back their third, and maybe they float and play for the top of Control early, Tiff.
Nah, we're running. We got Godlike on our screen. We know they've taken a win, and we're full sending up ahead. You see Blast, you see everyone trying to stuff themselves into that, but Sage catches them off guard. Godlike still trying to hold high ground, and this is where streaks are going to make such value as we all goal to get to Control. We did lose out on For Fun just a bit ago as well.
Such a great play from Sage with the pistol to pick up one. He's already moved into new here with a Control ending. It's going to be partially in, partially out, and Sage is going to have to play the low ground because Geeke, Decky already early rotated, but his teammates died to Vitality. So a trading of blows on opposite sides of the zone. We do lose everybody from Trick. Godlike down. It's going to be Vitality as a solo. It's just Sage alive, and I think he's got a pistol. He just got bought back. No, he's got some ground loot. Let's get Mixy. Show me what you got here, Mr. Sage.
Well, he's back at home, right? Control, we know it, we love it. We're into the top 5. We got 1.6, and Team Neto, a duo, looking to make it happen. Yes, it pops. Look who's aiming for it. BRS. They're consistent. They're in end games, and Braxton is ready to push everyone into new alongside his duo, Ryda. Hits the sim with a perfect time. They get the buyback. The young killer's coming in from the heavens.
Here we go. 2v2 turn 3v3 onto the ground first is going to be Netot's team, but Scopes goes huge. 1, 2, 3, but he is not last alive. Ryder goes down. That is a Team Vitality victory. Sage somehow, someway was last alive amidst the chaos.
Sage, the solo shenanigans in the end game, goes crazy to take a well-needed victory on Reaper for them. They were on the bubble. They needed as many points as they can. This is everything.
Holy cow. Scopes put on a masterclass in a 1v2, just spins on him.
A little turn and burn?
And Sage did it so well to just play low and stay patient. He didn't have to get involved. It's the classic Warzone in-game. Let the other people fight, come in and clean up the mess. Unreal.
Still such a good performance from both of those rosters. Let's kick it back to the last stand, and this really paints the picture because we're at 8 teams here, as you see, collapsing into prison. We see the circle pop go Control, and who is just scavenging for positioning.
Yeah, this was such an interesting zone because it pulled all the way onto the... Originally, reminder, it was Factory. It pulls all the way past prison onto the other side, and that kill feed is what I was talking about. Vitality and Geeke are actually going back and forth, trading of blows on either side, but both Decky and Sage, who were both bought back in, said, well, of course, we're going to rotate over to new, fly back in and land on new. So look at where Sage plays. He plays under the rocks, not inside the building where the chaos is, where Netot's team is, and you can see he reads out Trick here, picks up Godlike over the top to then clear out the backside of this zone and knows he can play low ground inside the building.
Yeah, that is such a big win there, and immediately kind of carves, definitely checks low ground to make sure no one's going to come through behind. You see him hit the jump to grab the collapse, the bridge there, and then you have Team Neto's on the roof, but this is where the difference maker is. You still have Ryda up on height, overlooking Braxton, and that's putting the pressure onto Team Neto, so they can't really look at Braxton without getting picked by Ryda.
Well, and BRS and Netod's team both buy back their third. So here's Braxton. He buys back a little bit later. He saw the flare from his opponent, so he knew they just bought back. He knew he had time to get that buy before they peeked at him. They land on him. T-Killer picks him up, but then Scopes goes insane and picks up both of them, gets traded out of the top. But look at Ryda at the top of the map, doesn't have any health, doesn't have any stims, and dies to zone?
Hey.
That's 19 kills for Vitality. We were questioning if they had any kills in the early game. They didn't need them. They find them in the late game. 19 kills, that is 27 plus. Yeah, I mean, that is, that's like a 30-point game right under. That's a 29.8 game roughly.
Look at you doing math.
Listen, I'm impressed with these guys to be able to have the resilience they did. You got to remember too, Tiff. Sorry I'm yapping so much. I got
Keep
so
it yapping.
excited.
It's fine.
Listen,
I just love hearing you
got to
talk.
remember that they were basically they didn't see anybody for the first half of that lobby to pick up that many kills.
They had 7 kills when we were talking about them. Like, they have 50% of the zone, and they are out sending Blast into prison solo to find anything.
Yeah.
7 kills at that point.
Crazy.
Exciting stuff, isn't it? Vitality looking strong for sure. And an interesting talking point now develops as we have 2 more maps remaining. The bubble is kind of getting a little bit sketchy now. In fact, I would only put 2 teams in the current running, because if you go down to where Team Netodes is currently at, they're at 58 points. To get to top 8, you need 73.4. That's about a 15-point gap between them and, of course, 8th place. So I'm thinking it's not going to be as close as the groups were. But an interesting talking point is Haven's Hollow is going to be coming up next, and there are a couple of teams that might have underperformed in Rebirth that have a chance to get some massive points as they head back in to Haven's Hollow. More on that in just a bit, though. First, to recap what we just witnessed. Such a great game of Rebirth, and that ending, just to recap again, was insane, man.
Yeah, it was insane. I'm going to be honest, the beginning was also insane because we got to see Tappa and Devo come alive a little bit in Bio at the very beginning of the map. We're like, well, they have no points after 3 games. And then they win out actually in Bio, which changed the north side of the map. But then it was just all factory all day, Tiff.
It really was. I mean, look, if you're going to get evicted from your starting slot, what do? Maybe go look for some third parties, BRS, getting Mixie in the showers there for prison. And since the circle kind of continuously collapses in the mid-map of Rebirth, it just puts the pressure on these POI.
Yeah. And this is the craziness of Factory, Taylor.
Well, Factory is always going to be insane, right? I mean, it's constantly the regain blender. For Twisted Minds, they took advantage of that just last year, but Prism was a tremendous talking point. Actually, a large majority of the circle was here at one point. I was watching Skullface desperately try and stay alive for the majority of time. Talk to me about this Prism development, because it ends up shifting away.
Yeah, well, it was crazy, by the way. JDG, Slappy by himself had 13 kills, okay? And then they drop in 13th place, so they had a great game. They just had no multipliers to play with. But yeah, it pulls Factory, and then the weird part is that it pulls Factory, and then it skips back over Prison and pulls all the way to Control, which just really rewards the people that try to early rotate, which ended up being the Flyers, which is that Sage, and then also Decky from DK was able to do just that. But hell of a win there from Vitality, and desperately needed to make sure they get top 6, Taylor.
Sage giving Blastides a little bit of a kiss on the head. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate you. We're crushing it, and they are crushing it. You know, Sage is always going to bring the vibes, as he typically does. Big game for them, 30.4. So Vitality is very comfortable top 6. As long as their next 2 maps, they just do not drop a 0. They should be just fine, smooth sailing forward. Another top team, obviously, BRS continues to dominate. And in fact, I think they should be in first place off the back of that big victory. 19 total kills. But let's go down the leaderboard, because there are some other rosters. For Fun, for example, they get 19, and they needed it.
Yeah, 19 points, and then Tiff, JD Gaming, 19, and they go down to 13. That's what I'm saying. They're slaying
You could
out.
say the same thing about Berserker.
Yeah.
Reflames, Castillo, and Izon. I know I was talking about Castillo earlier, but it's Reflames and Izon that have been really impactful in terms of the slaying for that roster.
Sure, and they need to, because right now they are far down the leaderboard. These next 2 maps need to be flawless. It was nice to see Jackal get involved with 18, but again, still too far gone. The first 3 maps were just not good. We take a look at our overall leaderboard.
Oh, buddy.
For Fun, barely in there, but look at that gap as I was talking about. You go down to 9th place. It's a 15-point spread from 9th all the way up to 6th, which means UCJ, PBJ are the 2 teams I'm looking for to disrupt top 6 at the current moment.
Yeah, also, reminder, folks,
folks. UCJ dropped 36.8 points in the first map and won the map, and they're currently out of the top 6. They really haven't done much since.
Same with For Fun. They got a 41-point win.
Yeah. And they're 6th.
Which is exactly what I was bringing up. We go back to Havens Hollow, and you got 2 teams who are looking scary to disrupt the top 6. Of course, For Fun already there, but a great Havens Hollow could almost guarantee their position into the competition tomorrow. We know what's at stake there. But the interesting one is PBJ. Let's see what they can bring to the table, too. They've kind of slowed down a little bit, but I say a little bit because they're just outside the bubble. Still a very scary roster. And, of course, we looked at the kill leaderboard just a little bit earlier, and you had 2 players. It was Praise J. Vela, who were up there within a top 10.
Also, you know, we talked kind of about the spread rates from 6th all the way down to 9th, for instance, and where that gap is between, like, 7th down to 9th. But take a look at 4th place. Geek's only at 75.8 points. That's a 5-point spread to just that 7th position. Like, everybody besides our top team is well within range of dropping out.
That's right. Look at Praise in that 10th place position, as we said. Slappy looking very good. You said slapping around the lobby. It's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, he got slapped.
That guy's crazy.
He did get slapped, but he's still slapping back. Melvin also top 5. So those 2 players doing a phenomenal job for their roster, and a large reason why they're so far up there. JD Gaming has been stellar today, and Melvin has been a big reason for that, not only from groups, but also to where they currently are now. Big opportunities, not only for the teams currently top 6, but those 2 that we discussed now breaking into the top 6. We're running out of time, and now we got Havens Hollow coming up, and again, we look for UCJ, we look for PBJ, For Fun, teams that have been okay when it comes to Rebirth, but should be stellar when it comes to Havens Hollow. Now the question is, do some of those teams, some of those Reaper teams, maybe start to challenge them? Keep them at bay. I don't want you to break into top 6. It's always a conversation. Usually the answer is, well, no, there's no reason for them to break apart the game plan. And I'm expecting that answer here, but I'm going to ask it anyways. What do you think, Coach?
I think For Fun's actually an interesting conversation. You got to remember, For Fun put up solid numbers, and so did Eisen's team put up solid numbers. They both landed in basically con phase at Turbine, right? They were battling it out. There was a ton of people there. But when you take a look at Havens, For Fun is actually going to have to get on their horses and go find kills. They're alone at Riverboat, and their main contests, their main fights that they're taking are from the teams like FaZe who are getting pushed out of Lumber. So a team like Leviathan could actually make a big move on this next Havens map, land down at Lumber, try to push FaZe out, get early kills, and then go play for a team on the bubble like For Fun. Leviathan, yes, they're a little bit down the leaderboard, but we know they can pop off, and they could put up crazy numbers on this next map.
I don't know if you said it, For Fun, first place, dropped to Havens Hollow, 26 kills.
Yeah.
That would be more than enough, right, in order to break into top 6. Well, excuse me, solidify even a top 3 position at this point. We look at Vitality getting their vibes together. Vibe check. They're feeling good. They're feeling great. And one of the heavy favorites to obviously make it forward to tomorrow. They've already qualified for EWC. However, they want a little bit more, right? We talk about $30,000 for first place for tomorrow's comp, $100,000 up for grabs. But Vitality already making EWC. No pressure on their backs. They're feeling great today, feeling confident, feeling comfortable. Next 2 games going to be wild, to say the least. Now, we talked about teams that were great on Havens Hollow. Let's talk about some teams that are maybe bad on Havens Hollow that are in top 6. Are there any top 6 contenders that you're like, Havens Hollow isn't too good for it?
Tiff, unless you have an answer to that one.
I mean, I would say that UCJ and For Fun Esports are the ones that won our first 2 maps.
Right.
So not them, anyone else.
Keep the conversation alive. Keep it going. Drop number 5, Havens Hollow. Off to you.
I love it. That's Taylor Reflections Noble. Great host, by the way.
Which teams are bad?
Yeah, which teams is bad is crazy. No, that was great hosting. And listen, Tiff, I'm really pumped about this map. I definitely got to be paying attention to For Fun. I definitely got to be paying attention to, because this is really their last shot, is Leviathan, right? They are a team that could play potentially out of Lumber. I don't know that I've seen an Eastern Zone pull today on Havens Hollow, okay? So that will totally change up our strategy if we finally pull to the east, and we could see some of our other teams rotate across over to Lumber rather than having to all go over to Main Street or Pond or Train, etc.
I know, I love as we're like perusing through our players. You got a mirror on the screen there. There's Gary, AK Unrational, winner of map number 1. He puts the U in UCJ.
He also puts the U in you need to lock in because they're outside of the bubble right now, or right on it.
That's crazy. It's crazy to be right on the... I mean, we are looking for top 6. Mind you, our first 2 rounds, Group A, Group B, you only needed to be top 8. to advance to this, and then we're taking the top 6 out of the best of those rosters to advance on to Championship Sunday. And maybe Havens Hollow wasn't your forte. Maybe you're sick of going Train, Pond, Main Street, and maybe you're hoping for a research zone. I don't know if you're going to get it, because we've been going to the West all day on
Every
Havens.
map, I swear.
I'm pretty sure every
I mean, in our group, we pulled the same zone 3 times in a row. I don't know what day of the week it is, but it's crazy. Now, UJC is a fun one to talk about, Tiff, to spend a little bit more time on Irrational's team. I actually really like this roster. I think the problem is just playing out of Main Street is just really difficult on Havens Hollow. And so starting out there, they have to win out. They essentially have to check every single corner and every single angle. You either
like
have...
never safe.
Yeah, exactly. You either have BRS playing around Barn right above you, or you have For Fun coming up from the south pinching you, or you have Leviathan potentially coming over from Lumber, or you have Geek coming over from Gazebos. Like, Main Street's just obviously middle of the map, but it's also just a cluster. There's just a billion buildings and everybody can go anywhere. But folks, penultimate map, the last time you're seeing Havens Hollow today. Let's lock in and see who can make it to top 6, or at least within striking distance going into the final one here, Tiff.
And of course, we're going to start off with our bubble teams, PBJ, For Fun, and UCJ. Over on the left-hand side of things, the circle looks very familiar if you've been logged in all day here for the Warzone Resurgence series. On Havens Hollow, we like the West. And FaZe, they're 41 points outside the top 6.
Yep.
So we've got to get active. What do? They land on a bubble team.
Yeah, not one team even goes to Lumber at all. They land straight on For Fun. They're trying to get extremely mixy and catch maybe For Fun unaware, and that's exactly what they do. Not a full wipe, but they do pressure them outside of the boat. Flanked is also down right now. This is maybe bad news for Fun. FaZe go in, chalk for chalk. He is low over the top. Is it enough time? Did they wait to finish him off?
A little bit.
Maybe, I mean, honestly.
They might want to farm him. They might want to farm him. They need 41 points, Coach. It's doable. We've seen teams do it in map number 2, and you just got to farm.
Yeah, you're actually, maybe that's right. They don't want them full out. They want to keep getting kills. That's one way to do it. That's actually kind of crazy. But all right, here we go. PBJ, a bubble team, even though they started out really hot in this competition, did fantastic in their group as well. They have to play well out of Research. Yet again, going to have to row out over towards Mansion eventually, but no huge rush for that. 3 teams inside of Research. Could certainly support more. Max occupancy has got to be at least 8 teams, I think is what we've seen before, Tiff.
I mean, we're swamped. You got Lotus 8. They need a banger game. For Fun, still getting active. Glad we got to check in with them. Juju on 2, but this time we decide we're not going back to boat. We're not going back to FaZe. And is that our first wipe?
I don't know what happened to Netot's team, but they are a bubble team currently in 9th place right now. And I believe they are full out of this lobby. We're showing 15 out of 16 teams, folks. And
Hello, Prospect?
Hey, listen, I don't know if I checked that corner. Let me be totally frank with you. Bubble pulled a crazy rat play, and it paid off. I respect it.
Always be checking.
Look, JTech's going to do it right back to him, though. Picks up Bubble on top of the unit. That's insane. I told you, this looks like downtown Atlanta. There are so many people on Main Street. There are so many people on Main Street right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Count them all. Look at all those teams on Main.
It's going to get active, and it needs to be that. I love that we've got our on the bubble. We got PBJ 6th place, For Fun 7th, UCJ 8th, and Geek. Geek is a team that we are looking to do kind of make it a comeback, right? We saw Stukex doing some anchoring out there in Group B, but this time Lays took a ton of damage on 3 kills. We're still out in the riverboat area. We know we've got youngsters up on the top of boat. Are we going to hit the back?
Yeah, a quick reminder, by the way, yes, FaZe have taken over boat. They have their anchor there. Geek is not on the bubble, according to our graphic. They're in, I believe, 4th or 5th, but they're only 1 point ahead of these teams.
It's all so close. Like, there's no room for air.
Yeah, there's a lot more teams on the bubble even than our graphic shows, but that should probably change as the game goes along. It's a big bubble, and it's going to pop at the end of this game to be a much smaller one going into the last, but Berserkers have been playing for Mansion for a while, and they're going to be contested here with Godlike, who have fully restabilized, as the Geek's crew doing pretty well off-screen, while Stukex is able to find, it looks like, several in the kill feed on FaZe, so Geek looking good.
And I mean, we're just on the inside of that circle, right? You got Clap, Unrational, J-Tech, the three of them still trying to get Mixie, a ton of people in their way. JD Gaming out towards the left. You can see Slappy, Melvin, FLS, all separated, different houses, looking to put as much pressure on these teams as humanly possible. They are the line of the gatekeeping.
I'm seeing 14 out of 16. I'm seeing 4Fun down, folks. A bubble team out early. 4Fun in 6th currently and not going to be there very long. A huge bummer and a great contest by FaZe if they had a chance. Unfortunately, just chalk 4Fun, and they're going to have to regain going back to Rebirth in the next one.
All right, from Cole we go with this free cam. A good overlook. BRS getting active there in the middle. You got SAUL trying to go crazy. But this is a time, right? We need our bubble teams to get crazy. Do not leave it to the last game. And honestly, just staying alive is half the battle.
That's exactly right.
Oh, dude, Ryda. Ryda's gonna walk right into it.
J-Tech already got one by just playing sneaky, and unfortunately...
Couldn't get that one.
Ryda was almost moving too slow.
Ryda's too much of a veteran for that. He walks in, gets a couple bullets in the shoulder, he's like, no, this house ain't safe. We're going out. We going out.
Here's a quick look at PBJ. No. I was about to shout them out. They got held so hard from Research.
No
Unfortunately, not going to make it in here, at least not safely. Believe can hang out for a little while and get his teammates back with Resurgence, and they can fly in.
Maybe. You still have Jackal out to the left.
Yeah, there's Praise in the air. They're okay. They're still alive. It's Resurgence after all. If this was Big Map, they'd be turbo-chucked, as they say these days.
Matching getting crazy. Here's Leviathan. Z-Dark on 6.
Yeah, it's Big Map.
Godlike on the other side. Trick pushes the equation, grabs it. Teammate not there for Leviathan to hit the trade.
FaZe full wiped. Chalk 4Fun get chalked themselves. Leviathan, a bubble team still technically. Trying to make a play here. Going to make sure Z-Tark gets back into the map. Looks like Blatant's still here. Godlike still here. These teams landed here, and they're going to keep fighting here until the cows come home or the circle pulls them off.
Good look at that mansion right there. You got Blatant in the mix, and they're all so separated. Crim got it, actually gonna find Phoenix, and back to PBJ, back to a team of 3, looking to get weapons they feel comfortable with, and up on top we go. Hello, Knight.
No.
Gets the plates ripped off, and then Clumsy's underneath. Good read by Praise to turn on that and grab the kill.
Surprise, surprise.
We are in 6th by 0.2 points as it currently stands. We need at least a multi and getting through this hellacious rotation.
Down goes Jackal's team. Haven't had a great rep, and they'll trade on Rational, but they are out of the map, so they're not going to be making any more noise going into the final map. Well, without the equation to get into the next round. So PBJ here. They've got Knight trapped. SAUL maybe in a bit of trouble as Knight gets cut down. The other one in the air. They're still alive. BRS still holding PBJ, but great composure from the boys here to be able to regain out of Research, fly in, play together, and still have all 3 alive, albeit back against the zone and about to headbutt into BRS, as long as BRS stays safe on the other side against JDG.
J-Tech and Clap running together, looking for an early rotation. 28 seconds before that circle is on the move. And I think getting ahead of it is the way to go. Find yourself cover, give yourself a window, but make sure the building is clear. The only other team just ahead of you is going to be located in Barn, and that is BRS, a formidable foe.
Eisen down, and I believe out. We've made it to the top 10, folks. Time for some multipliers.
Here it is.
Great job from PBJ, again, to rotate in. This is exactly what they needed. They needed BRS to get distracted by JDG. That's exactly what happens. UCJ makes the first move. Unrational gets here first, and PBJ follow him in.
Good hold here from Believe. Javella can't necessarily get out in any angles. Now, I love that you've got UCJ not giving any bit of damage to PBJ.
Big fight off screen at Mansion, but a fight on screen as well as Praise finds his 6th. PBJ having a nice map when all the odds were against them, and they're hunting now UCJ. 1v2, Praise thinks better of it. He's going to have to back up and try to find Believe. Going to swing back to his building, and as he does, BRS is going to get into the mix. This is Signal Flare. Come in for the third party, boys. BRS, open up the window. Knock, knock. It's Ryda. Knock, knock. PBJ are out of here. 30-year-old man, by the way. Stomping Pubs kids.
Ryda going big for BRS. They're continuing the domination and now have moved into the top of this building, checking the staircase, and they want to get the angle. The fact that PBJ falls in 6th place is crazy. To the roof we go. Ryda on 4. Brax from still covering. How are we going to break down the remnants of UCJ?
Brax got a couple tags and have to back up here. Needs to make sure he stays alive. Our timer is still active. It is closing right now, so both of these two gentlemen for BRS should get back into the map, albeit not safely. Our zone, ladies and gentlemen, has pulled to Chapel. It's like Tiff and I just summon things every time we cast, because I believe it's the 4th time we've seen this zone today. It's a Chapel ending. We got a battle for the north and a battle for the south. And Criminal God, Leviathan somehow have stayed alive all the way through this moment. Been in the blender, been regaining, been playing outside of Mansion. And now it's Z-Dark on 6, last alive.
If you're a LATAM fan, you need to send all the energy to Leviathan right now. Coming into this, they were outside that top 6, and they have been clawing their way up. Currently situated in 9th place. We need 18 points
Need top 5.
to hit 6th place right now.
Desperately need top 5 if you're a Leviathan fan. They've got a solid amount of kills. BRS have restabilized after losing Braxton, or sorry, losing Ryda.
Dude, BRS is hunting.
Yeah, they're sending one out into the gas to try to hunt down the backside. They need to clear this side of the map because they have complete control of Barn, and they're going to be able to win out on the east and play for new zone if it does pull the other direction. Unrational last alive for his team. Muni in stims means he's going to be able to stay alive at least for a little bit longer, but UJC, a bubble team, finally gets cut down. That's Cynics finding him from Blatant.
Blatant still alive is a big deal right now. You know they probably got a ton of kills up in Mansion, but BRS, they are the S-tier demons of our
nice
lobby.
find.
The one true Kaiju's out here getting wild. The circle pop just going to be towards their left. We want to make sure we clear out the remnants of Blatant ahead of them, and they're going to do just that. Couldn't have picked an easier kill right there, just playing position.
Yeah, getting pinched by Vitality, by the way. We haven't talked about Vitality in a while because Vitality has been chilling on Pawn side for like 8 minutes over here, watching teams fight in Mansion, picking up a couple people that are running away. But now Vitality have lost a couple members. Both of their 2 teammates get flown back in, and we're down to the final 3 teams, folks.
You say Vitality, but it's just Blast. Blast,
they're back in now.
Okay, good. We got the homies back in. They're flying in, so you're going to get information on positioning, right? And they land. Skullface goes straight onto FLS, gets punished for it, so now Vitality down to a duo. We have the full, wait, we pick up Blast. It's just Sage. Okay, well, Sage has done great things in endgames by himself, so I mean, let's see how it goes.
JDG versus BRS, and JDG get the first blood. BRS in a bit of trouble, and Ryda's going to come in from the backside maybe to find an angle through the window, but is thinking twice about it. Slowing things down a little bit. BRS going to have to play as a duo. Sage is the potential third-party Vitality win again.
Where does Sage go?
This might be a bit more difficult this time, and Sage unfortunately gets spotted.
No,
he's right in the middle. He's pinched between a rock and a hard place, quite literally, has nowhere to go. It's going to be a 3v2 to finish out this lobby. JDG, BRS are 2 of our top teams, and they're going to remain so at the end of this one, Tiff.
And the pull goes to JDG. Braxton and Ryda against the trio. And look at how they're set up. They've got plenty of cover. One of these nades needs to land. You can see FLS pops up around the truck, looks to get Ryda if he can, immediately gets caught out by Braxton. Big pickup for him. And now Slappy on his POV. What can he do against that BRS roster?
Reminder, Slappy's top fragging going into this one, and Slappy's on 9. Down go BRS, and up go JDG. They're near the top of the leaderboard, and they might jump their way all the way to the top after that one. Looking in final form, gentlemen.
I mean, they take a massive win like that, and they just a collective sigh. We put our hands up. We're just like, okay.
Congrats on the qual.
Yeah, I'm feeling
Listen.
one step closer to tomorrow's finals lobby.
Tiff, that was first versus second going into that lobby. They've continued to prove they're the top 2 teams, and they are gapping their opponents. Sage, by the way, Vitality was 3rd going into that lobby as well. So the top 3 teams were top 3 in the lobby, and those top 3 teams will probably maintain their spots there on the leaderboard. Let's take a look back on that last stand. That was a lot of numbers. Blatant, by the way, still getting a top 5 there, so they got a solid multi. But this was interesting. There was a moment here where Sage was last alive because Skull thinks this building over where FLS is at is maybe free for the taking. He's looking for some loot, and he goes in and gets immediately killed, and Melvin sees them fly in and says, hey, I think I saw somebody over here. Picks up Blast. So now Sage is alone, and then Sage says, well, I got to play for Chapel. I got to play back over, the main POI, the main piece of cover that I can play for. So he goes sprinting in, and JDG rotate around the outside holding for new Tiff. So Sage just gets trapped in the middle while BRS is down a player.
Not a place you necessarily want to be, because your goal is to take a fight rotate against one of the teams and force them into each other and just try to third party at the end, right?
Yeah.
But FLS, Slappy, and Melvin do a really good job of just holding down on that rotate you mentioned, and they just form the line. So when Braxton and Ryder have to come out of Chapel, it's like, we're going to try to take some angles and see if maybe we can get a pick, force it to a 2v2.
Yeah.
But it doesn't quite go their way.
Yeah, and a little bit unlucky, of course, on the zone pull. That's the part of Warzone that is tough. You got to play against it. You got to predict it. You got to get info to find it. But JDG get it, and they also have player advantage. So this fight really was going to go their way unless they extremely scammed, frankly. Braxton finds a nice angle, but unfortunately he's got to wrap so deep into the gas that FLS just self-reses and kills him in row, and so Ryder can't make it in. A nice win from JDG, and frankly, I think it was a really big one. I think they had a lot of kills. Yeah, that's a 22 kill game. Maybe not quite as big as I thought, but Slappy and Melvin are putting up crazy numbers. They could be top 1 and 2 top fraggers in this lobby after that one, Tiff.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that if you can maintain that pace, sure, the lobby caliber is going to be immensely different when you start getting some of those, you know, Falcons and Twisted Minds in the lobby. But even if you play to, you know, 95, 100% of this potential tomorrow, there's a good chance that you take that name for. Look, they're going to watch it back. They're like, yo, let me see it again.
I mean, they did well. Maybe double checking a couple things with the zones, maybe draft spots, but either way you look at it, JD Gaming go huge. And again, they're going to solidify themselves at the top of the leaderboard with BRS, and I'm really excited to see what this bubble's looking like, because we had like 7 teams on it, and we might have as big of a bubble, Taylor, as we did going into that one. It's going to be crazy.
You think that? I've been crunching the numbers. I think we're going to have 2. Well, I know it's scary.
Our little Warzone accountant over
Stick
there.
with me. I don't know. I wouldn't go that deep. That's my sister. So I would say probably about 2 teams who realistically can disrupt the top 6. Currently, UCJ should be in 6th place, which is great for them, because one of the highlights we mentioned, you go back to game 1, they get 1st place, right? What, a total of 20 plus eliminations, or excuse me, kills.
Yeah.
This time around, 5th place, 15 kills is enough to bump their way up in the top 6. Now, the question is, can they maintain it on Rebirth Island? Now, one team that did drop the ball a little bit was 4Fun.
Yeah.
4Fun needed this map because they have proven to be a great Havens Hollow team. This time around, not the case. Rebirth Island is going to be their last resort.
Hey, do you say they dropped the ball, or would you blame FaZe?
Well,
look at this. I mean, FaZe abandoned Lumber. FaZe attack boat. Okay, if I'm outside the top 6, you know exactly what I'm doing? I'm challenging the bubble teams.
Yeah. No, it's both, Tiff. I think it's actually a really good point, and a good point from you, Taylor. Like, and honestly, it's going to continue being that way. And once we talk Havens Hollow again, guess where both of those 2 teams go? They both go Turbine. Like, it's going to be the same chow. Unfortunately, FaZe is well out of the equation, but let's keep talking about this map.
Well, you know, the thing is, we won't see Havens Hollow until tomorrow, right?
Yeah,
That's going to be the next conversation. We only have Rebirth Island, and, well, you know what? At this point, you got to look at PBJ as well.
Yeah,
they had a stellar, they had a great game, right? Total of 10 eliminations, at least coming out from them. But the key is it puts them in about 7th place and within striking distance of breaking in the top 6. They have had a stellar day. Let's face it, they've kind of dropped the ball a couple of times, but they've done enough to be in the conversation. But JD Gaming, to give them their flowers once again, they get the win, they get 35 points, very comfortable within the top 6. They are going to be going in tomorrow looking incredibly strong. Same thing for BRS, who has been consistent throughout their group, and now ultimately where they land in round 2. So we focus on the bubble teams, right? We've got Leviathan, or excuse me, we got Leviathan, who's not going to be in the running. You've got Team Netos, who's not going to be from Berserker Clan. Teams that were incredible throughout their groups, incredible throughout round 2, but not going to be the case here. Who's looking the strongest going into the next map? Well, UCJ, PBJ.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I actually quite like for PBJ, if you want them to move on, that we're going back to Rebirth.
Yeah.
PBJ is a team that basically is going to be playing out of Stronghold probably by themselves at this point, or they're going to get chalked by somebody out of nowhere. But PBJ can play out of Stronghold. Depending on the zone row, they can go up to Living, they can cause a lot of havoc, and they can find a lot of kills. Again, the fact that they're picking up 12 points on what was, frankly, a godforsaken forsaken map from them. Like they were, again, I'm going to use this term. The kids are calling it turbo chalked, all right?
That's your term. Don't even act like it's for the youth, bro.
You got to remember what they did. They started in research, and they could not get out. They got held by everyone in between. They waited. They researched. They got everybody back in. They got killed again. I mean, they were in the blender, and the fact that they picked up 12 keeps them in the running. Let's take a look at it. 100%. There they are, quite literally on the bubble.
Yeah, Tiff, I mean, PPJ for fun, knocking on the door of top 6. I said UCJ, they managed to do enough. But can we also say Godlike, Geeky Esports are also not safe?
No, they're definitely not safe. I mean, that's a 10-point gap between Geeky and PBJ. For fun, 4 points behind them. Even Leviathan and Team Nettoads could throw a 30-plus point win down and evict some of those teams. You just have to prey on the downfall of Geeky Esports and Godlike. So the big question is, when you talk about getting turbo chalked, are those one of your targets from one of these teams that are outside the top 6?
I mean, look at FaZe, right? 36.8. There's no chance in hell that they can make it in. No offense, but it is what it is. Same with Jackal, Devo, and Tappa. Can they have fun? I don't know. Let's see what they do. But either way you look at it, Taylor, you know, it's funny. I was doing a little bit of math on the back end. Of course. And if you extrapolate the points per game in the group stages, okay, it was 16.8 points per game to be top 6.
Okay.
That would put us in 6 games at 100 points as our metric for success of qualing. Technically speaking, Vitality's just past that. Everybody below 100 is not technically safe. And of course, something crazy could happen. But take a look at this. Slappy still at the top on individual slaying category.
Slappy's been incredible all day today. But again, credit to Melvin too. Melvin has really stepped it up. He's been playing incredibly well. And those two, Melvin and Slappy, have been enough to make them a serious contender. Of course, JD Gaming currently sitting in 2nd place behind that of BRS. But a lot of big names on this list. I, again, go to praise. I go to Jay Vela, who's now inching his way up towards top 10 once again. If Jay Vela, praise, can have a big game here, PBJ might be able to qualify, right?
Yeah.
Going into this next game, I mentioned Godlike, they might be on alert, but I do want to bring a positive. 1st place, right? Rebirth Island dropped 3, so they should be strong here. But at the end of the day, it's up to the players to control their destiny, and it's time for them to do so. Let's hop into the final game. Drop number 6, Rebirth Island. Who's going?
Destiny awaits as we move into our final map of the day. That's Taylor Reflections Noble. Go drop him a follow. That guy rocks. All right, Tiff. Last map of the day. This is map, what, 16 for our Warzone crew up here. Some of these players playing their 11th. Unreal what they've been able to do, and this is just the beginning. We've got a full another day tomorrow if you can get there. Looking at that leaderboard, we know who the bubble is and we know who's at risk. If you're not over 100 points, you're not safe. If you're under 60, you're out of the equation. Everybody else, you never know what could happen, especially on Rebirth Island. I'm feeling a little worried for Fun, Tiff. There's going to be, no, I am.
Oh, I mean, always.
There's going to be 3 or 4 teams landing on Turbine. They might change it up. I don't know.
I mean, give me a finals lobby with Juju in it, okay?
That's what I'm saying.
Give me a finals lobby with Juju. But as we kind of look through our players, you can just see how serious this is.
Of course.
I mean, Reflection's talking about destiny out there. We're talking about greatness. We're talking about legacies, and they all start on LAN. But you have to get to tomorrow's lobby to do so. If you're on the bubble, I need you to ice up. If you're outside needing a Hail Mary 40-point game, you find all of those kills, you farm them at the beginning, and it all ends on Rebirth.
That's right. Rebirth Island, been around for like 5 years here in the Warzone scene. Fun to do a map rotation with it. Twisted Minds won on it. EWC last year. And we'll see what they're able to do tomorrow. But for now, we pay attention to our qualifier finals here at DreamHack Atlanta. People flew from literally all over the world to be here, and this is maybe the last map that they will play while they are here. Here we go, folks. It's time for some Rebirth Island. Let's see where people are landing, and let's see how mixy it gets. It's starting out with PBJ into the mix here at Stronghold. As per the usual, finding Blatant on the other side of their guns.
This is where your angers matter. Win your ones, find your fights, and end it, right? Praise to finish it off with the pistol, and they are looking to contain Stronghold. Sure, some streaks coming in. They're rogue, and they're going to connect.
And as expected, off screen, by the way, FaZe. And it does look like Todd's potentially already full wiped. Yeah, that is a confirmation, by the way. 15 out of 16 showing it. Down goes Blatant as well. We told you you'd be quick. 2 teams fully eliminated out of this lobby. Unreal. And For Fun and FaZe are battling as expected.
This is the frenzy that we're talking about. And if FaZe, you know, they're the ones that need a Hail Mary play. And I don't know mathematically if it's possible.
They
you
need
like
70 points.
Okay, that would be insane. I don't think it's possible. What you can do is definitely chalk some of the games of others For Fun in a battle with FaZe and keep your eyes on Youngstas, the most recent pickup for this FaZe roster, and they are swarming.
Battle over Turbine. For Fun, though, playing a little bit outside of it. Actually, over at Industrials is where it looks like Industrial is where Flanked is at. So they're going to slow things down and make sure they don't lose their life too much early. But just try to find a couple kills on the map. PBJ now fully alone after wiping Blatant over at Stronghold. They will rotate up into living quarters and have to fight through SAUL here in a little while. We'll keep our eyes peeled for them while Godlike controls mid-map at HQ. Of course, a lot of teams inside of Prism.
Leviathan, 9th place on your screen. We talked about it needing a massive game, a massive performance. And they've got JDG calling their line over here at Bio, as well as Jackal, Devo, and Tappa. And it's just too many people all throughout, but it's maintaining angles. Amir flies back in, grabs the roof. Tappa to join them as well. And Criminal finds another.
Yeah, this is a big one for Leviathan. Technically inside the bubble, but they got to put up a metric banger. I mean, I'm talking 40+ points and hope that some of these other bubble teams don't have solid games as well. So a little bit of luck and a lot of skill. Leviathan could still make it to finals tomorrow as Criminal God finds his 4th on screen. JDG are here. This will be a team that, frankly, we don't really care about wiping except for the fact that they usually find a lot of kills. So we need to take out some of these point sponges so that you have an opportunity to drop a huge map.
You also want the lobby to stay healthy.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
If we're seeing squad wipes left and right, it's less kills that are available. And you're right, if JDG's one that's going to do it. I mean, Criminal God is playing these angles really nice. We don't throw away our life there, but we pull outside, and we get decimated by Melvin, who's holding the line for JDG.
Yeah, look at where FLS is. Actually gets a read as he comes around the backside and helps out his team. JDG playing this nice, especially when you have an entire chemical to yourselves, it looks like. I mean, you have your anchor over there, and you're just farming kills at Bio. There's a reason JDG is near the top of the leaderboard. For Fun in a blender, having to play through Industries here. Trying to figure out where do we go from here. We got pushed out of Turbine. We're in Industries, and we're kind of just in the hornet's nest of a couple different teams that can pinch us, and that's exactly what's happening. But we have to check in with PBJ because they're in a bit of trouble or causing the trouble. SAUL are officially wiped down to 13 teams in the lobby at the hands of PBJ.
Oh, that hurts. They're out in 12th place, not going to qualify for tomorrow's lobby. And For Fun Esports, currently 8th. A pistol battle in the water, Flanked holding on for dear life as he's found one member. It's Devo up ahead.
This looks oddly reminiscent of another time For Fun. Been battling on Rebirth in the water. Pistol whipping everybody they can get their hands on. What am I witnessing right now? For Fun, I guess that's one way to find kills. I mean, good grief.
But Devo is just a survivor. Outwit, outlast, outplay in the water, finally cut down by Bubble.
I mean, hey, these add up. If they, I mean, I think Flank's on 4, Bubble's on 2. They're pushing double digits already if Juju has a couple. But back to PBJ we go, and back to the land we go. I'm tired of seeing people swimming around as Praise is on 3.
Oh.
And they work their way, like we expected, through Living, and they're going to work their way on the south side, as they have all the other maps, into Factory. Factory not that inhabited because we actually are pulling to the north. This is going to be like a chemical potential ending. Chemical Bio still in zone. We're pulling to the north, there's no question about it, as HQ is cut in half, and it does look like J-Tech squad is fully eliminated down to 12 teams.
J-Tech out?
That is UJC out of this lobby. 100% confirmation. A bubble team gone. We'll see how this leaderboard ends up.
Not what you want to hear, especially on the bubble. It cracks open the leaderboard, and FaZe dives into the water straight onto For Fun. And it's VonBot. You got Juju and Flanked on land. Keep an eyes out. Another team out of here.
They got a floater. That was a false positive. Kept us at 12 teams, but
still,
either way, they're out of the equation anyways. Devo's team not doing too much.
Through it.
Again, Vitality is just chilling. I mean, they have control of themselves. Nobody's even rotated that direction. Everybody's staying on the north side. Nate Dogg trying to find his first with the sniper from the tower.
I mean, it's good just getting that information as Berserker moves straight into For Fun. I will say, For Fun is finding action, and it's what they need. Currently 4 points outside of 6th. It's Godlike holding the line for 6th place overall, and with Nate Dogg in the tower looking for kills.
Oh no.
I don't know if it'll be quick enough.
Okay, it's okay. All the last chance fans, Criminal God is down, but Leviathan still another false spotted. They still are in the map barely. They've got a floater in the sky. That's it. FaZe in the regame blender because of For Fun swimming around, finding a lot of kills, frankly, in the water with pistols. I mean, no matter what it takes, you know what? If you need a pistol in the water to do it, I don't care. This team is resilient. They're finding kills where they can. We'll see how they're able to do it, make it into the top 10 and find their first multiplier.
All right, Vitality finding some action onto Berserkers. They move into Turbine. Anchor still safe. Vitality is fine for now, but Castillo and Izon finding some impactful kills. Now, mind you, they're in 10th place. They're going to need everything that they can get. It is an absolute mad dash to the multipliers alongside their kills. What is Juju going to do trying to get involved? Berserker up top. Oh, we're going for it. We're looking for it, and a nice pinch onto Castillo.
Yeah, really well done. Nice team play to pick up Castillo and win out in Turbine for now. Could play for Aizen down below, but I don't think they have that intel yet. We'll double check the map. Like I said, we're pulling to the north in this next zone. As per the usual, with zone 3 is going to dictate a ton. Let's see which side it pulls to. Could potentially pull towards Kim here is what I'm expecting, but let's take a look at it. Yep, it does. Kim cutting Prison in half. By the way, BRS, we haven't shown them on screen because they have the entirety of Prison to themselves. They've been that way for a while, but For Fun, all eyes still stuck on them. Still a bubble team and still alive.
2.2 points separating them and PBJ. And PBJ still alive in the lobby. So all is well for now. Keep eyes on Godlike as well. They're the one sandwiched between them. And Bubble looking to find those points. Little chow on to Berserker. Castillo holds the line as he sees Izon go down. Juju's gonna have to be right there alongside Flank with the push in, and that one's gonna hurt. Flanked immediately swarms in, grabs the kill. Do we get a buyback? Okay, Bubble's alive.
Very well done from Flank to stay alive and get the buy before he gets cut down. For Fun in the blender still, and still no multiplier. It is a key crucial factor. Unfortunately, Flank a hair too late to help out his team, and it looks like they are full sending for him. One goes down. Juju, this is unbelievable how many kills For Fun has in the water. We're gonna listen in with them. We've been with them for a while. We're gonna stick with them.
They hold down fishing, okay? Yeah. I'm gonna grab Lodi. On me. Captain, absolute bomb. Yeah, they have viewers. I'm dead, bro. I'm dead, GG. I'm bomb dead. Right, good shit. Keep on me, though. I'm dead. I don't have a pistol. Two in the water. I don't know if there's anyone on me. You might have to land in... Okay. Maybe land on Juju. I'm not sure. Get ready. Two right, two bottom now. Two running first.
PBJ fell during that listen, and it looked like Leviathan did too, but they're still up in the lobby. Back to bio we go. I saw some life from Amir, but For Fun in shambles. Bubble keeping the dream alive. They've moved into 6th place, but they have to hold it. Because Leviathan is still up, they have to have a massive game to challenge it.
It's a really good comment from you, Tiff. I'm glad you caught that. You're right. PBJ got cut down during the listen, and there are so many bubble teams that are out of the mix, and somehow, some way, For Fun is still in this lobby. We've got Godlike in mid playing against Vitality, and they're actually trading blows back and forth. For Fun off screen. We finally cut away from them, and they get cut down in 9th place. They get their little multiplier, and I'm looking in the top right, and I see For Fun holding the line just barely, but look who is still alive. A little bit under our radar today. Godlike did great in the groups, right there on the fringe, and they have all 3 alive still. Leviathan still on the map somehow as well. Godlike, the next team poised and ready to steal the dreams away from some of these teams ahead of them.
By 0.4 points, Gosh. A sheer multiplier. Top 5 makes it happen as Leviathan falls.
Gone.
Done, dusted, out of the lobby.
A moment to breathe. except for everybody else in Kim. We've got 3 teams stacked on top of each other here in Kim, battling for a win con on the north side. Eisend going big. Reflame already on 7 at 4,000 damage. Castillo on 6. Whoa, they've got a banger cooking.
They need a ton.
If they can get a win here, they've got enough kills for this multiplier to be big battle moves on this leaderboard. Unfortunately, can't get through the doorway. Castillo tries to barrel stuff his opponents, but JDG is dashing the hopes and dreams of Berserker Clan at 82 total points. They need a prayer as BRS is out of here. Another point sponge, but it doesn't matter because we made it to the top 5 here, Tiff. 1.4 achieved, and for Godlike to barely eclipse into 6th place, it is not technically over yet. I'm watching for Berserker Clan just in case that they get this 1.6 with the amount of kills that they've gotten, but I'm seeing them go down as well. I look away for a moment. Berserker's out of here.
And the numbers, they just keep updating. Every kill matters into this top 5. Everything worth at least 1.4. And with the Slayers, JDG Gaming in the lobby, it could be difficult to overcome. I like the high ground from Intex here. Nice free gram. You've got Vitality. You've got GK.
Oh my goodness. JDG is going to win this event. There's almost no question in my mind about it. And so when my mind turns towards the bubble, and only Godlike alive that's on the bubble, DK should secure a spot.
Tricks down.
JDG certainly will. Godlike, they get top 5. Not a ton of kills, but they're just the last team standing from the bubble. They can do it here, especially if they pick up a couple, but Vitality want to throw salt on the wound and say, gentlemen, we are back. Who said blow it up? We're swinging on everybody. Blast finds everybody from Geeky except for Decky, who's on 12, by the way. It's a battle in the trenches, and Blast and Vitality come out alive. And they're going to pick up a couple reses here. We have 3 teams left. Godlike alive, and Tip, JDG versus Vitality. This is going to be a crazy one. Intex needs any kill he can get, and he won't get any of them. Nate Dogg last alive.
And he's on 4, and we need every kill we can get. But when you've got Vitality and you have JDG in this lobby left, how many are you able to get? Sage, over here, holding angles, fighting towards JDG. If I'm Nate Dogg, I'm playing low, I'm looking for cheese, and I'm finding as much as I can here.
Vitality have fully regained all 3 alive, and they have the zone pull. JDG gets spotted in rotation, right? Yes, Blast has seen them, I believe. It's a big read from them. JDG is going to have to push over potentially once the zone starts to close in on itself. Nate Dogg is just holding on for dear life. Has the self-revive, is going to pop it, look for any kill. He just needs 1, and unfortunately chooses the wrong target. I don't know if Nate Dogg's going to make it in.
He's not.
There he goes. He's still got a top 5. He did what he needed to do. We'll see how the math runs out, but Godlike, last bubble team alive, and we're down to the top 2 teams, 2 of the top 3 teams in this entire tournament thus far. Vitality versus JDG.
And this is going to be massive. A little 3v2, a little salt in the wound. Can Vitality take down the top Slayers of JDG? Good angles onto FLS, and we're ripping plates.
What a row.
We stim, we aim towards Slappy. The high ground is king here. You got Blast on the low, but we get shredded by FLS. It's Skull, last alive, unless there's some self-reses, but we're looking to close this one out.
Sage and Blast still down. A 1v1 between Skullface and no, it looks like Slappy gets back into the lobby after a buyback, and they get a 3rd. It's going to be Skull last alive for his team with a couple folks in the air, but he has high ground position. He's got the advantage. He's got his loadout weapons. Can Skull pull this one out as the zone closes in on itself to finish this last map out? A 1v2.
Oh, let that nade shred him. And the thing is, they can just hug that wall, keep the angle out from them.
JDG on a gigantic map, by the way. They want to win to get the 1.6 because this could be a score record, at least on LAN. Skullface.
1 nade.
One of the best solo players out there, but the zone pulling him off high ground. This is going to be a tough one. He's thinking about maybe trying to... There's no way, right?
I mean, that nade needed to make it happen, but I love that we run into the gas to drop down over here. Sure, you're going to take a couple of hits, but are they expecting it? They read it. JDG, a massive win here in game number 6.
Yo, JDG just...
They're scary.
Hub stopped.
And they're so calm about it, too.
I think that was like high 30s in kills. That might have been 40 kills in a private lobby on LAN.
Did you say 40?
I think it's almost 40 kills.
40 kills out of the
This
void.
has got to be a record. At least on LAN tip. I have so many questions about the bubble, but of course we got to talk about the last stand. All the teams that we care about on the bubble, there's a lot of conversations, but JDG just dropped a meteoric map. I'm getting word from production. Confirmed 40 kills in the last lobby of the day. And let's take a look at how it all went down in the final moments.
I'm speechless as we run this last stand, as if Skull is going to try to break this apart. Now, I do love what he does. He has high ground. We're looking for angles, right? And this could have been different if JDG didn't keep buying back. Because as he picks up one after the buyback, it's like you cut off one head to spawn, right? Like, it's tough.
That was really well done. Honestly, it was. I'm speechless as well because that's 64 points on LAN. I'm sorry. This is an important moment. It was a fun moment from Skull. I think he did everything that he could. Unfortunately, being that it's the final zone and he's on high ground. This is the one negative to playing from high ground is that when the zone pulls you off and the other two are down low and you can't find an angle on them, it's kind of GG's. Like, there's really nothing he could do besides hopefully sneak a wrap that they don't notice. But JDG's too good of a team to get isolated into 2 1v1s, especially when there's no cover in this final zone to play around with. So he goes for the play, doesn't get it. JDG pick up the 1.6. And again, Vitality looked really strong today. Frankly, uncontested. I do want to be clear about that. Throughout the course of this lobby, they are kind of chilling, but they made the most out of it and still put up great scores. So I'm still very impressed with Vitality. I think their comms were extremely clean as well when we got a chance to look at it. But confirmation, ladies and gentlemen, 40 kills from JD Gaming. That is 64 points on LAN. Good golly, Miss Molly. They're going to win this lobby by a mile after that one. And they're going to be feeling fantastic going into tomorrow.
If they're a momentum-based team, let it ride. Just let it roll. Because they stay so calm with it. They're like, oh yeah, we know we can do this. We expect this level of greatness out of us. We did phenomenal in our first matchup of the day to hit top 8 to go into this, and you win out on this lobby. As the caliber keeps increasing, can we maintain that level of play?
I mean, there is like 99% of public lobby players that don't have 40 as a team as a record. Like, what are we talking about, Taylor?
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. It was fun to even listen and watch the audience watching Skullface try and 1v2. Why are you holding on to the nade as long as you are? Just throw it, man. What did you do?
He wanted a twofer.
I know he did, and I get it. Skullface, I thought, could do it, the solo YOLO champion himself. But no, JD, 40.
Woo.
Man, if they can bring that tomorrow, nothing can stop them, including the Falcons, who have been flying high.
Oh, whoa, that was bold.
Shots fired already.
If they drop 40 per game, come on, who can stop them? It was exciting to watch the bubble teams, and just to give a little recap here, first, it was PBJ. For the commentary, they fell short. I'm like, oh man, I looked at the leaderboard, they were looking a little bit low. Then it was 4Fun trying to carry the torch, and unfortunately, they were getting put into the blender. So many people in the water, including FaZe at 1.2, and FaZe, I don't know what was happening, if they were trying to regain, if they were trying to throw, but either way, they were swimming away.
No, that's just where they dropped. Them and 4Fun have been battling each other with Eisen's team, Berserker Clan, the entire time over here on Rebirth. So they're just in, a regain blender, because that's how Resurgence works. You send one into the water to make sure your teammates get back into it. But 4Fun, credit to them. I mean, resilience at its finest, man. The amount of times you're like, well, these guys are dead. The amount of times they said they were dead and still somehow stayed alive, Tip, was impressive. But I think you're right. I think they got edged out by Godlike potentially. We'll wait to see the final results. I want to get the mathematicians behind the scenes to confirm that. But the final moments here, the last like 7 or so teams, it was really fun to watch because there was still a chance for Godlike as well.
Same with Berserker, right? You had Leviathan, Berserker, representing for LATAM, just holding on. Of course, they needed a big game, but it was possible, right? But unfortunately, all the bubble teams kind of turned on each other, and JD Gaming just go nuclear with a 64-point game, which really, you look around the rest of the lobby, you're like, what can you do with that? Well, Geekay, Berserker still have 20+. Even BRS on 19.
Right. A lot of teams threw some Hail Marys out there for sure, including PBJ. They get 13.2. Godlike walks away with 11.2, so actually even less than PBJ. So the question was it enough to clear that gap and maintain top 6, or at least break into top 6? You got to give credit where credit is due. Godlike was playing time. They didn't have a spectacular game, but they were waiting until the very end, seeing what was ended up unfolding, and of course, staying alive gave them the multiplier. Even though they get few kills, they still walk away with something.
This is like one out of 10 times that you can say defense might have been better than offense here. You got to remember, this was a top 5 team going into the last couple maps, and they've just been holding on for dear life up there. And only dropping 11 here was only enough because a lot of our other bubble teams fell early. Like, I'm not calling it luck. Like, they played defensively, and I think it might have worked. I'm not calling it yet, but golly, that was really close. And whoa, out of nowhere.
Production just throws it up on the screen.
No,
UCJ, the 6th place finish, advances them on tomorrow. But I do want to say, for Fun Esports, PBJ, they're the ones that suffer with just like 2 to 3 points.
Man, and they were on fire. They were on fire. 2 members, top 10 at 1 point, and unfortunately fall short just barely. But shout out to UCJ, Godlike making it happen, Geekgate, Vitality, BRS, and of course JD Gaming. A phenomenal day for them, and doesn't matter how you got there, doesn't matter how many points you won by. If you're UCJ, it was less than 2, but you know what? That means now they're playing for $100,000, one of the coveted EWC spots.
Insane stuff from all 6 of these top 6 teams, because they've made it to tomorrow, and they're going to have to get back to the drawing board and see what they can do against the top teams in the game that have already qualified there. We have 5 of the best NA teams, 5 of the best EU teams, and now 6 more teams from all over the place trying to continue to battle into our final lobby for a 30K champion prize, and you're right, 100K total. But Melvin and Slappy tie for 1st and 2nd top fragger by 10 kills. Woo, buddy, JDG.
That last game had something to do with it?
What do we do for the tiebreaker? Like, how do we do the tiebreaker between these boys?
They'll just both raise the individual kill trophy. I don't know. That's disgusting.
That is, it's nasty. Melvin, Slappy, well done. JD Gaming looking incredible. Nearly getting 200 points in a span of 6 games. On LAN, that is spectacular. And genuinely, if they continue that momentum tomorrow, I mean, an EWC spot, I don't see any way on earth they don't get it.
I will say one more note. I've got to tip my hat to For Fun. One more multi.
And PBJ.
2 more kills. They make it. And unfortunately, you got to remember, in NA Finals, they also just barely missed out. They got 6th overall, barely missing out on an auto qual to the finals. They get 7th overall in this, just barely by 1.6 points, missing it out to the finals. Those guys balled. They were resilient. It just wasn't enough.
Vitality on your screen, packing up, because they know the job's not done, Tip. They return tomorrow to try and battle against the Titans.
But not even that. They looked so solid throughout our day-to-day. Now, mind you, this is a team that was outside, top 14 on the NA quals. So you come into LAN, and how calm was Blast earlier when we were talking to him? He's like, dude, don't worry about us. We're going to be just fine. Tomorrow could be a completely different story when you have contests all around. You got T1 in the lobby, Gentlemates, Twisted Minds, Novo, and even Ravens. They've been scary consistent. It's going to be action-packed.
Absolutely. Tomorrow is going to be incredible, and one day you do not want to miss out on. Of course, a lot of money on the line. The 5 EWC spots, the EWC spots up for grabs, but more importantly, it's LAN. Everybody wants to win on LAN, and I've been talking to some of the competitors who are competing tomorrow. We haven't had a chance to see them this weekend, but we'll see tomorrow. They're ready. They're excited. They can ask me, are you ready? Absolutely, I'm ready. Are you guys ready? That's the real question, and tomorrow's going to be just electric, to say the least. So many storylines going into it, and honestly, the experience some of these teams got, like, UCJ, for example, Godlike, Geekay, they're going to take that into tomorrow feeling great. They're going to come in warm. And after all, for the competitors who have been sitting on the sidelines, they've got 1 day of competition. So they come in, they've got to be flawless.
You got to be warm. And if you're going to be shooting against Slappy and Melvin, good luck, have fun, because these boys are locked.
They're locked. Again, this map, I'm not trying to be that naysayer, but this map is going to play so different tomorrow. There's not going to be nearly as many free kills in the lobby. There's not going to be a team that you can just sit there and farm, and there's not going to be free POIs. That is something that's going to be very, very different going into tomorrow, that I'm excited to see how some of these teams that just qualified today navigate.
That's absolutely the case, but for some, they ended up getting eliminated. Super sad, especially Berserker Clan, trying to, for Latin America, right, to be one of the second teams to qualify. They fall short, but what an effort they put in. A wonderful day of competition. I think it was about 8-9 hours or so it was a grind, but honestly, it kind of flew by.
Yeah, it did. Honestly, I was a lot faster, I think, than Birmingham, too. I mean, we went flying through these games, so let's take a look at it. Here's our final 16, Tiff. Talk to me about a couple of your favorites.
I mean, we'll say Falcons right off the rip. You know they won out there in Birmingham. They're looking to do it again here in Atlanta, but Ravens Esports, the challengers, the consistent kings over there. And then Twisted Minds, right? Shifty was feeling pretty good when we saw him running around earlier. T1, I'm impressed. Can they answer back?
Yeah, reminder, by the way, Ravens won EU Finals by 75 points, okay? This is a scary team. I know they've gone ups and downs recently in some of the more recent tournaments and scrims, but I don't know, on land, they're definitely scary.
Gentlemates, Gen G, Virtus Pro. I mean, this is a lobby.
Lobby indeed, man. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I can't wait to see what Godlike can do. They get a new life. Barely qualifying, but they qualify nonetheless. The fact that they're here, maybe they come in with some new energy. I'm hoping that's going to be the case. Gen G, by the way, going to be great. Aiden was on Repulse's watch party pretty much, I think, all day, man. He's been grinding.
He's VOD reviewing.
VOD reviewing, you know.
Virtus Pro, too.
Talking shop, yeah.
Destroy was over there for the first half of the day at the very least.
He's going to be over there. He brings the vibes. You got to have him on the show.
Listen, I love Vitality. They still have a lot of work to do. I want to remind everybody about that Control Center crazy drop with VP and Novo over there. It gets nasty over at Control. VP is a terror on the map. Watch out for Virtus Pro.
That's right. And I know you guys mentioned T1. Just to also re-mention him, Spamgola returns to LAN. Okay, returns to LAN. And, you know, Birmingham did not go his way. He had a ton of confidence. Remember, we interviewed him. He was saying he's feeling good. No worries at all. This time he returns, and I really am rooting for him. You know, to only be 18 years old. We got a lot of young guns this time around, which is great because, you know, we've been doing, you know, the World Series Warzone, the Resurgence Series. Obviously, this is the first year, but we've been doing Resurgence now for the past 3 years. World Series Warzone, what, like almost 4 or 5 years at this point? And the fact that we still have young guns who are 18, fresh and ready, like coming in.
Yeah.
You got to respect that, man. The game continues to grow.
And we got some old heads, too, I'll tell you what.
That's right, we do.
So they're right there up there with us, right?
Right is in there.
And, hey, also, you know, I was talking so much about the bubble, and you guys mentioned it, but UCJ, I got to shout them out one more time. You know, sneaking in here in the final hour, they had a huge banger first map today, and it all paid off. That was just enough to sneak them by. I am excited to see Unrational ball out on LAN one more time in another finals, because, you know, he's had some great moments. I mean, getting second in World Series of Warzone a couple years ago. Like, this is a really good player, and I'm glad he got his chance here, and I'm glad that he's made it into the finals.
Yeah, G2 also side big man Anxiety. Is going to be great to watch them compete again. G2, a talented roster. I think they gained a huge fan base from their performance last year at EWC, right? There's a lot of questions revolving around them. They have definitively proven that they belong here in the competitive scene. Very well done. This is going to be your 16 teams. Chad, let us know. What are you thinking is going to end up unfolding tomorrow? Who is your favorite team? Who are you going to be supporting? For me, I've got to stay unbiased. But for others, well, maybe Enigma, Gentlemates, I don't know. You know, he might be going in on them for sure, but it's going to be great to see how it's going to end up unfolding because, again, $100,000 up for grabs, EWC, good times.
I'm here for the trash talk. Can I say that? Sure. I think there's going to be...
Between us or them?
Well, maybe a little bit of both. I am really excited to see the Falcons and Twisted Minds pop off at each other, okay? I hope the production or tourney admins or whoever put them right across from each other so we can see those moments with our cams right when the game ends, when the Falcons and or Twisted Minds, and it'll probably go both ways, get to stand up, Shifty and Ahsoka, and point at each other and yell some obscenities.
There's no divider like there was at Birmingham this time around. Remember, I mentioned that, and I was like, why is that divider there? No, they can stand up and trash talk, and they absolutely will. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and you better believe we're going to be able to hear it, especially if Ahsoka starts popping off, which you know he will, right? It's going to happen, man. Shifty, too. Shifty's definitely going to be talking that trash. Great stuff all around. A great day indeed. Let's talk about CDL Vegas, though. It's going to be coming up quick, and I want you all to not miss out. Make sure you secure your ticket ASAP. Get your tickets in. Scan the QR code. Check them out online. July 16th to the 19th. It's going to be a great time from what I'm hearing. Those tickets may be few and far between. Don't quote me on that, but they're going fast. You need to capitalize. 2026 Champs tickets on sale now. If you want to watch the best of best play, that's your opportunity. Vegas is always a good time, after all, anyways.
Shoot, yeah.
Make sure you get out. We were there the past, couple of years for the World Series of Warzone, so who knows?
No, dude, I'm really pumped about it. I'm gonna go out to CDL this year, Champs, and it's been a blast. Oh, heck yeah, man.
Oh, right on.
Dude, we got a chance to cast some CDL games the other day. I guess that's yesterday. That's crazy. I'm hooked, man. I'm in.
Other day, that's right.
You and I both hosted some this year. This is the year to go, okay? I haven't been to Champs probably for the last 3 years because I've been out of town for other events and stuff. I'm going this year.
Yeah.
Mark my words, all right? See me there, say something.
Fun fact, I've actually never been to a Champs.
Wow.
What? I've been working COD since 2012 and have yet to be to a Champs.
This is the year. This is the year reflection.
This guy is old. Holy.
Okay, can we not? That was unnecessary. We're like 5 minutes from closing out the show, and now we got to throw the old out there. We were almost done. You could have said it afterwards. Regardless, I am old. It is what it is. But the hair's growing back. There are positives.
It's growing back.
It's growing back. Believe it or not.
Get us out of here, bro.
It was a great day of competition. Do we want final words, or we want to get out? What are we thinking?
No, I mean, my final words is just I had a blast. This is really, really good Call of Duty Warzone, and Tiff, we got a lot more tomorrow.
Oh, we definitely do. We're just getting started because you said it, 100K on the line, and who's going to hoist that trophy?
We'll find out. 16 teams all up for grabs. 100K on the line, 30K for first, and of course the EWC slots up for grabs. Who's going to get it? Well, we got to wait until tomorrow to find out.
I'm ready for war. I'm ready for war. I'm lighting up that fire, yeah, I'm burning up. Look at me, feel the heat. Climbing suicide, but it's not enough. Let's believe, gonna see. Stomping on the ground till the earth breaks. I can now walk, making earthquakes. Never looking back, it's just high stakes. Look at me, yeah. I'm ready for war.